Beneath a vast azure sky, a sudden rumble of thunder reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by a resounding roar, boom, boom, boom. As the thunderclaps echoed on this seemingly clear day, a colossal white screen manifested above the skies of every ninja village, the domains of the feudal lords, and the pure land, stirring both earth and sky into a frenzy. In the village of Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed skyward, gesturing with his hand as countless ninjas commenced their investigations. Uncertain of the safety of this celestial phenomenon, the third Hokage resolved to obliterate the screen. Thus, attempts were made to detonate the enormous display with explosive tags. Yet no matter the effort, the ethereal screen remained suspended in the sky as if conjured from the void. That moment, a young man stood atop a cliff, his attire billowing in the fierce wind, a look of determination gracing his features. At last, it begins. He hailed from the modern era, known as Jiraiya, well-versed in the narratives of Naruto and Boruto. He beheld the familiar scenery of Konoha and recalled the disheartening developments that awaited in Boruto's saga. Jiraiya vowed to alter the course of fate. He resolved to eliminate the misguided proxy writer of Boruto, rectify the distorted plotlines, vanquish the Akatsuki clan's ambitions to annihilate the Earth, and save the entire ninja world. Embracing this lofty aspiration, he had just traversed into the year when Naruto was 13, when a binding system, the celestial broadcast system, erupted into existence, heralding a cataclysmic upheaval. Though he had inhabited the body of an inconspicuous wandering ninja, this would not hinder his path to greatness. The immense screen loomed in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunderous roars. Then came another tremendous rumble, prompting all to gaze upward at the grand display. Suddenly, the screen flickered, revealing a line of text. This group invites all from the ninja realm, the pure land, and the realms of cultivation, along with all beasts and summoned creatures, to join. The celestial broadcast system was officially activated. Simultaneously, Jiraiya's mind was filled with the imagery of the system's backend. Congratulations, host, for binding and successfully activating the system. This system serves as a live QA platform, where the content may be determined freely by the system or at the host's discretion, in accordance with their desires. However, the content will invariably pertain to the narratives of Naruto and Boruto. The host may earn rewards based on the shock value elicited by the broadcast, which encompasses emotions such as awe, fear, and excitement, all contributing to the overall shock score. Rewards can be redeemed from the items available in the backend store. Furthermore, the host possesses the right to respond to live QA sessions, obtaining rewards from the system, and may initiate QA sessions in the group on behalf of the system, granting rewards to group members. As Jiraiya contemplated the system's backend, the Celestial Broadcast Group was already commencing its recruitment. Senju Hashirama joined the group. Senju Tobirama joined the group. Uchiha Madara joined the group. Uzumaki Kushina joined the group. Namikaze Minato joined the group. Uchiha Fugaku joined the group. Uchiha Makoto joined the group. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered the group, followed by the fourth Reikage, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki the fourth Mizukage, Terumi Mei the third Kazekage, Raza the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade Naruto, Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, Narashikamaru. As each name illuminated the grand screen, the entirety of the ninja world was left in utter astonishment. That moment, the various ninja villages had exhausted numerous methods, whether it was Inoki's super lightweight rock jutsu for aerial assaults or the Cloud Village's lightning release bloodline limit laser barrage. None could dispel the imposing screen. Everyone from the ninja villages gazed anxiously at the heavens. Meanwhile, within the live chat group, Uchiha Madara spoke up. "What is happening? Yukihara, is that really you? I can hardly believe my eyes upon seeing my old friend. I am overwhelmed with excitement. My dear comrade," Senju Hashirama exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. "Brother, mind your image," Senju Tobirama interjected. "Huh?" Hashirama responded. "Come at me if you dare. Do not hurl insults," Madara retorted. "Why would I insult you? I am overjoyed to see you. How could I possibly insult you?" "Ha ha ha," Hashirama laughed heartily. "You're still throwing insults. If you dare, let's settle this. I intend to spar with Hashirama for 300 rounds. I refuse to believe that I have endured a lifetime of your curses. If it were not for your relentless insults, would I ever have left Konoha? Madara challenged. I knew you did not leave Konoha intentionally. It was all because of this. I am truly sorry, Madara. It is all my fault. Hashirama replied, tears welling in his eyes. Enough with the nonsense. I swear I shall end you. Madara growled, these three titans engaged in their banter. The members of the group, though filled with countless questions, dared not voice them. On the ground, many stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Good heavens! That is the first and second Hokage, along with Uchiha Madara. What am I witnessing? This is a grand spectacle for the ninja world. Indeed, it is beyond imagination. As Madara and Hashirama continued their exchange, and the crowd below expressed their astonishment at the live broadcast, the system's live group points began to increment. Shock value increased. 1, 2, 3. This shock value could only be discerned by the group leader and host of the live system. Haney at that moment, all personnel from the ninja world, along with the tailed beasts, summoning beasts, and the departed souls from the Pure Land, had entered the chat group. Just as Madara and Hashirama were still locked in their verbal duel, a group announcement materialized. Ninja World Live QA System Announcement. Attention all members, this system will conduct periodic live QA sessions based on all events in the ninja world, including the past, present, and future. Those who answer correctly will receive system rewards, which may include ninjutsu, chakra, elixirs, items, and other rewards. Conversely, incorrect answers will incur penalties, which may involve loss of ninjutsu, chakra, life, items, and other repercussions. As the system introduced itself, a wave of understanding washed over everyone present at that moment. The system interface abruptly transformed, revealing a message on the grand screen. The live QA session has officially commenced. Please direct your attention to the screen. As this resounding announcement echoed, creatures from every corner of the earthly realm found themselves captivated by the imagery displayed before them. On the screen, 5 youths, each around 12 or 13 years of age, emerged. Among them was a boy with a pineapple-like hairstyle, striking blue eyes, and clad in a bold ensemble of red and black, none other than Boruto Uzumaki from the Boruto series. He was accompanied by a girl dressed in red, sporting red-framed glasses and flowing black hair. Alongside them stood a composed young man with a hairline resembling jagged teeth, a plump girl clutching snacks, and a boy whose visage resembled that of a delicate young man. 5 individuals are hastily traversing a dimly lit area, their expressions laden with palpable tension. A perplexing question arises. Who are the children of the 5 depicted in the scene? Whose child are they rescuing? Whose child is saving whom? This inquiry leaves everyone bewildered. What sort of question is this? Who is saving whom? Who can possibly know? Beneath the vast sky, someone on the street voiced their discontent, asserting that the very uncertainty is what prompts such queries. Another interjected, rebuking, "You fool." Although the presence of esteemed figures in their group stifled their voices, beneath the celestial expanse, a lively discussion ensued. Meanwhile, at the window of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes intently at the sky, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He turns slightly to glance at Narashikaka beside him and murmurs, "It seems this celestial phenomenon is unlikely to dissipate. Moreover, it has been stated that a correct answer may yield rewards. Perhaps this is not entirely unfavorable. Shikaku, what do you surmise is the answer to this conundrum?" Narashikaku replies, "With all due respect, sir, I observe that while the young boy bears a striking resemblance to Shikamaru, he is evidently not him. This live broadcast may very well depict a scene from the future, leading me to speculate that he could be my second child." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage nods thoughtfully. Their forehead protectors distinctly signify them as ninjas of Konoha. This possibility is indeed substantial. And what are the other 4? The plump girl beside him must be the second child of the Akimichi clan. It is surprising that they have had a daughter. How enviable. The fair-skinned youth, though not an exact match for the traditional Ino Shikicho trio, bears some resemblance. Following customary analysis, it stands to reason that he is likely the second child of the Yamanaka clan. Initially, Narashikaka harbored doubts about his conclusion, yet the more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. It seemed that in the days to come, his 2 companions would be blessed with children, while he would have only his 2 sons. What are the other 2? The third Hokage, feeling a surge of anticipation, was eager to explore further. Clearly, the resemblance was undeniable. As for the other two, one bears a striking likeness to the fourth Hokage's offspring. Could he be an illegitimate child? Upon voicing this thought, Nara Shikaku's eyes widened in surprise, quickly covering his mouth. My apologies, sir, it appears I spoke in error. It is quite possible. I recall that during Uzumaki Kushina's pregnancy, the fourth Hokage often ventured out. It is conceivable that he had other liaisons during that time. Who would have imagined that Minato could be such a man? Yet, the timelines do not align. Whose child? Then, could it be? As the two converse at the window, their dialogue remains unheard by the group outside. The members of the group, astute as they are, share similar thoughts to Nara Shikaku, yet none dare to answer the question. The reason is simple. While the three children with similar appearances are somewhat easier to deduce, the identities of the remaining two, a boy with a pineapple hairstyle and a bespectacled girl, remain shrouded in ambiguity, rendering them difficult to ascertain. At last, I find myself at an impasse, unable to discern whom she resembles. Although Nara Shikaku has perceived the nuances, he cannot bring himself to trust his conjecture. The garments worn by the girl bear the insignia of the Uchiha clan. How could this be? The Uchiha had been annihilated many years ago, leaving only Sasuke Uchiha and Konoha. How could another descendant of the Uchiha clan possibly exist? Could it be that some members of the Uchiha escaped? This notion he dared not voice, for he sensed that even though this event unfolds in the future, revealing it now might not bode well for the child. As for whom they would rescue, that question remains even more elusive. The grand screen in the sky has frozen the image, while the crowd below engages in fervent discussion. Senju Hashirama remarks, I can't help but wonder, that girl is clad in attire belonging to your Uchiha clan. Could she be your descendant? Uchiha Madara retorts, get lost. What cabbage could possibly be worthy of the illustrious Uchiha Madara? I shall forever remain a legend unattainable by women. Uzumaki Mito interjects, such a narcissistic bachelor. To which Uchiha Madara responds, Mito, whom are you cursing? Mito replies, cursing. You. Madara, feigning injury, exclaims, Pft, I'm bleeding. At this very moment. The entire world contemplates this quandary. Simultaneously, Shimura Danzo stands atop a cliff, gazing at the colossal screen, a smirk playing on his lips. Just then, a member of the Umbu stealthily approaches, presenting a note. Sir, this is a dialogue between Nara Shikaku and the third Hokage for your perusal. Danzo opens the note and scoffs. I knew the third would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Indeed, I was correct. Yet, as he plays the Mantis, I shall be the cicada behind him. With that, he abruptly enters the chat group and presses the buzzer. Simultaneously, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also presses the buzzer. Ah, Sarutobi Hiruzen has appeared? Upon seeing the third's avatar, Senju Tobirama's handsome face twitches slightly. What has become of you? And Danzo, why has he grown increasingly sinister in appearance? Danzo's eyes twitch, while Hiruzen greets, I pay my respects to my esteemed teacher. The two exchange formalities before proceeding to answer the question. Danzo seizes the opportunity to respond first, declaring, the individuals in the image are Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka and Oichi, and the second child of the Akimichi clan. While the blonde pineapple-headed one is the illegitimate son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the other is the illegitimate daughter of Uchiha Fugaku. My answer is complete. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka and Oichi gasps. What? Akimichi Choza, alongside his son Choji and Choji's mother, echoes. What? Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru observes this scene and shakes his head slightly. I knew it, Sai. In a moment of turmoil, even the typically composed Minato Namikaze found himself unsettled as he turned to face the fiery-eyed Kushina Uzumaki. She erupted with anger, demanding to know the truth. Minato, how dare you deceive me? Whose child is it? Whose? Minato, with a solemn heart, swore, it is not mine. I vow to the heavens, if I have wronged you, may I meet a wretched end. Kushina retorted, you are already doomed, thus your fate is sealed. Minato declared once more, if it were my child, I would be condemned to eternal suffering. Gradually, Kushina's fury began to wane, though she continued to press him for answers. Meanwhile, atop a mountain, Itachi Uchiha, engaged in a mission with the gruesome Zetsu, caught sight of a revelation in the sky. A glimmer of light danced in his eyes. Was that his sister? This was almost unbelievable. Mikoto Uchiha interjected, wait, if it were someone else's second child. A love child of the Uchiha and Minato, the timeline wouldn't align. After all, we have been gone for years. How could there be a love child during your second childbirth? Fugaku Uchiha nodded in approval, as expected of my wife. Your thoughts are meticulous and comprehensive. Kushina, upon hearing this, experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, So did Danzo provide an erroneous answer? As the group buzzed with shock and commentary, Danzo Shimura proclaimed the final answer. They are not there to rescue anyone. From my perspective, the blonde with the pineapple hairstyle bears a white serpent, which leads me to conclude they must be seeking out the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Upon concluding his statement, Orochimaru, residing in the Sand Village, felt a chill wash over him. A few mere children dare to seek me? Come forth. I shall transform you all into my test subjects. He mused darkly. Jeriah chimed in. Orochimaru, you are in this group too? Orochimaru replied, why should I not be? Not only am I here, but I shall remain indefinitely. His words dripped with an unsettling aura. The system then declared, Danzo's answer is incorrect. He is deprived of one item, an Uchiha Sharingan. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. He possesses a Sharingan? How could that be? Where did it come from? Questions swirled as even Sasuke Uchiha furrowed his brow, pondering, if my parents are in this group, does this mean I might have a chance to converse with them? At that moment, as the system announced that Danzo possessed a Sharingan, Sasuke's suspicion shifted towards him. As expected of Konoha, even Danzo possesses a Sharingan? Other villagers felt a pang of bitterness. Everyone knew that acquiring a Sharingan, or even a Byakugan, was a monumental challenge for those from other villages, yet Danzo, due to his status in Konoha, could easily possess one. Next, let the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen answer. The system emitted a sound of alert. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a surge of tension as he glanced at Nara Shikaku beside him. The content of Danzo's response was precisely what they had intended to convey. At this moment, Danzo had rushed out to take the blame, having provided an incorrect answer, leaving them in a predicament. The system assessed. Incorrect answer. Punishment. Sarutobi Hizashi loses half of his chakra across the 5 attributes. Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered speechless. The third Hokage possessed chakra of 5 different attributes, enabling him to utilize ninjutsu of each type, thus earning the esteemed title of ninjutsu doctorate in the ninja world. Now, he had been deprived of half of his chakra? It seemed this live broadcast required careful responses, sometimes. The cost of a mistake was more than an ordinary person could bear. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a wave of grievance. He had only uttered 5 words. Yet he had been stripped of half his chakra. How utterly unjust. Senju Hashirama remarked, Third Hokage, did you just answer for the sake of answering? Senju Tobirama added, Monkey, what is wrong with you? You rushed to answer without knowing the correct response, intentionally sacrificing chakra? Ha! Indeed, sacrificing chakra. The Leaf Village is truly audacious. Fourth Reikage, chimed in. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. Tobirama, this is your disciple, surpassing the master. Senju Tobirama replied, I never give away things for free. Even tailed beasts require compensation. Monkey, you have greatly disappointed me. Sarutobi Hizashi was engulfed in gloom. Who could have anticipated such a scenario? It was neither a second child nor an illegitimate offspring, yet he wore the Leaf Village headband and was even engaged in a rescue, with 5 individuals involved. It was already challenging to guess. Whom they were saving was beyond comprehension. At that moment, the countdown timer appeared on the large screen. From now on, if no one answers within 10 seconds, the system will automatically select someone to respond. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please, Wandering Ninja Hikari Yuru. Respond. This announcement left everyone dumbfounded. Up to this point, the individuals who had spoken in the group were renowned figures within the ninja world, yet suddenly, the system called upon the name of Wandering Ninja Hikari Yuru, leaving everyone puzzled about the origin of this ninja who had been unluckily singled out by the system. Who could possibly answer such a question? The 5 individuals on the screen were complete strangers to them, and what rescue were they involved in? How could they possibly know? Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Hikari Yuru wore a broad smile, for within a mere 20 minutes, he had amassed hundreds of thousands of astonishment points from the live system. Especially when Danzo mentioned the illegitimate child of Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, the astonishment points provided by the ninja world were immeasurable. Notably, Uchiha Itachi alone contributed 30,000 astonishment points, demonstrating the profound impact this revelation had on him. Yanyi began typing in the group. Since the previous 2 have answered incorrectly, I shall take a wild guess. After all, the appearances of these 5 individuals are quite evident. Judging by the timeline, they appear to be of similar ages and seem to share a good rapport. Therefore, I speculate that the 5 individuals depicted in the scene are Naruto Uzumaki, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and the child of Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Everyone burst into laughter, especially the 12 young ninjas who were observing the unfolding events in the sky. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, "Ha, my child. This, Yin Yi, is quite amusing. I am still a child myself, ha ha. Fool, that is a vision of the future." Sakura scolded, striking Naruto on the head. Her gaze fixated anxiously on the large screen. Sasuke Uchiha remained silent, his expression filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could he possibly have a child? The question of who the child's mother was simultaneously arose in the minds of all the young girls present. Sakura, blushing as she gazed at the girl in the celestial image, found herself increasingly convinced that the girl resembled her, filling her heart with joy. She shyly nudged Sasuke, but he stiffened and recoiled. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha, who was on a mission, watched the responses on the large screen with astonishment. His gaze was solely fixed on Sarada Uchiha. Could she truly be Sasuke's child? For some inexplicable reason, just the thought of it stirred excitement within him. He had meticulously planned his life, including how he would confront his younger brother Sasuke in the future. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of hope emerged within him. If this child were indeed Sasuke's, might the future unfold differently? In the live broadcast room, Yin Yi continued his deductions, because there is a white snake in the image, and they appear to have a favorable relationship with it. I deduce that the person they are rescuing must be Orochimaru's son. Orochimaru's son? This statement not only left Tsunade, who was currently at a casino, and Jeriah, who was traveling, utterly astonished, but even Orochimaru himself nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. The shock value in the background system of the live stream surged once more, the numbers climbing steadily. My son? How could that be? I, Orochimaru, lack that capability. No, my abilities are formidable. I simply do not believe it. How could I possibly have a son? And one who is so closely associated with the Leaf Village? This defies logic. Orochimaru, negotiating with the fourth Kazekage and Tsunade, stared incredulously at the celestial display, while the third Kazekage, Rasha, furrowed his brow, doubting the accuracy of this revelation. Orochimaru had defected from the Leaf. It was inconceivable for him to send his son back there. Just as their skepticism mounted, the system's response appeared. Congratulations to Yin Yi from the Leaf Village for answering correctly. You have been awarded the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and half of the third Hokage's 5 elemental chakra. Upon the lofty peaks, the host of the celestial broadcast system, Yin Yi felt an overwhelming surge of warmth coursing through his body. The 5 elemental chakra types flooded into him, propelling his chakra capacity from that of a Ch Nin to the esteemed level of a J Nin. Simultaneously, a sharp pain pierced one of his eyes, signaling the successful transplantation of the Sharingan. The world before him transformed into a vivid panorama as the Sharingan enabled him to perceive reality with unparalleled clarity and discernment, along with the ability to anticipate actions. Moreover, he could employ the power of the Sharingan to disrupt the neural pathways of his opponents, thus executing genjutsu. In the distance, a bird flitted by, casting a fleeting glance at him before succumbing to his illusion, instinctively gliding to his side and perching upon his shoulder. As the pain from the Sharingan throbbed within his eye socket, his pupil rotated, revealing a diamond-patterned design. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a result of the transplantation, emerged within his gaze. Meanwhile, atop the cliffs of Konoha, Shimura Danzo pressed a hand to his right eye, seething with rage at the theft of his most prized Sharingan. Clenching his fist, he summoned an operative from the Umbu, whispering his orders. Dispatch a full-scale search for the rogue ninja Yin Yi. Employ any means necessary to retrieve my Sharingan at once. Yes, came the swift reply. Simultaneously, within the offices of the Hokage, Reappearance, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage, the atmosphere was equally charged. Locate Yin Yi immediately, whether alive or deceased. We must find him. Seek out Yin Yi and extend an invitation to join our village of Kirigakure. Ichirumi Mei shall offer him the finest hospitality. Should he consent to come? Hasten to find this wandering ninja with the Sharingan. Invite him to join our Iwagakure. We shall grant any request he may have. The Sharingan must not be overlooked. Find him, I command you. In the Rain Village, Pain stood amidst the downpour, gazing at Yin Ye's name upon the celestial screen. He mused. Possessing half the chakra of the third Hokage and a Sharingan, such an individual could prove invaluable to our Akatsuki. Conan, you shall undertake this task personally. Understood, replied Conan. Clad in her signature red cloud-patterned cloak, with violet hair and golden eyes, she turned and vanished into the misty rain, her paper wings fluttering behind her. Unbeknownst to the others, within the celestial broadcast, all avatars were either the individual's true likenesses or masked representations, such as Uchiha Obito or members of the Umbu. However, Yanya's avatar was a whimsical choice, an image of Chopper, a two-dimensional reindeer, rendering his true appearance a mystery. Naturally, some sought to decipher his identity based on the reindeer's characteristics, as all other avatars were undoubtedly authentic. Amidst this flurry of activity, a new question emerged on the celestial screen. The following is a multiple-choice question. Who is the mother of Orochimaru's son? A. Lady Baibi, the snake spirit of Gourd Mountain Sea, the serpent of 10,000 snakes. D. Himself. The question bewildered the crowd. Orochimaru's son's mother. Does that imply his wife? They pondered. Yet why does the system inquire about the mother of his son rather than his wife or girlfriend? Who is Lady Bai? And what of the snake spirit of Gourd Mountain? Wan Shi, what the hell? Why am I among the answer options? What does this have to do with me? Jeriah. Could it be, Orochimaru, that you have an affair with Wan Shi? Orochimaru, I misjudged you. Although I have my own peculiarities, I never expected you to indulge further, not even sparing the snakes. Orochimaru, I have no illicit connection with Wan Shi. Senju Hashirama, who exactly is this Orochimaru? Is he truly formidable? Why does every question revolve around him? Orochimaru, first Hokage. I possess the ability of Edo Tensei. Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru. I just saw in the group chat that someone claimed you are the third's apprentice. As the third's mentor, by generational hierarchy, you should refer to me as your grandmaster. Orochimaru, second Hokage. I too wield the technique of Edo Tensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Return to the village and surrender. I might spare your life. Otherwise, once my men find you, do not blame me for being merciless. Orochimaru, third Hokage. I shall use Edo Tensei to command the first and second Hokages. Extinguishing you will be effortless. The first and second Hokages nearly coughed up blood, so that was the crux of the matter? They chose to remain silent while Orochimaru was present to avoid the risk of Edo Tensei being employed to obliterate Konoha. However, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was taken aback. Indeed, if Orochimaru could summon the first and second, his demise would be certain. Meanwhile, Raza of Tsunade, upon witnessing Orochimaru's dialogue, was intrigued and inquired, Orochimaru, do you truly have the confidence to seize Konoha? If so, I am willing to lend my forces. Orochimaru smirked coldly, gazing up at the sky before replying to Raza. Of course, do not forget, I can use Edo Tensei. An agreement was forged between them. Yet Raza's fate was soon to be sealed, for Orochimaru would not let him escape. The plan to dismantle Konoha was already in motion. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. Old man Sarutobi, do not bicker with this wayward disciple. Swiftly answer the question. Who is truly the mother of Orochimaru's child? The other great ninja villages were equally anxious. After all, the first question had yielded a prize of the Sharingan to the correct answerer. What would this round's reward be? Though eager to participate, they were rather unfamiliar with the situation in Konoha and had no knowledge of Bain Yangzi or the snake spirit from Gourd Mountain. Thus, it seemed most plausible that Orochimaru's summoning beast, Wan Shi, was the answer. With this thought, Kurenai Yuhi was the first to press the buzzer. The mother of Orochimaru's child is Wan Shi. Wan Shi? What? I'm spitting blood. Kurenai, I shall devour you. I am male. Incorrect answer. Kurenai was penalized with a piece of clothing removed. Hiruzen Sarutobi pressed the buzzer, this time with unwavering certainty. I believe it must be himself. What? How? Himself? Not only in the chat group, but also throughout the streets and corners of the ninja realm, everyone was astonished by the answer displayed in the sky. How could a person give birth to themselves? Some pointed their fingers, shaking their heads in disbelief. Others attempted the shadow clone technique, only to be disgusted by their own reflection before they could even speak. Orochimaru found himself utterly bewildered. Was he truly to bear a child with himself? How could that possibly be? Was it conceivable that, in some distant future, he had discovered a novel method of reproduction? This thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. Indeed, why had he not considered it before? Rather than scouring for vessels, it would be far more entertaining to create several versions of himself. Congratulations to Sarutobi Hiruzen for answering correctly. He was rewarded with a pair of underwear from Kohari Udatane. The results from the Celestial System's judgment appeared. Upon hearing the first half of the announcement, the third Hokage beamed with joy, pondering whether this correct response might restore his other half's elemental chakra. However, he was caught off guard when the celestial broadcast directly hurled a pair of underwear at his face, two pieces of fabric with a ribbon landing squarely upon him. Upon realizing what had landed on him, his face flushed with heat, and with a gasp, two streams of blood erupted from his nose. Although this moment was fleeting in the celestial broadcast, It did not escape the eyes of the onlookers. Anoki commented, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're bleeding from your nose? I've long heard that the title of the greatest nosebleed in the ninja world belongs to you, but I never believed it until now." Hashirama Senju remarked, "Third Hokage. I never imagined you to be such a character. Kohara Udatane teased, how shameless of you to be gushing blood. Have you no dignity? Now I understand why you are so fond of your crystal ball. It allows you to spy on women in the bath, doesn't it? Tell me, after all these years, have you truly been idle?" It was known that Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball could view any corner of the village. And with knowledge of a person's chakra attribute, it could even track them. Once, Kohara had experienced numerous chance encounters due to the third Hokage's manipulations through the crystal ball, leading to their blossoming affection. Now, 13 years after Kohara's passing, it was evident how much Hiruzen was still affected as he bled upon seeing the underwear. Tsunade Senju interjected, "Koharu, do not jump to conclusions. The third Hokage's feelings for you are as clear as day." Kohara retorted, "Pa, you're always spinning tales. Who knows what your intentions are?" Tsunade fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly defended, "Enough. This was bestowed by the celestial system. I cannot be held accountable. Ugh, this underwear is clearly of poor quality. Not even comparable to a piece from my late wife." With that, he tossed Kohara's underwear onto the ground. Kohara lamented, "Had I known the outcome would be this, I would have preferred to dash into a wall rather than respond. Look at the third Hokage, aged and unattractive, shriveled beyond recognition. Quite revolting." Sarutobi Hiruzen challenged, "Koharu, if you disagree, come at me." Kohara scoffed, "You old lecher, what do you intend to do with her? Do you take me for a ghost?" Mito Uzumaki chimed in, "You are indeed dead." Koharu exclaimed, "How can I endure this?" Naruto Uzumaki then exclaimed, "Transformation Jutsu." Unexpectedly, at that moment, Naruto appeared on the live broadcast screen, followed by his boisterous laughter echoing through the air. Due to this occasion, not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen bleed profusely, but even Kakashi, Jiraiya, and numerous ninjas captivated by the live broadcast were left in a state of shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a frenzy, blood gushing uncontrollably. Senju Hashirama stared blankly, and with a forceful punch, he struck his own brother. Onlookers, including Noki, were left agape. While the fourth Kazekage, Raza, lost focus and was swiftly eliminated by Orochimaru, who then assumed his form to lead the genin of Tsunade to Konoha for the Nin exams. Kurina Yui shook her head slightly, lamenting her own inadequacies. Subsequently, Sakura delivered a punch to Naruto's head, finally dispelling the S-rank seduction technique. Though the live broadcast lasted a mere 10 seconds, it stirred a considerable uproar within the ninja world. "Is that truly my son, Naruto?" Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed as she witnessed the stream. Minato Namikaze too was deeply moved, realizing their son had grown so much. Yet, a peculiar feeling arose within them, as if their child had taken a wrong turn. "Naruto, who taught you this jutsu?" Minato inquired. Uzumaki Naruto replied, "In response to you, fourth Hokage, this technique is primarily meant to deal with the third Hokage. Whenever he catches me, I employ this S-rank seduction technique, and he certainly won't question my misdeeds." Aha, S-rank seduction technique. Following his words, he transformed again, this time even more enchanting, shrouded in allure, leaving many in a daze. Beneath the live broadcast, chaos erupted once more. Some began shielding their children's eyes, while others stared blankly, and many cursed loudly. Others sighed in agreement. Indeed, if the third Hokage is referred to as the second S-rank wolf of the ninja world, no one dares to claim the title of the first. The fourth Raikage, remarked, "Children are not prone to lying. This time it is indisputable. The third is indeed a lecher." Sarutobi Hiruzen could only remain silent. Senju Tobirama was equally speechless, while Shimura Danzo internally voiced his support. "Naruto, my Naruto!" Kushina exclaimed with fervor, "My son, are you doing well?" Naruto, bewildered, asked, "You called me son earlier. Who are you? Who are you referring to?" You are my son?" "I'm Minato's son." Kushina nearly revived with excitement, yearning to embrace Naruto if not for the barrier of the live broadcast. Minato added, "Naruto, you do not realize you are my son, do you?" "What do you mean by son? What is happening today? One moment I am your father. The next you are someone else's son." Suddenly, Naruto froze, glancing towards the Hokage rock, and recalled the pineapple-haired figure from the live stream. Something flashed in his mind, and he pondered, could it be that my father is the fourth Hokage? Stunned, he articulated this thought in the group chat. At this moment, Naruto was not well known in the village, merely a young genin, often overlooked. As he posed this question, outsiders remained silent, and the villagers, sensing the authorities' absence, began to respond. How could you possibly be the son of the fourth Hokage? Surely, they must have mistaken you. You are a demon fox, a bane to our village. A demon fox is a demon fox. How could you be the son of the fourth Hokage? Lord Fourth, you must be mistaken. It is utterly impossible. The third Hokage, being benevolent, would never have allowed such a monster to remain. Otherwise, he would have been expelled from the village long ago. Yes, expelled from the village. Indeed. He is a demon fox. The comments flooded in, with all manner of opinions, yet not a single soul acknowledged that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Namake's Minato. Uzumaki Kushina unleashed a torrent of furious emojis. Third Hokage. No wonder the third's wife scolds you. You are truly duplicitous. Please provide me with an explanation. Namake's Minato interjected. Third Hokage, you Haven T, by any chance, failed to inform Naruto of his identity, have you? The live stream fell silent in an instant. With those who had been shouting accusations now rendered mute, all eyes directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's avatar. In the Hokage's office, beads of cold sweat trickled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. He glanced at Narashikaku, who remained silent, unwilling to come to his aid at this moment. After all, matters concerning Naruto were solely within his purview. There was no need for his strategist to devise a plan. Everyone, be quiet. Stop talking. This is a village secret, and I have no desire to explain anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, attempting to assert the authority of the third Hokage. Anoki retorted, a secret? What secret? Is it about Uzumaki Naruto being the Nine Tails? The fourth Raikage, added, Isnt he just a Jinchuriki? The entire village of Konoha is aware. What secret are you talking about? Do you think everyone is a fool? Or are you the fool? Kuratsuchi chimed in. I believe he is the fool. When faced with an inability to explain, he resorts to claims of secrecy, which only serves to highlight his own self-deception. Orochimaru remarked, Namake's Minato, now you understand what kind of person the third Hokage is, don't you? The son of a hero, yet he is vilified by all, and it is precisely this that drove me away from Konoha. The third Hokage is disheartening. Sarutobi Hiruzen countered. Orochimaru, do not slander me. When Naruto was born, the Nine Tails incident erupted, and with the fox whisker marks on his face. It was only natural for everyone to connect him to the chaos. As Hokage, how could I fabricate his lineage? Uzumaki Kushina retorted, if you had fabricated anything, how would the villagers know he is a Jinchuriki? I gave birth outside the village, with hardly anyone present, for the safety of the village. Both Minato and I sacrificed ourselves, and yet you treat my child in this manner? Namake's Minato inquired, Naruto, are you eating well? Are you living comfortably? Do you have friends? In stark contrast to the accusations flying around, Minato was more concerned about his son's current state. Uzumaki Naruto felt a surge of emotion, a tumult within his heart. Could he truly be the son of the fourth Hokage? With excitement, he gazed at the visage of his father in the sky and tremulously responded, Father, are you truly my father? I am doing well. I live alone, undisturbed. And I eat well. I have stored a great many instant noodles at home. Jiaoming, haha, in many aspects, right? Little one. At what age did you begin living alone? Naruto, looking somewhat dazed, replied, Since I can remember, I have been on my own. The third Hokage treated me well, occasionally inviting me to Ichiraka ramen for a meal. Noki, occasionally, huh? How many times is occasionally? You must be around 12 or 13 now, over the years. How many times has he treated you? Naruto scratched his head and glanced at Sasuke and Sakura beside him, both of whom were utterly astonished. They had never imagined that the boy who was often isolated and called a demon fox was actually the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's. He was not a monster, but the child of a hero. At that moment, Sasuke seemed to see a reflection of himself, a vague sense of something stirring within. He looked up at the live feed, where his parents appeared. He desperately wanted to understand why Itachi had annihilated their clan, what the hidden truth was. Previously, he had been unwavering in his conviction that Itachi was a remorseless villain, but now, seeing his parents on the live feed, a flicker of hope emerged within him. A hope that he might grasp the truth. Naruto sent a voice message in the chat. I remember it was once, maybe twice, but it could have been a dream. He chuckled while scratching his head. The chat fell silent. A child might not sense the gravity of the situation, especially someone as boisterous as Naruto. But the adults understood the deeper implications. A 13-year-old child, having been treated to ramen only once in his life and isolated from others, still claimed that the third Hokage did not intend any harm? It was evident that he could have resolved the matter with a single statement. yet even now. After being confronted by his parents, he continued to argue. Such a person was predictable. Orochimaru, impressive, the third Hokage indeed possesses remarkable prowess. Protecting his own family with layers of defense while turning the fourth's only child into a pariah in the village, truly impressive. The second Mizukage. Terame, I can't take this anymore. I will destroy Konoha. Gather the ninjas. I shall slay that old bastard, the third Hokage. Noki, truly cunning. Even at this stage, this child still speaks well of you. You have offered him a sweet date while delivering countless slaps. Kushina Izumaki, I shall be resurrected. The third must pay the price for daring to treat my son this way. I once revered you as a predecessor, only to find you are such a person. Hiruzen Sarutobi, everyone, please remain calm. There are reasons for this. As a Jinchuriki, the younger one is far less capable of controlling the tailed beast within him. I once discussed this with Danzo. He believed that while Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, it was best not to surround him with too many people or allow him to interact with others to prevent any provocation that could lead to the beast's emergence. Thus, he was left to live alone. Everything we did was for the village. I had to find a balance between the village and Naruto, which is why I made such a decision. Minato Namikaze, third Hokage, do you admit this? Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was all for the village. Danzo feared Naruto might pose a danger to it, didn't you, Danzo? How could Shimura Danzo be oblivious to Sarutobi Hiruzen's psyche? Yet, from his youth to the present, he has always been acutely aware of his identity and the role he plays. In this village, where leaves flutter, the roots of trees must surely exist. Danzo let out a slight sigh, pondering the futility of his acknowledgement. Several predecessors had perished, including the fourth Hokage and his wife. Even if he admitted his faults, what would it change? Yes, I concede, this matter stems from my vigilance. I fear not the slander or vilification of others. But I desire one thing, the safety of Konoha. I wish for Konoha to thrive. Danzo proclaimed loudly, as if embodying an indomitable spirit unscathed by defamation for the sake of his village. The villagers, upon hearing his words, began to develop a newfound respect for Danzo. And some Konoha ninjas also began to align with the actions of the two men. Within the live broadcast group, the second Mizukage, Terame, remarked, I can't bear it. It's utterly revolting. One plays the villain, the other the hero, feigning sincerity while cloaking their own misdeeds with the village's noble cause. I shall resurrect, rally the ninjas, and annihilate Konoha. The third Raikage, added, Konoha has always regarded people as fools. The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, interjected. I typically remain silent unless provoked. The third Hokage and Danzo, with their cunning tricks, still seek to deceive. Terame responded, Anoki, your silence is due to your mouth being bound, not because of your modesty. Come at me if you dare. Prove your worth. Kuratsuchi remarked, have you not noticed? In Konoha, aside from Tsunade, there are no other Senju clan ninjas left? Could it be? This statement prompted not only Konoha ninjas but all members in the group to scrutinize the roster. Indeed, it was confirmed that no members of the Senju clan were present. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, they sacrificed themselves for the village. We all aim for the village's prosperity. From now on, I will treat Naruto well. I was unaware of who leaked his information, but what is done is done. We will rectify our mistakes, and I hope everyone refrains from spreading misinformation. The third Hokage realized that failing to clear his name would only exacerbate his plight, leading to further revelations that could render him a target of public scorn. Senju Hashirama quipped, oh, my dear pupil. Senju Tobirama added, Orochimaru, summon the dead for me. I shall personally eliminate this wayward disciple. Orochimaru replied with silence. Uchiha Madara taunted, congratulations to the second Hokage. It seems the Senju clan, which has long regarded my Uchiha clan as a dire threat, now faces its own demise. Is Tsunade the last of Konoha? He laughed heartily. Senju Tobirama retorted, don't rejoice too soon. Look at the roster. Your clan members are also absent from Konoha. Uchiha Madara responded, I noticed long ago. I am certain this is the scheme of your two fine disciples. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo all fell silent. Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed, awaken to reality. Uchiha Makoto, intriguing. Senju Tobirama, perform the Edo Tensei on me. Uchiha Madara, I shall annihilate him. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Sasuke turned his gaze towards the third Hokage in the group, his eyes filled with skepticism. Indeed, the Senju and Uchiha clans were the founding families of Konoha. So why had these two formidable clans been reduced to a solitary survivor each, while other clans thrived? Was this mere coincidence? The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Sasuke yearned to investigate the matter, But with his current strength, it was simply unattainable. He realized he must grow up safely and become increasingly powerful, strong enough to instill fear and quash any resistance in order to unravel all the enigmas. Yet, with so many in Konoha eyeing the Uchiha clan warily, and with Danzo's Sharingan and the ulterior motives lurking behind the third slanted gaze, would he truly be able to grow up unscathed? What if he couldn't? He needed to devise a contingency plan for himself. At that moment, Danzo, accustomed to bearing the blame, also grew wary upon observing the chat in the group. If his master, Senju Tobirama, were indeed to be resurrected by Edo Tensei, then he must not be present. Otherwise, the repercussions of this misfortune would extend far beyond mere scorn. His very life might be at stake. Just as the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty, the celestial broadcast flickered suddenly. It was Naruto Uzumaki, employing the shadow clone technique, creating a multitude of clones that surged like a wave towards the sky. Ojaizen, Okayasen. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he recklessly lunged towards the heavens, longing to see his parents, to gaze upon their faces up close. Everyone was taken aback by this sight. Was this child a fool? Countless formidable shinobi from various villages had failed to conquer the celestial curtain. And yet he believed he could charge forth unimpeded? Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto. Minato and Namikaze wore a worried expression, but alas, they were eternally separated, with tears streaming down his face. Naruto's fervor stirred Sasuke's emotions as well. He stepped forward to halt Naruto, yet he too felt the urge to dash forward recklessly, understanding, however, that it was merely a celestial illusion, one that would reform even after being breached, existing like a mirage. Naruto, calm down, calm down. Sasuke grasped him firmly. Witnessing this scene, everyone was moved, even those villagers from Konoha who had once ostracized Naruto, now reflecting on their past actions with regret. After all, he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto stumbled, and dozens of shadow clones reappeared, charging towards Sasuke, who stood in their way. Sasuke released his grip and swiftly formed hand seals, fire-style, fireball jutsu. A massive flame erupted, engulfing the clones that charged at him, causing them to dissipate. While the clones distracted Sasuke, the real Naruto had surged upward once more, the Rasengan forming in his hand as he shouted, "Return to me, Ojaizen, Okayasen." The ethereal curtain shattered under the force of the Rasengan, only to reassemble once again. Naruto, no. Thank goodness for this celestial curtain, it allows us to see you. Kushina Uzumaki called out loudly. As the swirling vortex of Naruto prepared to rise once more, he was suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground in tears. His cries, filled with loneliness and despair, pierced the hearts of all who heard them. The boy, who had once masked his pain with laughter, absurdity, and unwavering strength, shed all pretense in that moment of realization about his parents' identities. Now, all he longed for was a glimpse of them. The sight moved everyone present deeply. Senju Hashirama could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "I can't hold back any longer. I must perform the reanimation jutsu. I will destroy the third Hokage." Senju Tobirama responded, "You truly disappoint me. No matter how one contemplates this matter, it is fraught with flaws. Is your apology even relevant now?" Minato Namikaze added, "Third Hokage, I have always held you in high esteem. Yet I am astounded by your cowardice. To scheme against a child, your own descendant, while you protect your lineage so meticulously. And yet my child is branded as the village's demon fox? This grudge will not be forgotten." Kushina Uzumaki echoed, "Nor will I spare you, third Hokage." At that moment, not only those in the heavens were moved, but even the ordinary citizens watching the live broadcast felt a wave of compassion. The third Hokage's true nature was revealed. They reflected on the suffering endured by that child, despite rumors of his birth transforming him into the Ninetales and causing havoc. He had done nothing to harm others over the years. Instead, he had only caused minor destruction while they had. Alas, the unfortunate son of a hero. Condemned as a village monster by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, pleaded, "Everyone, please remain calm. I have stated that this matter was orchestrated by Danzo. Rest assured, I will ensure Danzo comes forth to apologize. Here and now, I sincerely apologize for not safeguarding the fourth Hokage's son, Naruto Uzumaki." In an instant, the uproar among the crowd was palpable. Many cursed him vehemently, some wishing they could cross the divide and deliver justice themselves. Even those with lesser powers were filled with righteous indignation. How dare he, with his silver tongue, spin such a web of deceit as if he alone possessed the moral high ground? This third Hokage was utterly reprehensible, calculating even against a mere child. And yet he held the title of Hokage? Such hypocrisy, appearing virtuous while engaging in unspeakable deeds behind closed doors. Kushina encouraged, "Naruto, do not despair. At least we have this live broadcast group. We will be able to converse more often. My dear, do not cry, gather your strength. Minato added, son, do not be disheartened. We understand what you have endured. We believe in your resilience. Keep pushing forward. Naruto gazed at the messages from his parents and the celestial group, nodding emphatically. Mom, Dad, I will grow strong. You can rest easy. He fought back his tears, lifting his gaze to the sky, his heart tumultuous. At least now he could communicate with his parents regularly, a far cry from the time when he did not even know who they were. Suddenly, the celestial screen flickered, dividing into 9 segments, each showcasing a different scene. Among them were images of Sakura fiercely attacking Naruto, Hinata bashfully gazing at him, and Mizuki by interacting with Naruto. Notably, there were scenes of future girls confessing their feelings to Naruto, alongside other women displaying ambiguous affections towards him. One image stood out prominently, the kiss shared between Sasuke and Naruto, not once, but twice. The first scene unfolded in a classroom where Naruto, perched provocatively on a desk, locked eyes with Sasuke in a challenge. An accidental nudge caused him to lurch forward, resulting in an unexpected kiss with the equally defiant Sasuke. The sight was so shocking that the surrounding girls erupted into screams. The second image depicted the two gritting their teeth, attempting to break free from the bond that tethered them, only to rebound unexpectedly and end up kissing firmly once more. The 9 scenes replayed incessantly, despite the varying characters. Each featured the ever-present Naruto Uzumaki. The celestial broadcast posed a question. Those who answered correctly would be rewarded with a resurrection elixir, granting them a chance for rebirth, while incorrect answers would invoke celestial punishment. The inquiry was, whom did the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, marry? The audience was urged to answer swiftly. Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze, exclaimed in surprise, my son has become Hokage? As a spirit, he was more focused on his son's achievements than his own resurrection. Kushina Uzumaki, his mother, beamed with pride, declaring, no wonder he is my son. He is incredible. Naruto, you're amazing. Initially, Naruto felt sorrow, but upon witnessing the scene and hearing the question, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He swiftly wiped away his tears and broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, I will be the Hokage, the 7th Hokage. Oh my. I truly will be Hokage. I am the strongest. Mother, father, did you see that? The celestial screen does not lie. In the future, I will be Hokage. Minato felt an overwhelming sense of pride, assuring, yes, my son, I believe in you. No matter the obstacles, you will persevere and excel. Kushina added, Naruto, you are the best. In a corner, Kiba Inuzuka clenched his fists tightly, declaring, indeed, how could the underdog become Hokage? Therefore, the future Hokage must be me. If Naruto is the 7th, then I must be the 6th. I am the 6th. Rock Lee proclaimed, the position of Hokage is mine. Only the passionate me is fit for the role. Mike Guy echoed, exactly. Youth is meant to be vibrant. Only with passion can one become Hokage. The 3rd Hokage resorted to spying with crystal balls to alleviate his gloom. Kakashi Hatake interjected, Guy, mind your words. Realizing his oversight, Guy quickly responded, yes. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lamented inwardly, what have I done to deserve this? However, he dared not utter a word. Even in silence, he was frequently mentioned. Should he dare to step forward again, he might meet a swifter demise. At this moment, the living remained oblivious to the crux of the live QA, while the deceased had uncovered a great treasure. Though the esteemed figures in the Pure Land were rendered speechless, each harbored tumultuous thoughts within. Uchiha Madara felt the greatest urgency. With the resurrection elixir, he would not have to await Nagato's capture of the tailed beast to employ the rebirth technique. If he possessed that elixir, his plans could potentially be expedited by several years. Orochimaru, upon seeing the name of the elixir, could not resist extending his long tongue to taste it. Should he acquire such an elixir, he could save himself when faced with death again. At this very moment, he had transformed into the guise of Rasha, leading the lower ninjas of Tsunade towards Konohagakure, as the Chunin exams were imminent. His scheme to undermine Konoha was on the brink of commencement, and he vowed, 3rd Hokage, this time, I shall surely slay you. Others in the Pure Land gazed upon the scene with yearning, although they refrained from voicing their thoughts. They were deeply pondering the matter. Who, in the future, would marry the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki? When Senju Hashirama posed this question, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Fugaku, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Makoto grasped the significance of the issue, for they witnessed a particular image. What is the 5th image about? Naruto, explain this to me. Uzumaki Kushina could not restrain her curiosity. Although Uchiha Makoto had been largely silent, The scene evoked a palpable tension within her. How could this be? Sasuke? Surely. He would not. Moreover, just moments ago, when Naruto had dashed towards the celestial screen in a frenzy, it was only Sasuke who intervened. Did they truly harbor some untold secret? Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, "Wow, our Uchiha has such a passionate offspring. Remarkable indeed." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara could not help but interject. "Izuna, you've appeared. I did not expect to see you here." Uchiha Izuna responded, "Brother, I am indeed here, having observed your conversation all along before finally speaking up." Uchiha Fugaki nearly choked on his own disbelief and directly inquired, "Sasuke, what is the meaning of this? What is the situation regarding your video?" Sasuke's face fluctuated between crimson and pale, his fist clenched tightly as he turned to Naruto and retorted, "Ask him." The moment those words escaped his lips, many minds began to wander. If their relationship were normal, would there be such reluctance to respond? The answers in the previous live QA had been anything but conventional. The younger generation of Konoha rescuing Orochimaru's child? Under ordinary circumstances, given that Orochimaru had defected from Konoha and caused the deaths of many, how could the people of Konoha possibly come to the aid of his progeny? Yet, the answer was indeed correct. Furthermore, Orochimaru seeking a mother for his child presented numerous options. Even if it were the likes of Manda, it would be understandable, yet the answer turned out to be himself. Pray tell, who in this world can conceive a child with oneself? How is such a feat even conceivable? The outcome, however, is undeniably valid. Among these 9 images, 8 prominently feature young women, while one scene evokes a sense of intrigue and appears rather unconventional. Could this indeed be the correct answer? It is worth noting that a correct response in this inquiry could yield a resurrection elixir, a precious item capable of restoring life, which is non-existent in the realm of ninjas. Such a miraculous opportunity is only presented through this divine live QA. Who would not desire it? Unbeknownst to all, this resurrection elixir was procured by Yin Yi, the host of the Celestial Live system, as he recently exchanged the astonishment points provided by the audience for a single elixir within the system's back end. Although this potion has the power to revive the deceased, it comes with a caveat. Any individual resurrected by this elixir must adhere to the commands of Yin Yi, the host of the celestial system, an obligation that cannot be resisted. The live broadcast continues to replay. Hinata, upon seeing her own image, feels a flush of embarrassment, her face resembling a ripe apple. In contrast, Sakura, with a look of disdain, quickly reassures Sasuke, who appears awkward. "Sasuke, I assure you, I will never marry Naruto. You must trust me." Sasuke snorts dismissively, while Naruto, overhearing this, glares at Sasuke. "What? Can't Sakura marry me? Sakura, do you not understand what it means to be gay? Let us duel." The victor claims the title of leader, and the loser must marry Sakura. Sakura, perplexed, furrows her brow. What does that even mean? Why must the loser marry me? Naruto, are you seeking a beating? Naruto, confused, asks Sasuke, what is the deal between you and Sakura? Uzumaki Kushina, filled with indignation, types furiously, her anger palpable despite the written words. Naruto, startled, turns to the celestial screen and exclaims, "Okayasan, Sasuke cannot have children. I am already a father. But you could adopt or seek another." Suddenly, Tsunade interjects. Others nod in agreement, including the second Tsuchikage, Inoki. Sasuke, resigned, responds, "In the future, I too am a father." This revelation prompts everyone to recall the first question from the Celestial Inquiry, which explicitly stated that Naruto's son and Sasuke's daughter exist. If he has a daughter, does that not imply he is not gay? Uchiha Mikoto affirms, "Sasuke, I believe in you." Senju Hashirama remarks, however, according to Uchiha clan traditions, they favor remaining single. Surely, there is a reason for this? Uchiha Madara remains silent. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Shisui also refrain from commenting. Madara finally declares, "We do not traditionally remain single. We merely prefer solitude." Uzumaki Mito quips, "No need for explanations. Explanations only serve to imply otherwise." As Naruto observes the situation spiraling further out of control, he grows increasingly anxious, seizing Sasuke's arm and imploring, "What does it mean to be gay? Pray, elucidate." Uchiha Sasuke struck forward with a powerful punch, but Naruto swiftly evaded the blow, and the two locked eyes, both appearing dazed. In Naruto's gaze sparkled an exhilarating fervor, while Sasuke stood undaunted, brimming with fighting spirit. "What is gay? Call me Sasuke." The two resumed their fierce battle, the live broadcast shifting its focus squarely upon them, relegating the 9 continuously repeating small squares to a corner of the screen. Wow, they're really fighting. Are they not best friends? Fighting is a form of affection, you know? Naruto and Sasuke faced off. One unleashed the great fireball technique, while the other summoned multiple shadow clones. As Naruto spun to evade his opponent, he shattered several clones before leaping forward, executing the Chidori. The crackling electricity of the Chidori surged toward Naruto with ferocity, igniting Sasuke's fierce gaze. In the meantime, Naruto charged ahead, spiraling Rasengan in hand, ready to strike. Sakura stood nearby, bewildered by the unfolding conflict, and cried out, "No, please don't fight over me." Had it not been for the steadfast resolve of the two combatants, they might have redirected their attacks toward her. At that moment, Kakashi descended from above, intervening with a firm command, "Stop. Your parents are watching." Although both fighters eased their assault, the Chidori still left a crater in the ground, while the Rasengan soared far away, disappearing from sight. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the village, a water tank atop a high building was struck by the Rasengan, causing water to cascade forth like a waterfall. Ding dong. Uchiha Obito has answered correctly. Please respond. A voice echoed from the live broadcast, revealing that Obito had indeed replied. I feel that the correct answer to who is marrying Naruto Uzumaki is, what is gay? Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd as they fixated on the live broadcast. The fierce battle between Naruto and Sasuke faded from view, replaced by the incessantly looping 9 images on the large screen. The system began its assessment, and everyone held their breath. Meanwhile, Naka's eyes darted about as he quietly instructed those nearby, go find some death row inmates to answer the question. There are only 9 possible answers. It's either this or that. If we have them answer, even if it results in a death penalty, we will incur no loss. The person beside him accepted the task and departed. Noki harbored a nagging suspicion that Obito had answered incorrectly. Yet, others had differing opinions, with many believing he had answered correctly. What now? Obito has seized the initiative. It's impossible for them to actually be getting married, right? Even if there were circumstances, they wouldn't openly declare it. Don't forget, Naruto will someday become the 7th Hokage. As Hokage, what can he accomplish? Kushina Uzumaki retorted, everyone, be quiet. My son cannot possibly be gay. Uchiha Makoto, indeed, my son cannot possibly be gay. Pray, what is this concept of gay? Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, what is gay? Do enlighten us. Uchiha Sasuke struck Naruto's face with a fist. Are you not done yet? Why do you persist in asking what gay is? Uzumaki Naruto. As time progressed, the assessment by the system finally concluded, and its voice resonated. Uchiha Madara has answered incorrectly. The penalty is the confiscation of the Uchiha fan. The Uchiha fan, a treasured relic of the Uchiha clan, crafted from a fragment of the divine tree, possesses the ability to repel all attacks. It serves as a significant emblem of Uchiha Madara. It was because Uchiha Obito donned Madara's mask and wielded this fan that the Akatsuki organization believed Madara to be alive, unaware that this was part of Obito and Madara's scheme. At that moment, however, the fan was not beside the deceased Uchiha Madara, but rather in the possession of Obito. Upon hearing about this penalty, Uchiha was elated. Since the fan was not in his vicinity, perhaps the celestial broadcast would fail to locate it and direct the punishment elsewhere? The loss of 1 or 2 jutsu would be inconsequential to him, for as long as he was willing to train, even if he lost his techniques, he could surely reclaim them through diligence. Yet, he could not foresee that as the celestial system's voice faded, the fan beside Uchiha Obito, far away in the hidden mist village, suddenly vanished, and they had not escaped unscathed. Obito cursed in anger, astonished that this celestial system was so astute, able to see through everything. It was not Sasuke. It was not merely a query about gay, but rather, who was it? Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Makoto all breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since witnessing the ambiguous scene between the two, they had felt an overwhelming sense of dread, and at this moment, they finally felt at ease. They then turned their thoughts to their grandchildren, nearly bursting with joy at the prospect. Uzumaki Kushina, I told you so. It was impossible, huh? Uchiha Makoto, haha. But if Naruto were a girl, our Sasuke would certainly not mind. Uzumaki Kushina, if Sasuke were a girl, our Naruto might consider it. After their remarks, although their gazes were fiery, they maintained a facade of smiles. Just then, a sound chimed. The sand from the hidden stone village hastily answered, Uzumaki Naruto has married a girl named Sakura. This sand was a convict sought by Inoki, who desired the resurrection elixir. Should he acquire that potion, it would undeniably yield immense benefits for the future of the hidden stone village. Uchiha Madara, having just lost the Uchiha fan, was caught off guard as an unknown individual seized the opportunity, His body tense as he gazed at the live broadcast screen. Was this answer correct? It seemed plausible. For just moments ago, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had mentioned the name Sakura more than once. Could it truly be her? If so, he must ensure that Shin Uchiha leads the Akatsuki members to reclaim the reincarnation resurrection pill. The chance of revival must belong solely to him. Haruno Sakura exclaimed, PSH. How could I possibly marry Naruto? I don't like him at all. Meanwhile, the large screen displayed repeated footage of Sakura fiercely striking Naruto over and over again. The expressions of Tsurumi Mei, the fourth Raikage A, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen were filled with astonishment. Who was this Shin from the Hidden Rock Village? And did he truly know who Sakura was to dare answer the question? Yet, perhaps his response was indeed correct. After all, to hit is to love. Observing Sakura's relentless assault on Naruto, who appeared to be enjoying the encounter, one might speculate that the two could eventually end up together. As the system's evaluation time approached, Inoki's nerves were palpable, his beard seeming to stand on end. Shin from the Hidden Rock answered incorrectly due to the proxy response. The punishment was the forfeiture of Shin's life, alongside the stripping of Inoki's entire bloodline limit ninjutsu. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire shinobi world was taken aback. Before anyone could voice their inquiries, Inoki erupted in fury within the group. Why should Shin's answer result in my punishment? That was a bloodline limit. Although only my ninjutsu was stripped, and not my lineage, at his age, if he were to start over, it would likely take 3 to 5 years to regain his former abilities. Suddenly, the celestial screen unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the Hidden Rock Village, crashing down with a resounding roar, cleaving the Tsuchikage's office in twain. Inoki, frightened, hastily retreated as alarms blared throughout the village. Everyone anxiously gazed at the sky. Some fled while others braced for confrontation. Previously, attempts to destroy the celestial screen had incurred no penalties, yet now, Inoki's mere question regarding the punishment of his bloodline limit ninjutsu nearly cost him his life. After the lightning struck, a message appeared on the celestial screen. This celestial screen knows all that has transpired in the past, present, and future. Inoki sought a proxy to answer system questions. The penalty is the life of the proxy. As for Inoki's bloodline limit ninjutsu, should there be any dissent, one may exchange their life for the ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Inoki withered, silenced, realizing that further resistance would only lead to his demise. Though advanced in years, he was unwilling to part with life. The others, upon hearing this revelation, understood that Inoki had attempted to take shortcuts, explaining the celestial screen's decision to punish him. Furthermore, the seemingly simple question was, in fact, quite complex. A wrong answer could very well result in obliteration by the celestial screen. Uchiha Madara remarked, haha, this old fellow is quite cunning. Inoki retorted, Uchiha Madara, you are older than I. Do not forget that you too covet that reincarnation resurrection pill. I acknowledge my mistake and accept the punishment. From this moment forth, I shall answer myself, without seeking others' assistance. Tsurumi Mei interjected, that is only because the celestial screen caught you. Had it not, you would still be relying on others. Uzumaki Mito added, third Tsuchikage, you are cheating. Shimura Danzo. Oh, Inoki, you are truly the rock of the cesspit, both foul and unyielding. Yet, I hold a certain fondness for you. Indeed, one ought to respond for oneself. Now, the remaining opportunity for a quick answer shall be yours. Among the 7 remaining images, which individual is to wed Naruto Uzumaki? Kushina Uzumaki. Danzo, how dare you emerge and speak? Please elucidate our Naruto's circumstances. Shinmura Danzo, I have long accepted my role as the scapegoat of Konoha. For the sake of the village, I have no words left. Kushina Uzumaki, you are utterly shameless. Tsurumi Mei, let us not digress. Inoki, pray tell, who is it that will marry Naruto? The second Tsuchikage, Inoki, your resolute nature is indeed remarkable. You have grown even stronger. The second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu. Indeed, you have leveled up, now akin to a diamond, steadfast until the end. Steadfast until the end. Steadfast until the end. Steadfast until the end. Suddenly, a multitude of prominent figures in the group began to raise their voices, with Senju Hashirama among the most exuberant. For him, the concept of revival was but a fleeting thought. Nothing could compare to the joy of the lively chatter in the group. Inoki snorted dismissively, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he gazed helplessly at the sky. He understood that this time, evasion was futile. He was compelled to provide an answer. Who could it be? A correct response would yield the rebirth elixir, a chance at salvation when old age beckoned. A misstep, however, would squander the opportunity, eliminating a potential choice for others, and perhaps even costing him his life at the hands of the celestial screen. Who could it be? Inoki was unfamiliar with the younger figures depicted in the remaining 7 images and was puzzled by the celestial system's focus on Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. Yet, he sensed that this celestial screen was far more than mere entertainment. Judging by the reward of the rebirth elixir alone, it was undoubtedly an entity beyond the comprehension of the ninja world. Clenching his fists tightly, his body suspended, Inoki's gaze fixated on the 7 remaining images within the celestial screen. To some extent, the 4th image appeared particularly intimate. It seemed to depict a future Naruto, tall and holding a stunning woman in his arms, her eyes glistening with affection as he gazed down at her with unwavering determination. The woman was none other than the priestess Cheyenne, a vision of the future. At that very moment, in the land of demons, priestess Cheyenne sat on the floor, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as she looked at the young man across from her, beginning to explain, "Brother Hikari, please do not misunderstand. That is a matter of the future, and I am unaware of what will transpire. However, I assure you, there will be no relationship between me and that boy." Hikari remained silent, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, intrigued as he observed the sky. What would Inoki's response be? He must be feeling quite anxious now. Thrust into this predicament. Indeed, beads of cold sweat emerged on Inoki's forehead. What if he answered incorrectly and faced annihilation at the hands of the celestial screen? The condemned criminal had suddenly shown no signs of life. If he were to perish, what would become of Awagakure? Would other villages seize the opportunity to assault the land of Earth? Countless thoughts flooded his mind, and within the live broadcast group, the phrase "to the bitter end" dominated the screen. Gathering his courage, he pressed the powerful bell. Ding! The 3rd Sachikage, Inoki, successfully buzzed in. The screen displayed a line of text. It featured a woman from the 4th image, although her name eluded him. The expressions exchanged between her and another suggested a romantic connection. 13-year-old Naruto was equally perplexed. He did not recognize the woman from the land of demons, Cheyenne. Kushina Uzumaki remarked, "This girl is truly beautiful. I wonder where she hails from. But in the group, please respond." Meanwhile, Kushina had summoned the person from the video. On the other side, Cheyenne, enjoying tea with Hikari in the land of demons, directly responded in the group, "Rest assured, I could never marry that Naruto, for I have someone I truly like." Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Inoki had answered incorrectly. Inoki, however, stared wide-eyed at the screen, hoping for a miracle. The broadcast was currently reviewing the question, and as time passed, a line of text appeared. Inoki answered incorrectly, 10 years of lifespan deducted. Hearing this, Inoki was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Sensing his distress, the yellow earth beside him consoled, "Father, do not be anxious. At least this punishment is not death." Which is better than anything. Inoki nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, the group buzzed with chatter about his response. Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed, "Oh dear, that isn't the girl. Which one is my daughter-in-law? I am genuinely curious. Naruto, who do you like?" At this moment, Naruto was equally bewildered, glancing at Sakura, who was focused on Sasuke. "To report to mother, I too am unaware." With a heart in turmoil, Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief as he glanced at the profile of Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silent in the group. He longed to converse with him. Yet he could not reveal the existence of the Akatsuki organization until it had grown stronger and could present itself to the world. For now, he must remain patient. However, he could communicate covertly. He knew that within this group, whether Pure Land or living beings, all were present. Fortunately, there was no indication of who was alive or deceased. If Pain were to discover that Obito was the false Uchiha Obito, it would surely raise their suspicions. Uchiha Obito mused. Indeed, the resurrection potion is crucial, and it is no wonder Inoki is determined to persist. This time, would Obito comprehend his words? He should grasp the meaning behind them. Yet, what could he do? Finding someone to answer on his behalf would not escape the watchful eyes of the broadcast. Should he personally take the stage? With his current demeanor, even before making a move, he had already lost a fan to ban, and if he were to act, one could only fear that even the Sharingan might be sacrificed. Uchiha Obito remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Once again, the fervor within the group was reignited. The 3rd Sachikage resolutely persistent. Unwavering persistence. Unwavering persistence. In the group, whether prominent figures or commoners, ninjas or civilians, they all began to voice their opinions. Upon witnessing this scene, Inoki swiftly retreated into his office, opting for the out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. At that moment, should he have chosen to embody the will of stone and persist adamantly, he would surely find himself at a loss, as losing 10 years of life is a heavy toll that he was unwilling to pay. Just as he departed, the ever-helpful Kuratsuchi quickly attempted to shift the conversation within the group. Could it be the second girl? Or perhaps the ninth? He then enlisted a few online supporters to flood the chat with comments, trying to steer the discussion away. I suspect it's the fifth one, maybe the eighth. But is Naruto truly that fickle? So many girls. The online supporters were inevitably a minority, and their voices were soon drowned out, resulting in the phrase unwavering persistence dominating the chat for the next half hour. Eventually, as time passed, the fervor gradually subsided. Noki had become a proverbial turtle withdrawing into its shell, for there was no rousing a person feigning slumber. Myojin Mountain-esque Gamakichi pondered, could it be the individual from the 8th video? The Wetbone Forest-esque snail clone speculated. Perhaps it is the third. The Dragon Earth Cave-esque Tenkishinheim confidently asserted, I believe it to be the 7th. The representatives of the three great immortal sects spoke up, leaving the rest in stunned silence. The odious serpent remarked, the 8th one is more beautiful. The wretched toad boasted, I am 1,000 times more beautiful, just a glance. And I can tell she cannot be the leading lady. The snail clone urged, let us keep the peace, if not, shout your answers. The toad remarked, why don't you answer? You're always advocating for peace. Are you afraid I might consume you? The snail clone retorted. Tenkishinheim declared, odious toad, flaunting before me is futile. To me, you're merely a trivial matter. Come forth and witness how I devour you. The snail clone quipped, my acidic corrosion can ensnare the serpent, and since serpents feast upon frogs, tell me, who is mightier? The toad replied, why not say it's me consuming you? The snail clone shot back, you want to be able to catch me, it'll infuriate you. At that moment, Gamakichi's wife, Sage Jeriah, promptly pressed the answer button, followed by Tenkishinheim doing the same. Ding. Myojin Mountain's Gamakichi successfully answered. Dragon Earth Cave's Tenkishinheim is in second place, awaiting the first to respond. Gamakichi began to type, let us cut to the chase. This matter is purely a matter of chance, as none of us can foresee the future. I choose the 8th one. Indeed, the couple's thoughts were in perfect harmony. As she shared her husband Gamakichi's belief that the woman in the image was Wind Demon Taimoku, the scene continuously replaying the moment Naruto had assaulted her. Such imagery certainly leads to misunderstandings. After the system review, the response was, incorrect answer, the powers of the Toad Sage Shima have been stripped away. Gugwa. Wawa. What? You dare to deprive me of my sage abilities? I refuse to accept this. Meanwhile, Toad Shima, seeking a place to hide, protested. When suddenly a beam of light descended from the sky, stripping her of all her sage powers. If she wished to regain her sage form, she would have to start her training anew. At that moment, Jiraiya had arrived at Mount Mayaboku and witnessed this spectacle. He pointed at Toad Shima and laughed heartily. You are far too impulsive. You now bear no resemblance to a sage, resembling instead a flayed old toad. Infuriated by his words, Toad Shima shot a glare at Jeriah and the heavenly canopy above before retreating into her home. Now, let the second contestant from the Dragon Cave, Tion Shinshinji, respond. My answer is the 7th one. Incorrect answer. Punishment. The powers of the Snake Sage are revoked. The exquisite Tion Shinshinji, upon hearing this, swiftly transformed into a great serpent, preparing to flee. Yet, no matter where she sought refuge, she could not escape the punishment of the heavenly canopy. Observers sighed at the scene, noting that despite so many attempts, none had yet answered correctly. At Mount Mayaboku, Toad Shinzo wore a serious expression as he gazed at the heavenly canopy. Turning to Jiraiya, who had just arrived, he inquired, surely you did not come here merely to mock that old woman? He understood that the appearance of this canopy, which knew the past, present, and future, would alter the entire shinobi world. Jiraiya, suppressing his laughter, donned a grave demeanor and nodded. Indeed, I seek to meet the Toad Sage, Great Toad Sage. The two proceeded to the back mountain, where the Great Toad Sage sat in the Toad Palace, adorned with a doctoral cap, his eyes squinting into mere slits, heavy bags hanging beneath them. Upon entering the cave, Toad Shinzo leaped to the side of the Great Toad Sage and seated himself on a stone bench. After a brief moment of silence, the Great Toad Sage finally spoke. Did you come seeking me? I have awaited you for quite some time. After uttering this cryptic statement, the Great Toad Sage closed his eyes and fell silent, remaining seated upon his throne, surrounded by the scrolls of summoning that recounted the ancient history of Mount Mayaboku. Just as Jiraiya was preparing to break the awkward silence, the Great Toad Sage spoke again. Who approaches? Who? Not only Jiraiya but Toad Shinzo nearly fell to his knees. Esteemed elder, it is Jiraiya, Jiraiya. Ah, it is Jiraiya. Look how you've grown. Your hair is so long. Aside from your appearance and stature, you resemble a young lady. The great Toad Sage laughed heartily, yet throughout this exchange, his eyes remained shut. Jeriah felt his face flush with embarrassment. He was not at all feminine in figure or appearance, yet he could not find the words to explain. Instead, he knelt and asked, Great Toad Sage, I presume you are aware of the live broadcast from the Heavenly Canopy? Might I inquire how this broadcast came to be and why it has emerged? What dangers could pose a threat to Konoha and the entire shinobi world? Please enlighten us regarding the shinobi realm. Upon finishing his words, Jiraiya slightly bowed his head in a gesture of respect. The Sage of the Toad nodded slightly. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Currently, although I do not yet comprehend the reason for the Celestial Curtain's existence, I am certain that it broadcasts everything, including events that have occurred in the past. What? Events from the past? How is that even possible? For instance, the mention of Naruto's descendants during the live broadcast that has yet to occur. Jiraiya felt as if his mind were overwhelmed at that moment. Every flower represents a world, every leaf embodies a Bodhi. Who can definitively ascertain that my present is not the past of my former self, or that your present is not the future of your past? Does the sage imply that the Celestial Curtain's broadcasts emanate from the future? Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the words he was uttering. No. It communicates with the future, the present, and the past. Jiraiya seemed to grasp the concept somewhat, yet not entirely. So, the content it broadcasts will indeed manifest in reality. But Sage, have you discerned any other clues? This broadcast seems peculiar. He felt an unsettling strangeness surrounding the broadcast system, which prompted him to employ reverse summoning to seek the wisdom of the Sage of the Toad in Mayaboka Mountain. I just dozed off briefly. I dreamed of a young boy who could perceive the mysteries behind the Celestial Curtain's broadcasts. From his lofty seat, the Sage of the Toad spoke in an enigmatic tone. A boy, behind the scenes? What do you mean, Sage? Please clarify. Jeriah implored urgently. Go with the flow. With those parting words, a chorus of snores emanated from the hall. The Sage of the Toad had fallen asleep. Fukasaku shook his head slightly at Jeriah. If you continue to inquire, you will likely receive the same responses. Do not worry, at least up to now. The Celestial Curtain has not harmed anyone. Indeed, Jeriah nodded heavily. Although the answers were not entirely clear, they were sufficient. A boy capable of seeing the truths behind the Celestial Curtain, this information is of paramount importance to Konoha, and he must return immediately to inform the third Hokage. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Curtain's broadcast group, chaos had erupted. The characters in the first, fourth, sixth, seventh, and eighth screens had all been answered incorrectly. Thus, one of the remaining second, third, fifth, or ninth screens held the correct answer. Whoever answered correctly would be granted the rebirth elixir. The Wetbone Forest slug clone buzzed in excitement. I believe it is the third one. The female character depicted in the third screen is indeed Mizunoto Bai. However, he is male, yet his appearance and attire closely resemble that of a female. The system evaluated. Incorrect answer, revoking all Sage medical ninjutsu from the slug clone. Upon hearing this, the slug sage sighed inwardly, relieved that only a clone was used. Otherwise, the sage techniques of the Wetbone Forest would have been entirely wiped out, and those toads would have become even more insufferable. Thank goodness. Thus, only 3 answers remained. The fourth Reappearance, A, from the Cloud Village, clenched his fists in excitement, glancing at those around him, and spoke. Hurry and answer. Who among us will take the chance? That is the rebirth elixir. Among the 3 remaining candidates, who shall be Naruto's bride? Others, too, are engulfed in uncertainty. In the hidden Cloud Village, Terumi May appears tense, glancing anxiously at Ao and CHJR, and nervously inquires, who do you think it might be? Even Orochimaru, currently leading the genin from the Sand Village en route to Konoha for the CH-NIN exams, finds his palms damp with cold sweat. Who could it be? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, interjects eagerly. I wish to buzz in. All these scenes unfold in an instant. Ding. Just as everyone is poised to respond, a melodious chime resonates within the group, followed closely by a cascade of ringing sounds. The group erupts with excitement, as nearly everyone engages in the fray of answers. However, there are only 3 options, and only one of them is correct. The individual who first claims the right to answer undoubtedly holds the most sway. Congratulations to Hinata Hyuga from Konoha for successfully buzzing in. Terumi May claims the second position, while Uchiha Madara and the fourth Reappearance, A, share the third position. Let us hear from you first, Hinata Hyuga, they say. Hinata's face flushes crimson, her cheeks radiating warmth. Shyly, she takes a step back and murmurs, Could it be? Perhaps. Hearing this, Sakura clenches her fists and shouts, Hinata, don't hesitate. Go for it. Despite her demure and timid exterior, Hinata possesses a formidable spirit. Otherwise, she would not have rushed forward to protect Naruto during Pain's assault. Deep down, she has always harbored the hope that she might one day marry Naruto. Gathering her courage, she pressed the buzzer first as the options dwindled. The fourth Reikage, scoffs. Who is this little girl? Can she even answer the question? If not, she should return to school for a couple of years. Such stammering is unacceptable. Inoki replies, indeed. What else with all the ums? Isn't that akin to the third Hokage's response? Is Konoha producing stutterers? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorts, Inoki, wake up. If this question passes, there will be another. You must embody the spirit of perseverance. Inoki snaps back, you, old pervert, are the foremost in the M rank of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen counters, if you dispute, let us duel. Your bloodline techniques have been penalized. What will you use to contend with me? Inoki responds, as if you're superior. Haven't you also lost half of your elemental chakra? Let us settle this. Sarutobi Hiruzen declares, old fool, let us fight now. As their banter escalates, it seems a quarrel is imminent. Yet, the system chimes once more, announcing the answer. Congratulations to Hinata Hyuga for answering correctly and receiving a resurrection potion. In the future, the one to wed Naruto Uzumaki is indeed Hinata Hyuga. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes widen in astonishment, while Kushina Uzumaki nods repeatedly, declaring, this little girl is quite delightful. I like her. She is so adorable. Kushina's husband, Minato Namikaze, exclaims, wow. I find myself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. Hinata Hyuga, fourth Hokage. Let us first discuss the bride price. Haraha. As the future seventh Hokage, my daughter will become the wife of the seventh Hokage, ha. Upon reading those words, Hinata's heart raced. Oh my, this answer is indeed correct. I am destined to marry Naruto? Oh, heavens. In her astonishment, she fainted. It turns out that her stammering admission of I was, in fact, her answer. At that moment, she found herself clutching an elixir, the resurrection pill rewarded by the heavens. Meanwhile, as Hinata lay unconscious in a secluded part of the park, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura from the Umbu dispatched personnel to search for her, determined to acquire the resurrection pill at all costs. After his initial joy, Hiashi Hyuga regained his composure and summoned Hinata's cousin, Hisashi. Quickly locate the young lady and ensure her safe return. Yes, sir. Hisashi vanished into the Hyuga clan compound. Naruto Uzumaki, watching the live broadcast, was taken aback by the content and the answers provided as he distanced himself from Sasuke and Sakura. In the future, the one he would marry is Hinata? Thus, their child would also be born of Hinata? As he approached the park, he noticed a flash of purple among the trees. Upon closer inspection, he discovered his future wife lying unconscious. The thought of marrying her made Naruto blush, and he rushed to her side, asking, Hinata, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hinata merely experienced a rapid heartbeat, and upon seeing Naruto, she felt an overwhelming sense of security wash over her. Here, take this. Your parents must be longing to see you. It was the resurrection pill. Naruto gazed at Hinata in disbelief. Are you certain you wish to give this to me? Hinata nodded earnestly. In that moment, Naruto felt an immense wave of emotion. He looked up at the heavens, where his parents still lingered in the live broadcast group. He desperately wished to see them, yet he possessed only one elixir. Who should he choose to save? Just as he hesitated, Hinata's veins bulged, her Byakugan activated. And she declared, Naruto, I leave this to you. I have matters to attend to. I must return home. With that, she leaped away, disappearing from sight. While Umbu agents emerged in the distance. As Hinata barely made it home, the Umbu agents pursued her. Hinata Hyuga, where's the resurrection pill? For the sake of the village, please hand it over. At that moment, Hiashi stood protectively in front of his daughter, questioning the agents while typing in the group chat, seeking to rally public outrage to shield her. I do not know whether you're from Danzo's faction or the third Hokage's. But what do you intend to do by seizing my daughter's resurrection pill? This statement ignited a frenzy in the live broadcast group. What is happening? Hinata Hisashi spoke. Is he not the father of Hinata Hyuga? Is there someone attempting to seize the rebirth elixir? The Umbu? The Umbu of Konoha? Terumi Mei, witnessing the scene, angrily exclaimed. Goodness, Konoha is so corrupt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you not have any shame? This is outright theft. Inoki, I request a live broadcast of the scene. Upon hearing this, the entire group was swept up in the momentum. The second Mizukage, Yugura, I request a live broadcast of the scene. The second Tsuchikage. Mu. I request a live broadcast of the scene. Uchiha Madara. I request a live broadcast of the scene. Madara, in that moment, desperately yearned for that elixir. He would even provoke war for it. Alas, he was but a spirit now, and had he been alive, he would have likely stormed back to Konoha immediately. As the requests multiplied, the system sensed the fervent desire of the masses and promptly inquired with the host, Yin Yi, whether it could broadcast the events occurring within the Hyuga clan at that moment. Having just departed from the land of demons, Yin Yi nodded slightly, affirming, of course. The will of the people must be honored. After all, my shock value relies heavily on the contributions of all in the ninja world. Moreover, who knows how much shock value I might gain from this broadcast? Perhaps I could even exchange it for a rebirth elixir. However, he pondered what choice Naruto Uzumaki would make. The system switched to a live feed, directly responding to the overwhelming requests from the ninja world, showcasing the unfolding drama at the Hyuga residence. In the broadcast, several masked Umbu surrounded Hizashi, Hanabi, and Hinata. The leader spoke, Hinata Hyuga, where is the rebirth elixir? For the sake of the village, please hand it over. Hizashi shielded the two children, responding, this is a reward earned by my daughter. Do you intend to steal it? We all act for the village's benefit. I urge the Hyuga clan head to consider the greater good. Ugh, I feel nauseous. Terumi Mei shouted in the group chat. Senju Hashirama, I anticipated that some individuals would lack any sense of shame. But I never imagined such people would exist within my Konoha. Senju Tobarama, Monkey, step forward and explain this situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master. Please do not concern yourself with this matter. I must obtain the rebirth elixir to revive you and the first Hokage. It is all for Konoha. Anoki, how shameless. Using Konoha as a shield for every sordid act is utterly disgraceful. The fourth Reappearance, I shall attack Konoha. Who will join me? Terumi Mei, count me in. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old fool, must be brought to justice. Not only the prominent figures, but even ninjas from other villages were infuriated. What kind of shadow is this, attempting to seize another's possessions? That is a reward from the system, a precious elixir, even if it were highly coveted. It should not be taken under the pretense of serving the village. If this matter were to transpire in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, it might have been for the best. However, who would have thought that it would be broadcasted live? The first and second Hokages have spoken, and Sarutobi Hiruzen remains obstinate, revealing the depths of his character. The first Reappearance, Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, why have you fallen silent? Are you awaiting resurrection? How utterly shameless. The first Mizukage. Kurinai. I have lived long from the shinobi world to the Pure Land, and I never imagined that Konoha harbors such individuals. It is indeed disgraceful. The first Kazekage. Redo, the character of Konoha's Hokage cannot sink lower. It can only plummet further. The first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, if the first and second Hokages cannot uphold justice in death, then I declare, the ninjas of Awagakure are to heed my words. Should Konoha commit acts of inhumanity today, Awagakure reserves the right to retaliate en masse. The words of these four founding Kage figures, when spoken, drew astonishment from the crowd. Lo and behold, it is the esteemed first Kage. The third Hokage is remarkable indeed, capable of summoning the other four founding Kage figures. This foreshadows the eruption of the Fourth Shinobi World War, with 3 ninja villages declaring their intent to annihilate the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This conflict arises not from village rivalries, but solely due to Sarutobi's actions. The other smaller ninja villages, witnessing this spectacle, eagerly engaged in conversation about the impending Fourth Shinobi World War. As the gravity of the situation dawned upon Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju, they hastened to express their stance. The second Hokage. Tobarama Senju. We have no intention of resurrection at this moment. Should we choose to return, it must be in a manner that is honorable. Why should we seize the fruits of another's labor? Sarutobi Hiruzen, regardless of whether your motives are for the village or for yourself, I hereby command you to cease your actions immediately. Furthermore, your position as the third Hokage has been revoked. From this moment forth, you are no longer the Hokage of Konoha. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage appeared bewildered. My lords, the Hokage position rightfully belongs to me. Konoha is currently in a phase of rectification. Besides, who else could possibly fulfill the role of Hokage if not I? Thus, esteemed predecessors, do not concern yourselves. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to improve Konoha. This statement was quite clear, implying that they had passed on and should relinquish their concerns about his Hokage status. He would not step down. Hashirama Senju smirked coldly. Tobarama, you have raised quite the prodigy. Tobarama Senju retorted, did the deceased not possess a voice? If we did not, why would this heavenly screen summon us? Since we are here, we have the right to speak. Shimura Danzo interjected. My lords, I am capable of being Hokage as well. Over the years, while I may not have accolades, I have endured hardship. Should I take office, I will ensure that Konoha becomes the finest ninja village. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat. Bah. You have committed countless misdeeds, and you dare to boast. Danzo retorted. Heh, I wonder for which heartless individual I have been scapegoated time and again. Without the tacit approval of certain individuals, could I have succeeded in any of my endeavors? Narashikaka fixed his gaze intently upon the group, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen as he seemed poised to utter further words. Without delay, he interjected, Lord Hiruzen, it would be prudent for you to refrain from speaking any longer. It is imperative that we withdraw the Umbu from the Hyuga clan immediately. Surely, you do not wish to witness the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War due to your actions? The three major ninja villages are currently watching you with keen eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having lost a semblance of rationality, found clarity in Narashikaku's words, as if struck by a profound revelation. What was happening to him? Why this sudden fervor? This desire to confront everyone head-on? Did he genuinely hold the position of Hokage in such high regard? As he reassessed himself, he came to a definitive conclusion. Indeed. If he did not value the Hokage title, why would he have assumed the mantle once more following the demise of the fourth Hokage? Especially when the external doubts from the daimyo and others were so pronounced back then. Yet, the rebirth elixir was of utmost importance. In light of this, he yearned even more fervently for the elixir. I still advise you to cast aside such concerns and prioritize the withdrawal of our forces, Narashikamaru suggested. After much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and addressed the group. Since the second Hokage does not wish to be revived, I shall not intrude further upon the Hyuga family. Umbu personnel, I will order your retreat. Everyone, this is all for the sake of Konoha. Ugh. Disgusting. Tsunade expressed her dissatisfaction. Hypocritical. Fourth Reikage A interjected. Contrived. Anoki remarked. Meanwhile, the Umbu were still at the Hyuga residence, preparing to invite Hinata Hyuga to the headquarters. Fortunately, at that moment, the third Hokage arrived with orders for an immediate withdrawal. As the Umbu retreated, the root members remained. Hinata, where is that elixir? If you do not surrender it today, you will be in grave danger. Naturally, we of Konoha will not harm you, for you are one of our own, but the intentions of those from other villages remain uncertain. I hope you will consider this carefully. The root members were adept at psychological manipulation, each word striking deeply into Hyuga Hizashi's heart. He looked down at his daughter and inquired, Hinata, where is the elixir? Hinata bit her lip, remaining silent, embodying a spirit of defiance. At that moment, a voice rang out from the wall. I have the elixir. I've made my decision. I'm giving this elixir to my parents. Mom and Dad. It's up to you who will use it. The speaker was Uzumaki Naruto, who had rushed over upon seeing the Hyuga family surrounded by the Umbu during a live broadcast. Though impulsive by nature, he was not foolish. This was Hinata's all-out effort on his behalf, and he felt the weight of responsibility to honor her sacrifice while also providing an explanation to the entire ninja world. Thus, the scene unfolded. Throughout his journey, he had hesitated over whether to save his father or his mother, but in the final moments, he resolved to leave such a difficult decision to them. He trusted that his parents would arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Mom and Dad, catch! With that exclamation, Naruto flung the pill into the air. Everyone was astonished. What an audacious maneuver. Must one consume the resurrection elixir in such a manner? Over there. Members of the Umbu had already surged forth, soaring through the air and employing ninjutsu in a desperate attempt to seize the precious elixir. However, to their dismay, once the elixir was tossed into the sky, it vanished without a trace. It reappeared in the hands of Minato and Namikaze in the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this scene, was on the verge of exclaiming in the group. He was profoundly eager to ascertain Minato's precise location in the Pure Land, for that would enable him to seize the invaluable resurrection elixir. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the spectacle, let out a soft sigh, despite his frequent considerations for Konoha. He too harbored selfish desires to keep the elixir for himself, yet alas, the opportunity had slipped away. After acquiring the elixir, Minato turned to seek out Kushina Uzumaki, only to have the elixir snatched from his grasp by her in a swift motion. I was just about to give it to you, he remarked. I know you would certainly prioritize my resurrection first. You love me the most. You would undoubtedly leave this opportunity for me, wouldn't you? Kushina stepped closer, gazing up at him with fervent eyes, a glimmer of tears shimmering within them. Of course, Minato replied, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked down at her. Suddenly, taking advantage of Minato's momentary distraction, Kushina swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, simultaneously forcing the pill into his mouth. He instinctively retaliated. But Kushina landed a powerful punch to his abdomen. Her strike was indeed formidable. Minato gasped in pain, swallowing the elixir. "Kushina," he shouted in exasperation. Kushina then embraced him tightly, saying, "When we return to the ninja world, you must take good care of our son. Our family shall reunite." Tears streamed down Minato's face as he held her close, murmuring, "This opportunity should have been yours." "Haha, fret not. We shall meet again," Kushina replied with feigned nonchalance. "Yes. The next time there is a resurrection elixir, I will strive with all my might to obtain it. Wait for me, Kushina." As his form gradually faded, Minato's spirit dissolved into the Pure Land. In the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "All who consume the resurrection elixir rewarded by the Celestial Dome must obey the commands of the Celestial Dome's host. Are you certain you wish to consume this resurrection elixir?" A mechanical voice resonated within his consciousness. Upon hearing this, Minato's heart clenched. If he declined, would the elixir revert to its original state? If that were the case, he would rather refuse the elixir and bestow it upon Kushina. "No, you have already consumed it. If you refuse, it will be instantly destroyed and will serve no purpose." Minato's expression fell. It appeared he had no opportunity to refuse this time. This was a chance created for him by his son, daughter-in-law, and wife. How could he possibly abandon it? "Very well, I willingly submit to the commands of the Celestial Dome's host and choose to consume this resurrection elixir." As his voice faded, the elixir began to take effect within his body, and a brilliant light enveloped him, reshaping his physical form. When he reappeared, he found himself in a valley, with a city visible at the opposite end. Beneath a towering tree stood a young man with flowing black hair. Tall and exuding an ethereal aura, a hint of yellow tapering into his locks, suffused with a potent chakra essence. The sage techniques that Gamashima had been deprived of now manifested within him. He had been in the midst of training. And behind him was an Uchiha fan embedded in the ground. Witnessing this scene, Minato Namake's heart raced. Was he the host of the celestial broadcast? Could he wield the items and jutsu punished by the celestial realm at will? The thoughts surged through his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of submission. Was this the effect of the resurrection pill? "My lord." He bowed slightly. Yin nodded. "I have a task for you. I need you to investigate an organization." "Yes." Minato replied with a slight nod. "The organization is called Shell, and there is an individual named CICN. I require all information about them. Report back immediately upon any discovery." Yin spoke softly. "Understood." Minato nodded again and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows was Conan, who, upon hearing the young man instructing Minato to investigate an organization, had assumed it was the Akatsuki, only to realize it was a different entity altogether. Who was this individual? Why was he wielding the Uchiha fan? She recalled that the fan had been confiscated by the celestial broadcast. How could it possibly be in his possession? Countless questions swirled in her mind, and as she shook her head in frustration, she resolved to focus on her mission, to recruit the enigmatic Yinyi. "Are you interested in joining our Akatsuki?" A cold, emotionless voice pierced the night. Beneath the ominous clouds, two enormous wings unfurled, resembling an angel of darkness. Yinyi glanced skyward. Although he had only just acquired the jutsu and sage techniques from the celestial system, their unfamiliarity did not hinder his ability to employ them. "What benefits come with joining your Akatsuki?" he inquired. "Do as you wish, and through suffering, create a world devoid of pain," Conan proclaimed, soaring through the air. Her voice icy and her gaze lethal. Yinyi chuckled, rubbing his fingers together before responding, "I came here to lead others. I will not submit to another's authority." At his declaration, Conan exerted herself, her wings seemingly transforming and doubling in size, exuding an aura of pressure born from her paper jutsu. "Then prepare to pay with your life," she declared, launching a barrage of paper shuriken, each a lethal blade, hurtling toward Yinyi on the ground. Beneath the ominous clouds, a sheet of white paper was controlled by chakra, emitting a faint, ethereal glow, akin to streaks of lightning, hurtling downwards towards the man below. One of his eyes glimmered with the crimson hue of the Sharingan, while the wind rustled through his garments, producing a crisp sound. He spread his legs in a defensive stance, and with a swift motion, the Uchiha fan nestled in his grasp. He concentrated his chakra and fanned it forth. The immense gust generated by the fan collided with the thousands of paper blades dancing in the air, resulting in a cacophony of impacts as they fell to the ground. In an instant, the paper seemed to come alive, transforming autonomously. Half of it morphed into shuriken, while the other side coalesced into a colossal double-bladed shuriken that, under Chakra's influence, surged towards him once more. Yenya's figure flickered, disregarding the onslaught of attacks as he propelled himself swiftly from the ground, charging towards Conan in the sky. Conan gasped in astonishment. This individual could soar through the air without any external aid. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Suddenly, she recalled the intel gathered by the Akatsuki regarding the prominent figures of various ninja villages, which had mentioned the third Sachikage, Inoki, whose particle jutsu allowed him to float. Had that jutsu somehow been bestowed upon this man? As she observed his Uchiha fan, her confusion deepened. Yinya began to employ fire release, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth that incinerated all the paper attacks surrounding him. He advanced with remarkable speed, wielding an earth attribute chakra-infused earth hammer, colossal enough to obliterate an entire structure with a single strike. Initially, Conan had contemplated using coercive tactics to compel him into submission, hoping he would kneel and plead to join the Akatsuki. However, it was now evidently impossible. He possessed a kaleidoscope Sharingan, an Uchiha fan, and half of the 5th Hokage's elemental chakra, alongside Inoki's particle jutsu. She realized she was no match for him. Feigning a move, Conan swiftly evaded his fire techniques. He had only deployed 2 jutsus thus far, and if this continued, she feared she might not escape. Resolving this, she swiftly turned, enveloped by countless sheets of paper, transforming into a massive cocoon-like sphere in the darkness. As Yinya approached, radiating a deadly intent, a colossal explosion erupted. The fiery light from the blast illuminated the heavens and earth, with flames from the paper cascading down from above. Conan had vanished without a trace, and the force of the explosion activated Yinya's Sharingan Susanoo, enveloping him in its first state for protection. Conan had fled, and Yinya chose not to pursue her. The night's broadcast had concluded, and many events were subtly unfolding. Having just acquired a multitude of jutsus, Yinya required time to perfect his skills. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Jeriah had already arrived at the Hokage's office, reiterating the information he had gathered from Mount Myaboku. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. A boy? Capable of seeing beyond the veil of the heavens? What could this possibly mean? Jeriah also shook his head in contemplation, taking a deep breath as he anxiously regarded the 3rd Hokage, and then quietly inquired, "Sir, do you truly believe that the villages of the Cloud, Mist, and Rock would initiate a war against us in Konoha?" This was a matter of great concern for Jiraiya. Konoha had enjoyed peace for merely over a decade, and should another great ninja war erupt, it would spell disaster for the entire ninja world. With a faint sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented, "It is all due to this celestial broadcast. Otherwise, certain matters would remain unknown to the populace." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's gaze shifted, realizing that the 3rd truly excelled at deflecting responsibility. Did he think that his actions would forever remain a secret? He recalled how he had known about Hiruzen's use of a crystal ball to spy on women bathing since his youth. There was a time when he had contemplated stealing that very crystal ball, but after being discovered and warned, he had refrained from such mischief ever since. This was merely something he had chosen not to disclose to others, only to find it all exposed in this celestial broadcast. Jeriah took his leave from Konoha, setting out to find the boy spoken of by the Sage of the Toads. Perhaps discovering the individual would lead him to uncover the secrets of the celestial broadcast. In the land of lightning, at the village of Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage stood atop a rocky outcrop, gazing at the screen of the celestial broadcast in the night sky. The live stream had concluded for the day, yet the chat group remained vibrant with activity. According to the celestial announcements, from 8 in the evening until 8 in the morning, the broadcast would be closed to group discussions, with the images from the day's stream looping continuously. The hours from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening were designated for live QA sessions, with each video presenting different questions, thus varying the response times. At this moment, with only 5 minutes left until closure, the chat group was abuzz with conversation, resembling a grand familial reunion. Despite the multitude of voices, it was evident that the participants were elated to exchange even a few words with their loved ones. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, how have you been faring? Uchiha Makoto, are you eating regularly? Are the villagers treating you well? Having heard of Naruto's situation, they feared that their son too might be isolated, causing him further distress. Amidst the heartfelt exchanges, Uchiha Sasuke felt the warmth of his parents' concern, a wave of emotions washing over him as he hesitantly typed, "Mom, Dad, I'm fine. Please don't worry." 3 individuals, separated by distance, gazed at each other in spirit. Kakashi Hitaki, might I ask why you've been silent in the group? Kakashi, have you settled down and started a family? Kakashi Hitaki, Dad, I'm still single. Kakashi Hitaki, what do you mean you're still single? Hurry and find a girlfriend to marry. My son is not unattractive. Why remain unattached? Might Guy, what have you established a family? Might Guy, Father, I have many admirers. My youthful vigor is adored by all. My duet, such boasting. I can see through your fabrications. The truth reveals you are without love. Regrettably, I must acknowledge that my decision to allow you to wear tight-fitting trousers was ill-conceived. Had I known, I would have dissuaded you from donning such attire. Mike Kai. Why? I find this type of clothing quite comfortable and convenient. Mike Dai. Because certain aspects are undeniably revealed. Alas, it may lead to misunderstandings among the ladies. Mike Kai. Meanwhile, as the last 5 minutes of the celestial broadcast unfolded, the crowd engaged in a kinship verification within the group. In the hidden cloud village, Mabui entered the Reappearance's office while clutching a folder. Fourth Reappearance. The individuals you requested are prepared and await your command to depart for the hidden mist village to discuss strategies for waging war against the land of fire. When shall they set forth? Upon hearing this, Fourth Reappearance gazed skyward, his heart tumultuous. He turned slightly to regard Mabui and inquired, "Do you believe this is the opportune moment?" Mabui gently shook his head. "Not at all, sir. Should we instigate war now? We would not only invite public scrutiny, but might also find ourselves unable to triumph over Konoha." What do you mean by that? Although Fourth Reappearance had already formed a conclusion within himself, he sought external affirmation. The very existence of this broadcasting system presents a significant obstacle. The content being aired today focuses solely on Konoha, thereby amplifying its shortcomings and those of the third Hokage. However, if we were to provoke war, the celestial screen would inevitably cast its gaze upon our hidden cloud village, revealing our actions to the world. In such a scenario, what justification would we possess to ally with others against Konoha? It is likely that the hidden mist and rock villages would promptly defect, placing us in peril. Indeed, the clandestine affairs of the hidden cloud village are numerous, and should they be magnified by the celestial screen, it is they who would attract enmity. Moreover, the rebirth potion has fallen into the hands of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and it remains uncertain who has been resurrected. If it is the fourth Hokage, then even if we gather our ninjas and initiate war, victory would be unattainable. Furthermore, sir, let us not forget the impure world reincarnation. Upon uttering this, a cold sweat broke out on the back of Fourth Reappearance. How had he overlooked this critical point? The celestial broadcast now facilitates communication between the living and the deceased. Should the second Hokage impart the technique of impure world reincarnation to Konoha's ninjas, their declaration of war could see the emergence of the first and second Hokage, leading to our inevitable defeat. Fourth Reappearance subtly gestured for restraint, declaring that this was not the appropriate time and instructing the Umbu to withdraw. Understood. Mabui bowed and exited the Hokage's office. Concurrently, in the rock and mist villages, urgent meetings were convened. Their discussions did not revolve around warfare, but rather strategies for effectively responding to inquiries posed during the celestial broadcast in hopes of securing greater rewards. Should either of these two villages acquire the rebirth potion today, it would significantly bolster their power. The tension among the major villages has escalated, primarily because Naruto Uzumaki bestowed that potion upon Minato Namikaze. They are acutely aware that Konoha, at this moment, is likely unassailable. In the village of Rain, Xiaonan appeared before Nagato with an injured shoulder. Noticing her frail state, Nagato anxiously inquired, "What happened? How did you get hurt?" In his recollection, no one had yet managed to inflict harm upon Xiaonan. "I was a bit slow during the explosion and got grazed by the enemy Susanoo, but it's nothing serious." "Really?" Xiaonan replied. "Was it that person named Yinyi?" Nagato probed. Xiaonan nodded slightly. "I failed my mission. It's all right. I will send someone else." "You should rest easy," Nagato reassured her, his Rinnegan reflecting a shade of sorrow. At that moment, the entire landscape of Rain Village was vivid in his mind. He could see through the eyes of the other 6 paths of pain, who were patrolling the village. "By the way, Nagato, I was thinking of having the villagers participate in a live QA tomorrow. What are your thoughts on this? I envy the rewards that Yin received. You have no idea, he now possesses an Uchiha fan and can utilize the bloodline of the third Tsuchikage." "What?" Nagato exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Xiaonan. This information was monumental. He has the Uchiha fan. Why? I recall that during the QA about who would marry Naruto Uzumaki in the future, Yin didn't answer any questions. How did he acquire those items? As the sky brightened, the ninja world welcomed a new day. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke sat on the iron railing of Konoha Park, having not slept through the night. The previous evening, he had a brief conversation with his parents. Although the Uchiha couple now resided in the Pure Land, they were deeply concerned for their youngest son, repeatedly urging him to take care of himself. Despite their discussion revolving around mundane topics, Sasuke could sense their profound worry through their words. What were they truly concerned about? Was it because of Konoha? As he gazed up at the sky, it was 8 in the morning. The live broadcast had reset, and the repetitive images from the previous night had vanished, allowing everyone to speak again. Isn't this live stream a bit stifling? Hashirama Senju remarked. I had so much to say last night but was silenced for the entire duration. What did you want to say, brother? Tobirama Senju asked. I forgot. I thought about it for so long, and now it slipped my mind. Did you eat breakfast? As Madara Uchiha logged in, he immediately caught Hashirama's comment. Did you forget? The dead don't eat. Good morning, everyone. Inoki greeted. I'm so delighted to see everyone actively participating in the chat this morning, Karatsuchi chimed in. Today, I will seize the opportunity to answer questions vigorously. Bring it on. Live broadcast. Before the live stream began, the group engaged in casual conversation. Some continued discussing last night's topics, searching for their loved ones, while others were eager for the chance to answer questions, knowing that the rewards from the QA could be quite generous. Just the resurrection potion had many excited and ready to prove themselves. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, if there were to be any resurrection elixir today, we would go to great lengths to obtain it. Senju Tobirama, you insolent fools, how dare you show yourselves? Do you still wish to be resurrected? I, Senju Tobirama, will not permit it. Jin Jiao, defeated wretches, how dare you challenge us? Do not forget how you met your demise at our hands. Senju Tobirama, and do not forget how you perished at mine. That battle, where so many of you faced me alone, was hardly a display of skill. Have the courage to face me one-on-one. Yin Jiao, having died once, do you still dare to defy? Shimura Danzo, ha. It appears these two are here as well. There is no need for the second Hokage to intervene. I alone can obliterate them. Jin Jiao, who is this old fool? With his frail limbs and failing eyesight, how dare he boast before us? Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao have resolved that from today onwards, they shall strive to answer questions diligently. Meanwhile, other prominent ninja villages and members of the Akatsuki are also monitoring the group's dynamics. Last night, White Zetsu had already informed all Akatsuki members that starting today, while fulfilling their tasks, they must also endeavor to answer the questions posed by the live broadcast to earn rewards. The primary motivation is the substantial rewards on offer, as evidenced by yesterday's QA session. Aside from the somewhat shocking revelation regarding Conan's undergarments, other rewards, such as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, half of the third Hokage's 5 elemental chakra, and the resurrection elixir, are all highly coveted prizes. As the participants in the group began to speak more frequently, the live broadcast shook, revealing the screen. The visuals were filled with scenes of Boruto Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki. In the first scene, Boruto walks alone down the street, disdainfully muttering about his old man. Despite having no financial worries, friends, and parents, his father being the 7th Hokage and his mother gentle and nurturing, rarely angered, he still acts as if afflicted by a juvenile rebelliousness, brimming with discontent. The remaining scenes depict similar sentiments, him knocking over a cake, his disdain for Naruto becoming Hokage, and his evident resistance even when surrounded by family. Moreover, there are moments showcasing his irritation towards Naruto and his underhanded behavior during exams. Among countless others, the live broadcast even showcased a dozen scenes, illustrating the pervasive nature of the content. Following the appearance of these scenes, the live QA question was posed. What type do these scenes collectively represent? This posed an open-ended question, likely lacking a definitive answer. Upon viewing these images, the audience found themselves scratching their heads, and those who had previously clamored to answer fell silent. Conan, is this truly Naruto's child? Why does it feel as if he is Naruto's adversary? Naruto Uzumaki, seeing this, I have resolved to remain childless from now on. Hinata Hyuga, oh dear. This is my failure. I have not raised my child properly. Kushina Uzumaki, my dear son and daughter-in-law, do not be disheartened. Every child must traverse the journey of growth, and rebellion is a possibility. Upon reading this, Naruto exclaimed, Mother, the resurrection elixir. I administered it to father. Did he not come to see you? Kushina inquired. No, that is all right. I firmly believe that when he is able, he will surely come to see you. Minato Namikaze, I have returned to life. But there are matters I must attend to. Naruto, wait for me. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire ninja realm. Uchiha Madara nearly leapt in astonishment within the Pure Land, while Senju Tobirama wore an expression of disbelief. The celestial screen broadcasted visions of the future. Although it claimed to possess knowledge of the past, present, and future, Tobirama had always doubted the veracity of its content. After all, without means to verify, skepticism was warranted. Yet, upon hearing Minato's own admission, he could not help but believe. If even the peculiar resurrection elixir was genuine, then perhaps the live-stream visions of the future were authentic as well. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. No, I must answer the question. What is this boy's behavior called? Ding. Buzzing in eager anticipation, Jin Jiao blurted out without a moment's thought. Seeking trouble. Ding. Incorrect. Jin Jiao loses his fan. The system promptly declared. Seeing this, Yin Jiao, fearing he might lose his chance, hastily pressed the buzzer, riding on others' coattails. Kushina Izumaki. Yin Jiao, what do you mean by that? How dare you say my grandson is riding on others' coattails? Yin Jiao snorted disdainfully. Is it not true? If Naruto Uzumaki were not the 7th Hokage, could he possibly be the focal point of this live-stream quiz? I suspect someone has deliberately bestowed upon him the mantle of protagonist. 2 days' questions have pertained to him. And should the marriage of his parents be included, that would make 3 questions. That boy seems to live in the future. Had it been decades ago, I would have obliterated him. Just look at his pretentious demeanor, feigning distress. Kushina Izumaki. Kushina was so incensed by his words that she spat blood. Naruto nearly crashed into a wall. What was wrong with this child? Why did he carry himself with such an air of defiance? Children ought to be joyful. Why did he constantly appear as though burdened by sorrow and misfortune? Ding. Incorrect. Yin Jiao loses his golden rope. In an instant, the two had lost their precious treasures. Was it the hot-blooded youth archetype? That did not seem fitting. Might Guy slightly shook his head. No, he does not appear hot-blooded. Rather, he seems to be seeking trouble. Rock Lee ventured to respond. Might Guy from this scene. Why do I feel that I am more spirited even while using the restroom than they are in the future? Rock Lee. Teacher, have you developed hemorrhoids? You must avoid spicy food. Might Guy. Rock Lee. Indeed, the future seems rather devoid of fervor. I feel that even my grandmother brushing her dentures is more spirited than this. Niji Hyuga. Lee, you actually have a grandmother? Rock Lee, of course. My grandmother is quite remarkable at brushing her teeth. She can even brush out Martian dust. Niji Hyuga, your grandmother, is impressive. Fugaku Uchiha. Ding. My answer is a classic case of Chinibyo. As soon as this was uttered, a shadow of Sasuke flashed through Naruto Uzumaki's mind while Kakashi's brow twitched. Meanwhile, the system had already declared. Ding. Incorrect answer. All fire-style ninjutsu of Fugaku Uchiha has been revoked. Several nations had prepared a few highly intelligent individuals to tackle the question. But at that moment, silence enveloped them all, for they needed time to deliberate on this open-ended query. This type of question implies that there is no fixed answer. It requires the scrutiny of the heavens to determine the most fitting description closely related to the protagonist, which takes time. Jinju. This is a nonsensical complaint. Incorrect. 1 red gourd has been revoked from Jinju. Jinju felt a sharp pain in his chest, in less than 3 minutes. The 2 brothers had already lost 3 treasures to the system. These were the 5 legendary tools of the Sage of 6 Paths, invaluable treasures within the ninja world. And yet they were so easily snatched away by the celestial broadcast? Jinju attempted to respond but was swiftly restrained by his brother. Brother, we must not act impulsively. We still have 2 treasures left. If those are taken as well, we shall be finished. Jinju retorted dissatisfied. What is there to fear? We still possess the power of the 9 tails. Did you not see? In the current ninja world, all capable elders have perished. The 3rd Hokage has lost half of his 5 elemental chakra, and Inoki's bloodline elimination techniques have all been punished into oblivion. The 4th Hokage, who was resurrected yesterday, is hardly formidable. If we were to be revived, we would surely reign supreme in the ninja world, striding through it without a single dissenting voice. Once we rise again, we shall dominate the ninja realm, compelling the 5 great ninja villages to kneel before us. Would that not be a delightful existence? The 2 brothers had already begun to feel as if they stood atop the pinnacle of the ninja world, and Jinju was swayed by Jinju's words. Resurrection had become their obsession. Jinju laughed heartily. Then you answer. Ding. Ordinary char siu bun. Jinju replied in the group. The moment those words were spoken, the entire group seemed to fall into a momentary void. Tobarama Senju. Ha ha ha. The 2 of you are truly amusing. Have you not lost the treasures left by the Sage of 6 Paths? And now you seek a beating with such an answer. It is evident that this is utterly incorrect. Madara Uchiha. Without the Sage of 6 Paths tools, these 2 will surely end up as ordinary as a char siu bun. Naruto Uzumaki. I love hitting punching bags. Perhaps I can hit char siu buns in the future. Maybe these 2 could become a type of Ichiraku ramen. Kushina Uzumaki. Haha. Son, well said. Ding. The celestial curtain emitted a proclamation. Incorrect answer. The silver-horned 7-star sword shall be confiscated. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama let out a hearty laugh. The fourth Reikage clenched his fist in fury. For the notorious golden and silver horns were the very culprits behind the demise of the second Reikage, notorious criminals of Kumogakure, although both had met their end. Seethed at the audacity of such individuals to flaunt themselves, should they not be condemned to eternal oblivion? Despite his indignation, remained silent when the golden and silver horns made their appearance, a testament to the weight they carried in the eyes of the assembly. Following their declarations, figures such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Kahaku Mei, Inoki, and the fourth Reikage had refrained from uttering a word, as if dreading retribution from the two upon their resurrection. Now, as Naruto Uzumaki boldly confronted the silver horn, several prominent figures erupted into applause within the live stream. Well done. Brilliantly executed. Jeriah laughed heartily. The silver horn retorted, Naruto Uzumaki, with such a disrespectful progeny, perhaps you ought to reconsider marriage. Bearing such a rebellious child would be your ultimate failure. To which Naruto proclaimed, I shall marry. And I shall have children, more than one, in fact. Right, Hinata? At home, Hinata felt her cheeks flush upon seeing the live stream's comments, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded emphatically, envisioning a future with Naruto and their two children. Jiraiya exclaimed, Goodness, Naruto. Have some sensitivity towards the single folks at this moment. Tsunade interjected, Just wait until we meet again, Naruto. I will surely give you a sound thrashing. Kahaku Mei's expression twitched as she grappled with emotions, the words single, marriage, and second child swirled in her mind. Why was it that a mere teenager was contemplating marriage while she had missed her own optimal opportunity? As the 6 paths Sannin blades on the golden and silver horns were gradually stripped away, the two grew somber. From their survival within the Nine-Tails body, nourished by its flesh and blood, to their ultimate demise on the battlefield, they had always been creatures of unrestrained destruction, reveling in their victories as if they were untamed beasts free from constraint. Even in death, they refused to concede. At this moment, gazing at the solitary amber vessel beside them, an unsettling chill crept down their spines. If heaven seeks to extinguish me, then I shall extinguish heaven. Suddenly, the silver horn bellowed. The golden horn echoed his sentiment. If heaven seeks to extinguish me, then I shall extinguish heaven. He then produced the amber vessel, directing it towards the sky, and boldly declared, Oh, this so-called celestial curtain, I call upon you. Dare you respond? It was evident he yearned to seize this celestial broadcast. The celestial screen system, alongside the live broadcast of Boruto, carved out a small space for these two individuals, showcasing their current appearance in the Pure Land. The entire group was transfixed by this spectacle, utterly astonished. What audacious maneuver is this? Are they attempting to seize control of the celestial broadcast? Despite the various efforts of the ninja villages, they could not eliminate this divine presence of a live stream. Who do they think they are? Senju Hashirama remarked. They call me foolish Hashirama, yet I can't shake the feeling that these two are even more Navi than I. Uzumaki Mito replied, Hashirama, I must concede. Your intellect is indeed several tiers above theirs. Uchiha Madara reassured, Rest assured, Hashirama, they are undeniably less astute than you. Senju Tobarama interjected. While I sense that our juniors are hesitant to provoke these anomalies, I must say that without their divine artifacts, they are merely akin to dumplings easily squished by anyone. Tobarama was cautioning everyone that these two peculiar beings should not be deemed fearsome. Should the heavens seek to obliterate me, I shall retaliate against the heavens. This so-called celestial screen, I call upon you. Dare you respond? Jin Jiao and Yin Xiao, disregarding the chatter in the group, began to shout at the celestial screen again. The celestial broadcast, seemingly oblivious, continued to replay Boruto's bewildering expressions of Naruto, endlessly repeating, inciting great frustration among viewers. Yet, even occupying a mere corner, the presence of these two remained formidable. Cowardly celestial screen, have you lost your voice? I knew you were a timid being suspended in the sky, seizing others' treasures through such underhanded means. Should I choose to extinguish you, you would only submit to your demise. The celestial screen was merely a system, devoid of life, while its host, Yinya, observed this scene at that very moment. These two raucous ruffians must be dealt with, lest they disturb the group's morale. The system indeed possessed the capability to take lives and obliterate souls, but that could only occur post-interrogation or if the individual violated the system's rules by seeking assistance. All of this was directly tied to the live question-and-answer format. However, at this moment, Jin Jiao and Yin Xiao were not responding to queries. Instead, they were boldly issuing challenges, thus preventing the system from executing punitive measures against them. Yinya had to intervene. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he effortlessly configured the backstage settings. The celestial screen shifted, amplifying the raucous images of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao while relegating Boruto's melodramatic display to a mere corner. The live question and answer segment retained the previous query while introducing a new one. Who could eliminate these two rascals in the Celestial broadcast? The reward offered by the Celestial screen, a Uchiha fan. Upon this announcement, the entire ninja world erupted in astonishment. Could this system possess a semblance of life? Inoki gazed skyward in terror, having initially believed that Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's outbursts would be futile. Such an entity, even if it were aware of everything, would not engage in petty disputes. Yet, to his disbelief, the Celestial broadcast question and answer format had once again reshaped his understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also drenched in a cold sweat. He turned to glance at the figures of Tka Rin and Mitomanji standing beside him and spoke. Last night, Jeriah mentioned that there is a young man capable of seeing behind the Celestial curtain. Do you think this youth can influence the content of the Celestial broadcast? Upon hearing this, both individuals wore expressions of concern. What? Someone can see behind the curtain? If this is true, it is highly plausible. For the issues in the sky at this moment resemble the emotions expressed by those beneath it. If the previous broadcast's inquiries were related to the future, then this question is undoubtedly connected to emotions. From their observations since yesterday, they concluded that while the Celestial curtain announced everything, all rewards and punishments were inevitably linked to the inquiries presented. The question posed in the broadcast retained the previous query while introducing a new one. Who can replace the Celestial broadcast to vanquish the two fiends? The Celestial reward, a Uchiha fan. This statement appeared to have provoked the Celestial curtain. Could this inquiry be associated with the one capable of seeing behind it? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. The live chat exploded with excitement. The Celestial curtain has been angered. I had thought it would maintain a rational demeanor. Yet it possesses emotions. Incredible, this Celestial curtain is truly remarkable, directly recruiting ninjas to eliminate the likes of Kin and Jin. I wonder how they will meet their end. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Senju Tobirama was the first to hit the buzzer. Ding. I am willing to engage in battle. After all, it was the Uchiha fan. Something Senju Tobirama had long desired, and furthermore, this was an opportunity to avenge past grievances. Miraculously, Uchiha Madara remained silent. After all, that was his weapon. Tobirama was oblivious to Madara's actions within the ninja world and the existence of the Akatsuki organization. The reason Madara refrained from speaking up was to prevent Pain and others from discovering that he was already within the Pure Land. At this very moment, Obito was disguising himself, and if Pain and his associates learned that the Uchiha Madara active within the Akatsuki was an imposter, it would likely invite unnecessary trouble. Therefore, even though the Celestial reward was the Uchiha fan, Madara chose not to respond. Ding. The responder is Senju Tobirama. Please provide your answer. The so-called answer was the desired outcome. Yenya had already privately sent the location information of Kin and Jin to Senju Tobirama, who swiftly turned and vanished from the Pure Land. He reappeared in a vast and desolate expanse, where the two monsters continued to roar. What a pathetic Celestial curtain. Are you too cowardly to respond? Are you afraid of my amber purification bottle? You seek someone to eliminate us. Who could possibly defeat the two of us? The sky may bring about my demise, but I will retaliate against the heavens. Celestial broadcast, I call upon you. Will you dare to answer? Once again, they began to shout. I, your grandfather, have answered. Suddenly, a voice erupted before the two. In the midst of the mist, the figure of Senju Tobirama gradually came into focus. His body radiated an icy aura, with snow-white hair and a deep blue battle robe that accentuated his imposing presence. This scene was broadcast live across the heavens. Within the live-streaming group, everyone was taken aback, and in an instant, the atmosphere erupted with excited shouts, the shock levels reaching new heights. The second Hokage has slain them. He has vanquished those two. How audacious they were. Is this truly the second Hokage? His aura is so formidable. And the one opposite him with the chicken-like hairstyle, is that Kinkaku and Jinkaku? Oh my heavens, in this century's battle, we are witnessing such a spectacle. Once upon a time, the renowned battles they had heard of were merely tales recounted by others. But today, all the ninja villages, feudal lords, and indeed everyone in the ninja world became witnesses to this moment. Naruto Uzumaki, filled with excitement, nearly tumbled from his perch on the branch, while Sasuke Uchiha furrowed his brow, fixated on the celestial display. Kakashi Hatake almost removed his forehead protector to gaze intently, but upon reflection, he refrained from doing so. Mindful of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke's eager anticipation, Kinkaku and Jinkaku transformed into their tailed beast forms and charged towards Senju Tobirama. Neither side wasted words. Tobirama concentrated his chakra, water style, water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon coalesced in the air, hurtling towards the adversaries as tumultuous winds whipped through the skies. The water dragon descended with overwhelming force, its torrents slicing through the air like blades, colliding with the two's nine-tailed forms. They unleashed six tails. The fiery chakra of the tailed beast clashing with the water dragon, producing a tremendous roar and sending waves of spray into the air. However, in the next moment, before either could react, a resounding explosion erupted behind them. Senju Tobirama had employed the Flying Thunder God Slash. A massive wind-based blade materialized behind the two like a series of razor-sharp edges. With swift precision, they were struck, instantly reverting to their original forms. The might of the tailed beast was effortlessly extinguished by the second Hokage. Was he truly that powerful? Impossible. How could it be? Did you not see? Those two, Kinkaku and Jinkaku, were mercilessly beaten back to their original states by something akin to a wind-based assault. What a delight it is, and that was barely two moves. Not merely two moves, but two jutsu. Extraordinary. Second Hokage. A multitude of ninjas in the group began to speak, their emotions running high. Everyone in the ninja world was fervently watching the live broadcast, witnessing a battle that occurs once in a century. Truly remarkable. Senju Hashirama, in my time, I single-handedly subdued 9-tailed beasts, ha ha ha. As my brother, how could you not have methods to annihilate tailed beasts, ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara, ha. Have some dignity, will you? Do you dare claim it was solely your strength? Senju Hashirama, indeed, indeed. And let us not forget the assistance of Tobirama. While my would release can suppress tailed beasts, your Sharingan is capable of hypnotizing them, ha ha ha. Tobirama, you've surfaced again. By the way, where is your fan? He is truly a master of misdirection. Uchiha Madara submerged himself in silence, choosing not to utter another word. Senju Tobirama, however, was relentless in his verbal onslaught, criticizing him with unyielding fervor. Meanwhile, the attention of everyone remained fixated on the celestial screen broadcasting the fierce clash between Senju Tobirama and the twin brothers, Kin and Jin. Such a spectacle was one that no individual would wish to miss. Ninjas from various villages, officials from noble houses, common folk, and even the serpents, frogs, and slugs of the sacred land of cultivation gathered beneath the heavenly screen, captivated by the unfolding drama. This was the might of ninjas. This was the prowess of the second Hokage? Truly formidable. A collective or resonated among the spectators. The broadcast revealed bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens, while massive water dragons danced in the air, forcing Kin and Jin to retreat step by step. The skies wept, and amidst this tempest, a streak of azure lightning darted with unmatched speed. Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique was executed with unparalleled finesse. If the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was dubbed the Yellow Flash of the ninja world, then today, this second Hokage would earn the illustrious title of Blue Lightning. Suddenly, two divine legs emerged from an unknown origin, propelling the already battered Kin and Jin several meters away, enveloped in a shroud of thick smoke. Deprived of their Sage of Six Paths tools, they were rendered as helpless as fish on a cutting board, once brimming with bravado about their strength. The duo found themselves stripped of all advantages without their weapons. Kin, summoning his courage, raised the amber purification bottle and called out, Senju Tobirama, I beckon you. Do you dare to respond? Again, he repeated, Senju Tobirama, I beckon you. Do you dare to respond? Kin and Jin, in a frenzy, clutched the amber purification bottle, incessantly shouting towards the blue lightning before them. Their foreheads glistened with cold sweat, though they were already dead. The thought of being annihilated by Senju Tobirama sent shivers down their spines, as it would mean their complete obliteration, leaving no trace of existence. In that moment, their eyes flickered with fear, their brows furrowed, and their bodies trembled. They were terrified, their voices quivering as they spoke. Kill them, kill them. The cries of the ninja world crescendoed, reverberating with fervor. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama vanished from the live broadcast. Kin and Jin, still quaking in fear, clutched the amber purification bottle, anxiously scanning their surroundings, repeatedly uttering, I beckon you, do you dare to respond? Just as the tension reached its zenith, a figure flashed before them. And before they could comprehend, they felt the bottle slip from their grasp. The amber purification bottle was gone? Huh? In the hands of the second Hokage? The crowd's eyes were sharp. Some had already discerned Senju Tobirama standing behind the duo, clutching the amber purification bottle. Kin, Jin, I beckon you, do you dare to respond? The two were momentarily taken aback, turning to each other in confusion. In an instant, a surge of blue light erupted, their forms distorted. accompanied by their blood-curdling screams as they were drawn into the amber purification bottle. Senju Tobarama emerged victorious. Ding! Congratulations to Senju Tobarama for providing the correct answer. You are awarded a Uchiha fan. The combat scene from the celestial broadcast faded, replaced by a line of text on the screen. A cheer erupted from the crowd, with children in the streets joyfully jumping and chanting, "If I call your name, will you dare to respond? Your grandfather is here." From this day forth, this phrase would become a popular saying in the ninja world, while the likes of Kinkaku and Ginkaku would ultimately be deemed failures. Senju Tobarama beheld the suddenly materialized Uchiha fan and glanced at the amber jar in his other hand, bursting into laughter, feeling an indescribable sense of exhilaration. The chat group buzzed with excitement as everyone collectively typed one name: Senju Tobarama, Senju Tobarama. Although many were unaware of the misdeeds of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, their arrogant demeanor in the chat left a profoundly negative impression, resulting in universal disdain for them. Naturally, the downfall of those whom the populace disliked brought joy to all. Fourth Reappearance A. Thank you, Second Hokage, for eliminating those traitors. Senju Tobarama, a mere trifle. Kohara Udatane, I hadn't anticipated the Second Hokage's capabilities to be so formidable. I salute you. Haha, so impressive. Tsunade, what on earth, Kohara? Are you trying to seduce my grandfather? I consider you a sister, do not think to become my grandmother. Kohara Udatane, Tsunade, has your mind gone awry? You don't believe I would marry a corpse, do you? Senju Tobarama, ahem, Koharu, perhaps I could be revived. Kohara Udatane, Tsunade, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, my lord. You must not, for your image as a lifelong single has already taken root in the hearts of many. You must uphold it. Senju Tobarama, Danzo, you can perish. Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido, younger brother, we stand with you. Uchiha Madara, speechless. Senju Hashirama, well said, you've reappeared, haha, has your pride been wounded? Do not despair. If suitable, I can introduce someone to you, thus freeing you from the curse of eternal singlehood. Uchiha Madara, I have no need. Matters of romance are utterly trivial to me. I seek a future that you will never comprehend. Uzumaki Mido, Madara, you are deceased. What future remains for you? Uchiha Madara, silent. The esteemed members of the group continued to share their thoughts until 5 minutes later, the celestial broadcast reappeared, showcasing the 12 scenes of Uzumaki Boruto disregarding his father, Uzumaki Naruto. Continuing with the previous question and answer session, what is the collective term for these scenes? The same question was posed, a challenging one indeed, but with the absence of the impatient Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the group atmosphere appeared significantly more harmonious. Ding. Rebellious behavior. Incorrect. Ding. Complete childhood honing type. Incorrect. Ding. Seeking punishment sound type. Incorrect. Everyone answered incorrectly, and those who did faced various forms of punishment. Some lost a specific ninjutsu. Others forfeited half of their chakra, while a few bystanders lost merely their wealth. Although the question was open-ended, arriving at the correct answer proved to be quite challenging. At that moment, Tion, who was engrossed in a certain Ninja World novel by the roadside, could not resist the urge to answer. Ding. The screen indicated a scriptwriter's mischief. The prevalence of incorrect responses rendered Tion's answer largely unnoticed until the system chimed, displaying a grand message. Congratulations to the respondent Tion for answering correctly. Rewards: 6 Paths Sage's tools, a red gourd, a golden rope, a banana fan, and the 7-star sword. Perhaps due to the question's difficulty, the live broadcast had been waiting an inordinate amount of time for the correct answer, and upon its revelation, a cascade of colorful fireworks erupted on the screen, a truly splendid sight. Startled by this announcement, Tion, who had merely responded casually and intended to vent her frustration at the author of the book she held, was astonished. How could she have been correct? Moreover, she had been awarded 5 prizes. The entire ninja world was left in a state of shock. Scriptwriter's mischief? How could it be this? This is utterly bizarre, she exclaimed. Oh my goodness, what is happening? The red gourd, the golden rope, the banana fan, the 7-star sword, each of these weapons could astonish the ninja world on their own. This is simply remarkable. Tion was momentarily stunned as the 5 tools materialized before her. Her cheeks flushed, her body felt feverish, and her breathing became labored. Her heart raced uncontrollably, a sensation that perhaps even encountering one's first love could not evoke. Is this truly the 6 Paths Sage's tools? This is far too much. She laughed, reaching out to touch each item, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality and hurriedly stored the tools within her scroll. recalling the scene from the previous day when the Umbu had raided the Hyuga clan for the revival potion. She hoped these tools would not draw the Umbu's attention, as they were rewards for her correct answer. Overjoyed, Tion's exhilaration was palpable as she hugged her scroll and leaped away, disappearing from sight. She needed to find a secret place to thoroughly examine these tools. Meanwhile, the chat in the live broadcast group was filled with expressions of envy. No wonder the question was so exceedingly difficult. The rewards are astonishing. It's well known that the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were able to dominate the ninja world thanks to these tools. Without them, how could they possibly contend with the second Hokage? Indeed, who would have thought that out of so many answers, scriptwriter's mischief would be correct? But I cannot comprehend why it was labeled as such. As someone raised this question, the group fell into deep contemplation. Noki remarked, "Isn't a scriptwriter responsible for crafting scripts? How could those scenes have been penned by a scriptwriter?" Fourth Hokage, exclaimed, "How can this be? Are the visions of the future merely scripts crafted by a playwright? Surely, among those images, there exists an individual known as the playwright, who once instigated Naruto's son to oppose his own father. Undoubtedly, he will face a severe reckoning at the hands of the seventh Hokage. Thus, these visions elucidate the misunderstandings between Naruto and his son, serving as the rationale for Naruto's confrontation with the playwright." Kurina Yuhi replied, "Indeed, the possibility is quite high. Among my acquaintances, there is someone named Kido the playwright. It must be a coincidence." As the conversation flowed, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had already arrived at the reception area of Konoha, anticipating the arrival of the fourth Kazekage. Raza, alongside the genin from Tsunade participating in the Chunin exams. Ninja from Kazekage, Amigakure, Takigakure, and other hidden villages were also present. In total, over 150 participants were set to take part in the Chunin exams, with all 12 of the Konoha rookie ninjas included. The official commencement of the exams was scheduled for the following day. Hiruzen gazed at the sky, silently wishing for a smooth examination process. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Transformed into the fourth Kazekage, Raza, Orochimaru gazed at his former teacher with a sinister smile, signaling the official launch of the Konoha collapse plan. Behind him, numerous genin were engaged in discussions about the upcoming exams. The opponents will undoubtedly be from Konoha, particularly that dangerous girl, Tintin. I hear she is also on the list of participants. Be wary of her formidable weaponry, spoke the leader of the Kazekage team. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are also formidable foes. After all, Naruto is destined to become the seventh Hokage, so we must remain vigilant. Indeed, if we face those two in a team battle, unity will be essential. Agreed, unity it shall be. The genin from various villages gathered together, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm of the live broadcast, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages and notable figures from the shinobi world continued to discuss the origins of the playwright's predicament. As time passed, the 15-minute intermission concluded. A new scene emerged, revealing the two protagonists once more, still ensconced in the future timeline. In the footage, Naruto seized Boruto's wrist, causing a scientific tool to fall from his grasp, followed by Naruto's declaration of stripping Boruto of his Chunin exam eligibility, marking the moment of Boruto's social demise. Suddenly, in the sky, a robust man clad in white garb hoisted a long-haired individual, also dressed in white with distinctive white eyes. At last, I have found you." The diminutive figure sneered. The floating duo immediately captured the attention of the crowd, prompting someone to shout, "What is that? Are you members of the Akatsuki clan?" The seventh Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, queried, while Akatsuki Kinshiki retorted, "So many inferior beings gather here?" At this, Akatsuki Momoshiki inquired, "Should we eliminate them all?" The two individuals appeared to disregard the swirling vortex that was Naruto Uzumaki entirely. At this very moment, not only were the characters in the live broadcast displaying expressions of shock, but numerous elite shinobi watching the stream were equally perplexed. Was that Byakugan? The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Terumi Mae inquired, her curiosity piqued. What was the situation? It seemed to be the Chunin exams. I just spotted Gaara. Was that truly Gaara? Finally, the deceased fourth Kazekage, Raza, spoke up. Since his demise at the hands of Orochimaru and his subsequent entry into the Pure Land, he had remained silent. However, upon the appearance of Gaara, adorned with the Kazekage hat in the live feed, he could no longer maintain his composure. In his mind, Gaara had always been a volatile and merciless being. No method could revert such an entity to its inherent humanity. Yet, unexpectedly, this very individual was now the Kazekage in the future? That SCHJR. He is also present. Toromi May exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze fixed on the individuals seated at the podium. And Darui? He's the future Reikage? My granddaughter, Karatsuchi ha. My granddaughter Karatsuchi has become the Tsukikage in the future. I must admit, she is quite lovely. The current Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages were taken aback by the scenes unfolding from the future. What was this scenario? How could they all be seated together? Clearly, from Naruto's words, it was evident that this was the Chunin exams. And it seemed as though his son had engaged in some form of cheating, prompting an unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, 2 individuals appeared, 2 exceptionally peculiar figures. Uchiha Madara, the Tsutsuki clan? What clan is that? I have never heard of such a thing. Senju Hashirama, curse them. They appear capable of flight and refer to ninjas as inferior beings. Uchiha Madara, ha. Speak up, Hashirama. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Everyone can see. The chat continued to buzz, and the live broadcast pressed on. The battle erupted as Tsutsuki Kinshiki delivered a powerful punch, his 5 glowing fingers embedding into the ground. A colossal chakra shockwave sent a multitude of ninjas flying, while Naruto Uzumaki shielded his son, casting an enraged glare at the adversary. Despite employing merely 5 fingers, the destructive force was extraordinarily remarkable. Shattering the entire viewing venue, the towering buildings crumbled instantaneously as the audience screamed and fled in terror. The ninjas of Konoha commenced rescue operations for the spectators. The Chunin exams had been utterly obliterated. The 5 Kage sprang into action. Gaara utilized sand to protect the masses. CHJR employed water release to intercept the falling rocks. Karatsuchi used earth release to safeguard the devastated structures from collapsing and injuring the crowd, while Darui harnessed lightning release to shatter all descending debris. In the chaos caused by that single punch, the scene devolved into pandemonium. Shouts and cries filled the air as fleeing civilians mingled with protective ninjas, all thrown into disarray by the abrupt onslaught. At the center of the arena, the grown-up Sasuke Uchiha engaged in combat with Tsutsuki Kinshiki, the latter wielding an axe radiating a crimson chakra glow. Striking fiercely from both sides, Sasuke, agile and swift, evaded the blows, and thus commenced their fierce tug-of-war. On the other side, the newly appointed 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, glared furiously at the Otsutsuki Momoshiki before him, who merely smirked coldly instead of launching an attack. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki turned to his father and asked, "What is happening?" Naruto responded urgently, "You need to get away quickly. It's dangerous here." In an instant, Naruto was sent flying by a kick from Momoshiki. "What on earth, Naruto? How did you become Hokage?" In that moment, Inuzuka Kiba, who was training with his dog, watched the live broadcast in the sky, clenching his fists in anger. Is the Hokage's strength so feeble? Even in his current state, Naruto shouldn't be kicked away simply for uttering a few words, should he? Although Kiba felt a sense of indignation, the live broadcast continued. The Otsutsuki Momoshiki, clad in traditional wooden clogs, strode past the fallen Boruto and approached Naruto directly. The chat group erupted with excitement. Senju Hashirama commented, "This person is quite peculiar. He just teleported with great skill, yet now he is walking?" Senju Tobarama added, "Though this battle has only just begun, something feels amiss." As the comments flowed, Boruto had already begun his challenge against Momoshiki, forming hand seals and exclaiming in frustration, "I'm out of chakra." He then unleashed an array of scientific tools, employing water style, fire style, and lightning style, all of which Momoshiki effortlessly absorbed. Uchiha Madara sighed slightly. Who are these individuals? Are they villains? They don't seem to be. They even have time to play with a child? Senju Tobarama remarked. Now I understand why the previous answer was labeled as scriptwriter's folly. This defies all logic. What kind of operation is this? No wonder it's been deemed absurd. After about half a minute, Momoshiki continued to absorb Boruto's ninjutsu with ease. Unable to bear it any longer, someone shouted from beneath the sky, "Just ended already." It seemed as though everyone was shocked by the drawn-out spectacle. Consequently, more voices joined in, expressing disbelief. Our 7th Hokage got kicked away, and his son is sitting on the ground for half a minute? Do you take us for fools? Is all this fake? Is the sky broadcasting false content? Amidst the clamoring crowd, the live feed abruptly accelerated, erasing all dialogue between the two parties. Another member of the Otsutsuki clan appeared, adorned with a red fish basket at his waist and a red fishing rod slung over his shoulder, resembling a fisherman. This was Otsutsuki Urashiki. Seeing the new adversary, CHJR and Gaara from the 5 Kage rushed forward. Outside the examination venue, Otsutsuki Urashiki swung his fishing rod, and the crimson fishing line shot forward like a phantom towards his opponents. Gaara conjured a sand barrier, positioning it defensively before him. Although this sand barrier could withstand all forms of assault, even colossal explosions, the red fishing line effortlessly pierced through the seemingly impenetrable wall and struck Gaara directly. As Jeriah swung his long blade towards his opponent, the weapon, though not a dual-edged sword, was undeniably a fine piece of craftsmanship. Unexpectedly, upon colliding with the opponent's crimson fishing line, the blade was severed into two segments, leaving only the hilt firmly grasped in Jeriah's palm. The two combatants transformed once more into their respective weapons, with Gaara's sand and Jeriah's water-style blade clashing fiercely in battle once again. Meanwhile, the fierce confrontation between Naruto Uzumaki and the Akatsuki brothers, Kinshiki and Momoshiki, raged on. Momoshiki ascended into the sky, consuming a crimson pill, his palm unfurling. As his hand opened, a red Rinnegan manifested within his palm, and a massive surge of chakra coalesced, forming a colossal black sphere, a manifestation of Momoshiki's KK sensation. This technique, a rebound attack forged from the absorption of various chakra attributes, grew increasingly formidable. With a triumphant grin, Momoshiki swung his arm, launching the immense assault toward the hidden Leaf Village. Naruto, radiant with golden light, surged forth, countering the majority of Momoshiki's onslaught in a bid to protect his village. The colossal yellow wave collided with the imposing KK sensation, producing a deafening explosion that echoed through the air. At that moment, the scene froze, and the first question arose. What mode was Naruto utilizing at this juncture? As the image appeared, Naruto, standing beneath the celestial canopy, was nearly leaping with excitement, while Kakashi stood beside him, astonished, realizing just how powerful the future Naruto had become. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and the members of the Akatsuki observed the scene with grave expressions, questioning whether this was indeed the Jinchuriki they sought to capture. Could they truly succeed under such circumstances? At that very moment, Uchiha Obito, hidden within the Rain Village, remarked, "It seems the future Naruto Uzumaki's abilities have exceeded our expectations. It would be prudent to act swiftly." Pain nodded slightly in agreement, stating, "Very well, I shall dispatch someone to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, leaving him no room for development. I entrust this mission to Itachi and the reanimated Jinchuriki." With those words, White Zetsu vanished into the rain to deliver the message. Across the 5 great shinobi villages, everyone anxiously gazed at the sky. Although Naruto's current mode appeared formidable, could he truly contend with that floating monstrosity? The other village leaders had initially felt fortunate that this incident unfolded in the Leaf Village, but upon realizing that in the future, their own leaders would recklessly converge upon Konoha, they understood that many events must have transpired to bring about such unity. What could those events be? No one knew, and they could only glean insights through the celestial broadcast. What mode was Naruto employing during the live transmission? It seemed to be a question with a definitive answer, unlike the previous open-ended inquiry that had nearly caused despair among the audience. Senju Tobirama interjected, "The expression on his face resembles that of Sage Mode. Yet it also appears to differ from it." Uchiha Madara, "Ding. Sage Mode. Senju Hashirama, what the heck? You're not adhering to the rules of martial ethics." "This is my speculation. How can you answer first?" Uchiha Madara, "There is only one answer. You have been meandering since the live broadcast began and have never responded. So it is only fair that I answer." "I have answered. Sage Mode? Senju Hashirama, but Sage Mode doesn't have that color. You're being too impulsive. If you continue like this, you'll end up losing everything, even your undergarments." Just as he finished speaking, the system had already rendered its judgment. Ding. Uchiha Madara answered incorrectly, "The punishment is the loss of one Sharingan." What the heck? As soon as the punishment was announced, Uchiha Madara leaped up, shouting in fury, "Why a Sharingan?" Before he could protest further, he lost one eye. "Senju Hashirama, I told you to remain calm, yet you couldn't help but act recklessly. And now look at you. You've lost an eye. How tragic and lamentable." Uchiha Madara, "Hashirama, what is the point of your incessant chatter? If you have the guts, come at me. Let us go. You've lost your fan and your eye. Why should I fear you?" Calmness. You still haven't grasped that concept. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama's tone shifted to a more earnest one. Meanwhile, the various ninja villages and the Akatsuki were anxiously watching the repetitive scenes on the video. What could that mode be? Surely, there must be clues in the footage, as the previous questions offered hints. For instance, Naruto's son took a snake to rescue Orochimaru's son. Naruto's son is just causing trouble for no reason. A classic case of a writer seeking chaos. Although some answers may not be so evident, they're undoubtedly related to the video. Ding. Just as everyone was pondering, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pressed the buzzer. "My answer is Nine-Tails Sage Mode." At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki, who was training, heard this and was taken aback. When Uchiha Madara claimed to be in Sage mode earlier, Naruto was filled with envy, thinking that he would definitely learn the Sage arts whenever the opportunity arose. The third Hokage's mention of the Nine-Tail Sage mode ignited a spark of enthusiasm in him. Indeed, although he occasionally harnessed the chakra of the Nine Tails and sometimes struggled to maintain control, why couldn't he forge a friendship with the creature? If they became allies, they could jointly enter Sage mode, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities. Much like the radiance portrayed in the live broadcast, the sheer chakra alone could illuminate the surroundings, let alone their attacking strength. The crowd gazed at the celestial screen, eagerly awaiting an answer. Ding. Incorrect answer. The third Hokage loses the ability to peer into the crystal ball. At this revelation, murmurs of discontent rippled through the audience. Senju Hashirama remarked, speaking of that crystal ball, "I almost forgot about this individual's misdeeds, suggesting we should simply perish without meddling in his affairs." Tobarama, you agree with that interpretation, don't you? Senju Tobarama. Uzumaki Mido, indeed. Karatsuchi, absolutely. Anoki, indeed. Fourth Reikage A, yes. Orochimaru, certainly. Uzumaki Kushina, indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, well, I admit I was somewhat impulsive. It was all for the sake of Konoha. He realized that some matters were best left unaddressed, as speaking out would only invite backlash. Just as he uttered these words, the crowd recalled his past actions, and the celestial broadcast seemed to focus its punitive gaze on him. Uchiha Madara exclaimed, "Strike him." Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback, fell silent, opting to retreat into the shadows, ignoring the taunts hurled at him. Meanwhile, his crystal ball for spying had vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this, Jeriah felt a surge of excitement. Ding. The buzzer sounded as he declared, "My answer is the Nine-Tails mode." Clenching his fists, he anxiously gazed at the sky, determined to provide the correct answer and reclaim the crystal ball, thus broadening his horizons. Haha. Of course, this is all for the sake of writing, for inspiration. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled lustfully, as if beautiful maidens danced upon the screen above. Ding. Jiraiya's answer was incorrect. He lost the sage technique. What? Jeriah nearly coughed up blood as Fukasaku, the toad sage, appeared beside him, witnessing the disappearance of his sage technique and delivering a swift kick. Little Jeriah, how could you be so careless? I knew that when the third Hokage's crystal ball appeared on the big screen, you would attempt to answer. Now you are doomed. Jeriah, on the verge of tears, felt Fukasaku grasp his ear, saying, "Come along, do not concern yourself with this celestial spectacle any longer. Let us return to Mount Myaboku for renewed training." The audience, bewildered by Jiraiya's blunder, pondered the answer. Kuratsuchi questioned, "What, then, is the correct answer? We have voiced all we could. Could there be another possibility?" Anoki added, "It seems there must be an answer. Why has no one else attempted to respond?" The fourth Reikage A had prepared since morning and had attempted to answer 3 times, each time in vain. Who would dare to try again? The members of the group exchanged words, yet no one responded to the question posed. At that moment, a sudden chime echoed from the screen. Everyone looked up, and upon seeing the list of respondents, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. It turned out that the one answering this time was none other than the Nine-Tails, sealed within Naruto Uzumaki, the QB mode. Upon hearing this, Naruto leaped in surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, it's the Nine-Tails, it's the Nine-Tails." In his excitement, he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Nine-Tails, why did you answer with QB mode? Why?" After posing the question, the Nine-Tails turned away, closing its eyes and refusing to acknowledge him. Naruto felt belittled. Could a tailed beast truly speak? How was that possible? They were creatures known for their ruthlessness. How could they participate in answering questions? This was utterly unscientific. The crowd gazed in disbelief at the words displayed in the sky, as the Nine-Tails' response completely shattered their understanding of tailed beasts. From ancient times to the present, tailed beasts had always existed as harbingers of calamity. Even now, villages sealed tailed beasts within Jinchuriki to control them, merely to exploit their power. The Jinchuriki themselves were often in peril. If the tailed beast within them went berserk, their village would suffer the consequences. Yet at this moment, the Nine-Tails revealed a glimpse of its humanity. Ding. Congratulations to QB for answering correctly. Reward: the crystal ball of the third Hokage and sage art from Mount Myaboku. The answer was announced in the live broadcast. Oh dear, it answered correctly. Under the celestial canopy, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Naruto suddenly had a revelation. He looked inward at the sealed Nine-Tails and joyfully shouted, "I understand now. Your name is QB, isn't it? Your name is QB." Known for his incessant chatter, Naruto continued to press for answers. The Ninetales, growing increasingly irritated, surged before Naruto and growled, "Do you wish to die?" The vast ceiling cage bound it tightly, restraining all its dangerous aura. "Let us be friends. From now on, you will be my QB, and I will be your Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto beamed with optimism as he gazed at the tailed beast before him. Once viewing it as a terrifying entity, he now desired to forge a different kind of relationship. "Get lost." The roar reverberated across the land, a fierce gust knocking Naruto to the ground, while two items appeared beside him. One was the crystal ball of the third Hokage, and the other was, astonishingly, the Sage Art, a radiant yellow light shimmering upon the water's surface. Naruto Uzumaki extended his finger and spoke, "Kurama, your Sage Art." Before he could finish his sentence, his finger had already touched the golden aura, enveloping him in a radiant light as the Sage Art directly entered his body. He gasped in astonishment, emerging from the sealed space. As he surveyed his surroundings, he felt an unprecedented transformation coursing through him. At that moment, Jeriah and Fukasaku appeared by his side, swiftly leading him away from the Hidden Leaf Village to Mount Myaboku. "Naruto, focus and train diligently," Fukasaku urged. Though he had initially brought Jeriah back to Mount Myaboku, he had not anticipated that Jiraiya's Sage Art would be so readily claimed by the Ninetales in a manner akin to answering questions. Jeriah understood that, given Kurama's temperament, he would not covet a crystal ball or the Sage Art. Thus, it was likely that both would ultimately fall into Naruto's possession. Consequently, he hurriedly pulled Fukasaku back to the Hidden Leaf, employing reverse summoning techniques to return to Mount Myaboku. Naruto had acquired the Sage Art, but he had never trained in it before. The Sage Art was a double-edged sword. If mastered, it could harness natural chakra for one's own use, yet if mishandled, one risked being consumed by natural chakra, ultimately becoming a mere stone statue. While he had attained the Sage Art, he needed to stabilize himself through rigorous training. Just as Yushiro had learned, even after acquiring bloodline elimination and Sage Art, he had to persist in his training to wield it with ease. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, Naruto quickly centered his mind and commenced his training. As time passed, in less than 10 minutes, his eyes began to manifest the Sage transformation, solidifying his mastery of the Sage Art. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was seen clinging to Naruto's crystal ball, drooling and showering it with affection, completely neglecting his training. Had it not been for Fukasaku's sharp slap, he would have remained lost in his fantasies. After a brief 15-minute intermission, the broadcast resumed. Naruto, in the Ninetales mode, stood firm against Otsutsuki Kinshiki's overwhelming power. The adversary unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu attacks: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, one after another. Kinshiki required no hand signs. With a mere flick of his wrist, immense chakra surged forth like a dragon, filling the area of his assault. The earth shook with resounding explosions as Sasuke Uchiha activated Susanoo to shield Naruto in his Ninetales mode, amplifying Naruto's chakra and deflecting the relentless onslaught. The villagers of the Hidden Leaf were captivated by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Urashiki successfully detained Gaara and CHJR, and by the time they realized what had transpired, Urashiki had already escaped through the Underworld's passage. In the Nin exams arena, monstrous attacks erupted in waves, accompanied by thunderous explosions. Naruto, adorned in his Ninetales mode and cloaked in Susanoo, stood resolute against his foe. The Ninetales gathered chakra within its mouth, holding it in reserve without launching an offensive. Observing this, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but inquire loudly, "Father, why aren't you attacking him?" As long as Naruto is willing, he could easily blow away such an attack, though it would level the entire area in the process. Uchiha Sasuke spoke up from the side. A tremendous explosion resounded, and at the last moment, Naruto Uzumaki relinquished his counterattack, channeling all his chakra to withstand the formidable power of his opponent's ultimate technique. As that colossal dark sphere descended from the heavens, all present held their breath for Konoha and for Naruto Uzumaki. Ultimately, everything faded into oblivion. The scene vanished, and beneath the celestial dome, ninjas from all corners of the world gazed in awe at the immense golden light depicted in the vision. In Konoha village, a young boy clenched his fists in fury. Turning to his father, a ninja beside him, and inquired, "Father, why doesn't he attack?" If he retaliated, the collision of such immense energies would obliterate all of Konoha. As ninjas, they comprehended the reason behind the 7th Hokage's choice not to strike back. How tragic and grand, the entire ninja world seemed to mourn. They believed that Naruto Uzumaki had made the ultimate sacrifice. No wonder he could become Hokage. No wonder all the villagers adored him. No wonder even Sasuke was willing to assist him. I had always thought that Uchiha Sasuke was destined to be the protagonist of the future, but it appears that Naruto Uzumaki is the true hero. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki. Someone began to shout, and soon others joined in. The celestial dome quivered, and subtitles appeared presenting a question for rewards to be voted upon by the members of the group. Please select the reward number you desire. The option with the most votes will become the reward for answering the next question correctly. 1. Resurrection Elixir. 2. The true purpose of the Akatsuki clan's arrival in the ninja world. 3. A Sharingan from Uchiha Madara. 4. 10 photographs of the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. Please make your choice. What the hell is this celestial dome? It even has such rewards. Has it gone mad? Tsunade, far away, nearly spat in anger upon seeing the last option. How can the most beautiful woman in the ninja world be subjected to a photo shoot by the celestial dome? This is outrageous. Kagaya Akatsuki exclaimed, "My heavens, my photographs are to be used as rewards by the celestial dome? As the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. I feel rather embarrassed." Sakura Haruno chuckled, "Speaking of the most beautiful, I don't think I'm lacking either. Many pursue me, including the future 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. But my heart belongs to Sasuke. Sasuke, would you like my photograph?" Uchiha Sasuke replied, "Naruto Uzumaki, let us duel. The victor shall become Hokage, and the loser must marry Sakura." Ino Yamanaka chimed in, "Forehead, are you drunk? Can't you look in a mirror?" Unbeknownst to them, within the backstage of the Celestial Broadcasting System, a collection of photographs of the most beautiful woman in the ninja world, Kagaya Akatsuki, was being stored. The host of the Celestial System, Hikari, stood backstage, gazing at these photographs. Who would have anticipated that the system deemed Kagaya Akatsuki as the most beautiful woman in the ninja world? At this moment, the gaze of countless ninjas across the ninja world, including Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya, Kakashi, the 4th Raikage Noki, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and numerous others, converged upon the final reward. I choose the last one. The most beautiful photo of a lady in the ninja world. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, with laughter echoing as they imagined the delight it would bring. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, Senju Tobirama, the 2nd Mizukage, and the 2nd Tsuchikage awaited the first reward, the Resurrection Elixir. I choose the first one. The voices in the group multiplied, the scrolling comments obscuring the choices made by others. Naruto Uzumaki, having mastered Sage Mode, had returned to Konoha, where the large screen replayed scenes of his own demise. He was eager to discover if he had indeed fallen to a member of the Tsutsuki clan in the future, especially in front of his son. Consequently, he wrote in the chat that the future of the ninja world would face immense trials, urging everyone to understand that this predicament was not solely directed at Konoha. As numbers scrolled through the chat, his statement held a significant impact. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages recognized this, scrutinizing the images replaying in the sky and contemplating the 4 options presented. The safety of the entire ninja world outweighed the resurrection of a single individual. If one member of the Tsutsuki clan could annihilate a village, could the other ninja villages escape such a fate? The answer was a resounding no. Kisame Hashigaki turned to the elders present and suggested, "Let us choose option 2. I, too, wish to understand the intentions of the Tsutsuki clan." The elders nodded in agreement and instructed the citizens and ninjas of the Land of Water to select option 2. In the Land of Lightning, the 4th Raikage also nodded slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to think for the future. With only one resurrection elixir available and the future of the ninja world at stake, he declared, "For the sake of millions of lives in the ninja world, I choose option 2, to decipher the true purpose of the Tsutsuki clan's arrival." The other ninjas from the Land of Lightning followed suit. Thus, confronted with the looming future, the major ninja villages, feudal lords, and the populace unanimously opted for option 2. Of course, there were a few who disregarded the safety of the ninja world, focusing solely on their desires, and chose options 1 and 4. However, in the face of the overwhelming choice of 2, those few selections were rendered trivial. As the final half-minute countdown began, the system evaluated the choices and elevated the second reward to the forefront of the chat. Atop the mountain, Yin, who was diligently training, nodded in approval upon witnessing this development. The live chat group reopened, and everyone eagerly fixated on the large screen, anticipating the forthcoming question. The Tsutsuki clan hails from another world. May I inquire which organization is the most formidable in serving the Tsutsuki clan at this moment in the ninja world? What does that mean? Suddenly, the entire group was left bewildered. Uchiha Madara was utterly bewildered. Aliens? I had assumed that only the Hyuga clan possessed the Byakugan. I even entertained the notion that a member of the Hyuga family had been unfaithful and changed their surname to Akatsuki. In this incessantly looping video, the initial and final segments were accompanied by sound, allowing everyone to hear the dialogue between Naruto and the other party, thereby discerning the latter's identity. However, the middle segment was devoid of sound, depicting an intense battle, as if the celestial broadcast had concealed the most crucial conversational content. What they did not foresee was that this peculiar being, possessing Byakugan, levitating, and wielding a red Rinnegan, was an extraterrestrial entity. Senju Hashirama remarked, "Your imagination knows no bounds." Do you even know the answer? Senju Tobarama retorted, "We have been deceased for many years. We are certainly unaware of the current state of the ninja world, let alone which organization is serving the Akatsuki clan. This inquiry tests the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the various ninja villages." Indeed, at that moment, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages furrowed their brows, gazing at the text in the sky. It was now certain that the 3 individuals clad in white with Byakugan were aliens, and the phrase ninja world appearing in the question was sufficient evidence that, at this very moment, someone was indeed serving the extraterrestrial Akatsuki clan. But who could it be? Not only the 5 great ninja villages, but even Pain, Conan, Obito, and others from the hidden villages wore expressions of confusion. Their intelligence networks were no less formidable than those of the great ninja villages. Yet there existed an organization unknown to them. Who would be foolish enough to serve aliens, especially when they openly referred to us as inferior beings? The 4th Reikage, was losing his temper and began to vent his frustrations in the group chat. Who would be so naive as to work for aliens? What could possibly entice them to betray the ninja world? I propose we name their organization the Fool's Organization. Everyone chimed in, their comments growing increasingly harsh. Even Deidara could not restrain himself. While I am not a man of virtue and prioritize art above life, an organization serving aliens is simply absurd. Concurrently, the Scorpion of the Red Sands nodded in agreement. For the first time, the entire ninja world united in their disdain, and even Pain, who had remained silent, issued a new command. Kaguya, Black Zetsu, hurry and investigate which foolish organization is serving the Akatsuki clan. Report back immediately with any findings. White Zetsu vanished, while Black Zetsu trembled, nervously glancing at the celestial broadcast. Internally, he pleaded, "I implore you, cease the broadcast. My plans are at risk of exposure." Initially, he believed that the celestial broadcast's question pertained to Kaguya Akatsuki's descendants, but to his dismay, the focus had shifted towards the Akatsuki organization, whose members were oblivious to the truth. If they were to learn the answer, he was certain they would turn against him. No, he must devise a strategy to turn the tide. Heiyue sought a solution, as Uchiha Madara had already met his demise. The immediate task was to stabilize Uchiha Obito. He appeared beside Obito and softly spoke, "Lord Madara, have you heard of Hanyu?" Obito turned in surprise. Hanyu? Wasn't he the one that Pain attempted to recruit? That endeavor has failed. This individual is no ordinary foe. I have witnessed him wielding the Uchiha fan, and the items from the Sky Canopy's live broadcast of punishments manifest in his possession. Therefore, Lord Madara, I believe we should enlist him into the Akatsuki organization. We must strategize for our future. Uchiha Obito, clad in a mask and exuding an icy demeanor, nodded slightly upon hearing this. His single eye glowed crimson as the Sharingan activated, and he swiftly vanished from sight. At that moment, Hanyu stood upon a cliff, observing the back end of the Sky Canopy system, having just received a considerable amount of shock value from the recent events. In the surrounding woods, the combined entity of Black and White Zetsu covertly monitored him. Suddenly, the air rippled, and Uchiha Obito materialized before him. "You are Hanyu. I shall dispense with pleasantries and present you with 2 choices. Either submit to the Akatsuki or face death," Obito declared coldly, brimming with arrogance. "I demand your allegiance," Hanyu retorted. "What did you say?" Obito questioned, suspecting he had misheard. "I," said you, "will submit to me." Hanyu emphasized each word with deliberate precision. "It appears you have chosen death." With that, Uchiha Obito lunged forward, unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique, water release, waterfall technique. The clash of fire and water produced a thunderous roar, a tumultuous mix of hot and cold creating a dense mist. This was deliberate. It was akin to utilizing the water release, mist technique, providing him an advantageous position for his Kamui. Fire release, storm dance, wood release, cutting technique. In quick succession, amidst the swirling mist, Uchiha Obito simultaneously launched 2 ninjutsu, the storm of flames resembling a colossal dragon, overwhelming and engulfing everything in its path. The cutting technique spread like blooming lotuses, encircling Hanwei. Should he falter even slightly, he would be grievously wounded by the wooden spikes. Fortunately, Hanwei moved with remarkable agility. Otherwise, his body would have become a mere nursery for the wooden spikes. Dust release, dust displacement technique. Hanwei soared into the air, refusing to descend, and with a deft maneuver, he traced a framework with his finger, employing the dust release to pursue Uchiha Bido. Displacement technique. 1, 2, 3. 3 instances of the displacement technique materialized simultaneously, finally ensnaring the evasive Uchiha Bido within a transparent prison of glass dust. A massive, cubic, transparent barrier confined him, and he smirked. The air warped, a vortex formed, and he vanished, employing his Kimyui to escape. At that moment, several shurikens imbued with Kimyui emerged behind Hanwei, hurtling toward him. Susanoo. After revealing the basic form of Susanoo yesterday, Hanwei had continuously strengthened it. Bolstered by the substantial chakra he exchanged from the sky canopy system today, he was now capable of wielding Susanoo at its 3rd stage. He has also discovered the true potential of his Sharingan, the most formidable genjutsu. Could it be that this Sharingan originates from Uchiha Shursui? Though the answer remains elusive, this eye, after undergoing development within him, not only possesses immense illusionary power, but also an acute sensory ability. The 2nd-level Susanoo of Yin Yi emerged, forming a 360-degree barrier against Abido's assault. Contemplating this, Yin Yi acted without hesitation. When Abido reappeared, his Manjiki Sharingan suddenly manifested. Uchiha Abido was taken aback by the Susanoo, as in that fleeting moment of distraction, he found himself ensnared within Yin Yi's illusion. Do you wish to create a world with Rin? Yin Yu declared. I assure you, it shall forever remain unattainable. Unless you follow me and serve my purpose, perhaps I might assist you in realizing your dream, for I possess the resurrection elixir. In a mere half-second, it was as if Abito had been hypnotized for decades. Visions of Rin's demise incessantly plagued his mind, a voice echoing repeatedly, You wish to create a world with Rin? I tell you, it shall never be realized. This phrase tormented him like 1,000 daggers, unbearable in its intensity. Suddenly, chakra of the wood release surged within him, awakening him from the stupor. Yin Yi was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that merely half a second of wood release chakra could shield its bearer from hypnosis, truly a testament to its reputation. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Abido was so astonished that he almost forgot to attack, for since implanting Hashirama cells, he had never fallen victim to any genjutsu. What had just transpired? He gazed at his opponent in terror, activating Kamui once more, vanishing from sight, preparing to engage in guerrilla warfare. Yin Yi stood amidst the Susanoo, one hand covering his normal eye, utilizing his Sharingan to perceive his surroundings. His sensory ability awakened, every image around him materialized in his mind. In the distance, the combined forms of black and white Zetsu were poised for an assassination, and at that moment, Uchiha Abido was not present in this realm. To the left, just as he was about to reassess his surroundings, a void suddenly appeared in his mind, a sign of Abido's Kamui traversal. Destiny alteration. Yin Yi pivoted with remarkable speed, seizing Abido's wrist as it materialized. The lightning release, thunderclap technique, one of the 3rd Hokage's 5 elemental jutsu, can adjust its destructive power according to the user's chakra capacity. And now, with the ability to wield 2nd-level Susanoo, Yin Yi's chakra reserves were considerable. Grasping Abido's wrist, he unleashed a lightning strike, severing Abido's arm. Yet he did not manifest. After using a few shuriken imbued with Kamui, he vanished without a trace. 30 kilometers away, Uchiha Abido emerged within a dense forest, the severed arm rapidly regenerating. Thanks to the white Zetsu clone, he suddenly felt a wave of discomfort as blood gushed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Would he truly fail? Could he not create a world with Rin? He continuously reevaluated his thoughts, recalling Yin Yi's mention of the rebirth elixir. He also remembered that the celestial broadcast had been active for 2 days, yet he had not seen Lin utter a single word in the live chat group, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Lin. He clenched his fist tightly, calling out her name in a hoarse whisper. The figures of black and white appeared. My lord, are you unwell? In their eyes, despite Yin Yi's passive stance during the battle, it was indeed Abido who had managed to escape. It's nothing. Just leave this place. With that, he utilized his Kamui and vanished from sight, for reasons unknown. At that moment, his heart was in turmoil. He was fully capable of fighting and engaging Yin Yi to the bitter end. Yet thoughts of the rebirth elixir lingered in his mind. He pondered the speculations of the Akatsuki organization, Did this person truly have some peculiar connection with the celestial broadcast? If that were the case, who in this ninja world could stand against him? Atop the cliff, tranquility had finally descended. Meanwhile, in the celestial broadcast chat group, discussions continued unabated, yet no one stepped forward to address the inquiries posed. In the current ninja world, who could be deemed the most formidable yet foolish organization serving the Tsutsuki clan? This question proved to be exceedingly challenging. Ding. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves. Haydn interjected, could it be the evil god organization? Although the ex-god was enigmatic and sacrosanct in his eyes, who could ascertain for whom this organization truly served? Observing that Tsutsuki, he found it rather sinister. It was entirely possible that the ex-god they revered was indeed a member of the Tsutsuki clan. Ding. Haydn's answer was deemed incorrect, resulting in the forfeiture of a life. The revelation startled everyone. Was this punishment truly so severe? At that moment, Haydn, who had been undertaking a money-making task alongside Kakuzu, suddenly exhibited no signs of life. Kakuzu, witnessing this, approached and kicked him twice. Stop pretending. The celestial broadcast has stated that the loss of one life signifies you still possess many. If you continue to feign death, I shall not hesitate to exchange your corpse for a bounty. Haydn took a deep breath and rose to his feet. Fortunately, when I heard that my life was to be taken, I performed a ritual using my blood and utilized a spare blood bag. Otherwise, it would have been the end for me. He clutched his heart in terror, gazing skyward, internally shaking his head. Pain had urged them to strive in answering questions. Yet in an entire day, apart from Lord Madara's two responses, who else had spoken? He had barely managed to stand up and nearly lost his life in the process. It seemed that their ex-god cult was not merely a pawn for the Tsutsuki clan. Then who could it be? Everyone fell silent at this scene, with only a few prominent figures continuing their discourse in the group. Senju Hashirama remarked, did that individual just perish? This punishment appears rather harsh. Kuratsuchi inquired, what organization is truly serving the extraterrestrials? Noki suggested, if possible, why don't we, the 5 great ninja villages, share the intelligence we possess about the secret organizations in the ninja world? After all, this matter concerns the future of each of our villages. The 4th Reikage concurred. Agreed. Kuratsuchi echoed, agreed. After their declarations, they looked around the group, only to find that no one else had spoken. What is the situation regarding the 4th Reikage? Have the Hokage and the Wind Shadow declined to share information? Do you perhaps possess the answers? The members of the group were unaware that at this very moment, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was preoccupied with the preparations for the Chunin exams taking place the following day. He had to balance the live broadcast, village security, and the various affairs related to the exams. It was only after Nara Shikaku reminded him that he took a moment to gaze at the sky, envisioning the future, and nodded slightly in agreement. Very well. Simultaneously, the deceased 4th Kazekage, Raza, was also feeling optimistic. His reluctance to expose Orochimaru stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he wished to ascertain whether Orochimaru could truly eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi. Second, Gaara had instilled in him immense hope that their village would not falter due to his sacrifice, as Gaara symbolized the future of Tsunade. The current shadows of the 5 great ninja villages unified, subsequently revealing all the various organizations involved in their village investigations within the chat group. This provided an excellent opportunity for Yenyi to thoroughly examine whether any trace of the organization known as Shell existed among the reports from different villages. Before long, the list of organizations surfaced in the group chat. The Umbu of Kirigakure, the Umbu of Kumogakure, the Umbu of Sunagakure, the Umbu of Konoha, the Umbu of Awagakure, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the circus of pleasures, the weather merchants, and the wandering ninja of the 3 demise. In no time, a plethora of ninja organizations and groups appeared in the chat, ranging from the Umbu of the major ninja villages to minor street performance troops and renowned power organizations from various cities. Well, that organization called Silent Flowing Sand is from our desolate city, exclaimed one member. And that weather merchants group, we have used their services before. They are truly remarkable. Another added. The Dumpling Society is a culinary research organization that recently opened a branch in our city. The chat buzzed with excitement, as no one anticipated that the Umbu of the 5 great ninja villages would possess such comprehensive knowledge of the various organizations within the ninja world, those engaged in business, culinary arts, and the civilian development of ninja tools were all accounted for. However, these organizations might be serving the Tsutsuki clan? Yet, Yenyi could not find any information regarding Shell among the numerous listings. How could this be? Although the organization Rose's hand does seem somewhat familiar, remarked Senju Tobarama in the chat. Just then, a woman named Rosa spoke up. That is the name of my handmade workshop. I lead a group dedicated to crafting clothing. We are not even ninjas. Well, after all that speculation, it seems no one managed to guess even a plausible option. The content of the ongoing live broadcast continued to repeat, and the pressing question hung prominently on the homepage. As time passed, the members had squandered over half an hour on this matter. The live broadcast displayed a countdown. If no one answered within 10 seconds, the system would randomly select an individual to respond to the query. As the countdown commenced, tension filled the air. Everyone feared that if they were chosen and answered incorrectly, their lives would be at stake. Just then, someone suddenly pressed the buzzer. Ding! Congratulations to Hitaki Kakashi for successfully answering the question. I sense it as the Akatsuki. Kakashi's voice was calm and deep. Jeriah interjected. A might guy exclaimed. What as small? Small what? Pain remained silent, while Conan looked on in disbelief. Uchiha Obito's mind was struck by a tempest of thoughts. Kurizetsu's expression twisted in fury. Uchiha Itachi remained impassive. Hoshigaki Kisame scoffed. Is Hitaki Kakashi a fool? How could we possibly be serving the Otsutsuki? We fight for our ideals. Haiden chuckled derisively. How absurd. Senju Hashirama pondered. Who exactly is this Kakashi? Uzumaki Naruto responded. In answer to the first Hokage, he is my teacher, the copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi. Ding. The system concluded. Hitaki Kakashi has answered correctly. What the hell is going on? All members of the Akatsuki were taken aback. Pain furrowed his brow. Conan wore a look of disbelief, and even the typically stoic Kakuzu let out a derisive snort. There must be an error in that broadcast. We are striving for our own ideals. How could we possibly be working for the Otsutsuki clan? Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Nagato, situated atop a high building in the Rain Village, coughed lightly and proclaimed loudly. His gaunt cheeks bore no color, and his Rinnegan stood out starkly in his hollow eye sockets. Conan stepped forward to comfort him. Do not worry. I will definitely investigate this matter. On the broadcast, a reward was announced. Congratulations, Hitaki Kakashi. You have obtained the right to know the true intentions of the Otsutsuki clan in the ninja world. Would you prefer public disclosure or confidential transmission? Public disclosure would mean all in the ninja world would witness it, while confidential transmission would keep it solely to him. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon hearing this, immediately dispatched someone to inform Kakashi. It must be a confidential transmission. He did not wish for others from different villages to uncover this secret. However, unbeknownst to him, Hitaki Kakashi possessed a broader perspective. He recognized that the imminent threat to the future ninja world stemmed not from conflicts among villages but from extraterrestrial dangers. Unity without reservation was essential to eradicate this external menace. I choose public disclosure. Kakashi decisively made his choice. The broadcast then commenced to replay the previous footage, albeit this time with sound and at a slower pace. Particularly that segment. On screen, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kinshiki appeared, while Urashiki distracted Gaara, the fifth Kazekage, and CHJR, the sixth Mizukage. In the CH9 exam venue, chaos erupted as a barrage of attacks rained down, shattering the ground amidst a cacophony of screams, explosions, and cries for help. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke appeared, rescuing Sarada from the onslaught, as the two stood by Naruto's side. Uzumaki Naruto, seeing him, asked, These are the individuals. The Kagaya scroll foretold their arrival. Kagaya created the white Zetsu to prevent them, correct? Indeed. They seek the chakra fruit. Specifically the tailed beast chakra within you, Uchiha Sasuke replied. Humph, you seem to know quite a bit. Otsutsuki Kinshiki scoffed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Otsutsuki Kinshiki, a member of the Otsutsuki clan, like Kagaya. A robust figure descended and announced, I am Otsutsuki Momoshiki, his guardian. What is your objective? Uzumaki Naruto inquired. It is you. You possess the strongest chakra within this seedbed. Once we reclaim you, we can replant the divine tree. My mission is to restore Kagaya's work, gathering the scattered chakra fruits to rejuvenate the divine tree. The divine tree? It is said to be the source of power for our ninja ancestors, Sasuke remarked. Sarada continued. Legends say Kagaya obtained the chakra fruit from the divine tree, granting humanity chakra and transforming them into ninjas, after which the tree was forever lost. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she understood far more than an ordinary ninja. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Uchiha Sasuke stated. He then turned to the two before him and queried, What is your reason for awakening the divine tree, Otsutsuki? Do you really need to ask? It is, of course, to refine chakra into elixirs for immortality and extraordinary power. With these elixirs, one can attain such strength. Otsutsuki Momoshiki replied candidly, without the slightest concealment. Elixirs akin to that? Uzumaki Naruto remarked. You must realize how splendid this is. With such elixirs, one can effortlessly acquire true power. Otsutsuki Momoshiki spoke with yearning. It is akin to using performance-enhancing drugs, a despicable act. Uzumaki Naruto seethed with anger. After all, they are mere inferior beings. Nothing more than nourishment for our Otsutsuki clan. Come, Kinshiki, the seedbed must be cleared anyway. Let us proceed. With an arrogant tone and disdainful gaze, Otsutsuki Momoshiki ascended into the sky. The battle commenced once more, and the ensuing scenes were a repetition of what had been witnessed before. The previously concealed video and audio contained the most substantial information of the entire sequence. Now, everything was revealed. In the livestream group, chaos ensued. What does this mean? What is the Divine Tree? And immortality? What is the Kaguya Scroll? What is the White Zetsu Army? Everyone chimed in with their speculations. Indeed, this unveiled truth shocked the ninja world. Uchiha Obito felt a wave of astonishment. This is not right. Didn't they gather the tailed beasts to plant the Divine Tree, initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, and allow people to live forever in dreams, free from suffering and war? How did it transform into the Otsutsuki clan's elixir? Surely, something must be amiss. Although Uchiha Obito did not doubt the information presented in the footage, his arrogant nature convinced him that the Otsutsuki clan must have some peculiar manipulation that altered the Divine Tree. However, those were visions of the future. If he exerted himself, he could certainly change the future through the present. The infinite Tsukuyomi would undoubtedly be activated. He continuously reassured himself that it must be so. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu was conveying the same sentiments to Uchiha Obito. I am but a manifestation of Madara's consciousness. Although the information relayed during the live stream may hold some truth, the Otsutsuki clan can never exploit us. I assure you, our infinite Tsukuyomi will undoubtedly benefit the shinobi world. Obito, you must trust in Madara. Uchiha Obito wore a mask that concealed his expression, yet his face was laden with skepticism. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I care not for the Otsutsuki. I desire only what I wish. His desire was merely to create a world with Rin in it, indifferent to extraterrestrial beings or the shinobi realm. Even a fleeting glimpse of Rin was worth any sacrifice. Nagato, having concluded the livestream, turned to Conan, saying, prepare additional personnel to investigate all matters pertaining to the Otsutsuki clan. Furthermore, he scanned his surroundings, realizing he could no longer sense White Zetsu and Black Zetsu before continuing. Investigate those two peculiar beings. I wish to uncover their origins. Understood. The same visuals and voices persisted, yet varying interpretations yielded divergent answers. Within the livestream group, today's QA session had drawn to a close, with half an hour remaining until the group disbanded. At this juncture, the senior officials from various villages commenced their deliberations. Karatsuchi remarked, regarding all future matters, we must devise plans promptly. Presently, though the livestream focused solely on Naruto Uzumaki, let us not overlook their mention of tailed beasts. Every village possesses one. Inoki concurred. Indeed, the Heaven's Curtain livestream has only emerged for 2 days, providing us with fragmented insights into future events. We are yet unable to discern the complete truth. Who knows if the Otsutsuki clan may target other villages? The fourth Reappearance, retorted, what is there to fear? Should they come, we will eradicate them entirely, one by one, pair by pair. Should we, mere humans, fear these extraterrestrial beings? The fourth Kazekage, Raza, affirmed, indeed. At that moment, he remained engrossed in the notion that Gaara would one day become the Kazekage. This sentiment was not confined to the late Raza. Numerous villagers of Tsunade and shinobi of the Wind Country were equally astonished. A monster of the future would become Kazekage? Not only the shinobi of the Wind Country, but even Gaara, currently preparing for the Chunin exams in Konoha, wore a look of disbelief. Kankuro and Temari, observing their younger brother, were filled with concern. However, upon learning of his future as Kazekage, joy enveloped them. This signified that Gaara would gain the recognition of others in the future and would undoubtedly transcend the person he was today. We must also investigate the Akatsuki, Karatsuchi continued. Indeed, this organization that betrays humanity in service to extraterrestrials must be eradicated. What a despicable organization, failing to distinguish between friend and foe. How could they serve the Otsutsuki clan without understanding the consequences? Puff, puff, puff. In the distant village of Rain, Nagato seemed to be pierced through the heart by countless spittle-like blades, each sharp edge embedding itself in his being, rendering him a mere jest. We shall never become pawns of the Tsutsuki. We must remain steadfast in our original intent. These individuals, standing tall and speaking without understanding. Do they truly comprehend the agony of our small nation? With nothing more than a question and answer, they dare to tarnish the name of our Akatsuki. I shall ensure that all of them come to know who the true victor in this world is. Nagato's eyes blazed with fury. A command was issued. All members of the Akatsuki must not allow the inquiries of the heavens to sway their minds. We will forever uphold our justice. All our actions are for the peace of the ninja world. Only by allowing all to taste the bitter despair of suffering can one grasp the true essence of peace. We do not labor for anyone. We fight solely for the tranquility of the ninja realm. Nagato declared vehemently. Conan, propelled by determination, leapt from the heights of a building to deliver Payne's decree. Meanwhile, the live chat group remained abuzz. Villages were preparing to investigate the nature of the Akatsuki, questioning whether their aims were akin to those of the Tsutsuki, driven by a desire for immortality. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, remarked, "Third Hokage. Since this information has emerged from Kakashi of your village, he must surely know the whereabouts of the Akatsuki?" The fourth Raikage, replied, "Indeed. We shall rally the ninja forces to confront them. I refuse to believe that the combined might of the 5 great ninja villages cannot overcome the Akatsuki." Kuratsuchi chimed in. "Let us eliminate them now to avoid any further questions about the Tsutsuki clan." In the Land of Iron, Mifune exclaimed, "How delightful it is to witness the unity among the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages." Hashirama Senju added, I am deeply moved. Woe is me. Tobarama Senju cautioned, "Brother, be mindful of your image." Kushina Izumaki interjected, "Ahem, there is something I wish to address. Some matters should not be discussed in this group, as individuals from all corners of the ninja world are present. It's possible that members of the Akatsuki are observing your discourse. As a secretive organization, they would not openly invite your demise. Thus your brazen discussions on plans may alert them." The fourth Raikage, scoffed, "Am I to fear a mere Akatsuki? Let them come." Anoki retorted, "Fool." Kuratsuchi mused, "I find myself in agreement with the words of the first Hokage's wife." Tobarama Senju queried, "Strange, why have we not seen the third Hokage all night?" No sooner had he spoken than a message appeared in the group. "Group rest time has ended." Immediately thereafter, the Heavens chat group closed, while the celestial broadcast continued to hang in the air, replaying previous scenes without sound. Since the advent of heavenly broadcasts, the nightlife of the ninja world had become increasingly vibrant. In Konoha, the streets were ablaze with light and bustling with activity. For tomorrow marked the day of the Chunin exams. The daimyo of the Land of Fire and officials from various provinces had arrived in Konoha, and tickets for the Chunin exam venue had skyrocketed to exorbitant prices, becoming exceedingly difficult to procure. Everyone was filled with excitement at the prospect of witnessing the ninja battles firsthand. Today, the live broadcast truly captivated the audience. Previously, we witnessed the epic clash between the thousand-handed Hashirama and the formidable duo of gold and silver horns. Although the battle did not last long, it was exhilarating. Following that was the poignant confrontation between the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, and the Akatsuki clan. It was a touching spectacle, revealing the struggles he faced. Indeed, my previous misconceptions about Naruto were profound. Since watching this live broadcast, I have come to realize how misguided I was, perceiving the son of a hero through a distorted lens. Henceforth, we must treat Naruto with the respect he deserves. On the streets, many were discussing the live broadcast, when suddenly, Naruto strolled by. Today, Sasuke seemed unusually preoccupied, lost in thought. As he walked, he kicked at the stones beneath his feet when an elderly lady approached him, thrusting a basket of fruit into his hands. 7th Hokage. Please keep this for yourself. I packed this fruit myself. It's all been washed." With that, she turned and hurried away. Naruto stood in bewilderment, and at that moment, someone pressed 3 complimentary vouchers into his hands. "Naruto, these are free tasting vouchers for Ichiraku ramen, a token of my apology for the past." The burly man bowed deeply, demonstrating his sincerity. Naruto blinked in surprise, and then broke into a broad smile. "Ha ha ha, it's all in the past. Thank you for the vouchers." In an instant, a crowd gathered around him. Some offered to make him clothes, others invited him to dine, while many expressed their apologies and inquired about his well-being. From a distance, Kakashi observed this scene, narrowing his eyes. He had never wavered in his efforts, whether in gaining the acknowledgement of others or enhancing his own abilities. He remained steadfast and diligent. Unable to contain himself, he smiled faintly, pulling out a yellow-covered novel, engrossed in its pages as he walked. That evening, a tempest brewed in the shadows of Hidden Leaf Village, with grass, sand, and sound shinobi scheming in secrecy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, the mastermind behind it all, paid no heed to the live broadcast. He remained steadfast in his beliefs, pursuing only his desires, regardless of the wealth of information presented in the broadcast. He was resolute in executing his plan to bring about the collapse of Konoha. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke, and the 153 students deemed qualified for the Chunin exams assembled. Following a brief opening ceremony, they were divided into various classrooms. The first examination commenced. Simultaneously, the live broadcast officially began. In the village, numerous citizens gathered on the streets, captivated by the live images. The repeated broadcast from the previous night had vanished, while the information departments from various villages tirelessly analyzed the events. They discovered that the Akatsuki clan members sometimes possessed the strength to overpower the 7th Hokage, while at other times, they could only contend with a genin for half a minute. They are arrogant yet indifferent, seeking the tailed beasts of the shinobi world to cultivate the divine tree. Although the specifics of this process remain elusive, the repeated imagery has nonetheless provided the various ninja villages with a wealth of valuable information. Now that the repetitive visuals have vanished, everyone gazes intently at the sky, uncertain of the content of today's broadcast. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and bold characters appear prominently on the screen. The battle chronicles of the Akatsuki organization. The moment these words materialize, the entire shinobi world, the land of fire, and even the 3 revered realms of immortality, along with the so-called pure land that remains restless for the deceased, erupt in excitement. Hashirama Senju. Haha, I knew it. This heavenly screen is a beacon of justice. Are we finally exposing the Akatsuki today? Haha. Koharu Udatain. I've been troubled trying to find information on the Akatsuki members, and here it is. How splendid. Anoki. With this information, we must eradicate them swiftly. Let us see how they continue to serve the extraterrestrials. 4th Raikage. I fear no one, regardless of who I face. Hashirama Senju, is this 4th Raikage always like this? It feels as if he is either fighting or on the way to a fight. Could he be a honey badger? 1st Raikage. What's wrong, Hashirama? Are you afraid? Our cloud village is formidable. If you're unsatisfied, come and challenge us. Madara Uchiha. A defeated foe dares to boast here. Once upon a time, when all 4 great ninja villages united, they were no match for the likes of Hashirama. He alone could make you all dance. Now that you're deceased, you dare to shout? 1st Raikage. That cuts deep. 2nd Raikage. 3rd Raikage. 4th Raikage. That's ancient history. Our new generation far surpasses our predecessors. If you disagree, come back to life and face us. The saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Although the 4th Raikage is no longer young, his knowledge of Hashirama's power comes solely from books. He has never witnessed it firsthand, thus he boldly provokes. However, as soon as he finishes speaking, a bolt of lightning strikes down, causing him to tense up and instinctively raise his hand to shield himself, only to find it was merely a current passing through without any threat. On the side, the figure in the burlap robe observes and exclaims, "Someone, please check the wiring. This leakage is hazardous." The 4th Raikage breaks into a sweat, casting a wary glance outside the window. Inside the broadcast room, Hashirama is laughing heartily. You new generation seem a bit ancient. Haha. But I appreciate your youthful bravado, even if it's a bit forced. Ha ha ha. 4th Raikage. Hashirama. You. 1st Raikage. Silence. Do you think he cannot be revived? 2nd Raikage. Close your mouth, you reckless fool. 3rd Raikage. Speak one more word, and we 3 will strip you of your Raikage title. Do you wish to end up like Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if we, the 1st and 2nd Hokage, are all dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckles caught in the crossfire. The 1st and 2nd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that moment, a scene unfolded in the sky, revealing all members of the Akatsuki organization. A colossal image appeared on the screen, showcasing 10 individuals clad in red cloud-patterned black cloaks, each exuding an aura of domineering solitude and haughty arrogance. Simultaneously, the names of all individuals materialized on the screen, introducing them from the center to both the right and left. Pain, Itachi Uchiha, Haiden, Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, and the masked man Tobi. To Pain's left were Conan, Haiden, Kakazu, and the black and white Zetsu. A total of 10 individuals graced the screen. Wow, my photo. Haiden gazed incredulously at the large display. Nagato. Conan. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. After such extensive investigation, he had never known what they looked like, and today, they were exposed so brazenly on the celestial screen. All the ninja villages were astounded, and throughout the ninja world, everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Was this truly the Akatsuki? In Iwagakure, Akatsuki pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "It's Deidara." Inoki nodded slightly, recalling the apprentice he once held in high regard. Simultaneously, the members of Akatsuki on their missions were equally astonished upon seeing the image. "Wow, wow, wow, this," Deidara shouted, pointing at the sky. Beside him, Sasori of the Red Sand coldly remarked, "What? Are you afraid now? Even if it is the celestial screen, we must complete our mission. Have you forgotten your dreams?" Hearing this, Deidara shook his head vehemently. "No, it's not that. How did this photo come about? I don't recall ever having my picture taken. And why am I the ugliest among the 10? This does not align with my artistic essence. I must retake it," he exclaimed, leaping onto his clay bird, soaring into the sky, and began bombarding the celestial screen with clay. "I will destroy this thing. I want the entire ninja world to witness the allure of my art. Let the live broadcast showcase my assault on the celestial screen." He acted as if possessed, flinging clay as if it were free, creating explosions, throwing and detonating. However, no matter how much he bombarded it, the celestial screen remained unscathed in the sky. Even when temporarily distorted by the explosions, it ultimately hung there intact. How strange. Yesterday, those golden and silver-horned figures cursed the celestial screen, and the screen sent someone to eliminate them. Why is it that when I bomb it, it remains indifferent? Deidara shouted. On the ground, Sasori of the Red Sand looked at him as if he were a fool. It seems that attacks are futile and cannot harm it in the slightest. Cursing is the way to go, and it must be done in the group chat to incite public outrage for it to be effective. Deidara collapsed on the clay bird. Although I excel in explosive artistry, I am not adept at typing. Sasori, could you help me type out a curse for this celestial screen? I have no time. Sasori replied, continuing on his path. At this moment, a sprout emerged from the soil, revealing a profound message. Although our justice may arrive later, it will never be absent. The heavens have falsely accused us, and we cannot remain passive. The plan for the Eye of the Moon is advancing. Upon finishing, the figure cast a photograph revealing the Jinchuriki of One Tail. Handing it over to you. Shall we act now? What about the previous mission? During this period, while they have been investigating the tailed beasts, they have also been tasked with eliminating the traitor Orochimaru. What will happen if we initiate this mission? These two objectives are not mutually exclusive at this moment. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is under Orochimaru's leadership in Konoha. As long as your plan is flawless, both will fall into your grasp. After delivering this message, he gradually vanished. Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand continued onward, while on the other side, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame looked at the live broadcast with a mix of resignation. Meanwhile, Conan and Pain were seething with anger, as were Haiden and Kakazu, who were eager to obliterate the heavens. Within Konoha, the Chunin exams were underway. Ibiki stood at the podium, his icy gaze sweeping over the classroom, where several Chunin and Jonin were monitoring the candidates. The examination questions had been presented, 9 challenging problems and 1 additional question, assessing the Genin's investigative and counter-investigative skills. In the examination hall, candidates were already resorting to underhanded tactics. For instance, Inazuka Kiba was using his dog to peek at others' answers, while Shino Aburame employed insects. Niji Hyuga utilized his Byakugan, and Tintin observed the reflections in the ceiling mirror to gain insights into her peers' answers. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, in a state of anxiety, was still lagging behind. Outside, the live broadcast had commenced, showcasing the initial scene. Deidara and Sasori engaged in a fierce battle against Orochimaru. The footage flickered. Deidara soared through the air, while Orochimaru used the Impure World reincarnation to summon the third Kazekage to confront Sasori, who was accompanied by a puppet that was also the third Kazekage. What a peculiar situation, witnessing the third Kazekage facing off against himself. In Sunigakure, Granny Chiyo gazed incredulously at the scene in the sky, recognizing Sasori. The crowd was puzzled. They speculated that the figure was indeed Orochimaru, and questioned why he was facing off against 2 members of the Akatsuki. Regardless, the Akatsuki was seen as an alien working group, and some mindless fans began to shout in support of Deidara, disregarding Orochimaru's status as a Konoha traitor. At that moment, Orochimaru, concealed beneath the shadow of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, awaited the results of the first exam. Observing the unfolding events, He furrowed his brow slightly. He was on a path of villainy. How had he suddenly been cast in a sympathetic light? He had no desire for anyone to raise a banner of justice in his favor. He directly messaged the group. If anyone wishes to support me, first send your children so I can conduct some research. I particularly enjoy preserving children in formaldehyde. This message ignited an uproar within the group. What did this mean? Orochimaru, is this truly the language of a human? It is serpentine speech. Utterly despicable. No wonder you became a traitorous ninja, deserving of death. Death to Orochimaru. Death to Orochimaru. Suddenly, the crowd's ire shifted, and in the midst of this confrontation, they all rallied behind the Akatsuki. Only through evil can evil be eradicated. Such is the most effective method to eliminate wickedness. The scene unfolds above, in the heavens. Orochimaru declares, "Did you expect Itachi to arrive? Alas, are you assassins dispatched by the Akatsuki? Indeed, I shall unhesitatingly dispatch you, traitor." The hoarse voice of Sasori of the Red Sand emerges, devoid of warmth. Are you capable of accomplishing that? No sooner had these words escaped his lips than the reincarnated third Kazekage beside him trembled, while the third Kazekage puppet at Sasori's side stood poised for battle. Which third Kazekage is the mightier? The iron sand rain technique surrounding Orochimaru commenced its assault. Countless grains of iron sand coalesced into lethal projectiles, akin to needles, surging forth like an army, instantly shattering a wing of Deidara's clay bird soaring in the sky. Meanwhile, Sasori, with deft hands, manipulated the chakra threads controlling the third Kazekage puppet behind him, opening his mouth to unleash the bloodline limit, magnet release, creating a magnetic shield, a protective barrier. Resembling a magnetic shield, manifested before Sasori and the third Kazekage puppet. Then, the ground erupted as iron sand rain emerged from the earth, densely packed and razor-sharp. Sasori and his puppet recoiled. Orochimaru taunted, "Your puppet cannot function once it burrows into the sand, can it? There is no need for your prattling." Sasori retorted defiantly. The Kazekage puppet surged forward, mechanisms detonating, spinning like a shuriken, grinding towards the adversary. The reincarnated third Kazekage leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of attacks with myriad hands. The puppet's arms erupted with 1,000 hands, a relentless barrage that dazzled the eyes. The grandeur of the scene resonating like thunderclaps. The reincarnated third Kazekage was swiftly reduced to nothingness, akin to torn scraps of paper drifting down. The reincarnated third Kazekage has perished? While onlookers reveled in the spectacle, the discerning observers noted the truth. At that moment, whether it be the prominent figures of the ninja world or the ordinary ninjas from various villages, it became evident that Orochimaru's reincarnation technique was no match for Sasori's puppet mastery. Though both faced the third Kazekage, Sasori's version exhibited greater adaptability and innovation. He not only retained all of the original Kazekage's jutsu, but also infused various mechanisms of puppet techniques. "Next is you," Sasori bellowed, gesturing with the chakra thread, sending the third Kazekage puppet charging forth once more. Simultaneously, as Orochimaru had yet to finish his sentence, the third Kazekage in the sky astonishingly began to coalesce anew, returning to its original form. What? The scorpion of the red sand gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Under the celestial broadcast, the onlookers were equally astonished to discover that those resurrected through the impure world reincarnation possessed an indomitable form. Senju Tobirama declared, "I had anticipated this outcome." Senju Hashirama remarked, "Adudu, your ninjutsu development is rather ineffective for a corpse." Tobirama responded, "There is no choice. This is the magnificence of this ninjutsu." The eternal impure world reincarnation observing the technique he had developed, Tobirama felt a twinge of pride. The battle reignited as puppets unleashed magnetic attacks towards their adversaries. Yet the assault inflicted no harm, resembling tools devoid of sensation, effortlessly rebounding the attacks. At that moment, a voice echoed from the heavens, proclaiming, "What a waste of time. Allow me to showcase the art of my fleeting fireworks." Jeriah, who was overseeing Orochimaru's movements from above, shouted. Dozens of explosive clay descended, and with a commanding shout, a thunderous explosion ensued, once again obliterating the resurrected third Kazekage. However, the body soon began to coalesce once more in the live chat. Hashirama could not suppress his lamentation. How pitiful, truly pitiful. Tobirama interjected, "Brother, mind your image." Koharume remarked, "It is indeed cruel." Tobirama acknowledged. "Sister May speaks the truth," Hashirama added. Tsunade interjected. Granduncle within the broadcast, Deidara looked down in astonishment. "How is it that he hasn't perished yet?" Orochimaru, with a sinister smirk, replied, "Once you are all gone, I shall resurrect you as well, but what I desire most is Itachi's body." Though his voice was low, it resonated with arrogance. The reformed third Kazekage once again summoned magnetic powers. Iron Sand Gathering, Iron Sand Gathering. Two third Kazekages concurrently executed a technique, one wielding a sharp triangular spear and the other a sturdy cylindrical shield. Facing each other, the ensuing contest would be a clash of might, determined by the strength of their chakra. Far away in Tsunade, Chiyoba observed the scene, memories flooding her mind as the past unfolded. Was that her grandson? She often pondered if, had she shown more care and affection back then, would the scorpion have chosen to remain? Yet, all of it was merely hypothetical. The broadcast continued. The resurrected third Kazekage appeared to be ignited by boundless fury, trembling as his spiritual energy valiantly resisted Orochimaru's control. "I am the third Kazekage," he declared in a low tone, slowly turning to glare at Orochimaru behind him, gritting his teeth. "I am not a pawn," as he spoke. The triangular spear he had summoned through magnetic powers suddenly faltered, cascading from the sky and transforming into flowing iron sand. Subsequently, his body lunged forward, layers upon layers descending as his soul returned to the pure land. Seizing the opportunity, the scorpion of the red sand launched an attack, manipulating his puppet to employ iron sand gathering, hurling it toward Orochimaru's direction. The magnetic powers could consolidate all iron sand, and the formidable weapon forged from the immense gathering of iron sand possessed tremendous impact. The iron sand shield hurtled forward, prompting Orochimaru to swiftly retreat into his snake den, dragging his serpentine tail behind him. High above, Deidara observed this scene and shouted, "Don't run." With that exclamation, he gestured with his fingers, commanding hundreds of small clay birds to follow Orochimaru into the hole. With a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted, reverberating through the sky and forming a mushroom cloud. Deidara, elated, clenched his fists, exclaiming, "That explosion is art." The video abruptly flashed before the audience, capturing the final, breathtaking moment of the dazzling detonation. Haraha. Unable to contain himself, Deidara began frantically typing in the chat. "Did you see that? What true art is? Even one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, is fleeing in disarray. I ask you, who in the ninja world can rival me?" Initially, Sasori of the Red Sand had no intention of letting him boast, yet at that moment, the skies were broadcasting their fierce battle against Orochimaru, and he too was a key player in this spectacle. "What are you so smug about? To me, art should be eternal, not fleeting. You, on the other hand, only create destruction." This topic had been debated between the two countless times, but this instance unfolded in the glaring eye of the public chat. Everyone in the ninja world could see, and neither was willing to concede. "Mine is art. Mine is. Can you create such explosive effects? The fleeting bloom is what resonates most profoundly. Your transience cannot be preserved. The permanence of creation is the hallmark of true artistry. One championed the ephemeral, the other the everlasting. One favored aerial bombardments, the other preferred ground combat. One voice was tempestuous, the other sonorous. One youthful, the other seemingly aged. Together, they formed a duo of boundless charm, brimming with infinite possibilities." "Well, I can't shake the feeling that I quite like this duo," exclaimed Hashirama Senju, unable to restrain himself. "Deidara, ha, even the first Hokage appreciates my art. Sasori, your intellect is your Achilles heel." Kisame Hashigaki, the second Mizukage, chimed in, "Ha, I find myself liking it too." On the other hand, the second Tsuchikage, Noki, quipped, "Little mustache, it seems we share some common ground." This battle, an unabashed display of self-indulgence and promotion, garnered countless votes for this artistic duo. Deidara was nearly compelled to unleash more explosions in his excitement, while Sasori emitted a rare cackle, though his expression remained as fierce and menacing as ever. The chat buzzed with discussions about the earlier clash, while the intelligence divisions of the various ninja villages compiled all the information from the videos. Deidara remarked, "The individual in the video appears to be around 16 or 17 years old, wielding explosives resembling clay. With one hand, he can create explosive clay and excels in aerial combat." Sasori added, "Age unknown, appearance peculiar. Preliminary judgment suggests he may be a rogue ninja from Tsunade. Skilled in the art of puppet making, he possesses the 3 generations of the Wind Shadow puppets. Capable not only of sealing all ninjutsu from the 3rd generation but also equipped with intricate mechanisms. Orochimaru, the reanimation jutsu resurrects individuals with an indestructible body. albeit with diminished strength compared to their former selves. Orochimaru's own ninjutsu and intelligence remain undisclosed. Each village has already amalgamated the information from the celestial broadcast. Half a minute after the broadcast concludes, the first question emerges within the celestial realm. Why did Orochimaru betray the Akatsuki organization? Upon the utterance of this query, Senju Hashirama astonishingly becomes the first to activate the buzzer. For the past 2 days, he had refrained from responding, but today he finally makes his appearance. My answer is that he did not wish to serve the Akatsuki clan, thus he chose to defect. Ding. Incorrect answer. Penalty. Senju Hashirama loses his would-release chakra in ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama. Although I am deceased, the would-release chakra is of no use to me. Yet everyone harbors a desire for resurrection. Please restore my would-release chakra. Senju Tobarama. Brother, could you not be so flippant? Uzumaki Mido. Hashirama, please take this seriously. Rather than wasting time, you might as well train your chakra immediately. Senju Hashirama. What is the point of training only to be penalized again? Uchiha Madara. Haha. Indeed, rather than awaiting punishment, it is better not to practice. After all, you are already a dead man. Senju Hashirama. How dare you insult me so? Uzumaki Mido. I can't help but feel that Hashirama and Madara share a profound love. I just lack the evidence. Senju Tobarama. Quite so. Ding. At that moment, another contestant buzzed in, and this time it was Deidara from the artistic duo. Haha, I know the answer. It must be that Orochimaru committed some sordid act and dared not remain in the Akatsuki. To my knowledge, we within the Akatsuki have no understanding of the Akatsuki clan. Hence he is oblivious as well. I suspect he fled because he was caught in a compromising situation with himself. Embarrassed, he ran away. Upon finishing this statement, Deidara erupted in laughter. This answer was undoubtedly not serious but rather intentional. Orochimaru was infuriated, having previously faced the question of who the mother of his child was, with the answer being himself. And now, Deidara had to come up with such despicable jests. Deidara, do you seek death? Orochimaru could not restrain his inquiry within the group. Deidara, ha ha ha, in the future, I shall thrive, while you will be sent to the heavens by my explosive art. How glorious that would be. For it is indeed an explosion. Ha ha. Orochimaru, do you think such an explosion could kill me? You are painfully naive. Ding. At that moment, the system issued a response. Deidara has answered incorrectly. Penalty. 50 kilograms of explosive clay and explosive secret techniques. Upon hearing this, Deidara, who was on the move, instantly halted. What? 50 kilograms of explosive clay? And my explosive techniques? How can there be 2 forms of punishment? This is unfair. It was then he realized that jesting during the celestial broadcast's inquiries bore consequences he could not afford, although his explosive secret technique resided solely within his mind. And even if someone were to seize it, he would remember it. He did not wish for such a technique to be exposed to others. In this world, it sufficed for him to be the sole ninja wielding explosions. The emergence of another would dilute the essence of art itself. Art is defined by rarity. If there were an abundance of Deidara, it would merely become commonplace. Hey, I must say, do not flaunt yourself, sneered Sasori of the red sand from beside him. In an instant, all the clay nestled in Deidara's pockets, clothing, chest, and palms vanished without a trace. And he could distinctly feel that even the 20 kilograms of clay hidden in a secret place had disappeared. Sasori, do take your time. I have somewhere to go. Without clay, how could he fulfill his duties? How could he capture a Jinchuriki? How could he eliminate Orochimaru? The live broadcast was a matter for the future. Yet Orochimaru was still very much alive. Killing him was their mission. If they failed, it would be a resounding slap in the face. It was common knowledge throughout the ninja world that in the future, Orochimaru would be sent skyward by his explosions. And now, without clay, how could he send him to the heavens? Furthermore, with the Akatsuki's plans unfolding prematurely, they still had to capture the Jinchuriki. All right, let us hasten. I detest waiting. Sasori continued onward, while Deidara sought new clay. Ding. Someone activated the buzzer, and to everyone's surprise, it was Orochimaru himself. He had formulated a plan. He intended to acquire Deidara's explosive clay and his explosive techniques, solely to vex him. With this thought in mind, he pressed the buzzer without hesitation. When everyone witnessed this scene, they sighed softly, acutely aware that the involved party understood the underlying reasons. Before I respond to this query, allow me to narrate a tale. Orochimaru, the most adept at brainwashing and emotional manipulation within the ninja realm, began to weave his story. As for whether the Akatsuki serves the Akatsuki clan, I cannot say. However, I know that my aspirations differ from theirs. I seek to create a world devoid of suffering, and my experiments aim to alleviate pain for others, ultimately advancing the medical standards of the entire ninja world. Orochimaru felt a twinge of disgust. He acknowledged that he was attempting to whitewash his image, though he would soon plunge into darkness once more. Thus, my answer is that I departed from the Akatsuki for the sake of my own goals and ideals. Is the Akatsuki utterly malevolent? Did they mistreat you, you snake? Kushina Uzumaki could not resist inquiring within the group. No. Do the Akatsuki members indulge in snake soup? Jeriah joined the interrogation. No. Jeriah, do you wish to die? Are you attempting to whitewash the Akatsuki? Mito Uzumaki questioned. No. They require no such cleansing. Whether they are black or white, they remain true to themselves. In a single phrase, he not only salvaged the Akatsuki's reputation, but also showcased his exceptional emotional intelligence. In this world, who does not compromise for the greater good? Who does not yearn for clarity? It appeared that Uncle Snake had indeed achieved that. Ding! Congratulations to Orochimaru for answering correctly, earning 50 kilograms of explosive clay and the secret technique of explosion. Orochimaru, taken aback by the surprise, hastily adjusted his attire, fearing that the 50 kilograms of explosive clay might damage the stand he occupied. This action caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiar behavior of the fourth Kazekage today, who seemed overly engrossed in the live broadcast. Did he not care whether the ninjas of his village advanced? Suddenly, the 50 kilograms of explosive clay appeared, and fortunately, Orochimaru wore the Kazekage's robe to shield himself. As for the secret technique of explosion, he intended to study it thoroughly to comprehend its application. Just wait, Konoha, I shall show you my prowess. And you, Deidara. Next time it will be my turn to explode you into the sky, while you incessantly prattle on about art. Science is the true art. At this moment, Orochimaru no longer feared exposure. He was prepared and ready to initiate the Konoha collapse plan at any moment. However, he had refrained from taking action due to Uchiha Sasuke. He wished to ascertain what capabilities the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi possessed. In the live broadcast room, discussions were underway. Kohara Yutane remarked, although all 10 members of the Akatsuki have been exposed, they seem unaware that they are working for the Otsutsuki clan. Are they being manipulated? Inoki responded, this is quite likely. I believe we should refrain from discussing this in the group for now. When the opportunity arises, we shall convene a Kage meeting to deliberate on this matter thoroughly. The fourth Reikage, concurred, agreed, let it be decided. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, I am in agreement. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, also expressed his agreement. This marked a Kage summit, a rare event in the annals of the shinobi world, having occurred only once before under the auspices of Hashirama Senju for the distribution of tailed beasts. Yet, this time, the 5 Kage of the 5 great ninja villages had unexpectedly reached a consensus, though certain matters could not be explicitly stated in the group for fear of alerting their adversaries. This decision truly astonished the shinobi community. The prospect of a Kage summit was exhilarating. The existence of this live broadcast was indeed convenient. While some matters could not be openly discussed, a mere whisper led to the realization of yet another Kage summit. Indeed, one could only speculate about where it would be held. In the group, the focus of conversation swiftly shifted, and pain of the Akatsuki awaited the answer. Where would the second summit in the history of the shinobi world take place? If they could ascertain this, perhaps their aspirations could be realized sooner. He harbored no fear of their alliance, for he believed humanity is a foolish species incapable of mutual understanding. Thus, to create a world of understanding, one must employ pain to make them accept the truth. As Orochimaru stated, what is black and white? They are merely themselves. The victor is king, and the vanquished are outlaws. Declarations of justice are reserved for the victors, while the defeated possess no voice. Thus, the words of those inhabiting the shinobi world have become inconsequential. What truly matters is the future. They will demonstrate through their actions that they are not mere subordinates of the Otsutsuki, but are members of Akatsuki. They embody the darkness preceding dawn. Yet it is their very existence that heralds the arrival of light. Pain attentively monitored the discussions within the group, but regrettably, the individuals from the 5 great shinobi villages recognized the gravity of the matter, leading to a cessation of conversation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, observing this scene from the Pure Land, scrutinized the live broadcast of the celestial screen. He was not astonished by the 5 Kage summit. To him, anyone standing before him was but an insignificant insect. He pondered the whereabouts of the items they had been punished to lose, his Sharingan, for instance, or the wood-released chakra of Hashirama. And what of the various treasures and jutsu that had been collected in the frenzy of yesterday's discussions? Were those items perhaps stored within the celestial screen? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, fueling his desperate desire for resurrection. For only through revival could he investigate all matters thoroughly. The celestial screen flickered once more, presenting a new query. Please assign a humorous title to this battle. If the answer satisfies the celestial system, you shall be rewarded with a resurrection elixir. Another resurrection elixir. Excitement erupted among the onlookers. Uchiha Madara's countenance gleamed with joy, his long hair seemingly dancing in exhilaration. He yearned for revival. Oh, how he longed for it. As the celestial broadcast continued, the question reappeared, replaying the video once again, showcasing the confrontation between Deidara and Sasori against Orochimaru. The video was brief, lasting perhaps 7 or 8 minutes. Discussions ensued. Asuma remarked, "This appears to be another question with an open-ended answer, does it not? To assign a humorous title to this battle?" Kurenai responded, "The crux of this question seems to lie in the humor. A conventional title would likely not suffice as the correct answer." The prominent figures in the ninja world remained silent, while several other ninjas in the group began to engage in conversation. Karatsuchi expressed, "I sense it too. It's reminiscent of that previous absurdity from the scriptwriter. Who could ever conceive such an answer?" Mike chuckled. The pure passion of youth should inspire bold attempts. Just like our team member, Tintin, who answered with such ease, wasn't it? The scriptwriter's absurdity, who in the ninja world could fathom that? How amusing. Mike felt immense pride in Tintin's ability to respond. At this moment, those children were partaking in the second round of the Chunin exams. The first round had concluded with 153 participants, of whom 78 succeeded. The chief examiner of the second round was Mitarashi Anko, taking place in the death forest of the northern part of Konoha. This round involved a tug-of-war. As long as participants could gather both the heaven and earth scrolls within 5 days and reach the designated location, they would be deemed successful. This time, the competition tested teamwork and individual performance comprehensively. In the northern part of Konoha, the second round of the Chunin exams was proceeding fervently. Above in the sky, the celestial broadcast question shone brightly. Please assign a humorous title to this battle. If the answer satisfies the celestial broadcast, you shall be rewarded with a resurrection elixir. In ordinary times, the prominent figures of the Pure Land often express their thoughts freely. However, following the emergence of this particular issue, they have all suddenly fallen silent. The reason lies in their anxiety. Each one harbors a desire for the resurrection elixir. Even the bold and unyielding Hashirama Senju cannot remain indifferent to it. This marks the second appearance of such a resurrection elixir. Whether another will manifest in the future remains uncertain. Yet it is clear to all that an earlier revival would be to their advantage. Hashirama Senju, a complaint, you say? How does one articulate such a thing? Tobarama Senju, I too am curious. Could it be the puppet clay serpent? Ding. Just as he typed these words, someone in the group hastily provided an answer. It was the second Mizukage, Kaigetsu Hsuki. My answer is the puppet clay serpent. Tobarama Senju accused, Hashirama. You have plagiarized my answer, you shameless wretch. Insult me as you wish. It matters not to me. I am on the verge of resurrection. Filled with envy and jealousy, are you not? Should I return, I shall first dismantle the summit of the 5 Kage. What business have we with such discussions? Our village alone could annihilate the Akatsuki and slay Kagaya, establishing ourselves as the most formidable ninja village in the entire realm. Tobarama Senju, what a boastful claim. Second Tsuchikage, truly, such bravado. Uchiha Madara, this little mustached fellow, do you wish to dance? Kaigetsu Hsuki, regardless of your words, I have answered. Hashirama Senju, oh dear, you have often called me foolish, yet it seems you too have succumbed to folly. One need only know the answer they conceive. Why must it be voiced? Has someone else seized the opportunity? Tobarama Senju sent a rolling eye emoji and chose silence thereafter. Ding. Kaigetsu Hsuki answered incorrectly and was penalized by losing his Kekiai Genkai, along with his water oil and steam techniques. The water oil and steam techniques of the second Mizukage encompass a vast array of jutsu, such as explosive steam, water release, oil transformation, water oil explosion technique, and many more. Quite a significant loss. Alas, I have erred. Is this not enough for banter? The puppet clay serpent is quite impressive, is it not? Kaigetsu Hsuki could not contain his sarcasm. Orochimaru felt a cold sweat beat upon his forehead. You scoundrel! How dare you jest at my expense? The clay serpent? Did Deidara not use clay to explode me? And you call it a clay serpent? Having vented his frustration, Orochimaru continued, should you dare to jest again, I shall devise a mist village collapse plan, employing 50 kilograms of explosive clay to blast you right out of your coffins. What is this mist collapse plan? What does it entail? Was Orochimaru truly concocting a plan for the mist village's downfall? What would collapse? What would be destroyed? Using the 50 kilograms of clay recently rewarded? Suddenly, the group erupted in a flurry of inquiries, evidently comprised of ninjas from the mist village. Their urgency was palpable, for any hidden danger lurking in the shadows must be eradicated by the various ninja villages. As Orochimaru uttered these words, the guards of the hidden mist village had already begun to inquire incessantly, hoping to glean some clues from Orochimaru's dialogue to devise protective measures for the village. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru resolutely closed his eyes, refusing to speak further, for any additional words might betray him. His restraint was wearing thin. Should he not initiate action at this moment? Just as he was about to proceed, he noticed someone in the sky activating the buzzer. Ding! Uchiha Obito successfully buzzed in. My answer is, Deidara and Scorpion are akin to Orochimaru. Senju Hashirama remarked, truly, that's a straightforward jest, so fitting for the palate. Senju Tobirama added. Yet I feel it's somewhat hasty. The phrase Deidara and Scorpion are akin to Orochimaru seems a tad crude. Uchiha Obito retorted. Isn't the essence of jest to be somewhat coarse? Look at how Deidara and Scorpion have pummeled Orochimaru, fleeing with their tails between their legs while a flock of birds bombards him. How tragic. If that is not akin to Orochimaru, then what is it? Come on. Heaven's curtain, hasten to judge. I am undoubtedly correct. Grant me my reward. Were it not for the enigmatic nature of Heaven's curtain, which was devoid of predictability or basis, he would have long devised a means to investigate the whereabouts of the rebirth potion. Had he known its location, he would have seized it. Ding. Uchiha Obito answered incorrectly. One Uchiha scythe has been confiscated. Upon receiving this information, Uchiha Obito glared at the scythe that had vanished from his side, nearly spitting blood in frustration. That old coot can perish. But why must he always use my weapons as scapegoats? In just 3 days, I have lost 2 weapons, the Uchiha fan and the scythe. What will I have left to flaunt my prowess or prove my identity as Obito? If he is so capable, let him handle everything himself. I, Uchiha Obito, shall retreat gracefully and pursue my own endeavors. After all, there's always Heaven's curtain for him to command the Akatsuki from the chat group. Yet, I wonder how the Akatsuki will react upon discovering he has met his demise? Contemplating this, Uchiha Obito shook his head slightly, letting out a cold chuckle. Let them go. After all, the scythe belongs to him. With both the scythe and the fan gone and a Sharingan lost, he pondered what else he could possibly produce. Another Sharingan? Ninjutsu? A spirit in disarray? Why was his answer deemed incorrect? The more Uchiha Obito thought about it, the more discontent he felt. Throughout his life, he had never endured such indignities. I refuse to accept this. If anyone can surpass my jest, I shall willingly accept defeat, but thus far, my jest reigns supreme. Uchiha Obito promptly repeated the sentiment 5 times in the chat. Senju Hashirama, witnessing this, spoke earnestly, Obito, do not be upset. One must be willing to accept the stakes. After all, who urged you to charge recklessly? Even your jest regarding Deidara and Scorpion seems lackluster, let alone in the presence of Heaven's curtain. Uchiha Obito shot back. Shut up, Hashirama. All right then. Senju Hashirama obediently fell silent. This time, the reward was the rebirth potion, and everyone present in the Pure Land was anxious to discover what it entailed. What kind of jest would capture Heaven's curtain's attention? The leaders of various ninja villages, the Hokages, were frantically pondering the situation. Even within Konoha, members of the intelligence department were vigilantly monitoring the celestial screen, hoping that this time, the resurrection elixir would grace their village. The 3rd Hokage was particularly invested in this matter. At this very moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while accompanying the 4th Kazekage, kept his gaze fixed on the live broadcast above. What could the answer possibly be? He furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Nara Shikaku beside him. Do you have any insightful thoughts? Shikaku slightly shook his head. This is an open-ended question. The answer remains uncertain. Ding! A bystander eagerly buzzed in. My answer is, fire-breathing Orochimaru. Incorrect. Penalty, confiscation of all assets. It was evident that this individual was no ninja. Ding! Hunt down Orochimaru. Ding! Tail between legs escape, Orochimaru. Ding! Flee through the cave, Orochimaru. Ding! All incorrect. Penalty, confiscation of all household assets. 3 consecutive wrong answers, each met with the same punitive consequence. Meanwhile, In the stands of the Chunin exam venue, Orochimaru, concealed beneath the shadow of the fourth Kazekage's hat, felt the pressure mounting, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Is this how one is to be humiliated? He merely chose not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the likes of Sasori and Deidara. He merely transformed into a serpent. Must they all resort to such indignities? I can't contain myself. He clenched his fists tightly. Enveloped in a chilling aura, determined to initiate his plan for Konoha's downfall and to prove them wrong. Just as he was poised to act, ding, once more. Someone buzzed in with an answer. The respondent, Wandering Ninja Hikari. 6 bold characters appeared on the screen, and many stared in astonishment at the name. Hikari. Was he not the one previously called upon by the celestial screen? The one who possessed the Sharingan and half of the third Hokage's 5 elemental chakra? Indeed. That was him. All held their breath, eyes glued to the live chat, awaiting his response. My answer is, clay explosive pot, snake scorpion stewed spicy strips. As the answer materialized, Uchiha Madara could not restrain himself. What does that even mean? Hikari replied, it is quite literal. Anyone with a modicum of culture would comprehend. With that, Hikari fell silent. Uchiha Madara, seething with rage, retorted, so you are Hikari? Do you wish to dance? Is such an answer permissible? Senju Hashirama scolded. Do not be so agitated. Why must you always be so impulsive? You come off as uncultured. If you spoke with a bit more eloquence, you might seem more refined. In terms of literary prowess, you fall far short compared to Hikari. Uchiha Madara shot back. Hashirama, you possess culture. Please enlighten me, what sort of mockery is that? I may not be well-versed, but I can make others dance. You, with your knowledge, surely can explain? He was incredulous that others understood. Who knows what others think? Speak up, Hashirama urged. At this, Uchiha Madara silently cursed, believing that Hashirama was merely preparing to slap him in the face. Kagami-me, it appears that Lord Madara is somewhat perplexed. The clay explosive resembles the base of a frying pan, and in the video, Orochimaru's lair looks akin to an inverted skillet. Thus, the notion of the explosive clay detonating the pan's base is indeed quite apt. Fourth Reappearance, ahem. I typically do not boast, as I tend to project the image of a rough individual. However, today, I wish to convey to the villagers of Kumogakure and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning that I possess a certain cultural depth. Next, the notion of serpent and scorpion stew is quite straightforward, referring to Orochimaru and the scorpion of the red sand. Noki, allow me to interject. The so-called stew of spicy strips seems to liken the third Kazekage to spicy strips. Whether it be the puppets of the scorpion of the red sand or Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, both manipulate the dead, akin to aged meat, which is aptly described as spicy strips. Furthermore, did you not notice how Orochimaru slithered away? It resembled a walking spicy strip. Senju Hashirama, therefore. What Yende referred to as the clay explosive and the serpent and scorpion stew indeed offers much to ponder. Uchiha Madara, it appears you all comprehend. Senju Hashirama, indeed. It appears you must enhance your learning, my friend. Uchiha Madara, I shall challenge the 5 great ninja villages to see who possesses the superior intellect. At that moment, the system chimed in response. Congratulations to the wandering ninja Yenya. This answer aligns perfectly with the system's guidelines, rewarding him with a resurrection rebirth elixir. Wow, did he truly answer correctly? This point is indeed quite compelling. Goodness, who is this Yenya? He has consecutively answered correctly. He is soaring to new heights, defying fate, possessing the Sharingan, 5 elemental chakra natures, and now a resurrection elixir. Fear of death is no longer a concern. Kagami-me, young brother Yenya, we welcome you to Kirigakure. I await your joining at any moment. Senju Tobarama, May, you must understand that some men are best left untouched. Should you provoke them, you must bear the consequences, such as myself. Kagami-me, Chief, perhaps you should revive yourself before making such claims. Senju Tobarama, next time, I shall certainly acquire a resurrection rebirth elixir. Uzumaki Mido, it seems love can indeed transform a person. I perceive Tobarama is no longer quite the same. Noki, Yenya, I hope you will choose our Awagakure. I will show you the true meaning of the Will of Stone. Fourth Reappearance, come here. We boast the finest rap artists, allowing you to experience a unique regional culture. Haha, I feel cultured once more. Fourth Kazekage Raza, join us in Tsunade. As long as you are willing to come, I shall offer you the best treatment. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, or perhaps you should come to Konoha. It is renowned among the 5 great ninja villages, and your future here would be boundless. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Madara felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Anxiously glancing at the screen, he hastily wrote in the group, I too desire a resurrection rebirth elixir. Senju Hashirama, do not sulk. That is an achievement earned by Yinya through his own merit, and you must not mimic a child. Uchiha Madara felt an overwhelming desire to chastise Senju Hashirama for his childish temper and incessant prattling, likening him to a monk who drags his feet. His utterances were merely for the ears of Kuro Jutsu and Uchiha Obito. He longed for resurrection, unable to remain in the Pure Land any longer. With the advent of the Sky Screen broadcasting live, he feared that the entire ninja world would soon uncover the secrets of the Akatsuki organization, jeopardizing the fruit of his labor over the years should the 5 great shinobi villages unite against him. This very scene was witnessed by Kuro and Obito. As the rebirth elixir had fallen into the hands of Hikari, they needed to acquire it. Kuro, investigate Hikari's current whereabouts. We must devise a flawless plan to seize the rebirth elixir at the earliest opportunity. Obito recalled his previous encounter with Hikari, a frown creasing his brow as he remembered the prowess of her Sharingan, which had ensnared him within her genjutsu. Yet, upon recollecting her words, his fist clenched tightly. Do you aspire to create a world with Rin? Let me assure you, it shall remain an unattainable dream, unless you ally with me and serve my cause. Perhaps I could assist you in fulfilling your desire, for I possess the rebirth elixir. A sheen of sweat formed on Obito's forehead. Just yesterday, he had claimed he could procure the rebirth elixir, and today it was within reach. Could Rin truly be resurrected? The thought sent his heart racing. Filled with trepidation and an unyielding resolve not to betray, for a significant part of his existence was granted by Madara. Kuro and White Zetsu were beholden to Madara. If they discerned his intentions, would he survive? It seemed some matters required patience, yet if the opportunity slipped away, would it be lost forever? Though Obito had issued commands to Kuro, he was acutely aware that the ultimate decision rested with him. He yearned for Rin's revival, desiring to be by her side, not merely to see her resurrected while he lay dead. Thus, he needed a comprehensive plan, one that would elude both Kuro and the deceased Madara while securing the coveted elixir. In the live chat room, participants busily vied for Hikari's allegiance, hoping this wandering ninja would choose their village. After a 15-minute intermission, the chat buzzed anew, echoing Hikari's prior remarks, clay bombs and spicy strips. Observers noted that Orochimaru bore a striking resemblance to spicy strips, especially during his hasty retreat. Had he truly been passive in this battle? Would he genuinely meet his demise at the hands of Deidara and Sasori in the future? Surely that could not be the case. He was one of the legendary Sannin. But what did it matter? Even a Sannin could become a snake and flee. The chatter escalated, losing the restraint of previous days, as even lesser figures felt emboldened to speak up, predominantly discussing the outcomes of the ongoing battle. Orochimaru, his palms slick with cold sweat, gazed skyward. The usually composed figure grew increasingly agitated, while he typically paid little heed to victory or defeat. The scrutiny of others ignited an intense desire to win, compelling him to salvage his reputation, unable to endure any longer. Today I shall make the entirety of the ninja world aware of my formidable prowess. With that declaration, Orochimaru's gaze shifted, signaling the Umbu of Tsunade to commence their operations. A tremendous explosion reverberated, marking the initiation of the Konoha collapse plan. Hidden ninjas from the Sound Village and those from Tsunade sprang into action. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's cryptic remark left many in confusion. What did Orochimaru mean? What was happening? At that moment, on the vast screen above, words materialized, broadcasting live footage of current events. This indicated that the images being transmitted were unfolding in real time. Were these events truly occurring now? Explosions echoed. On the screen, masked Umbu rushed towards the epicenter of the blasts. The battle had commenced. Simultaneously, Hiruzen Sarutobi grew suspicious of the individual beside him and inquired, "Fourth Kazekage, what are your intentions?" A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and the protective ninjas struggled to breathe. Just as they prepared to withstand the pressure and continue safeguarding Hiruzen's, several shuriken whizzed through the smoke, embedding themselves into their bodies. Orochimaru swiftly repositioned himself behind the third Hokage, seizing his neck and leaping to the grand hall above. For ninjas from the Sound Village materialized at each corner, initiating the 4 purple flames formation. The 4 translucent barriers enveloped Orochimaru and Hiruzen's within the array. As the Umbu approaching the edge of the barrier were repelled with shrieks of pain, Orochimaru's attire tore apart, revealing his true form. This scene simultaneously broadcasted across the ninja world via the enormous screen. What was transpiring? Was this truly a live broadcast of the ongoing battle? Who was that figure? And who was the elderly man? My goodness, was this not Konoha? In an instant, the chat group erupted into chaos. Within Konoha, Several Chunin and Jinin were diligently evacuating villagers. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, they felt a pang of distress. After all, that was their esteemed third Hokage. Tsunade exclaimed, "What is happening? Return to the village immediately." Jeriah urged, "Third Hokage, Orochimaru? We must hurry back." Other Umbu and border personnel responded, "Prepare. Protect the third Hokage. We must return to the village. Return to the village." As the Konoha personnel witnessed the scene, they abandoned their tasks, preparing to head back to Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, furrowed his brow. After glancing at the messages in the chat group, he raised his voice. He realized that every action he and Orochimaru took was being observed by the entire ninja world, and his words would undoubtedly be heard. "Relay my orders. All ninjas stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire must hold their positions, ensuring stability and security. No one is permitted to return." As Hokage, he understood that safeguarding the borders was of paramount importance at this moment. While other ninjas engaged in missions or travels could return to the village, the borders could not be left unguarded. The current situation in Sand Hidden Village and its connection to Orochimaru remains uncertain. Should other ninja villages witness this scene, they may seize the opportunity to invade and instigate war, rendering the situation irretrievable. Although the presence of this celestial curtain has unveiled many hidden matters and facilitated a certain degree of information sharing among the major ninja villages, it has also exacerbated certain issues. For instance, the incident currently exposed. Such occurrences are unexpected and should ideally be resolved within the village to stabilize the national situation. However, it was regrettably broadcasted directly, posing a new threat to the Land of Fire. This is an order from the Hokage, and no one is permitted to defy it. At the borders, a multitude of ninjas felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Konoha is their village, their home. They suppressed their instinct to protect their homeland, reminding themselves to hold the borders and safeguard the people of the Land of Fire. Yes, yes, yes. All the border ninjas responded in unison. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and several nearby leaf ninjas hastily returned to the village. In the Death Forest of the North Mountain, the Chunin exams had concluded, and all Jinin were returning home. Within the Four Purple Flames formation, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke free from Orochimaru's grasp and confronted him in battle. At the venue, Kakashi, Might Guy, and several other ninjas present in the village were intercepted by Sand Hidden Village's ambush, hidden among the crowd, leading to a clash between the two factions. Across Konoha, various attacks erupted. A summoned three-headed serpent assailed the village walls, effortlessly demolishing a section with a single strike. The ninjas from all directions advanced, placing themselves before Orochimaru. Kunai, explosive tags, and shuriken were hurled at him, the sounds of explosions reverberating, yet failing to inflict any harm on Orochimaru. Previously, when the spectators witnessed Konoha's unity during the live broadcast, they believed that even if Orochimaru launched an attack, he would not prevail, given the overwhelming cohesion of Konoha. However, at this moment, their perception shifted. Although they were unaware of Orochimaru's motives for attacking Konoha, the circumstances suggested that he held a significant chance of victory. Simultaneously, another threat emerged within Konoha. Gaara, seemingly triggered, began to lose control. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura stood before him. Concurrently, Kankuro, Temari, and their teacher, Maki, glared at them with fury, while the opposing Mitarashi Anko scoffed. "Is this your plan? So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Maki's expression turned frigid. Both sides rushed forward, shuriken and kunai clashing, producing a cacophony of sounds and sparks. In an instant, Mitarashi Anko unleashed her serpent hand technique towards her adversaries, while Maki's wind blade shuriken blossomed, thwarting the assault. The two moved with remarkable speed. The serpent's shadow danced like a specter, and the wind blades sliced like ice. The clash resonated, leaving Maki dazed as the wind blades spun in his hands. Mitarashi Anko darted like lightning, executing flanking maneuvers, her serpent shadow striking and retreating in a relentless rhythm. Transformed into two colossal serpents, they surged toward Maki with lethal intent. Maki initially perceived this as a direct assault, unaware that their goal was mutual destruction. The two great snakes charged forward recklessly, accompanied by a multitude of smaller serpents. Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing this spectacle, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Was this the nature of a Nin's battle? With a series of explosive detonations, Maki utilized explosive tags to obliterate a throng of the advancing serpents. "What are you dawdling for? Take them down," shouted Anko Mitarashi. Only then did Naruto spring into action, while Sasuke had already engaged in combat, clashing with Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. The live broadcast displayed simultaneous scenes of the three-way battle. There were visuals of the entire village's conflict, featuring Maki, Anko, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Explosions erupted throughout the village, showcasing the fierce confrontations between ninjas. Additionally, there was a focus on the highly scrutinized scene within the Four Purple Flames formation, where Orochimaru stood opposite the third Hokage. He declared, "I had initially planned to wait until 5 days from now, during the third Nin exam, to make my move, but I can no longer contain myself. Today, I shall demonstrate to the entire ninja world whether or not I, Orochimaru, am formidable. Sarutobi, this predicament is a consequence of your foolishness in placing Konoha in jeopardy. Thus, this battle is destined for my victory. Until the end, one cannot ascertain the outcome." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned icy as he regarded his opponent. The ground beneath them cracked ominously as they launched their assaults. Talshuaken, Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru unleashed a serpent that sank its fangs into the third Hokage's neck, confident that his opponent had succumbed to age. Yet, the attacked Hokage transformed into a puddle of mud, merely a Doton substitution. Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Sarutobi Hiruzen invoked the earth techniques once more. Orochimaru found the ground beneath him turning to mud, his balance faltering. He laughed derisively. "Is this all you can do? How dull." Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet. A colossal dragon head materialized, its maw agape, unleashing a barrage of earth bullets toward Orochimaru. Simultaneously, the third Hokage expelled a torrent of fire from his mouth, the explosive flames cascading forth. The two attacks combined, momentarily engulfing Orochimaru in a conflagration of earth and fire. A scream echoed through the heavens, as the ninjas standing outside the Four Purple Flames formation believed Orochimaru had met his demise. However, the third Hokage interjected. "Cease the trivial theatrics. He is my former student. How could I not be aware of his capabilities?" Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh, gradually emerging from the rooftop. A sinister smile gracing his lips, his violet eyes reflecting an unsettling aura. "Ah, how impressive, but I seem to have been underestimated." Gazing upward, he noted that the live broadcast was showcasing his assault on Konoha, ensuring that the entire ninja world bore witness to this conflict. He would need to muster every ounce of his strength. The battle reignites as Sarutobi Hiruzen launches Shuriken, while Orochimaru employs the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. 1, 2. But no third. Two coffins materialize on the scene, their lids creaking open to reveal the legendary first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. What is happening? I warned against speaking carelessly, didn't I? They've truly been summoned to confront the monkey. Senju Tobirama, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings. Having been plucked from the Pure Land where he was enjoying a snack just moments ago, only to be summoned to face his own comrades. Despite his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage, he recognized that, from the village's perspective, he was a competent leader. Seeing the unfolding events, Senju Hashirama sighed softly. Who would have thought that Orochimaru would actually succeed in summoning us? Is this a joke? Help! Suddenly, Hashirama called out to the heavens, where a live broadcast displayed their emergence. "Dear brother, don't you feel embarrassed? The entire ninja world is watching," Tobirama remarked. "Very well." Hashirama chuckled lightly. "Since they are all watching, let me issue a warning. Any ninja village daring to take advantage of Konoha's plight will find me, Senju Hashirama, standing against them first." Typically lighthearted in demeanor, Hashirama's expression turned icy, as he seemed to embody an overwhelming aura of authority that could instill fear across the land. Simultaneously, the chat was flooded with repeated declarations. "Any who dare to plunder Konoha in its time of need will face me, Namake's Minato, first." It was none other than Minato, executing a task assigned by Hiyori, who remained vigilant regarding Konoha's circumstances. The third Hokage's grievances with Naruto were personal. But the village's survival was no trivial matter. Anyone who dared to bully Konoha would have Minato vehemently opposing them. The phrase echoed in the live chat repeatedly, not merely for the ninja world's observation, but as a warning to those with malicious intentions towards Konoha. He intended for them to understand that the fourth Hokage had returned and was silently guarding the village. In the live chat, an unusual stillness enveloped the atmosphere, with Minato's emphatic statements glaringly present. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hashirama and Tobirama had been ensnared once more by Orochimaru's cursed seals, falling under his control. "Monkey, do you still dare to look down upon the deceased?" Tobirama glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with discontent. Hiruzen, visibly uncomfortable, felt a chill flicker in his gaze. Master. It seems we are destined for a mutually destructive confrontation today, Hashirama remarked. In this moment, you have at least shown some regard for Konoha. I commend you for that. Ashamed, Hiruzen lowered his head, but as he lifted it once more, he charged towards his two esteemed predecessors, apologizing profusely. No worries, let us commence with our personal grievances. Tobirama shouted as he too leaped into the fray. What is commonly referred to as personal vendetta is likely the scandal exposed during the celestial broadcast. For instance, the concealment of Naruto's identity, the theft of the resurrection potion, the disregard for the first and second Hokages as mere corpses, and the various secrets surrounding the Senju clan. Now reduced to a single member, all these grievances are about to be reckoned with. As the battle commences, a flurry of physical attacks ensues. Kicks, punches, and elbow strikes resound throughout the arena. The sounds of impact echo. A cacophony of thuds and crashes fills the air. Fire release, fire dragon bullet, water release, water barrier. The clash of fire and water creates a mesmerizing spectacle. Water release, water surge. Senju Tobirama employs his ninjutsu once more. Earth release, earth wall. The earth blocks the water, swiftly followed by a countering fire technique, and an even more potent water technique emerges, fire raging like tongues of flame, water striking like artillery. The combat is fierce and dazzling, captivating all onlookers. Suddenly, wood release manifests, colossal trees sprouting from the rooftops, rapidly transforming into towering giants that ensnare the third Hokage. How much chakra must one possess to induce such rapid growth in trees? Is this truly the confrontation of masters? Such terrifying prowess astonishes not only the spectators of the celestial broadcast, but even the members of the Akatsuki, who are out on various missions. Taken aback by the display of power. Is this the might of the first Hokage, even in a deceased state? At this moment, the fourth Reappearance perceives the disparity and refrains from further remarks. In the live chat, amidst a flurry of astonished symbols and expressions, there is nothing else. All eyes are glued to the unfolding battle. Summoning technique. The appearance of the Monkey King, Enma. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, bound by the trees, bites his finger to summon Enma, the adamantine staff. Enma transforms, shattering the wooden bindings, rescuing Hiruzen Sarutobi. The battle resumes. Orochimaru, wielding the Kusanagi sword, joins the fray. Empowered by Enma's transformation and the divine staff, Hiruzen moves with agility, wielding the staff with fluidity, capable of extending and retracting, offensive and defensive at will. Orochimaru dodges left and right, parrying attacks with the Kusanagi sword while directing the reincarnated first and second Hokages to impede Hiruzen's assault. This, however, plays into the third Hokage's strategy. He deliberately draws the enemy in, creating openings in his defenses, prompting the two to attack, and seizing the opportunity to affix his prepared talismans onto the reincarnated Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. One of them, caught off guard, is sent flying by Orochimaru's kick, collapsing onto the ground, motionless. Orochimaru, with a disdainful kick, coldly remarks, "Foolish, to forego the shadow clone technique? Moreover, having lost half your chakra the day before, you likely have yet to recover." While speaking, he approaches, the surrounding ninjas anxiously observing the scene. "Third Hokage, please rise," they implore. Unable to breach the four purple flames formation, they can only watch in distress. Just as Orochimaru reaches for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the latter suddenly opens his eyes, grasping Orochimaru firmly. He intends to engage in close combat, hoping to take Orochimaru down with him, but unexpectedly, Orochimaru employs the body replacement technique, transforming into a puddle of mud, nothing but a mere decoy. Suddenly, Orochimaru transformed before their eyes, taking on the appearance of a woman. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in disbelief at the woman before him. "Have you truly mastered that forbidden technique?" Orochimaru erupted into a sinister laughter, her expression grotesque, her voice now reminiscent of a young girl. "Goodness, I finally comprehend how he could give birth to himself. It truly is possible," commented Senju Hashirama, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, having dedicated his life to the development of countless ninjutsu, yet never having encountered such a technique, capable of shifting identities at will. In that moment, was he male or female? Enough. Silence. Orochimaru turned to the two men, reprimanding them loudly. Just moments ago, she had been reveling in her triumph, but the mockery from the two had swiftly dampened her spirits. The first and second Hokage, filled with indignation, yearned to retaliate. However, they found themselves powerless under the control of Edo Tensei, resembling mere shells of their former selves, their eyes devoid of light, unable to utter a word. Orochimaru tightened her grip on their control. Would release. Hashirama initiated the would release technique, filling the entire four purple flames formation. While the Monkey King's Rui Jingu Bang transformed into a cage to protect Hiruzen. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Si, Hi, Wei, Mao Su, Zi, Yu, Wu, Si. Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals, ultimately bringing his hands together in prayer as he summoned the Shinigami. This was his inaugural attempt at summoning the Shinigami, a forbidden technique once wielded by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fourth had used this jutsu to seal away half of the Nine-Tails chakra. Summoning the Shinigami necessitated a pact with one's own soul, allowing the Shinigami to assist in sealing the target's soul. It was a method of mutual destruction, where even if one succeeded in vanquishing their opponent, they too would perish. The third had braced himself for the sacrifice. Simultaneously, Tobirama began forming seals to cast an illusion technique, the Dark Passage technique. At that moment, the talismans affixed to the two Hokage activated, and amidst a cloud of smoke, they vanished. Haha, third Hokage, I must concede your cleverness, murmured Hashirama as his soul ascended to the Pure Land. Tobirama could not resist adding, let our personal grievances be deemed settled. From here on, Konoha is in your hands. Monkey. Ever since the inaugural live broadcast commenced, Orochimaru had boasted in the chat about summoning the first and second Hokage using Edo Tensei. In response, Hiruzen had tirelessly developed two formidable sealing talismans to counteract Edo Tensei. He meticulously reviewed every forbidden jutsu scroll from Konoha, amplifying the strength of these talismans to avert the day when Orochimaru might genuinely assault Konoha with the first and second. He had not anticipated her arrival would be so swift, nor that his talismans would prove effective so quickly. Although these sealing talismans still required further experimentation and refinement, they had indeed fulfilled their purpose. For now, while they had not sealed the souls of the first and second, they had successfully liberated them from the grasp of Edo Tensei. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen had eliminated two-thirds of the enemies. This was largely thanks to the Heavenly Dome broadcast, which allowed him to prepare in advance. With the departure of the two elder statesmen, their bodies dissipated into smoke, and the illusion and dark arts vanished entirely. Clarity returned, and the great trees circled within the four purple flames formation. Orochimaru, witnessing the dissolution of his summoned Edo Tensei, furiously charged forward. At that moment, he was unaware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already summoned the Shinigami, for only those who had forged a pact with the Shinigami could perceive its presence. However, if he had merely glanced upward to observe the Heavenly Dome broadcast, he would have comprehended why Sarutobi Hiruzen resorted to using shadow clones. For the visage of the Shinigami was indeed revealed in the live feed. At that instant, the three battle scenes depicted in the broadcast underwent a transformation. Jeriah, Tsunade, and the Konoha ninjas executing their missions all returned to the village, as the previously rampaging Orochimaru and the Sound Village shinobi were now entirely subdued. This was also thanks to the Heavenly Dome broadcast. Without it, those outside the village would have remained oblivious to the developments. Meanwhile, within the Death Forest, Ibiki and others had already gone to the rescue, and the battle between Mitarashi Anko and Maki had reached a decisive conclusion. Though Anko lacked Maki's ferocity, her shadow snake hand was exquisite, mastering ambush tactics, and with the arrival of reinforcements, Maki swiftly retreated from the scene. Although Gaara had transformed into his tailed beast form, he soon found himself at a disadvantage against the onslaught of Team 7 and their summoning jutsu support. At this juncture, Orochimaru's faction began to crumble within the overarching plan to annihilate Konoha. Within the four purple flames formation, upon realizing that the first and second Hokages had departed, Orochimaru brandished the Kusanagi sword and charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a final confrontation, desperate for his life. The Rui Bang transformed from the Monkey King, entwined with the Kusanagi sword in a fierce struggle. As Orochimaru drew the enemy deeper into combat, a sudden terror gripped him. His mentor had ensnared his body, revealing that the shadow clone was at play. In an instant, it felt as if something had penetrated his soul, causing his pupils to dilate in horror. What is this? He gasped in fear. At that moment, he understood that he must seek salvation, lest the consequences be dire. For he had never experienced such a sensation throughout his life, his body rendered immobile, as though his very soul were being extracted. Above in the Heavenly Dome, a pair of spectral hands tugged at his essence, while the Shinigami loomed hungrily behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, fixated on Orochimaru. Now, only the slightest movement of his fingers remained possible as he struggled. He maneuvered his fingers to direct the fallen Kusanagi sword. The injured Rui Bang lay nearby, and upon witnessing this, it cried out in alarm, "Be careful! Die! Die!" 3 voices echoed almost in unison. The Shinigami forcefully yanked at Orochimaru's soul. The Kusanagi sword pierced the 3rd Hokage's body, and the fallen Rui Bang reached out to grasp the Kusanagi sword. As the grass cutter sword pierced through the body of the 3rd Hokage, blood stained the ground. In that fleeting moment, everyone seemed to feel the chilling gaze of death. The 3rd Hokage? Within the village of Konoha, all eyes were fixated on the live broadcast of the sky, engulfed in profound sorrow. Regardless of whether he had once spied on women bathing through a crystal ball, or regarded the son of the 4th Hokage as a demon fox, or whether he had, at one point, played both sides for the position of Hokage, at this moment, he stood solely for Konoha. "Why didn't you dodge?" Orochimaru asked in astonishment. "There was no need for me to evade. We all must face death eventually. At my age, I have no regrets." A rare smile graced the face of the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru attempted to employ ninjutsu once more, yet his hands betrayed him, refusing to obey. In that instant, fear enveloped him. He furrowed his brow at his former teacher, disbelief flooding his gaze. "Do you know why you cannot move?" "Because the ninjutsu I wield is one once used by a hero of this village. I have summoned it using my soul as a wager, intending to extract yours, Orochimaru. Let us struggle together within the belly of the Grim Reaper, forever denied rebirth." Laughter erupted from the 3rd Hokage, his face radiant with triumph. Orochimaru could scarcely believe his ears. This is the 4th's ninjutsu? Was this the very technique used to seal the Nine Tails? For him, the assault on Konoha had been of little consequence, yet to lose his life over this incident was unacceptable. His ambition was to live eternally. Was he truly to be defeated by his own master? Sweat trickled down his forehead as the 3rd Hokage continued to forcefully pull at his soul. The Grim Reaper lurking ominously behind him, its expression grotesque. As his soul was grasped by the Grim Reaper, Orochimaru finally beheld the entity's terrifying visage. His eyes widening in horror. What? Is this the Grim Reaper? Not just Orochimaru, but at that moment, ninjas and citizens across the ninja world watched in awe through the live broadcast. A colossal, monstrous soul of the Grim Reaper hovered behind the 3rd Hokage, surveying all with a menacing and fearsome countenance. Is this the ninjutsu of Konoha? It is truly terrifying. How many more possess such abilities within Konoha? It is beyond imagination. Did they just imply that the 4th Hokage also used this ninjutsu to seal half of the Nine Tails chakra? Heaven help us, if the 4th Hokage were present. Orochimaru would surely have no chance of victory. What chance? At this point, Orochimaru was already defeated. Although the 3rd Hokage would also lose his life, Konoha would remain secure. The crowd observed the live broadcast, murmuring among themselves. Within Konoha, amidst the 4 purple flames formation, the Grim Reaper had already used a dagger to sever portions of Orochimaru's soul, consuming them greedily, drool dripping down as his covetous gaze betrayed his insatiable hunger. What a farce. I shall not allow you to have your way, you wretched old fool. Orochimaru cried out loudly, his fingers incessantly manipulating the Kusanagi sword, urging it deeper. "Hurry up and die," he shouted in fury, sweat pouring down his face, his expression reflecting sheer terror. He had never felt such fear before. He did not wish to perish. He yearned to live for eternity. The 3rd Hokage could no longer endure. Had he not preemptively released the reanimation jutsu, he would have surely met his demise today. Haha, though my fate may be sealed, I have no regrets. For Konoha, for Konoha, for Konoha. The 3rd Hokage exclaimed with fervor. With his last ounce of strength, he resolved to seal Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru resisted in fright, his chakra surging and dissipating in a relentless cycle. It was a tug-of-war between life and death. "Die already, you old fool. Hurry and die," Orochimaru shouted in a fit of rage. The onlookers were filled with indignation. After all, that was his teacher. Despite their anger, they were powerless to rescue the 3rd Hokage trapped within the 4 purple flames formation. Even Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and others were preoccupied with combating other threats within the village. "I will drag you down with me. Do you believe that Konoha will emerge victorious? Let me tell you, it is not just the Sound Ninja village. The Sand Ninja will also join me in annihilating every last one of you, sparing not even the children." "Ha ha, old fool. My plan to bring Konoha to ruin shall undoubtedly succeed." Orochimaru cackled, his face contorted in frantic struggle. "Nonsense. Your forces have already been vanquished." Tsunade's voice resonated from outside the formation. "Just look at the sky." Boom. Suddenly, the 4 purple flames formation shook violently as Tsunade landed a punch upon the barrier, producing a thunderous sound. Orochimaru attempted to gaze upward, but the trees obstructed his view. Turning back, he glimpsed Tsunade through the gaps in the foliage. Weren't you outside the village? How did you return? Tsunade pointed towards the sky, where a live broadcast was showcasing his battle with the third Hokage. Enraged, he bellowed, "The heavens conspire against me." As time dragged on, Tsunade continued her relentless assault on the barrier, while the third Hokage was nearing his limit. Gasping for breath as he spoke, "It seems I lack the strength to extract your soul entirely, yet I shall obliterate your ambitions. You are obsessed with ninjutsu, squandering its potential. Thus, allow me to conclude your shinobi career." What did you say? At that moment, Orochimaru's soul had been partially extracted, and the Shinigami swiftly severed it, consuming it with a relentless gnash. "I shall seal your hands, rendering you incapable of performing ninjutsu, and with that, your plans to destroy Konoha shall fail." The corners of the third Hokage's mouth curled into a victorious smile. Orochimaru's eyes bulged with fury as he shouted, "Return my hands." The four purple flames formation was shattered, and among the sound ninja, Orochimaru bore the weight of escape. Tsunade rushed in, only to embrace the lifeless body of her teacher. The live broadcast abruptly ceased, marking the final victory for Konoha, albeit at the cost of the third Hokage's life. The screen froze, then began to replay. A prominent line appeared at the top. Why did Orochimaru initiate the Konoha collapse plan? The crowd furrowed their brows at this question, for they too were eager to understand why Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas and a disciple of the third Hokage, would launch an assault against Konoha and even slay his own master. Despite the multitude of speculations swirling in their minds, no one dared to answer. Perhaps the recent battle had left them in a state of disbelief. Kurinai remarked, "Indeed, why would Orochimaru launch the Konoha collapse plan? Only he can provide the answer. After all, he is still alive." "Orochimaru, can your hands no longer write? You can still breathe. Surely you can respond. Why did you instigate the Konoha collapse plan?" Upon her words, silence enveloped the group as they awaited Orochimaru's reply. Yet, an interminable stretch of time passed without a sound from him. Jeriah suggested, "Perhaps this time the heavens will reward him with a revival elixir." "Orochimaru, are you not going to answer?" Tsunade added, "Indeed, that elixir would surely be beneficial to you. Perhaps your conscience will compel you to send something to the third Hokage." Both employed provocation, yearning for answers, desperate to unravel Orochimaru's motives, despite his malevolence. In their hearts, he had been a comrade, yet since he had slain the third Hokage, he had become an enemy in their eyes. Kurinai continued, "I realize now. He is unable to move, his arms sealed, and he will be deprived of jutsu henceforth. Perhaps he will hide underground, reduced to an earthworm. Orochimaru, the earthworm sage." Orochimaru seethed with anger. "Kurinai, are you seeking death?" Kurinai retorted, "If so, come forth." Orochimaru stammered, You. Tsunade pressed, "Speak. Why did you initiate the Konoha collapse plan?" "Ha ha ha. Why not hazard a guess? I relish watching you flounder in uncertainty. The third Hokage is dead, and he deserved it." "Deserved it." He furiously scribbled, but after writing a single line, his fingers felt as heavy as if they were burdened by countless tons of iron. No matter how he experimented, no chakra would coalesce upon his fingertips. Suddenly, a chime rang out. "I know the reason." Uchiha Madara pressed the buzzer. His curiosity was not driven by the allure of prizes, but by a genuine desire to comprehend Orochimaru's actions. "I know. Konoha possesses a candy known as the snake lollipop. Surely, he initiated the Konoha collapse plan to obtain that candy, for it is delectable and shaped like a snake. He must have yearned for it, unable to attain it, thus inciting war." Uchiha Madara replied earnestly, leaving both Terumi Mei and Inoki dumbfounded. They were aware that the answer must be incorrect. Yet they were astonished that such a foolish response could come from the renowned Uchiha Madara. "Hey, isn't there a snake-shaped lollipop in Konoha? Many children used to love it back in the day. Do you remember?" Madara inquired deliberately. Senju Hashirama responded, "I believe there was. That candy was quite delicious." Senju Tobirama added, "Was there? I had no idea." Jiraiya remarked, "Was there? I've never seen it either." Tsunade mused, "It seems there wasn't. Besides, it's absurd to think Orochimaru would attack for a piece of candy." Suddenly, Tsunade appeared to grasp Madara's implication. "Oh, I remember now. There really was one. Orochimaru, you truly went to such lengths for a mere candy? What were you thinking? I could have brought it to you. Why resort to such childish antics?" Jiraiya also had an epiphany. "Goodness, Orochimaru, you've disappointed me. You actually initiated a conflict over a candy." Orochimaru, infuriated and still on the run, fumbled in his writing. Despite preparing to respond, his fingers betrayed him, and he fell behind, unwittingly becoming the subject of ridicule from Madara and the others. I did not. I would never instigate a battle over something so trivial. Such behavior is beneath me. Ding. At that moment, the celestial broadcast announced, Uchiha. Madara answered incorrectly. The punishment is the confiscation of the fire-style, fireball jutsu. I told you, how could I wage war over a lollipop? Orochimaru triumphantly wrote, seizing the moment. He quickly pressed the buzzer, determined to answer the question and subtly reveal his plans to certain individuals while contemplating his future. Congratulations, Orochimaru, you have buzzed in successfully. Please respond. The celestial voice echoed. Everyone turned their attention to the chat group, a silence enveloping the moment as they awaited his answer. First, I wish to obtain Uchiha Sasuke and take him as my apprentice. Secondly, I seek vengeance. The position of the fourth Hokage should have been mine. Yet that old man awarded it to Minato. If I were to lead Konoha, I am confident it would emerge as the mightiest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Furthermore, purely for amusement, the Akatsuki has remained dormant for many years, and the shinobi world has been at peace for quite some time. The timing is perfect for change. Thus, I initiated the Konoha collapse plan. As he concluded his writing, beads of sweat formed on Orochimaru's forehead. He inwardly cursed the third Hokage for sealing his hands. For otherwise, the act of writing would have been trivial for him. Uchiha Sasuke, can you see my message? Now you understand why I orchestrated such grand schemes, don't you? I merely wish for you to assess my capabilities and gauge your future. Will you find greater prospects alongside the denizens of Konoha, or will you thrive in my company? Make your choice, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru gazed upon the heavens, his slit pupils emanating a chilling aura. The onlookers were filled with indignation, particularly those from the land of fire's Konoha. Was it truly for Uchiha Sasuke? Did he covet the Uchiha resources? Someone furiously remarked within the group. This is outrageous. To seek amusement in such a manner. This individual is utterly malevolent. The ninja world has only enjoyed peace for a mere decade, and now there are those who cannot bear it? He claims to observe the Akatsuki in action. Is his motive to provoke them? Orochimaru, would you care to elucidate? In that moment, regardless of what was said in the group, Orochimaru remained silent, as he and the Sound Four retreated northward. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke contemplated Orochimaru's words, his heart tumultuous. Orochimaru's prowess was indeed formidable. He had single-handedly faced the third Hokage, who perished while Orochimaru merely lost a pair of hands, leaving Konoha with such profound scars. If he possessed such abilities, could he not avenge Itachi? Moreover, what had he truly learned during his years in Konoha? Upon reflection, it seemed he had only mastered Chidori. And with this Chidori, in the presence of Itachi, he might not even be granted the opportunity to strike. What should he do? He needed to ponder deeply. Orochimaru's response left a lasting impression on Uchiha Sasuke's psyche. Ding. The heavens concluded their review. Congratulations, Orochimaru. Your answer was correct. You were rewarded with a serpent-shaped lollipop. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru glanced at his hand, where indeed a serpent-shaped lollipop had materialized. Enraged, he cast it aside. He would have preferred even a fire release technique, yet they presented him with a lollipop. Was this a deliberate affront? Nevertheless, his objective had been achieved. Uchiha Sasuke, you shall contemplate this, won't you? You four, return to Konoha and seek out Sasuke, endeavoring to respect his wishes. Should he resist vehemently, then employ force. He commanded. As the Sound Four exchanged glances of concern, my lord, what about you? I can return alone. It is my hands that are injured, not my feet. Upon finishing his words, Orochimaru leapt away, vanishing before them. The four complied, retracing their steps to Konoha. The group remained abuzz, denouncing Orochimaru's actions, while within Konoha, a pall of sorrow hung heavy. The third Hokage had fallen. The village was wounded. Though Orochimaru's rationale incited fury, they lacked the luxury of time to dwell on his misdeeds, for they were preoccupied with reconstruction and ensuring the village's protection. As moments trickled by, the heavens shifted their broadcasting mode, unveiling yet another query. The next inquiry posed, in light of Orochimaru's initiation of the Konoha collapse plan. Who within Konoha serves as his insider? What the? When this question appeared in the skies, not only the denizens of Konoha, but even the leaders of the other 3 great ninja villages were left astounded. The workers engaged in reconstruction halted their tasks, and those preparing for the third Hokage's funeral also ceased their activities. All gazes were fixed upon the sky, their expressions rife with animosity. Was there a traitor among the ranks of Konoha, instigated by Orochimaru? Who could this individual be? The villagers clenched their fists in fury, while the high-ranking officials, including Tsunade and Mito Minya, were consumed by rage, their eyes glued to the live broadcast, anxiously awaiting answers and the chance to eliminate the traitor. Due to the Chunin exams, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was present in Konoha. With the passing of the third Hokage, the village was in dire need of leadership. He thus issued an announcement in the group chat. Greetings, I am the daimyo of the Land of Fire. I implore the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to return to Konoha at once. At this juncture, everyone was acutely aware that Konoha had been attacked and the third Hokage had made the ultimate sacrifice. The village urgently required a Hokage to oversee the situation. Minato, observing the scene, responded, "The affairs of the village can be temporarily managed by my master and others. Rest assured, no other villages will seize this opportunity. Should they attempt to act, Orochimaru's 50 kilograms of explosive clay will serve its purpose." It was revealed that during his confrontation with the third Hokage, Orochimaru had discarded 50 kilograms of explosive clay. Although the explosive technique had not been retained, this clay, having been developed for use, could potentially be effective. This particular revelation would have gone unnoticed, yet the astute Minato discerned it within the live broadcast. His statement dropped like a bombshell in the chat, effectively silencing other ill-intentioned villages. After all, Minato was known for his unpredictability and speed, nicknamed the Yellow Flash. Should he take action, other villages would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, upon witnessing this, immediately understood Minato's subtle refusal to assume the role of Hokage. Thus, Konoha's leadership could only emerge from one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, or Tsunade. Without delving into the details of the third Hokage's funeral or Tsunade's ascension as the fifth Hokage, the live chat revealed the participants' keen interest in the new questions posed by the broadcast. Uchiha Madara inquired, "Who is the traitor Orochimaru has embedded within Konoha? What might the reward be? If it is the resurrection elixir once more, that would indeed be intriguing." The elixir was a constant fixation in his mind. "Senju Hashirama, third Hokage? Have you come to the Pure Land?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Elder, I wish to be left in peace. Do not disturb me. I have just passed away and do not wish to converse." Sarutobi Pihua, "You old scoundrel, you better explain yourself clearly. Who is this Peace? Do not think that hiding in the belly of the Grim Reaper will keep you safe from me. Speak up, who is Peace?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Senju Tobirama, at this moment, I am far more concerned about the identity of the traitor. How could there be a traitor in Konoha? Monkeys. Your management of the village is lacking." It was only then that the recently deceased Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the pressing question in the live broadcast was indeed about the identity of the traitor implanted by Orochimaru within Konoha. Reflecting on the myriad actions of Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, "I am already dead. I no longer wish to be burdened by such matters. I desire tranquility." With that, he submerged himself, requiring time to acclimate to the reality of his demise. Sarutobi Sasuke remarked, "You old lecher, who exactly is this tranquility?" Above in the sky, scenes from the plan to dismantle Konoha replayed incessantly, depicting the ninjas of Konoha valiantly battling, yet it appeared impossible to discern any traitors among them. Ding! At that moment, Noki pressed the buzzer. It is evident that the two Hokage resurrected through Edo Tensei are the traitors, assisting Orochimaru in the destruction of their own village and the slaughter of their compatriots. Thus, they are indeed the traitors. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Jeriah, third Kazekage, are you aware of what Edo Tensei entails? The resurrected possess no agency. Uzumaki Kushina, Jiraiya sensei, aren't you supposed to be managing Konoha instead of chatting in the group? Jeriah, I am currently tasked with overseeing the responses in this group, and I too wish to uncover the traitor. Until the traitor is eliminated, I cannot apologize to the deceased third Hokage. Hatake Kakashi, until the traitor is eliminated, I cannot apologize to the deceased third Hokage. We must eradicate the traitor. Following this, dozens of ninjas from Konoha fervently typed in the group, their collective anger palpable. Shimura Danzo, in truth, I believe the decision regarding the fifth Hokage should not rest solely on the council of Minato Namikaze. I contend that selecting from the older generation would carry greater weight, such as myself, Nara Shikaku, or Mito Kamen. Upon seeing this, Nara Shikaku promptly declared in the group, I lack the qualifications, I withdraw. Mito Kamen, when it comes to selecting a Hokage, I am more concerned about identifying the traitor. Moreover, I willingly concede my inadequacy, I withdraw. Shimura Danzo, first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, please step forward and speak the truth. My contributions to Konoha are evident. I trust the eyes of the public are discerning. Therefore, I implore you to advocate for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you aspire to be Hokage? Huh, I see. You have long desired the position, including Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama, Danzo, you are unfit. Why? Because I do not wish to see the sunlit Konoha transformed into a shadowy version of itself. Shimura Danzo. Yet, in terms of talent and capability, at this very moment, who can rival me, Danzo? The daimyo of the Land of Fire interjected. Then where were you during Konoha's battle just now? With this pointed inquiry, Danzo fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he stammered. I was leading the Umbu in evacuating the group and swiftly notifying the border ninjas to stabilize the situations. They must not return to the village recklessly. The third Hokage has already informed the group. Your redundant comments serve no purpose, the daimyo retorted angrily. Having already discerned certain truths, yet as a daimyo, some matters remained unspoken. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists in frustration, acutely aware that without the daimyo's consent, he would never ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet he could not suppress his discontent. How many years had he waited? The third Hokage was not him. Nor the fourth. Even after the fourth's demise, it still was not his turn. Now, with the fifth Hokage rising, could it truly not be him? I cannot accept this. My contributions to Konoha are no less than those of the third. Why am I unworthy of the title of Hokage? I too am willing to give my life for Konoha. I am deserving of this position. Ding. Just as he voiced his frustrations within the chat group, someone unexpectedly pressed the buzzer. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for successfully buzzing in. Please provide your answer. The system revealed the name of the responder, and upon its announcement, the entire group, indeed, all of the shinobi world, seemed to tremble in astonishment. It was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. It truly was him. In recent days, Itachi had remained silent in the group. When he had seen Itachi's name on the Akatsuki roster, he had mocked him for working for extraterrestrial beings, never anticipating that he would now choose to answer a question. My answer is, the traitor within Konoha, allied with Orochimaru, is Shimura Danzo. Each of those final words was enunciated with deliberate emphasis, leaving all present in sheer shock. How could this be? Wasn't he just vying for the position of Hokage? Hadn't he claimed that his contributions surpassed those of the third Hokage? How could he possibly be a traitor? Shimura Danzo retorted, Uchiha Itachi, you wretched villain who slaughtered your entire clan and disregarded the law. How dare you slander me? It appears you are courting death. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi was en route to Konoha, tasked with capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He was aware that Deidara and Sasori were also making their way to Konoha. Yet the gravest danger was not the Jinchuriki but rather his brother. With the third Hokage deceased, who remained to protect Sasuke, who recalled the promise he had made with the third Hokage. As long as Danzo was present, no one could safeguard Sasuke. If Danzo became Hokage, Sasuke would be in even greater peril. Thus, Itachi resolved to leverage the quiz to eliminate Danzo. If he answered correctly, Danzo would either perish or be forced to vacate Konoha, ensuring Sasuke's safety. If he answered incorrectly, it mattered not. He was already a notorious rogue ninja and had little concern for accumulating additional charges. Isn't it true? As far as I am aware, you have maintained relations with Orochimaru all along. You secretly supported his clandestine experiments. And there is an individual named Kabuto in the village whom you helped Orochimaru place within Konoha. Danzo, you are that person. For the first time, Uchiha Itachi spoke at such length. Shimura Danzo exclaimed, you slander me. How could I possibly be that kind of person? If I were, I would meet a terrible end. I could never betray Konoha. How could I be a traitor? Everyone, listen to my explanation. He is framing me. Uchiha Obito chuckled. I find Itachi's words quite credible. Kakashi Hitaki interjected. Obito, you finally decided to speak? Uchiha Obito, depart. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito? Uchiha Obito fell silent, while the esteemed predecessors, such as Senju Hashirama, were unfamiliar with Uchiha Itachi and others, thus refraining from offering any counsel. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo incessantly engaged in self-justification within the group, akin to a nagging voice spewing forth excuses, as he tirelessly defended his innocence and extolled his merits to rival those of the third Hokage. The celestial broadcast chimed, announcing the results of the evaluation. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for the correct answer. A photograph of Uchiha Sarada has been awarded. Puff Danzo spat blood in disbelief. How could this be? If I were a traitor, would I not be aware of it? The celestial broadcast is deceiving. It is a falsehood concurrently. Ninjas who had previously served in Konoha's Umbu and Root were equally bewildered. How could this be possible? Although Danzo was known for his sinister demeanor and penchant for underhanded tactics, He was certainly not a traitor undermining the stability of Konoha. Could it be that this celestial entity harbored deceitful intentions? Not only the root members, but even Jiraiya and Kakashi Hatake harbored doubts. Could it be? Is he truly a traitor? Jeriah shook his head, stating, "While I believe he is ruthless and lacking in compassion, I remain skeptical of the notion that he is a traitor." Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow as he gazed at the reward. He recognized from the celestial broadcast that his future daughter would be named Sarada, and yet this celestial entity had bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi a photograph of his own daughter. What could this mean? Simultaneously, the typically composed Uchiha Itachi was rendered speechless as he found himself holding a photograph of his own niece. In the image, Sarada donned a red outfit and glasses, adorned with the Uchiha clan's insignia, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old, standing amidst the bustling streets of modern Konoha. Vibrant neon lights illuminating her radiant smile. A tumult of emotion surged within Uchiha Itachi. He felt as though his heart was racing with an endless torrent of blood. His eyes turned crimson, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan reflecting a diamond pattern, glistening with moisture. He gazed intently at the photograph, one hand pressed against his heart. This was his niece. His beloved niece. This was a glimpse of the future Konoha, a promising future where Sasuke thrived and his niece flourished. Thank heavens, all was well. Beside him, the lifeless Zetsu observed the scene and gently inquired, "Itachi, are you all right?" Uchiha Itachi gave a slight shake of his head. He lifted his gaze to the celestial screen and then back down to the photograph in his hand. Though his expression remained serene, his heart was tumultuous. He inhaled deeply, scrutinizing the photograph once more, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly before he carefully tucked the photograph into his pocket. Innocent, unjustly accused. The celestial broadcast has wronged the virtuous. I may forego the title of Hokage, but I cannot endure such slander. Danzo continued to shout in the live chat, persistently employing jutsu to attack the celestial broadcast hovering above Konoha. At that moment, the celestial broadcast shifted, erasing all content related to Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, instead revealing the visage of Shimura Danzo. In the scene, he stands on a bridge, methodically unwrapping the bandages from his body, while directly opposite him stands the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke. Behind him, perched atop the archway of the bridge, is a masked member of the Akatsuki organization, Kaku, seemingly reveling in the spectacle. Concealed beside one of the bridge pillars is a woman, Karen. Simultaneously, a line of text appears above the scene. Uchiha Sasuke versus Shimura Danzo. Once again, battle ensues beneath the celestial canopy as someone exclaims in excitement, "Is that Uchiha Sasuke?" And this one is undoubtedly Shimura Danzo. The future Sasuke looks incredibly handsome, someone in the live chat remarks. Indeed, we previously witnessed the battle between Akatsuki and the 7th Hokage, where Uchiha Sasuke made an appearance, resembling this mature version, though this one appears to be merely 16 or 17 years old. It is the future Sasuke, undeniably charming. Once more, Sasuke captures the hearts of numerous young women. The live broadcast continues, showcasing Danzo, who gazes coldly at his opponent while unraveling the bandages from his own body, layer by layer, revealing a grotesque arm beneath. It is a pallid limb, adorned with 10 spinning Sharingan, an exceedingly terrifying sight. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Sasuke furrows his brow. And at that moment, the scene freezes. A question appears on the live stream. Who transplanted the Hashirama cells on Danzo's shoulder? Where did the Sharingan on his arm come from? And who performed the transplant? At this inquiry, not only Uchiha Sasuke, but even Uchiha Madara appears astounded. It seems Sasuke suddenly comprehends something significant and promptly clicks the buzzer to answer. Ding! Congratulations to Uchiha Sasuke for successfully buzzing in. Please provide your answer. Observing this, others seem to already know the answer. It is clearly an easy question, given that Danzo had previously questioned the accuracy of the broadcast verification, and now, the live stream is exposing his secrets. My answer is that the Hashirama cells on his shoulder were transplanted by Orochimaru, and the Sharingan on his arm was taken from our Uchiha clan during the massacre, also transplanted with Orochimaru's assistance. Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Sasuke clenches his fists tightly. In that moment, he resolves that he no longer wishes to remain in Konoha. He intends to seek out Orochimaru to acquire greater power, and to eliminate Danzo and the traitorous Itachi who orchestrated the clan's downfall. The live chat falls into silence, everyone gazing at the broadcast. After a prolonged pause, someone finally breaks the stillness. Fourth Reappearance AI. I once believed I understood the limits of humanity, yet Danzo has shattered my perceptions. Kisame Hoshigaki. They say the Bloody Mist is notorious in the ninja world, but some individuals surpass even the former third Mizukage. Danzo, do you have anything to say? Shimura Danzo, this is an absolute injustice. First and foremost, the Sharingan I possess was not transplanted by Orochimaru, but rather, it was the Leaf Village medical team that facilitated the transplant. Furthermore, I had no involvement in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. I merely gathered those eyes to prevent waste, all for the sake of the village. Senju Tobirama, Danzo, do not use the leaf as a shield, otherwise, you shall find yourself unaware of your own demise. Senju Hashirama, let us eliminate him at once. Uchiha Madara, ha. Finally, you utter a coherent statement. But a being like you does not deserve to live. Why do you place your trust in Uchiha Sasuke's words? His claims are mere conjecture. I can unequivocally prove my disassociation from Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo cried out once more. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Belonging to Yamanaka Kaneo, I am Yamanaka Kaneo, the head of the Leaf Hospital. I hereby declare that any abnormalities concerning Shimura Danzo's body and the transplant issues are in no way related to our hospital. We have never conducted any transplant surgeries for him. After making this statement, Yamanaka Kaneo fell silent. Seeing this unfold, Danzo's agitation escalated. You wretch, do you seek death? How dare you undermine me? I will see to your end. Daimyo of the Fire Nation, whom do you intend to kill? The Leaf has already decided that Tsunade shall succeed as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade, I am grateful for your trust. To prevent further chaos in the Leaf, I hereby issue an order to suspend Shimura Danzo from all operations within the Umbu route, revoking his leadership and all associated powers. In a mere hour, the Leaf had chosen the successor for the next Hokage, rallying all forces around Tsunade. Upon witnessing the content being broadcasted, she had already conferred with Shizen, Mito, the daimyo of the Fire Nation, and numerous other ministers to first strip Danzo of all his positions. At this moment, all forces of the Leaf, along with Umbu personnel, surrounded the headquarters of Umbu route, awaiting Tsunade's command. The elimination of the traitor was imminent. What? You dare to revoke my position? I am a figure of the Elder Council, a high-ranking official. I have dedicated myself tirelessly for the Leaf, and this is how you repay me? Shimura Danzo shouted once again. At this juncture, the celestial screen emitted a sound, signifying the completion of the review. Congratulations, Uchiha Sasuke, your answer is correct. You are rewarded with the upgrade to the Manjiki Sharingan and the secret technique Intensified Eruption. Intensified Eruption? Danzo felt a tension coursing through him at the mention of this award. Previously, rewards had merely been the result of punishing others' ninjutsu chakra or resources, but now the celestial screen had directly bestowed a secret technique that had not been penalized before. This technique could amplify a ninjutsu's explosive power, allowing for continuous use over a limited time. However, it came with a significant drawback. It consumed an excessive amount of chakra. Nevertheless, in critical moments, it could indeed be a lifesaver. The essence of upgrading to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan implies that Uchiha Sasuke can elevate his current Sharingan to the Kaleidoscope level without any external stimuli, a reward for his efforts. This represents a unique accolade for Sasuke. Standing amidst the mountains, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Upon reopening them, he discovered the diamond-patterned Sharingan, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, manifested before him. Simultaneously, his blood surged, and it seemed as if his chakra was rapidly amplifying. Soon, a secret technique emerged in his mind. The intensified explosion rewarded by the system. He gazed at the technique in his consciousness and commenced his training. At that moment, the Sound 4 appeared before him. Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you. The current Konoha is no longer suitable for you. Have you given it any thought? Uchiha Sasuke regarded the 4 figures before him, then glanced back at the heavens, stating, I wish to know the truth. The 4 understood his intent. He was awaiting the conclusion of the live broadcast to uncover the genuine reasons behind his future conflict with Danzo, perhaps tied to the truth of his clan's demise. Very well, we shall wait for you, they declared, vanishing into the woods. Once the live broadcast revealed the truth, the Umbu and elite shinobi of Konoha mobilized around the route's perimeter, intent on capturing Shimura Danzo. However, at that moment, the old fox had already fled Konoha. He had departed well before the 3rd Hokage confronted Orochimaru, a move he had meticulously planned. To ascend to the position of Hokage, he needed the 3rd to step aside. And the 3rd's death was the most favorable outcome for him. Yet, he had not anticipated that all his schemes would be unraveled by this live broadcast. Although he felt secure for now, he remained defiant. Even if everything were true, it could not prove him to be a traitor. He had committed numerous misdeeds for Konoha. Yet he adamantly asserted he was not the one undermining it. As Danzo fled, he resisted the implications of the truth. In the chat group, viewers observed the unfolding events with disdainful laughter. Uchiha Madara remarked, "This man should dance to his demise, let him be torn asunder." The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, added, "You claim your innocence, yet Orochimaru defected shortly after the fourth sacrifice. The Uchiha clan was annihilated 7 years post the fourth's death, during which you acquired your Sharingan. If you had no dealings with Orochimaru, how could he assist in implanting your Sharingan? The evidence clearly indicates your ongoing association." Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo stammered, struggling to articulate a response, his gaze fixed on the sky, watching the broadcast reveal his unwrapping of the bandages to expose his Sharingan. He witnessed the group's fervent discussions presenting incriminating evidence. If he had maintained a connection with Orochimaru, who could vouch for his non-involvement in the conspiracy to dismantle Konoha. Moreover, after the passing of the third Hokage, instead of promptly attending to the village's affairs and organizing the funeral, he eagerly rushed forth to vie for the position of Hokage. This clearly indicates his fervent desire to attain that title, a yearning that even surpasses the safety of the village itself. Hence, I refuse to believe he is a traitor. Shimura Danzo seethed with rage, exclaiming, "I am not. I am not. I am not." Orochimaru interjected, "No need for explanations. You are." Suddenly, Orochimaru emerged among the crowd, inciting a furious uproar from all of Konoha. "Orochimaru, die? Where are you? We seek vengeance for the third." Danzo found himself at a loss for words, feeling unjustly accused. He could hardly fathom that Orochimaru would personally testify against him. Was there any hope left for his innocence? "Orochimaru, you are intent on my ruin. Even with your hands rendered useless, you still manage to write. How do you not tire?" Orochimaru merely wiggled his fingers and replied, "I use my feet." Danzo was infuriated, exclaiming, "I am utterly exasperated." Regardless of the circumstances, he now found himself in a state of flight. Meanwhile, the live broadcast continued to unfold. In the footage, Danzo had removed all the bandages from his arms, facing Uchiha Sasuke, who inquired, "What happened to your arms?" "Never mind, I do not wish to know. It would only fuel my anger, for I intend to kill you. Before I do, I must ask you, was it the orders from the higher-ups of Konoha, including you, that led Itachi Uchiha to annihilate my entire clan?" Danzo chose not to respond, opting instead to engage in direct combat. Charging towards Sasuke with a strike aimed at his abdomen, Susanoo manifested, absorbing the force of his blow. In terror, Danzo looked up to find Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan glaring back at him, exuding an icy chill. He could barely move. The basic Susanoo had already shielded Sasuke and ensnared Danzo in its grasp. The initial Susanoo tightened its grip, causing Danzo to cough up blood. Teetering on the brink of death. "Answer me now," Sasuke bellowed. I once believed he was not that kind of person. That wretched Itachi, even in his final moments, revealed the secret. It seems you are the exception. I never anticipated he would divulge it. Is it all true?" Sasuke roared, causing the basic Susanoo to swell with flesh and blood. Many ninjas are unsung heroes, not only Itachi but countless others who perished in silence. This world is not solely adorned with brilliance. Behind the light lurks darkness. It is their existence that upholds peace, a truth unfathomable to those who cannot comprehend Itachi's motives. Nonsense. Sasuke's eyes glinted coldly as he clenched his fist. Danzo, trapped within Susanoo's grasp, was crushed, blood splattering everywhere. Under the celestial canopy, everyone bore witness to this scene. Was it merely a single move? Danzo hadn't even touched a finger of his opponent. The future Sasuke is incredibly formidable. But did you hear? The extermination of the Uchiha clan was indeed the directive of Konoha's upper echelons, and Itachi's choice to annihilate his clan. Was it truly for peace? Amidst a cacophony of discussions, Uchiha Sasuke, situated within the treacherous confines of the Forest of Death, gazed in astonishment at the live broadcast. The revelation that Itachi had annihilated their clan for the sake of Konoha was unfathomable. How could this be? How could this be? This phrase echoed ceaselessly in his mind. As disbelief consumed him, the malevolent Itachi, acting in pursuit of peace? Such a notion was utterly incomprehensible. "Father, Mother, could you please elucidate this?" Beneath the vast sky, amidst the shadows of the Forest of Death, Sasuke confronted his parents in the chat room of the heavens. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto remained conspicuously silent. An interminable pause ensued, as if all present were awaiting an answer, and not a single soul dared to interject. Ultimately, Uchiha Mikoto broke the silence with a simple yet profound declaration. "Sasuke, all I desire is for your well-being." This solitary statement encapsulated the truth. The Uchiha clan had undoubtedly committed transgressions that Konoha could not tolerate, leading to this tragic fate. However, why must the perpetrator be his own elder brother? He found this intolerable. Without further hesitation, he resolved that he could no longer remain in Konoha. Looking skyward and then at the four-sound ninja by his side, he declared, "I have made my decision. I shall depart from Konoha. If this is a place that Itachi wishes to protect, then I shall bring about its destruction. Sooner or later, I will ensure that the blood debts of its inhabitants are repaid in kind." With that, he no longer hesitated and followed the sound ninja away from Konoha. Within the celestial realm, the battle between Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Sasuke raged on. Danzo charged forward, sacrificing his life, yet only managed to graze the periphery of the conflict. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Uchiha Sasuke. A testament to the infamous Izanagi, a technique governed by the Sharingan. This ocular jutsu could negate unfavorable circumstances, restoring the user's normal state, albeit at the cost of one Sharingan. Hence, when Sasuke had previously slain him, Danzo had resurfaced. What was happening? How could this be? Had the battle not concluded? How was Danzo still present? Beneath the celestial canopy, astonishment enveloped the onlookers. In the live chat, inquiries proliferated. Esteemed experts, can anyone elucidate this? Danzo was clearly crushed by Uchiha Sasuke. How is it that he reappears unscathed? Is this an illusion? If it were indeed an illusion, surely we, the spectators, would discern it. Yet, it appeared to be no mere illusion. The questions multiplied, yet Uchiha Madara remained reticent, biding his time, anticipating the moment the celestial broadcast would pose this question. If it did, he would seize the opportunity to respond, potentially earning a reward, with the coveted resurrection elixir being foremost in his desires. However, after an extended wait, the celestial realm posed no inquiries, and the live broadcast continued unabated. Uchiha Izuna finally spoke in the chat. That must be Izanagi. It can alter one's fate through the power of the Sharingan. Goodness, the Uchiha are truly formidable. Such a jutsu could be a lifesaver. The prowess of the Uchiha clan was indeed remarkable. Amidst the fervent admiration of the crowd, Uchiha Madara observed his own younger brother responding to the question without intervention. He understood that the celestial screen would unveil further revelations in the future. Even if he could hinder the present, he could not obstruct what was to come. The secrets of the Uchiha clan would gradually be laid bare. Yet, it mattered little. For even in exposure, the Uchiha remained the mightiest. Witnessing the collective adulation directed towards the Uchiha, a smile graced Madara's face. In the unfolding scene, the two combatants clashed once more. Suddenly, Danzo, standing behind Uchiha Sasuke, lunged forward, brandishing a kunai that he thrust into Susanoo, only for the weapon to shatter upon impact. The screen abruptly froze. A question materialized above. What did Shimura Danzo say at that moment after using the kunai on Susanoo? As long as the gist was correct, it would be deemed right. The audience was momentarily taken aback. On the streets of Konoha, a young girl tugged at her father's hand, inquiring, "Daddy, is that person foolish? He was just crushed by Susanoo and now he dares to stab it with a kunai? Even a child wouldn't act so recklessly. Surely, he had the upper hand." Her father, a ninja himself, lifted her into his arms, gazing skyward with a slight shake of his head, and responded, "Some individuals suffer from an inherent lack of intellect." In the chat group, a wave of astonishment ensued. Did you see that? Danzo actually stabbed Susanoo with a kunai? And Uchiha Sasuke seemed quite anxious. Could it be pierced? Susanoo appears formidable. You are even more foolish than Danzo. Look at the footage. The kunai is shattered. Ha ha ha. An ant challenging an elephant, stabbing Susanoo. Ha ha ha. The chat continued without contemplation of the live question, fixating instead on Danzo's audacious maneuver. Senju Hashirama remarked, he said something. What was it? Last time I answered incorrectly and was penalized with the loss of my would-release chakra technique. I wish to redeem myself. Senju Tobirama quipped, brother, you can be quite stingy. At times, you even gift-tailed beasts. Yet, you still fret over that minuscule amount of would-release chakra? In your previous battle with the third Hokage, your wood release seemed to flow effortlessly, hardly indicative of a chakra deficit. It is diminished now. The true Senju of 1,000 hands is not as expansive as the former Avalokiteshvara. It used to be able to manifest a village's size, and now merely half of one. Goodness, how ostentatious. Is this truly the authentic strength of a Hokage? Half a village's worth of true Senju. What sort of capability is that? The participants of the chat were left in stunned disbelief. Uchiha Madara remarked, no wonder everyone covets your Hashirama cells. Even Orochimaru and Danzo are studying you. You are a monster. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Nonsense. I am not a monster. I am Hashirama Senju. Ha ha ha. No. I must answer the question. I need to reclaim my would-release chakra. With that, Senju Hashirama pressed the buzzer. My answer is, at that moment. He exclaimed, what the heck? In the midst of a lively discussion, Terumi Mei quipped, while the second Mizukage, Kahaku H. Gitsu, remarked, Lord Senju. Are you here to amuse us? Tsunade interjected, Grandfather, could you perhaps be a bit more serious? Inoki expressed his admiration, stating, I often hear the youth lament their lack of culture. One phrase, Wokeo, rule the world, seems to suggest that both Danzo and the first Hokage were rather fashionable. The fourth Reikage, added, I find that phrase quite potent. It can convey astonishment, fear, joy, or any indescribable sentiment. Uchiha Fugaka laughed heartily. Inoki noted, Uchiha Fugaka has appeared. And he seems rather amused. Uchiha Makoto remarked, I've never seen you smile before. Fugaka replied, of course. He refrained from elaborating, yet Uchiha Makoto, Itachi, and Sasuke appeared to comprehend the source of his joy. It was because, on the live broadcast, Sasuke was avenging the Uchiha clan. A sight that Fugaka could watch endlessly without growing tired. It brought him unparalleled joy, one he had never experienced throughout his life. Ding. Senju Hashirama answered incorrectly. Incurring the punishment of the sage technique. The system deemed it a blatant error. Hashirama protested, No. How can you punish my sage technique? I haven't replenished my would-release chakra from yesterday. Uchiha Madara countered, You always tell me not to act impulsively. I suppose you didn't expect to act in haste yourself. It's just sage technique. If it doesn't work, simply train harder. Tobirama cautioned, Brother, maintain your dignity. Hashirama lamented, It's too challenging. Terumi Mei agreed, Indeed. A person's words can manifest in countless forms. Who knows what they might utter? Inoki speculated, could it be that he was stunned by the kunai-piercing Susanoo? The fourth Reikage chimed in, Stunned indeed. Isn't that Wokeo? Tsunade chuckled. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, announced, Ding. My answer is that he might have said, What a pathetic kunai. Terumi Mei retorted, Danzo used a kunai to pierce Susanoo, and when it broke, he blamed the kunai. Master third Hokage, your logic aligns rather closely with Danzo's. Hiruzen replied, Indeed, he is just that sort of individual. Shimura Danzo interjected, Hiruzen, what do you mean by that? Am I capable of such nonsense? Hiruzen shot back, Clearly, if you can create a kunai that pierces Susanoo, what can't you achieve? Just look at yourself. What have you become? When I suggested you allow the Uchiha clan some time, you refused to listen. Have you exacted your revenge? There are 100 ways to die. But none as tormenting as your methods. Danzo chuckled. A stabbing remark. Ding. The system assessed, reverting to the error, resulting in the punishment of Hiruzen Sarutobi with a 24-hour silence. Is there such a punishment? Tsunade exclaimed, How is it that he is silenced? Master third. Might I inquire about any requests you have for your funeral? At that moment, Hiruzen was silenced, unable to utter another word. Ding. Shimura Danzo successfully buzzed in. At that moment, Shimura Danzo pressed the buzzer, convinced that he could at least guess a fragment of what he was about to say. After all, as long as the essence of the answer was close enough, the heavens would deem it correct. Why not strive for a reward that he could obtain for free? He was in dire need of various enhancements, be it chakra or ninjutsu. Anything that could bolster his abilities was essential. If fortune favored him, he might even acquire a resurrection pill, which would be truly remarkable. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he answered hastily. I imagine that at that moment, I would have unleashed a gust of wind, employing the wind release, vacuum great sphere to launch a surprise attack, all while declaring, Uchiha Sasuke, perish. As it was a buzzer-beater response, the answer would be pinned at the top of the group chat. Upon seeing this answer, everyone nodded in agreement. Senju Hashirama remarked, Indeed. This does resemble the actions of a seasoned ninja. How did I not consider this? Uzumaki Mito added, I believe this answer to be correct. It's time for Danzo to receive his reward. After all, he knows himself better than anyone. Inoki concurred. Indeed, rather than suffering through pain, utilizing wind release ninjutsu is what a jonin ought to do. The consensus among the group was clear. After all, it was Danzo himself who had provided the answer. Ding. The judgment of the heavens arrived. Shimura Danzo's answer was incorrect, resulting in the punishment of losing one Sharingan. Wait, he was wrong. Terumi Mei expressed her confusion with a series of question marks. The fourth Reikage, interjected, I knew it, Danzo, keep going. After all, you have plenty of Sharingan. At that moment, Danzo fell silent, realizing that his resources were dwindling. 3 consecutive days of live QA had already cost him 2 Sharingan. This latest live broadcast and his confrontation with Uchiha Sasuke had laid bare all his trump cards. If he continued to respond without discretion, he feared he might exhaust his remaining Sharingan due to penalties. Many understood the question was difficult to answer. For a time, the chat was filled with chatter. Yet no one dared to respond. The answer remained ambiguous, and no one could guarantee an accurate reply. As time progressed, the timer for the heavenly broadcast reappeared, the countdown commenced, and if no one answered within 10 seconds, a participant would be randomly selected to respond. Once again, anxiety gripped the group as they anxiously watched the heavens, fearing they might be chosen, for no one knew what Danzo might say in such a situation. Even if the general meaning was similar, it was challenging to predict. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1 ding. Uchiha Itachi was selected to respond. It was Itachi, astonishingly. At that moment, as he hurried toward Konoha, he halted, having begun to devise a new future since learning that Sasuke would discover the entire truth. He had long placed his hopes on Sasuke, and it seemed he had made the right choice. The future Sasuke would indeed be different. I felt that if I were in his position, I would certainly marvel at the power of Susanoo. This constitutes an open-ended response, as Uchiha Itachi did not articulate a complete sentence, but merely conveyed the essence of his thoughts. Furthermore, the celestial screen once stipulated that as long as the interpretation of the answer was close, it would be deemed correct. All eyes were fixed on the heavens, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha gangs. Every member of the Uchiha clan who had suffered the tragedy of their clan's annihilation gazed upwards. They were confronted with their adversary, regardless of the orders issued by the higher-ups of Konoha, as members of the Uchiha clan. Such a fate should never have befallen their entire lineage. It is indeed a source of shame that, when their entire family gathered, they were not a match for Uchiha Itachi and the enigmatic figure who had once aided him. Ding. This time, the system's evaluation was swift. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for providing the correct answer. At that moment, Shimura Danzo remarked, "It is exceedingly fitting to use Susanoo for self-protection." Concurrently, the video continued. After Danzo pierced Susanoo with a kunai, which subsequently shattered, he feigned nonchalance as he stated, "It seems that using Susanoo for self-defense is indeed most appropriate." Shortly thereafter, Susanoo delivered a powerful punch, striking him dead upon the ground. The spectators, watching the celestial display, could not help but exclaim in astonishment at such an effortless demise. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for receiving a single Sharingan. The reward bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi evoked envy among many. Kahakume remarked, "Danzo, at this moment, I am somewhat inclined to question how you ascended to a high position in Konoha. Is your intellect truly so limited? What about your wind release, vacuum great sphere? Reduced to such an extent by a mere punch?" Inoki added, "And yet you dare to contend for the title of Hokage? No wonder your lifelong efforts have come to naught. There is clearly a reason for that." Shimura Danzo, wearing an expression of disbelief, pondered how his future self had met his demise yet again. The celestial screen continued to unfold. Once more, utilizing his Anaji, Danzo surged forward. Another punch, and he was struck down again. Uchiha Sasuke, intent on avenging his clan, withdrew Susanoo and attempted to wield the Kusanagi sword to strike down his enemy, only to be immobilized by Danzo's curse seal technique. Suddenly, Susanoo erupted once more, manifesting in its initial state, drawing a bow and releasing an arrow towards the fleeing Danzo. Danzo, in a desperate bid, unleashed wood release, causing a massive tree to erupt and obstruct Susanoo's long-range assault, allowing him to narrowly evade the attack. Simultaneously, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo unleashed yet another arrow. This time, the arrow pierced through Danzo's body. In full view of the onlookers, he appeared to have perished. Yet in the next moment, he stood once again, employing Izanagi, while the Sharingan in his arm gradually succumbed to blindness. Each use of Izanagi diminished his Sharingan count. Another arrow was released, striking true once more. Danzo reappeared, charging forward. Summoning Jutsu. Shimura Danzo invoked a summoning technique. The dream-eating beast, the Baku, materialized. As soon as it appeared, it began utilizing wind release to absorb the surrounding air, generating tremendous gusts of wind, while Susanoo shielded Sasuke. Danzo, believing he had found an opening in the opponent's defenses, charged forward, only to be sent flying by a single punch from Susanoo, crashing lifelessly to the ground. Once again, he awoke. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke had uncovered his secret and swiftly altered his strategy from long-range assaults to close combat. With a single punch from Susanoo, one was struck dead. A shuriken pierced another, A long sword impaled yet another. Under the celestial canopy, numerous ninjas bore witness to this spectacle and could not suppress their laughter. If the heavens were to pose a question about naming this battle, my response would undoubtedly be the 100 Ways of Kazekage Danzo's demise. Kohara chuckled. Anoki remarked, quite fitting. The fourth Reappearance, added, this combat prowess is lacking. If Susanoo cannot handle him, it is forgivable, but a mere shuriken could dispatch him? He is even inferior to the genin of our village. Tsunade opined, I once believed him to be a formidable opponent, but he turned out to be a mere novice. Hashirama Senju concurred, indeed, in comparison to others, his abilities are rather mediocre. I never anticipated he would devolve to such a state in the end. In a desperate bid for escape, Danzo Shimura, upon witnessing the celestial projection, was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed and frustration. At this moment, he had come to a stark realization. His abilities were truly feeble. He had always believed that with an abundance of Sharingan and the support of would-release chakra, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite. Little did he realize that he would later be vanquished by a mere teenager, and not just once, but repeatedly subjected to humiliation. Clenching his fists in rage, he acknowledged that although the heavens had laid bare his every weakness, it also illuminated the identity of his greatest adversaries, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. The celestial display had irrevocably altered his fate, compelling him to flee from Konoha. In the days to come, he vowed to train diligently to eradicate the remnants of the Uchiha clan and reshape his destiny. Above, the battle raged on. Danzo lay sprawled, impaled by Sasuke's longsword. His Sharingan extinguished. The cells of Hashirama began to stir within his right arm. Realizing the peril he faced, he swiftly severed his own right arm. Had he delayed, he would have been entirely consumed by Hashirama's would-release chakra. A cornered beast fights fiercely. In a sudden surge, he charged at Sasuke, who deftly evaded him. Yet Danzo seized the opportunity to capture the defenseless Karui, standing nearby. Without a shred of compassion, Sasuke lunged forward, his sword piercing through both their bodies, devoid of mercy. As Karui collapsed, Danzo, sensing his doom, turned and fled. With one arm missing, his aged form stumbled awkwardly, a pitiful sight, while Sasuke pursued him relentlessly, mirroring his every move. This was the man who had orchestrated the Uchiha massacre, and in this moment, Uchiha Sasuke exacted vengeance for his kin. What does he think he is doing? Does he truly believe he can escape? Some murmured in discontent. He had boasted of surpassing the third Hokage. Yet having witnessed the live broadcast of the Konoha battle, it was evident that Danzo was no match for the third at all. Furthermore, his intellect was lacking. At this juncture, it would be far more honorable to accept reality than to engage in a disgraceful flight from inevitable defeat. Indeed, the thoughts of those in the group aligned perfectly with that of the masked figure on the screen. This individual must be Akatsuki's Hashigaki Kasame, as I recall having seen him in previously unveiled Akatsuki photographs. He has consistently maintained a voyeuristic attitude, yet at this moment, he unexpectedly leaps from the high wall, obstructing Danzo's path. With no avenue for escape, Shimura Danzo grits his teeth, a resolute expression suddenly illuminating his face. For the sake of Konoha, for the ninja world, I shall ensure that none of you survive. As he proclaims this, he rips apart his garments, revealing the 4 seal markings emblazoned upon his chest. A surge of dark energy erupts forth, akin to a gushing black fountain, rapidly expanding outward. A colossal black circle envelopes a vast area, stretching several hundred meters. And the scene abruptly halts. A new query materializes on the live broadcast screen. What has Shimura Danzo sealed with his 4 seal technique? Upon the posing of this question, many are left puzzled, questioning whether it implies that Uchiha Sasuke has been sealed by Shimura Danzo. However, if that were the case, the broadcast would not phrase the inquiry in such a manner, suggesting that Sasuke has likely not been sealed. Moreover, should Uchiha Sasuke be sealed, how could he subsequently father a child? Yet, some might argue that even those sealed can be resurrected, much like the current incarnation of Minato Namikaze. It appears this query is far from straightforward. At that moment, fresh text appears on the screen. Answer correctly to receive the reward of successfully implanted Hashirama cells and would-release chakra. Anoki remarks, the reward consists of would-release chakra and the successful specimen of Hashirama cells? This prize is undeniably substantial, exceedingly rare for the living ninjas. Suddenly, a ninja from the Iwagakure presses the buzzer. My answer is that he has sealed Uchiha Sasuke, as well as that masked individual, who appears to be named Akatsuki. The respondent's voice trembles with both fear and excitement. As this person is relatively unknown, the group merely observes in silence. Half a minute later, the broadcast reveals the verdict. Incorrect answer. Penalty. Deprivation of Earth release and Earth-style techniques. A subsequent participant buzzes in. Has he merely sealed Uchiha Sasuke? Incorrect. Penalty. Deprivation of water release chakra. Another chimes in. Did he seal the masked Akatsuki? Incorrect. Penalty. Deprivation of fire release chakra. Several attempts follow, all resulting in errors. Vortex Mito comments. Hashirama, it seems many desire your cells. You must be in high demand. Senju Hashirama responds, Mito, I too am curious. Am I truly such a rare deity? Haraha. Uchiha Madara remains silent. Senju Tobarama queries. Why do none of the Konoha members answer? In all these rounds, not a single Konoha ninja has appeared. What is the matter? This is the successful transplantation of the first-generation cells. Do you not covet them? Tsunade apologizes, forgive us. Second grandfather, we are currently occupied with the third's funeral. Sarutobi Hiruzen laments, alas, silence has been imposed upon us. Sigh. I wish to convey to you that I desire no grand funeral. All I seek is the return of my crystal ball to accompany me in death. For I yearn to witness the beauty of women bathing. Despite Sarutobi's myriad thoughts, he found himself silenced, and alas, the crystal ball fell into the hands of Jeriah, rendering his final wish unattainable. Just as the conversation was veering off course, someone abruptly pressed the buzzer. It was the wandering ninja, Hikari. Terumi Mei exclaimed in astonishment. It truly is him. Tsunade, upon spotting the familiar visage of the little deer chopper, couldn't he help but exclaim. Hikari, my answer is, he sealed half of a bridge. Senju Hashirama, huh? Senju Tobarama? Shimura Danzo, how is it possible that I risked my life only to seal half a bridge? Ding. Congratulations to the wandering ninja Hikari for answering correctly, earning Hashirama cells, and acquiring wood-release chakra. The live stream acknowledged the answer. Initially, Hikari had no intention to respond. Yet with the time for the live stream drawing to a close, he could not allow his system to remain with an unanswered query. As a host, he was entitled to treat his system with the utmost respect. As the final question concluded, the screen of the live stream resumed playing the previously halted video. Indeed, after the four seals erupted, the bridge involved in the battle vanished in a crescent shape, spanning over 100 meters wide. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke and Obito remained unscathed. Incredible! He truly expended all that effort just to seal half a bridge? Hikari is quite remarkable for knowing the answer. If we ponder carefully when he unleashed the four seals, he was indeed enveloped in a colossal circular seal, thus it seems reasonable that half the bridge was sealed. Whether this is deemed reasonable or not, his combat prowess and intellect are certainly commendable. After an entire battle, having been slain numerous times, ultimately sealing merely half a bridge is indeed a peculiar tale in the ninja world. Ha! The crowd shared their opinions in the group chat, reflecting on the battle where Shimura Danzo faced utter defeat, having scarcely utilized ninjutsu, preoccupied solely with relying on his Sharingan to safeguard his life, which is quite the oddity. As the countdown in the group commenced, only a minute remained until the celestial screen would shut down. Has this day really passed so swiftly? Another day spent gazing at the heavens? Someone in the group lamented. No, I must dedicate myself to training tomorrow. Through this celestial display, I have come to realize that there are always greater individuals beyond us, and realms beyond our own. In these final moments, everyone couldn't help but reflect on how today's battles had unveiled the limitations of their narrow perspectives, revealing how insignificant their abilities appeared in the presence of true masters. In the village of Konoha, the inhabitants were diligently occupied with reconstruction efforts. Meanwhile, to the west of the Land of Fire, the celestial broadcast concluded without delay, and the host, Yin Yi, was engrossed in his training. He had acquired the would-release bloodline limit and chakra ninjutsu, and he needed to master these techniques. Over the past 3 days, the astonishment generated by the celestial broadcast had been immeasurable, and the system's points were rapidly accumulating, nearing a breakthrough into an advanced state. Lost in thought, Yin Yi suddenly heard a voice in his mind announcing a system reminder. Congratulations, host, your system points have reached the requirements for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed? So soon? Just moments ago, there was still a deficit of 3 to 4 million points, yet somehow, with the broadcast and chat group now closed, the astonishment points had surged. Yes, upgrade. In the sky above, the celestial broadcast shimmered back to life, revealing a progress bar. Indeed, the upgrade progress. The pace of the upgrade was not particularly swift. As Yin Yi observed the newly unveiled interface in the background, he was filled with joy. He was to lead others. Naturally, raising their ninjutsu levels was part of his duty, and post-upgrade, everyone would be able to earn points and rewards. He unhesitatingly clicked the approval button. On the following morning, many had already taken to the streets. feeling that the unusual occurrences from the previous night hinted at significant developments from the celestial broadcast. At 8 o'clock, the celestial screen burst forth with brilliance. The progress bar from last night now fully charged. The upgrade had been completed. A line of text appeared on the large screen. New rules for Celestial QA, effective immediately. In addition to the existing rewards for questions and answers, all participants in group discussions will receive points as a reward. The scene shifted, revealing a list of items and their corresponding point values. Beauty and Wellness Elixir, 1,000 points. Chakra Enhancement Pill, 1,000 points. Nutritional Combat Rations, 1,000 points. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, 2,000 points. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, 2,000 points. Body Technique, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Manual, 5,000 points. The entire screen was occupied by over 80 different items, ranging from simple rations and beauty elixirs to high-tier items valued in the millions of points, such as longevity pills and bloodline limit ninjutsu. While there was no resurrection elixir, several ninjutsu and pills still piqued everyone's interest. Has the celestial screen been upgraded? Jeriah inquired. This is a delightful opportunity for everyone. By answering questions and engaging in conversation, one can earn points that can be exchanged for various items. How remarkable is that? My Kai, I am particularly eager to acquire the legendary 18 palms of the dragon subduing technique. Starting today, I shall accumulate points. Haha. Just hearing that name conveys its ultimate prowess, dragon. 18 palms. Koharume, hee. The beauty and wellness pill is reasonably priced and economically viable. Alas, my status as the most beautiful woman in the ninja world remains unchallenged. What a vexation. Tsunade, with your beauty, how is it that no one pursues you? If we are to speak of the most beautiful woman in the ninja realm, I shall claim that title without contest. Koharume, you insufferable gossip. Do you even have anyone pursuing you? How dare you speak of me? Jiraiya, I raise my hand. I am among those who pursue Tsunade, ha ha ha. Everyone was astonished and elated by this news, eagerly preparing for the upcoming broadcast, ready to answer questions based on the live footage. At last, as the screen flickered, a large text reappeared, the strongest Akatsuki organization, Battle Edition. Continuing from yesterday's saga. Beneath this proclamation, smaller text appeared, featuring the Battle of Deidara, Sasori, Gaara, Sakura, and Chiyo. Meanwhile, Deidara and Sasori, who had reached the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, were nearly taken aback. What does this screen signify? Does it know we are here to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Why does it continually reveal our presence? This is utterly excessive, Deidara exclaimed in dissatisfaction. While Sasori gazed at the sky, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he directed a shuriken toward the nearby woods and inquired, Zetsu, is Gaara still in the Hidden Leaf? After a while, Zetsu, appearing in a sprout-like form, lazily revealed his head. Just call me without throwing shuriken. You've arrived too late. They have already departed. Where have they gone? They should have returned to the Wind Country's Sand Village. Sasori frowned deeply, casting an irritated glance at Deidara. This is all your fault for going to replenish your explosive clay. If you hadn't provoked that broadcast, could we not have made this trip in vain? Orochimaru has also left. What shall we do about our mission? Upon hearing this, Deidara waved his hand, summoning a clay bird to his side. He leaped onto the bird's back and called down to Sasori, Lord Sasori, hop on. My speed is swift. Let us hasten to the Sand Village. Orochimaru's retreat leaves them weakened after their battle with the Hidden Leaf, making this the perfect opportunity to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki quickly. Get on. Ugh, I would rather die than ride on your clay. Sasori's voice was husky, filled with a grim determination. He turned sharply, and his Hiriko swiftly rolled back along the path they had arrived. Do not forget, I am a puppet master. In terms of speed, I am by no means inferior. However, as he traversed the road, he glanced up at the sky, where Chiyo's name loomed in the live broadcast, darkening his expression. As the pursuit of the Jinchuriki unfolds, chaos reigns within the Hidden Leaf Village. Last night, Sasuke Uchiha absconded, prompting Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, Choji, Kiba, and Neji Hyuga to set off at dawn, determined to apprehend him. As they raced through the skies, a sense of regret washed over them. They lamented the missed opportunity to witness a grand battle. Neji gazed upwards. Realizing why Sasuke had not donned the Leaf Village forehead protector during his clash with Danzo, he intended to abandon the village. Naruto cried out, "No, he must have been coerced. We will bring him back. I will ensure his return. In the future, we will fight side by side again." Was he not right beside me when the Akatsuki appeared? Shikamaru nodded slightly, acknowledging the complication of the situation, but resolutely stated, "We cannot afford to give up. Let us pursue." The five of them hastened towards the Sound Village. Meanwhile, Deidara and Sasori were also hastening towards the Sand Village with unwavering speed. Above them, a live broadcast had commenced. The scene depicted the entrance of the Sand Village, where two figures, guided by a traitor, breached the village's protective barrier. Upon entering, Deidara sprang into action, employing his clay birds to ascend into the heavens. From his aerial vantage point, he marveled at the artistic essence of the Sand Village, noting its potential for destruction. Indeed, the village's architecture, dominated by hues of yellow and sparse vegetation, reflected its desert surroundings. Grinning, Deidara released a clay spider, resulting in a series of concealed explosions that eliminated 3 sand shinobi. Landing gracefully, he proclaimed, "Infiltration successful." However, upon raising his gaze, he found himself face-to-face with Gaara, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, having clearly ascended to the role of the 5th Kazekage. His flowing red hair, resolute gaze, and the kanji for love emblazoned on his forehead were testaments to his growth. As the battle commenced, sensing the dire turn of events, Deidara leaped onto his clay bird and attempted to flee, while Gaara unleashed his sand projectiles in pursuit. The singular arrow of sand multiplied into several, encircling Deidara from all directions, with relentless assaults echoing through the air. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, and the clash intensified, each explosion reverberating like thunder. Gaara, standing firm upon the sandy terrain, took to the skies to engage in combat, with sand shields and arrows entangling Deidara. The explosions resounded in a cacophony. The battle raged on, with Deidara maneuvering swiftly on his clay bird, while Gaara employed sand to thwart his advances. The sound of explosions crescendoed, and Shikaku's power erupted, enveloping Gaara in a protective layer of sand, while his third eye remained vigilant, ever observant of the unfolding conflict. As the voice resonated, the hand of Gaara swept forth like an omnipresent tide of sand, enveloping everything in its path. Deidara, piloting his clay bird, attempted to flee but collided with the sand, swiftly becoming ensnared. At that moment, spectators across the ninja world, watching the live broadcast, clenched their fists in excitement, while the inhabitants of Tsunade heightened their vigilance. Beneath the celestial screen, everyone in Tsunade was transfixed by the unfolding drama. Granny Chiyo gazed upwards and spoke, "Do you think, given that anyone can see this celestial screen, the Akatsuki will devise a strategy upon witnessing this scene?" The nearby ninja gasped in astonishment. "What does the elder mean?" "Quickly, send reinforcements to Gaara and the others. Since their retreat from Konoha yesterday, they have yet to return. I fear the Akatsuki has already intervened." "Understood," came the swift reply. The scene continued to unfold. A tremendous explosion shattered the sand prison, granting Deidara another chance at escape. He maneuvered his clay bird, keeping a safe distance from Gaara. However, both his speed and Gaara's sand moved with equal swiftness as the aerial battle ensued, with Shikaku's hands flailing above. The sand rapidly ascended Deidara's arm, and though he attempted a centipede explosion, it failed to detonate. Gaara had initially intended to encapsulate Deidara entirely, capturing him alive to glean information about the Akatsuki. Yet, it was evident that action was imperative now. As Gaara's 3 words were uttered, a mist of blood erupted forth. One of Deidara's arms was crushed by the sand prison. His earlier mercy did not guarantee his safety now. With his arm fractured, Deidara ripped it away and discarded it, while his other hand molded clay, crafting a C3, which he proudly brandished, declaring, "No one shall impede me now. Behold my magnum opus." With a furious shout, he hurled the C3 into the air. Upon contact with the atmosphere, it rapidly expanded into a colossal bomb, the size of 2 men, plummeting towards the village. The explosion was cataclysmic, akin to a nuclear weapon, capable of razing Tsunade to the ground. Everyone gazed apprehensively at the sky, pondering the magnitude of this confrontation. Granny Chiyo's anxiety escalated. Could it be that we shall perish beneath such a bomb in the future? The shock was palpable. The scale of the explosion was utterly terrifying, and the devastation it would wreak upon an entire village was undeniable. Observing this scene filled Chiyo with dread. Yet she recognized that the celestial screen displayed a glimpse of the future. To avert such calamity, preparations must be made immediately. Summon the traitor, the scorpion of the red sand, and Deidara from the image. I demand an interrogation. Yes. A brilliant radiance enveloped the earth. A tremendous explosion resounded deafeningly, and the faces of the crowd were etched with expressions of terror. Some raised their hands to shield themselves from the blinding light. Others clutched their children protectively. Some sought refuge, and tears welled in the corners of their eyes. Yet, as the sound ceased and the light receded, pain did not manifest. They were still alive. All gazed upward in astonishment, only to discover that the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, had shielded them with a wall of sand. The vast grains of sand cradled the entire village like a nurturing hand. The sheer volume of sand required an immense amount of chakra. He absorbed the entirety of the explosion, and within Tsunade, not a single soul was harmed. Such was their fifth Kazekage, Gaara. The scene seemed to freeze in that pivotal moment. In the live chat group, the fourth Kazekage remarked, "I had long been unaware of the merit that led him to ascend to the position of Kazekage. Now I finally comprehend. He protects this village with his very life." In the midst of the chaos, Gaara had nearly exhausted all his sand and chakra to safeguard the village, leaving him with significantly less sand to protect himself. Seizing this opportunity, Deidara unleashed a clay bird before Gaara, resulting in an explosive detonation. With a resounding boom, Gaara's visage was shattered, and he sustained injuries. The ninjas of Tsunade began their counteroffensive, arrows soaring towards Deidara in the sky. At that moment, Gaara plummeted from the air. As Deidara had infused a considerable amount of explosive clay into Gaara's sand while tearing off his own arm. The recent explosion had been akin to a barrage of needles for Gaara. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, had fallen into Deidara's grasp. The scene abruptly halted. Meanwhile, Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand, en route to the Land of Wind, witnessed the unfolding events. "Sasori, did you see that? I have succeeded. Ah, I have succeeded," Deidara exclaimed, clapping his hands together. Sasori, however, retorted, "Fool, that is a matter for the future. The current situation is entirely different. You have yet to capture Gaara." Deidara laughed heartily, declaring, "Even now, I shall prevail." A triumphant smile adorned his face as the mouth in his palm continued to chew, preparing more explosive artistry. Fitting of his identity. This time, the entire ninja world would come to know the illustrious name of Deidara. A broadcast yesterday. Another promotion today. Who dares stand against me in this world? With that, he erupted into another fit of prideful laughter. Just then, the celestial screen shifted, and a line of text appeared. The Akatsuki's Deidara has successfully captured the one-tailed Jinchuriki. How can one defeat Deidara? The answer required no rush. As long as the response was correct, points would be awarded. Incorrect answers would incur no penalties. Seeing this, Deidara's legs faltered, and pointing to the sky, he inquired, "What does this mean? Is this celestial display intended to undermine me?" The scorpion of the red sand furrowed his brow slightly. While the expression of Hashirama Senju grew increasingly grave, he sensed that the current sky seemed to be at odds with the Akatsuki organization, gradually revealing all its secrets. What could be done? It was impossible to eradicate it. Just watch. When the correct answer emerges, you will refine your explosive artistry based on how others subdue you. This serves as a reminder. With a single statement, the scorpion of the red sand calmed the restless Deidara. Indeed, if others could devise methods to counter me, why could I not further hone my clay explosions upon that foundation? Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly succeed. Hashirama Senju pondered aloud. Is this the sort of question at hand? What method can defeat Deidara? Using would release to summon a wood dragon, of course. Quite simple. Ding. Hashirama Senju answered correctly and earned 10 points. The first Tsuchikage, Inoki, exclaimed, "Ah, one can earn a 10-point reward this way. Not bad." The first Kazekage, Ridi, remarked, "Naturally, this time it is a natural assessment, requiring no rapid responses. I sense that Gaara has done his utmost, especially since he was previously unaware of Deidara's true capabilities. However, after this celestial display, I believe Gaara now has a clearer understanding." Hashirama Senju encouraged, "Come on, let's earn some points. I feel that employing the Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet could also work. While using the Flying Thunder God to locate the opponent's whereabouts and fix their position, simultaneously launching the Fire Dragon Bullet as if it were ammunition to detonate his explosives. Then dodging the attack to seize the opportunity to vanquish him should also be viable." Ding. Hashirama Senju answered correctly and earned 10 points. Inoki declared, "Deidara is my disciple. I know him exceptionally well. His explosive clay does possess weaknesses. Concealing with earth release and employing secret techniques to dismantle his explosions can also lead to his defeat." Deidara, unable to contain himself while on the move, posed a question in the group chat. "Inoki, do you have any secret techniques to dismantle explosions?" Inoki replied, "Aren't you already aware? If not, why do you hesitate to visit the Hidden Stone Village?" Ding. Inoki answered incorrectly and faced a penalty. Kuratsuchi laughed, "Ha ha ha. Inoki is boasting. It turns out he has none. The fourth Reikage, commented. Inoki, that seems a bit excessive. How can a dignified third Tsuchikage boast like that? The celestial display knows all. Surely your little tricks cannot deceive it. Inoki responded. I am currently researching such techniques. Rest assured, I shall produce results. Hehehe. The fourth Reikage, continued. I believe utilizing our village's unique lightning release could also thwart his explosive attacks, although he can fight in the air. If there is sufficient chakra, a powerful lightning strike could indeed intercept him. Ding. Congratulations to the fourth Reikage, for answering correctly, earning 10 points. Madara Uchiha suggested. Employ the powerful Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Ding. Correct answer. Earn 10 points. Izuna Uchiha proposed. Utilize Susanoo. Ding. Correct answer. Earn 10 points. Shursui Uchiha added. As long as one's chakra is formidable, water release can also achieve the desired effect. Ding. Correct answer. Reward. 10 points. Oh my. Is this really possible? Tsunade, witnessing the scene, refused to be outdone and began to respond eagerly. As long as the chakra is potent and the strategy is sound, the Reaper Death Seal, Poison Erosion, Shadow Mimicry Technique, and the Mind Transfer Technique will all suffice. Deara nearly spat blood in that moment. He felt an overwhelming sense that his explosions were far from artistic. It seemed that any casual ninjutsu drawn from the street could counter him. How had he become such a target? What did they perceive him as? What did they consider the future Jinchuriki of the One Tail? This was utterly inconsistent with his established persona. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to Tsunade for providing the correct answer, earning 50 points. Fourth Hokage Tsunade, ha ha ha. I feel I am one step closer to the beauty and longevity elixir, ha. Conan, unwilling to be overshadowed, proclaimed, Mist Jutsu, combined with the bloodline limit of liquid and steam release, alongside water and lightning release. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to Conan for providing the correct answer, earning 50 points. Sasori of the Red Sand. Can all of these truly defeat him? Then I believe my puppet jutsu should suffice as well. For my puppetry encompasses a multitude of techniques: poison, long-range attacks, sand release, wind release, fire release, water release, lightning release, earth release, and so forth. Deidara scoffed. Sasori, why are you getting involved in this? You. Sasori of the Red Sand. I want points too. I desire that longevity elixir, ha 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 ha. Ding. Sasori of the Red Sand provided the correct answer, earning 50 points. Deidara retorted, you are all conspiring against me. You think you can handle this? Just wait until we truly face off, then you will understand my prowess. And as for this canopy, you believe their answers are all correct? Sooner or later, I shall make you reconsider, revealing that the art of explosion is invincible. As more participants chimed in, an array of ninjutsu emerged, even strategies like the seduction technique, self-harm technique, and chain techniques. Of course, some answered correctly while others faltered. Yet even incorrect answers faced no penalties from the canopy, making this round of questions exceedingly lively. The atmosphere within the group has significantly brightened. As time passed, the QA session on this topic finally came to a close, during which tens of thousands of personal points were awarded by the celestial screen. Meanwhile, the ninjas from Tsunade, nearing the Land of Wind, observed the lively scene displayed on the celestial screen, yet a foreboding feeling settled within them. Maki, noticing Gaara's unease, reassured him, rest assured, we will protect you. Gaara never imagined that one day he would risk his own life to defend Tsunade. The visuals indicated that the villagers seemed to rally behind him. At that moment, the retreating ninjas of Tsunade began to see Gaara in a new light. Previously, they would avoid him at all costs, but now, one even offered him water, saying, Lord Fourth Kazekage, please have some water. Am I not the Kazekage? The plan to collapse Konoha had deceived them. That individual was not his true father, but Orochimaru. While they were aware of Orochimaru's alliance with Tsunade, they had not realized he was impersonating Gaara's father. Gazing at the sky, Gaara inscribed, Father, are you still alive? Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. What does this mean? Has Rasha died? Inoki inquired, perplexed. Karatsuchi exclaimed, that can't be. He was so strong. How could he possibly die? Maki grasped Gaara's arm, shaking his head. Do not rush. We should first consult with the village and the elders before making any decisions. He sensed the peculiar nature of the situation, but if other ninja villages learned of it, it would be detrimental to Tsunade. Furrowing his brow, Gaara fixed his gaze on the celestial screen. The words he had spoken could not be taken back, and he awaited his father's response in the chat group. After what felt like an eternity, finally, Rasha replied with a simple, before falling silent. Did this signify his death? Everyone was stunned. In just 2 to 3 days, 2 influential figures from the 5 great ninja villages had perished? Konoha still had Tsunade, Jeriah, and the 4th Hokage roaming the world, but what about Tsunade? At that moment, the celestial screen shifted, revealing a question. Reward QA. Why did the Akatsuki organization, Deidara, and Sasori capture the 5th Kazekage, Gaara? Those who answered correctly would be rewarded with the bloodline limit of wind release chakra. In the face of bloodline elimination and the gathering of bloodlines, perhaps the bloodline limit was a tad lacking, yet this reward was exceedingly rare for ordinary ninjas. It was akin to a laser jutsu. Upon the announcement of this reward, not only the ninjas of the shinobi world but even the deceased Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara took notice. Hashirama remarked, "Indeed, this reward is quite commendable. You lost an eye, and with the Uchiha fan and scythe, obtaining this reward is still quite beneficial." As Senju Hashirama had not yet finished his statement, Uchiha Madara had already pressed the buzzer. My answer is that they seek to extract the tailed beasts. What? Tailed beasts? Tsunade gazed at the sky in disbelief. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Prior investigations had revealed that the Akatsuki had been inquiring about the tailed beasts recently. Could it be that they were indeed after the tailed beasts? This was Madara's response. It couldn't possibly be erroneous, could it? The 4th Reappearance, interjected. That can't be true. Is this Deidara perhaps seeking my love for Gaara's jutsu? Or is he attempting to use him to blackmail the Sand Village for their desired treasures? Kohara Udatane inquired. 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, do you believe Madara's response is accurate? Senju Tobirama replied, Sister May, to speak plainly, I believe it to be correct. Uchiha Madara scoffed. Tobirama, I disdain you. Koharu retorted, Madara, what do you mean by that? Am I unworthy of affection? Can't someone call me sister? What is there to scorn? Yes, you were a formidable figure in life, and even in death. People regard you with both fear and respect. However, just because you are a solitary soul does not grant you the right to look down upon those seeking companionship. Such as I, Koharu Udatane, also look down upon you. Fuming, Koharu scribbled furiously. Uzumaki Mito chimed in. You, a solitary soul, dare to look down on my uncle Tobirama? At least he is making an effort to find a partner, while you remain a solitary soul. Uchiha Madara chuckled. Ha! Even in death, you wish to find companionship? What a dreamer you are! Given your fondness for dreams, why not activate the infinite Tsukuyomi and indulge in your fantasies? In your dreams, you can have everything, including Tobirama breaking free from his solitary existence. Kohara burst out laughing. Pfft. Senju Tobirama echoed her laughter. Pfft. Koharu added, Lord Tobirama. We both just laughed together, ho ho ho. Tsunade exclaimed, Koharu, go perish. Senju Tobirama cautioned, Little Tsunade, do not cause a ruckus. If I were to unite with May, she would become your second grandmother. Tsunade exclaimed, Pfft. Jeriah, kill me. Jeriah responded, My dear, how could I ever bear to do such a thing? Just as Jeriah finished his statement in the group chat, Tsunade struck him on the head with a heavy fist, causing him to clutch his head and wail. Ding. The judgment of the celestial curtain concluded. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for providing the correct answer, earning the chakra of the storm release bloodline limit. The Akatsuki dispatched Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand to capture the 4th Kazekage, Gaara, specifically to extract the tailed beast within him. Upon the revelation of this answer, the 5 great ninja villages and the 5 great nations were all astounded. Madara was correct. The Akatsuki sought the tailed beasts. But why extract the tailed beasts from the Jinchuriki? Wouldn't that result in the death of the Jinchuriki? Did the Akatsuki care for the lives of individuals? Did they not see that Deidara wished to obliterate the entire Sand Village? Many began to discuss in the chat, a palpable fear settling in. Although the celestial curtain had previously highlighted strategies to defeat Deidara through a problematic lens, giving everyone a psychological preparation, the sudden emergence of a figure like Deidara could result in catastrophic consequences for any village caught off guard. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiraiya turned to face Narashikaku. The latter seemed to grasp his unspoken thoughts, giving a slight nod before turning to depart. Where is Narashikaku headed? Tsunade inquired. Given the current circumstances, we must ensure Naruto's safety. He has gone to arrange reinforcements. We must remember that Naruto is pursuing Orochimaru for Sasuke. Jiraiya pointed towards the sky, which had already provided a foreboding signal. If the major ninja villages failed to prepare, they would be foolish indeed. Simultaneously, the other 4 great ninja villages were in the same predicament. In Iwagakure, The third Kazekage swiftly commanded the summoning of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, and the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Kira, to return to the village for discussions on countering the Akatsuki organization. In Kirigakure, Mei Terumi observed the sky and began making arrangements. Although there was laughter and chatter among the groups, beneath the surface, anxiety prevailed. Relay my orders to locate the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, absolving her of the crime of killing her master. Urge her to return to the village swiftly, and dispatch the Umbu to protect the Three Tails from being seized by the Akatsuki. Yes, in Kumogakure, the fourth Reikage, A had already instructed the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B, to return to the village at once, also arranging for their protection. In Takigakure, the village leader implemented comprehensive protective measures for the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu. Fortunately, the celestial display provided insight into the Akatsuki's intentions. Without it, a sudden attack would have caught them off guard. Meanwhile, Akatsuki members Nagato and Conan observed the scenes unfolding in the sky with a sigh. What exactly is this celestial display? Is it deliberately working against us? Conan remarked. At that moment, the group was thoroughly analyzing the Akatsuki's members. Having seemingly recognized the impending danger, the celestial display showcased the battle between Deidara and Gaara, while Uchiha Obito responded to the display's inquiries. Their actions had already raised alarms, and it would be increasingly challenging to execute their plans. Do not worry. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall see our plan through. The suffering we endure will ensure that the people of this world experience the same. Nagato's gaunt visage appeared menacing, a stark contrast to the once gentle demeanor he possessed, now ravaged by the world's cruelty. I am merely perplexed as to how Lord Obito can respond to the inquiries. Does this not prepare them even more? Conan expressed her discontent. Nagato replied, even if he refrains from answering, others will inevitably deduce the answers. It is merely a matter of time. Rest assured, Uchiha Obito is aligned with us. Conan nodded gravely. After two queries, the celestial display shifted once more, pulsating with light and tension. What new developments are unfolding? Could it be a live broadcast? Many were apprehensive that the One-Tails Jinchuriki, Gaara, might soon be captured. After all, following the celestial display of Deidara's battle against Orochimaru, the plan to dismantle Konoha had commenced, resulting in the death of the third Hokage and the apparent demise of the fourth Kazekage, now presumed dead, as the Otsutsuki clan and the Akatsuki organization were exposed. One couldn't help but wonder if such revelations would provoke the Akatsuki into desperate actions, potentially leading to a catastrophic downfall. The crowd anxiously gazed at the screen, only to witness an abrupt transition as bold letters declared, now broadcasting a promotional advertisement for the ninja world. The audience erupted in disbelief. Who could have anticipated such an interruption at this critical moment? What on earth was happening? Onlookers were left astounded, their reactions ranging from shock to exasperation. Naka's beard trembled in frustration, nearly costing him his composure. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei, busy organizing matters in the Mizukage's office, almost lost her cool. What, an advertisement now? Hashirama Senju chuckled heartily. I quite enjoy this turn of events. Let us all relax, shall we? No need to be so tense. Madara Uchiha retorted. I have no desire to converse with you. Leave me be. Hashirama continued. Oh, come on. They're only teasing you for being single. I'm not. We're brothers. After all, Madara merely rolled his eyes in response, signaling his discontent. Observing this peculiar interaction, Naruto Uzumaki remarked, why do I always sense something strange between them? Could there be an underlying issue? Kushina Uzumaki chimed in. I have a feeling they might be. You know. In unison, Hashirama and Madara exclaimed, we are not. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Kakashi Hitaki, clad in the attire of the sixth Hokage, standing by a window bathed in sunlight, enhancing his already striking presence. He glanced around cautiously, ensuring he was unobserved, his face flushing crimson despite being partially concealed. An unmistakable mischief glimmered in his soul visible as he reached towards his clothing, seemingly probing within. The screen abruptly cut off, leaving the audience in suspense. What could Kakashi possibly be touching? Gasps and cries of embarrassment rippled through the crowd, as many young women turned and dashed into nearby shops, unwilling to face the revelation. Meanwhile, Kakashi, poised to assist Naruto, nearly toppled from the rooftop upon witnessing the scene unfold. Could he truly be the sixth Hokage? What an absurd situation to find himself in. Terumi Mei exclaimed, what on earth is he doing? Isn't this supposed to be an advertisement? Tobirama Senju urged Mei. Close your eyes. This is inappropriate for younger viewers. Tsunade interjected, inappropriate? Please, Tobarama, she is older than you were when you died. Are you certain you wish to pursue her upon your revival? Terumi May retorted, Tsunade, I might be an aunt, but you're practically a grandmother. The fourth Reikage, attempted to mediate, ladies, let us not lose our tempers. Madara Uchiha lamented, let the world be destroyed. Everything here fills me with disgust. Hashirama interjected, calm down, everyone. Let us instead ponder what this Kakashi fellow was reaching for. My guy, what is he reaching for? Jeriah, what does him mean? Anoki, I suspect that the live stream is steering off course, but I just can't find the evidence. Fourth Reikage, I feel the same. This group is becoming increasingly derailed. Hashirama Senju, let us not be so serious. A little relaxation is beneficial for everyone. First Reikage, Hashirama. Why don't you enlighten us about what your village's sixth Hokage was reaching for in private, especially with such an entranced expression and lewd gaze? What do you say? Hashirama Senju, you'll have to ask him directly. Kakashi, come forth and explain what you were reaching for. Kakashi Hitaki, Lord First. I truly do not know. That was a glimpse into the future. Ding. The Toad Sage answered correctly. Ribbit, it's ding ding. Hashirama Senju, someone actually dared to say it. Tobarama Senju, not someone, but a frog. Toad Sage, Ribbit, haha. The evaluation is complete. Toad Sage answered incorrectly. Punishment is the loss of half of his chakra. Toad Sage, Ribbit, I can't believe I was wrong. If it's not ding ding, then what is it? ISNT this an advertisement? Aren't we here to relax? And there's a punishment too? My guy, it truly ISNT, So what is it? Indeed. It is not the live stream that is skewed, but rather the thoughts of everyone involved. At that moment, Hashirama Senju keenly observed that during the live stream, the sixth Hokage Kakashi Hitaki had reached into his clothing, revealing a corner of a certain object within, which was golden yellow. Ding. Hashirama Senju answered correctly. I believe it to be a secret scroll. I saw a golden corner, and I remember a secret scroll I personally wrote that is golden yellow. Could it be that one? After all, such scrolls are only permitted for the Hokage to view. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama, you finally took this seriously. Tobarama Senju, I remember that scroll. It indeed has a yellow cover. Ding. Hashirama Senju answered incorrectly. Punishment entails the loss of his healing abilities. My healing abilities. Although I am deceased and cannot use this healing, since the advent of this live stream, perhaps I could be revived. If I were to be revived and unable to heal, would that not be perilous? No, I must retreat to train. First Sasuke Janoki, Lord First Hokage. No need to feign modesty. Restoring such abilities is a mere trifle for you. Even if all ninjutsu were stripped away, you would still remain a master among masters. Hashirama Senju. Anoki, I appreciate your candidness. So, what exactly was he reaching for? Previously, due to certain sensitive topics, women like Mei Terumi had refrained from speaking. Now it is clear they misunderstood, allowing her to participate in the inquiry. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki scrutinized the live stream, attempting to discern that yellow corner. When suddenly his eyes widened in realization, could it be that? My goodness, if that is the case, then as the future sixth Hokage, he would resemble the third Hokage. Let us hope that no one can discern this. However, thus far, the celestial broadcast has yet to present any unanswered questions. Will the truth ultimately be unveiled? At that moment, ding. Jeriah pressed the buzzer. Although I have only published 2 volumes thus far, and have yet to release a work with a yellow cover, I am preparing to present a new edition with a yellow cover. My answer is a novel, a divine guide to romantic prowess. Meticulously crafted through countless research and exploration, Paradise of Affection. Upon declaring this, Jeriah filled the chat with a string of laughter. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, inhaled deeply. Feeling a sense of despair, it's over, the secret is out. Yet, upon hearing Jiraiya's announcement of a new Paradise of Affection, he was instantly revitalized, eagerly anticipating the new work. Among the others, some grasped the meaning while others remained perplexed. Senju Hashirama inquired, what is Paradise of Affection? It sounds intriguing. Jeriah replied, oh. The esteemed first Hokage is unaware. It is a book of mine, and the contents are as imaginative as the title suggests. Senju Tobarama exclaimed, I must see it. I must see it. Tsunade added, let us collaborate between our 2 villages. I wish to acquire the rights to sell Jiraiya's Paradise of Affection. I hope you will consent. Anoki remarked, I believe this book could foster harmonious development within our village. I feel a Wagakure could benefit greatly. The fourth Reikage, interjected, you lot are insatiable. It is clearly an adult novel. Killer Bee chimed in, yo, I'm feeling it, big bro. It must be quite the read. Or else how would the 6th Hokage be so enamored? Deidara asked, where can I find such a thing? I have a feeling Sasori would be interested. Sasori retorted, Deidara. If you wish to read it, just say so. I have no such desire. Ding. Congratulations to Jeriah for answering correctly. He is rewarded with half the chakra of the Toad Sage, along with a beauty-enhancing elixir. I got it right. Jeriah laughed heartily, clutching the elixir, his joy evident. As such a potion would surely charm the ladies. The broadcast shifted, revealing numerous split screens, each showcasing Kakashi engrossed in paradise of affection, walking, dining, sleeping, training, and even covertly watching while teaching Team 7, still indulging in it as he prepared to become Hokage. In the chat group, the others gasped at the sight. No wonder it's called a promotional advertisement. This certainly boosts the visibility of Paradise of Affection. I must know where to procure this book. I want it too. I heard the first and second volumes are already out. I desire both. Children should not be exposed to this. Everyone, please remain calm. Kakashi quickly interjected. His words were swiftly drowned out by a tidal wave of demand. In the live chat group of Tianmu, voices clamored in unison, each individual yearning to possess a copy of Intimate Paradise. Merchants from various nations within the shinobi world quickly recognized this lucrative opportunity and dispatched their representatives to Konoha, eager to secure the printing and distribution rights for this coveted tome. Jiraiya's fame surged once more throughout the shinobi realm, even attracting members of the Akatsuki, including the likes of Kakuzu and Haiden, who rushed to a local bookstore to procure their own copies. In an instant, the shinobi world was enveloped in a joyous tranquility, with even the often contentious border regions experiencing an unexpected period of peace. Notably, scenes of camaraderie unfolded as ninjas from neighboring countries exchanged copies of Intimate Paradise. As the Tianmu live stream paused for a 15-minute intermission, the chat buzzed with lively chatter. Many departed souls chimed in. Son, I am dreadfully lonely here. Please burn that novel for me to alleviate my boredom. Daughter, you are still too young for such things, but if you manage to get that book, send it my way first, and I shall vet it for you. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Naruto Uzumaki, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kushina Uzumaki all issued commands within the group. Jeriah, ensure we each receive a copy. Send them all. Jeriah laughed heartily. No problem, no problem. Observing this scene, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, incessantly typed, am I finally able to shed the title of the shinobi world's most notorious lecher? Jeriah, the author of Intimate Paradise, and Kakashi, who adores it even more, have truly outdone me. Yet, despite his attempts, his messages failed to send as he had been muted. Laughter and joy filled the chat. And for a moment, everyone seemed to forget the looming threat posed by the Akatsuki, until the live stream resumed after 15 minutes. The screen shifted to reveal the aftermath of Deidara's grievous assault on Gaara, who had been taken away. The scene then transitioned to the Akatsuki extracting tailed beasts. A profoundly shocking moment. In the depths of a dark cavern, all members of the Akatsuki stood atop 10 colossal fingers, confronting a towering demonic statue. Gaara was ensnared in a vortex of immense chakra, suspended in midair, his mouth agape as torrents of red chakra were forcibly drawn from his body, inflicting excruciating pain. Many understood that once the tailed beast was extracted from a Jinchuriki, the host would perish. A heavy silence fell over the Tianmu chat group, the previous mirth evaporating. All eyes were glued to the screen. Although these events were yet to unfold, the live stream depicted a grim reality. It was utterly terrifying. Even the elder generation of ninjas had never witnessed such a spectacle. At that moment, the live stream froze, presenting a question: what is the purpose of the Akatsuki extracting tailed beasts? Upon this inquiry, everyone widened their eyes, as this was precisely the question they all wished to pose. Why did the Akatsuki seek to extract the tailed beasts? Did this have any connection to the Otsutsuki clan? The revelation of the Akatsuki as the most formidable labor organization of the Tsutsuki clan raises the question: does their capture of Gaara bear any relation to the Tsutsuki? As the audience gazes at the frozen image on the celestial screen, their curiosity compels them to search for answers within the still frame. Although the members of the Akatsuki are fully aware of the implications of this inquiry, they remain silent, as does Uchiha Madara, who knows the truth but chooses not to divulge it. His previous response regarding the capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki likely drew unwanted attention, and he is keen to avoid further complications, particularly before the Akatsuki has acquired the chakra from all 9-tailed beasts and he has been resurrected. At this moment, his anger intensifies as he watches the screen. He orchestrated these plans for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, envisioning a reality where all could thrive. Yet the Celestial display brands the Akatsuki as traitors and lackeys of the Tsutsuki, a notion he vehemently disputes. Tsunade inquired, "Grandfather, great-uncle, do you not understand why they are capturing the tailed beasts?" To which Senju Hashirama replied, "While I suspect it is indeed for the benefit of the Tsutsuki clan, I feel the more accurate answer lies elsewhere, as I have never heard of any connection between the Jinchuriki and the Tsutsuki." Senju Tobarama added, "This matter has escalated beyond significance. Each village must safeguard its Jinchuriki, or the consequences could be dire." Tobarama senses that the future of the shinobi world will undergo monumental transformations, intricately linked to the Akatsuki's machinations. As time drips away, participation in the group dwindles. Ordinary shinobi find themselves stripped of their voice amidst such grave matters, while the higher echelons of each village, whether deceased or living, appear oblivious to the truth. They understand, however, that if the villages lose their tailed beast Jinchuriki and the chakra falls into the hands of the Akatsuki, the aftermath would be catastrophic. Suddenly, a sound interrupts the silence as someone activates the buzzer. The stillness of the chat group shatters, drawing everyone's attention. On the grand screen, a message appears: "Congratulations to the wandering shinobi, Sishian, for successfully buzzing in. My answer is that the Akatsuki extracts the tailed beasts to resurrect the divine tree and fulfill the Eye of the Moon plan." This revelation sends shockwaves through the chat. What is the divine tree? What is this eye, this moon? What plan is being referenced? Nagato of the Akatsuki exclaims, "Who is this person? That they possess knowledge of our plans?" Madara, witnessing the unfolding scene, clenches his fists in fury. "Who is this Sishian? Why have I never heard him speak before?" Hashirama retorts, "Are you foolish? With so many individuals in the shinobi world, it is impossible for everyone to voice their thoughts in the group. If that were the case, it would descend into chaos." Tobarama points out, "Isn't it clear? Wandering shinobi Sishian, much like wandering shinobi Hanwei, are merely ordinary shinobi." At this moment, both Madara and Hanwei, currently in the Land of Rivers, recognize the significance of this individual. Sishian, the supreme leader of the organization currently under Yenye's investigation, harbors within him the power of the Otsutsuki clan's Kagaya, serving as the vessel for this ancient force. Sooner or later, Kagaya will be resurrected through him. Yenye's purpose for entering this world is also tied to the Otsutsuki clan. He intends to rally all elite shinobi to eradicate these extraterrestrial beings who disregard humanity. Initially, Yenye planned to utilize the celestial broadcast to raise awareness among all shinobi and to lead them towards a collective future. During this period, he aimed to investigate every aspect of the organization and, if possible, eliminate them while they were still in their infancy. Unexpectedly, Sishian spoke in the live chat group. Yenye, struggling to trace the organization's whereabouts, realized this was a rare opportunity. "Celestial system, pinpoint Sishian's current location," he commanded, hastily setting off. As the coordinates indicated, he was at the border of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. Sishian's participation in the QA signifies his involvement in the conflict between the Akatsuki and the tailed beasts, complicating matters further. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara and Nagato of the Akatsuki also sensed something amiss. This individual was aware of the Moon Eye plan and how to resurrect the God Tree, indicating he was no ordinary person. "Conduct a thorough investigation on Sishian and report back as soon as there is news," Nagato instructed. Nearby, White Zetsu vanished. Indeed, this individual was enigmatic, and it was imperative to uncover all details about him. Ding. The Celestial Broadcast Review concluded. "Congratulations to the wandering shinobi Sishian for providing the correct answer, earning a reward of 10 military rations worth 20,000 points. Conan, Sishian, where are you? I feel we share a profound connection. Perhaps we could meet and converse?" Moments ago, Zetsu had collaborated with various clones to gather the latest intelligence. Yet all efforts to trace Sishian's origins proved futile. Thus, Conan resorted to the most straightforward method, directly tagging him in the group. If he was inclined to join the Akatsuki, he would naturally respond. However, after her invitation, he remained silent. "Mei Terumi, is that a member of the Akatsuki?" "Noki, Conan, is that you? Where are you? It is truly inappropriate for you to serve the Otsutsuki clan. The shinobi world should unite against external threats. Yet, your Akatsuki prefers to act as pawns for the Otsutsuki instead of acknowledging your mistakes. Are you not human?" "Conan, we do not require your guidance on our actions. Our Akatsuki strives for peace in the shinobi world, which is the motivation behind all our endeavors. You so-called leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages could never comprehend the suffering of the war-torn commoners. Without you, this world would be far more peaceful and stable. Noki, impudent. Conan, what of your impudence? What if I am impudent? Am I wrong in my assertion? Has this world ever sought the opinions of the weak? Never has light shone upon the weak. Yet we, the Akatsuki, strive for the future of the ninja world. We shall not serve the Otsutsuki clan. But for the sake of the oppressed, we willingly embrace strength. This proclamation left many esteemed figures in the group momentarily speechless. Even some ordinary citizens, upon witnessing the conversation, could not help but feel a stir of emotion. The live broadcast even awarded Conan 30 points for her eloquent remarks. What does this mean? There is actually a reward for such discourse? Oh yeah? Killer Bee appeared in the chat, exuding his rap flair. At that moment, people realized their points had significantly increased. It turned out that, aside from answering questions, actively engaging in discussions and dialogues within the group also garnered rewards from the live broadcast. However, rewards less than 10 points would not be displayed in the group. Killer Bee exclaimed, "My points are so few, just 2. For the sake of points, I've decided to hold a concert right here." Oh yeah, Deara and Sasori have made names for themselves, and as the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, I, the greatest rap master of the ninja world, cannot fall behind. Who wants to listen to my concert? I shall begin now, though I cannot speak in the group. I can certainly type away. Oh my, why are you hitting me, big bro? His incessant chatter was too much, and the 4th Reikage, standing nearby, delivered a swift punch. Shut up. Not the time for nonsense. The live broadcast shifted scenes. The battle between Sasori, Sakura, and Chiyo commenced. Bold letters appeared on the screen. Immediately after, the broadcast revealed a cave where Sasori stood inside, while Sakura and Chiyo faced each other at the entrance, the atmosphere thick with tension. It was evident that Deidara had captured Gaara, and following the extraction of the tailed beast, Sakura and Chiyo had arrived just in time for this confrontation. Previous broadcasts had showcased Sasori's formidable combat prowess, his mastery of puppet techniques not only exceptional in ninjutsu but also notorious for his hidden weapons. Could the elderly and the young truly defeat him? The air was charged with anger. Sakura furrowed her brows, while Chiyo wore a tense expression. To those unfamiliar with Sasori, his crawling form was utterly bizarre. Unlike typical humans who walked upright, he slithered. His fearsome appearance was enough to deter one's gaze. Sakura trembled as she looked ahead, while Chiyo's eyes deepened with concern. Is that truly her grandson? She took a couple of steps forward and instructed, "Sakura, step back." With that, a flurry of chakra-infused kunai shot forth. However, Sasori's puppet tail swept them aside effortlessly. "You and that little brat shall become my trophies." Chiyo's voice, gravelly and low, was laced with murderous intent. Beneath the celestial canopy, the scorpion of the red sand, journeying forth, beheld the unfolding scene above. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile graced his lips. Was it finally his turn? Previously, he had endured Deidara's ostentatious displays, his incessant boasting about the invincibility of his art. Now, was it his moment to shine? Very well, let the world witness the prowess of the scorpion of the red sand. Yet, as he gazed skyward, a frown creased his brow. How did he encounter that old hag? The broadcast continued unabated in the heavens. "What is that?" Sakura inquired, observing the figure before her that resembled a scorpion, known as Toby. "That is not the true form of the scorpion, it is a puppet," Chiyo declared. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Then where is the true body? Shouldn't the puppeteer be manipulating the puppet from behind? Sakura asked anxiously. The true body resides within the puppet, Chiyo explained. Puppeteers are not adept in close combat, and controlling a puppet can easily reveal vulnerabilities. To overcome this flaw, the scorpion concealed his true form within the puppet itself. The puppet serves as both his weapon and his shield, and thus is the scorpion's protective puppet, Toby. Haha. Do you know how my puppets are crafted? First, I take a life, excise the organs, and install various mechanisms to create my puppets, with you two included. I will perfectly complete my artistic collection of 300 puppets, rasped the scorpion of the red sand. My art is eternal, and those who can become part of it are as rare as dreams. He laughed maniacally. Such a thing dares to call itself art? Allow me to extract you from Toby, Chiyo declared to Sakura, revealing her plan. The two resolved to combine their strengths against this formidable opponent. One of the artistic duo of the Akatsuki, Scorpion of the Red Sand. The battle commenced as the scorpion wielded Toby, while Chiyo remotely controlled Sakura with chakra threads. Sakura charged forward, and Toby unleashed a torrent of poisonous needles. With agility, Sakura evaded, leaping and dodging as the needles fell like rain upon the two. Beneath the celestial canopy, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. Were ordinary people to face such an onslaught, they would surely perish in an instant. Yet, observing the two combatants on the screen, not a single needle found its mark. Finally, as Sakura approached her adversary, the scorpion's tail surged forward, aiming directly for her face. The scorpion favored poison, which was why Deidara referred to him as Lord Scorpion, out of fear of toxins. The tail shimmered with a faint azure glow, undoubtedly laced with venom. However, mere centimeters from Sakura's visage, the tail abruptly halted, for Chiyo had seized control of it with her chakra. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura leaped into the fray, delivering a powerful punch upon Tobi. The formidable and seemingly invincible Lyomu tiger, which typically requires relentless combat and destruction to breach, was astonishingly shattered by Sakura's powerful fist with a single blow. The man who leaped out from behind the door of the Lyohwa had removed the black cloth that concealed him, revealing a remarkably handsome face. Who could have imagined that the fearsome and grotesque scorpion of the Red Sand, who treated human lives as trifles, extracting organs and desiccating bodies to fashion puppets, would possess such an innocuous appearance? Not only were Sakura and Granny Chiyo present at the scene touched by this revelation, but all the viewers from the shinobi world, watching the live broadcast, were equally moved. Wow, Scorpion, your true form looks like this? You appear even younger than I am. Perhaps I should call you Brother Scorpion, exclaimed Deidara, who was pursuing Gaara, the Jinchuriki, as he glanced at the screen above. The scorpion of the Red Sand launched two poison darts that struck Deidara's clay bird, prompting him to hastily consume another piece of clay and leap into the air. Fortunately, he acted swiftly. Otherwise, the toxin would have spread, and a mere touch could have been fatal. Speak again, and I shall take your life. Deidara chuckled nervously. Ha, Scorpion, I was merely jesting, don't take it to heart. Indeed, the Scorpion's appearance was strikingly handsome, a stark contrast to the Lyohwa. The broadcast continued. You haven't changed at all in 20 years. Granny Chiyo felt a wave of sorrow wash over her as memories flooded back. If only she had shown him a bit more care and concern back then. Perhaps they would not be in this dire situation now. Clearly, the Scorpion had no desire to reminisce. He swiftly produced the scroll of the third Kazekage's puppets. As the third Kazekage's puppet emerged, countless arms erupted from one of the Scorpion's hands, reaching out to seize Sakura. Simultaneously, a three-bladed weapon materialized, lunging toward her waist. Witnessing this, Granny Chiyo quickly gathered her chakra to rescue Sakura from the clutches of the puppet. With an array of hidden weapons, ninjutsu, and puppet attacks encircling Sakura, she narrowly evaded death time and again. Fortunately, Granny Chiyo was well versed in her opponent's combat techniques and skillfully maneuvered Sakura away from the assaults using her chakra threads. Suddenly, poisonous gas began to permeate the air. As Sakura attempted to flee, an explosion erupted. She activated an explosive tag. The force propelled her away, and Granny Chiyo was there to catch her. Sakura-chan? Just as Granny Chiyo secured Sakura, the third Kazekage's puppet unleashed its ninjutsu, Iron Sand World technique. A massive cloud of black iron sand enveloped the cave, spreading like a monstrous entity. The iron sand, resembling sharp needles, not only ravaged the cave but also surged towards Sakura with lethal intent. Yet Sakura was remarkably resilient, evading left and right, her stamina impressive and her speed astonishing. The iron sand needles trailed ominously behind her, closing in with every step. A moment's hesitation could cost her life. Amidst the relentless onslaught, she remained vigilant, never allowing herself a moment of respite, fully aware that a single misstep could prove fatal. As the vast iron sand descended upon her, she found herself with nowhere to hide. Observing this dire scenario, Granny Chiyo charged forward, channeling her chakra to shield and block the oncoming iron sand. At that moment, amidst the flurry of attacks, a figure charged forth. It was the third Kazekage puppet. Upon witnessing this, Sakura also rushed forward with fervor. With a loud cry, she delivered a powerful punch that shattered the third Kazekage puppet, causing the iron sand technique that enveloped the cave like a spider's web to dissipate. Under the vast sky, everyone was taken aback. The astonishment values on the streaming platform surged with each passing moment. What a battle this was! If Deidara's earlier confrontation resembled a blooming firework, this was undoubtedly a life-and-death struggle of seasoned warriors. In the chat group, silence reigned, even among the prominent figures of the ninja world, who were keenly observing the live broadcast. This was the might of the Akatsuki organization, the capability of the lower ninjas from Konoha. And what of Chiyo, the ever-cunning strategist? If it weren't for her, they might have already faced defeat. Simultaneously, Tsunade and the higher-ups of Tsunade took note of the unfolding events. In the future, their relationship remained amicable, not soured by Konoha's collapse plan. The leaders of Tsunade began to reflect on their past mistakes during Orochimaru's operation and resolved to mend their ties with Konoha, seeking a partnership instead. After Sakura's punch shattered the third Kazekage puppet, Gaara furrowed his brow, a cold smile creeping across his face as he gazed at the two before him. Is this how it must be? I haven't unleashed my true self in quite some time, he declared. He removed his garments, revealing his flesh had transformed into a puppet. Chiyo frowned, pondering how one could turn themselves into a puppet. What manner of individual could be so ruthless, even towards themselves? You've never witnessed such artistry, have you? He chuckled, launching an assault towards the two. Sakura braced herself while Chiyo focused intently, manipulating the chakra threads in her hands. Fiery and watery techniques clashed fiercely. Seizing the moment while Chiyo contended with Sasori, Sakura lunged forward, only to be ensnared by a rope that shot forth from Sasori's abdomen. Its tip fitted with a sharp blade that pierced through her body, blood gushing forth. Sakura utilized an antidote, gritting her teeth in determination. Grasping the rope tightly and pulling with all her might. As she retracted the rope to a manageable length, she swung her arm in a manner akin to launching a kite, sending Sasori sprawling away. With each contraction of her arm, the distance between her and Sasori diminished. And with another punch, she obliterated his puppet form. His heart plummeted, landing atop another puppet body, and Sasori revived once more. Just as he returned to life, he swept his arm, unfurling a massive scroll that unleashed over 290 puppets, filling the sky with his creations, an overwhelming sight. This was his 100-puppet jutsu. Chiyo, upon witnessing this, felt her fingers tremble as she unfurled her own scroll. The 10-puppet brigade emerged, each puppet equipped with unique weapons and jutsu, joining forces with Sakura as they entered the fray. The ensuing clash was nothing short of a masterpiece. Beneath the vast sky, many spectators expressed their awe at the breathtaking battle unfolding before them. Oh my goodness! The air was filled with exclamations of astonishment. Even the other members of the Akatsuki paused their tasks to gaze at the battle unfolding on the celestial screen. Deidara tilted his head back to observe the sky and remarked, "This is the first time I have seen you engage in such a serious fight. Nearly 300 puppets facing off against 10 of the opponents. What a grand spectacle." For the first time, he refrained from praising his own explosions. Captivated instead by the conflict above, Sasori of the Red Sand watched the live broadcast silently. The two continued on their path. The battle within the celestial canopy rages on, with the resounding echoes of clashes reverberating through the cavern. Nearly 300 puppets engage in combat against 9 adversaries, their weapons and techniques blending into a chaotic symphony of sound. The aerial, terrestrial, and subterranean skirmishes create a dizzying spectacle. As the puppets clash, the voice of Chiyo resounds, urging her allies. 3 members of the Jinchuriki utilize hand seals to conjure a formidable vacuum, annihilating all puppets drawn into its grasp and expelling them forcefully from the other side. With almost 300 puppets vanquished, Sakura seizes the opportunity to advance, prompting a cry from Chiyo as she launches a white object skyward. Sakura catches hold of a puppet's limb, vaulting into the air with a fierce roar, striking the white object with her immense strength. It is Chiyo's sealing technique, the lion's closing roar. The lion's closing roar, propelled by Sakura's extraordinary might, hurtles toward the scorpion of the red sand, pinning him against the cavern wall. His heart escapes once more, possessing a puppet and charging toward Chiyo with lethal intent. The two are overwhelmed. Sakura suffers grievous injuries, and Chiyo finds herself at her limit. The scorpion of the red sand, brandishing a long blade, approaches Sakura, inching ever closer to Chiyo. In that moment, the previously toppled puppet parents suddenly re-emerge. Each puppet brandishes a sword, plunging it into the scorpion of the red sand, targeting the very heart that once leapt free. From a distance, it appears as if a mother and father embrace their child, yet, tragically, they strike down their offspring. This scene is hauntingly familiar to Chiyo. She is reluctant to part with her grandson, but what can she say or do? All her pain, regret, and hatred must be swallowed. After all, he has taken so many lives. The scene freezes, and beneath the celestial canopy, onlookers are left in stunned silence, unable to utter a word for what feels like an eternity. This fierce battle has persisted for over 3 hours, much of it fast-forwarded during the celestial broadcast, hinting at the intensity of the forthcoming confrontations. On the journey to the Land of Wind, Deidara observes the scene with a furrowed brow, glancing down before speaking. Lord Scorpion, is this how you meet your end? This is uncharacteristic of you. His companion remains silent, continuing their trek. At that moment, a line of text appears on the celestial screen. How did the Scorpion of the Red Sand die? Please describe in 4 words. Correct answers will double your chakra. Incorrect answers will incur a penalty. The celestial screen lays out the conditions for this inquiry. The 4th Reikage, seeing this, immediately responds. Ding. Is this even a question? Clearly, he was outnumbered and fell. Ding. Incorrect answer. The 4th Reikage incurs a penalty of 10 points. What the hell? I just earned 70 points and now I'm penalized 10? This is unfair. He had hoped to acquire the longevity elixir, not wishing to lose a single point. 8 elegant deer, 3 graceful deer. My brother, allow me to earn for you. All I ask is to hold a concert among this group. Alas, why do you strike me again? Before Karabi could finish his sentence, he was met with another blow to the head. Karatsuchi remarked, enjoy your little amusement. I have merely penalized you 10 points. Imagine if I were to deduct half of your chakra instead. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, indeed. Akin to my own half of the 5 elemental chakra. Had I not faced punishment from the celestial curtain, I would surely have triumphed over Orochimaru. I would not have perished. However, no matter how many times he penned this declaration, it would not grace the chat group, as he remained muted. Anoki interjected, moreover, this form of inquiry inherently augments our chakra, does it not? A wrong answer incurs a penalty of 10 points, while a correct one rewards us with an equivalent of our chakra. Where else could one find such a boon? Ding. My response is that my energy is depleted. All of Sasori's puppets have been expended, leaving only my own puppet to confront my parents. In such a scenario, defeat is inevitable. Jeriah pondered. Has he truly exhausted his energy? I sense he still has a fight left in him. Tsunade remarked, one must admit. In this battle, it was fortunate that Sakura and Chio faced him. Had it been anyone else, the odds would have been grim. Jiraiya affirmed, Chio understands his puppetry. In the future, Sakura possesses immense strength. Their collaboration is perfectly suited to counter Sasori. Ding. Anoki answered incorrectly, incurring a penalty of 10 points. The celestial curtain provided its verdict. Sasori declared, you need not conduct any analysis. The celestial curtain has unveiled the future, and I, a man who defies fate, assure you that if I encounter those 2 again, I shall swiftly eliminate them, and I shall survive. The celestial curtain's broadcast of future events, while beneficial to the 5 great ninja villages, allowing them to prepare in advance, simultaneously serves the Akatsuki organization, as it enables them to strategize accordingly. In this anticipated battle, Sasori discerned numerous issues, such as Chiyo's puppet brigade, the 3 treasures collapse, and the lion's roar, among others. Should he face such a confrontation again, he would undoubtedly devise superior countermeasures. Perhaps in that broadcasted battle, he might choose death, yet should fate allow a second chance, he would assuredly endure and thrive for ages. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, inquired, Sasori, where are you now? This question was undoubtedly intentional, as the 4th sought to ascertain his current whereabouts and whether he posed a threat to Tsunade and Gaara. Why should I divulge this to you? Sasori scoffed. Yet, Deidara remained unconcerned. Lord Sasori, even if we were to inform them, what would it matter? One must commend the 4th Kazekage for his shrewdness in seeking our whereabouts. I shall reveal that we are pursuing the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Haraha. The art of explosion shall soon be unveiled once more. At this proclamation, astonishment echoed throughout the ninja world. What? They are pursuing Gaara. The higher-ups of Tsunade swiftly set their plans into motion. The pursuit of Gaara was led by Scorpion and Deidara. One excels in aerial combat utilizing explosive clay, while the other favors ground battles with puppet techniques. Scorpion is adept at employing poison, and following the collapse of the Hidden Leaf Village plan yesterday, Gaara and his companions were gravely injured. They have now arrived in the Land of Rivers, and we must rush to their aid. Upon hearing this, Granny Chio nodded slightly and said, I will go. However, Tsunade must also retain defenders, so she swiftly set off with her team. At that moment, Senju Hashirama successfully interjected. Why did Scorpion die in this battle? Based on my years of experience as a ninja, the reason is, did he intentionally hold back? What? Hold back? Brother, it was incredibly intense. How could he hold back? Senju Tobarama voiced his disagreement. Kuratsuchi remarked, Lord Tobarama, there does seem to be some merit to that. The previous battles were so fierce, yet he approached wielding a blade. Could he really have been limited to just that? Did he run out of chakra? Even a modicum would allow him to maneuver. My guy added, I too perceive a sense of restraint. After all, his grandmother was there. Wasn't he reluctant? Meanwhile, Granny Chio, having left Tsunade, paused at the dialogue in the celestial chat group. She turned her gaze to the live broadcast and observed closely. Indeed, Scorpion could have engaged from a distance in a final showdown with her and Sakura, yet he chose to advance with his blade. Those few steps led him directly into the trap she had set, culminating in his demise at the hands of the father and mother puppets. Was Scorpion intentional? Granny Chio felt her heart ache, grappling with an unbearable truth. He must have known that he wouldn't escape unscathed in the face of his grandmother. It was a matter of life or death. Thus, he deliberately held back, granting her a chance at survival. Her heart wrenched as she journeyed onward, her eyes fixed on the celestial screen, hoping that upon review, this conclusion would prove erroneous. Perhaps then, when confronting the Scorpion of the Red Sand, she could be more resolute. She could not afford to be merciful. Scorpion had committed numerous transgressions against the ninja world, against Tsunade and the Land of Wind. She had to maintain her stance. At that moment, the celestial broadcast chimed, announcing the review results. Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for the correct answer, earning a chakra increase double his original amount. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. What matter can escape the keen eye of this ninja world expert? Did you see that? My chakra has not only returned, but has also multiplied. Let us duel once more. I am confident of victory. Senju Tobarama interjected, Brother, you already won in the Valley of the End. Senju Hashirama replied, Huh? Then how did I die later? Senju Tobarama. In Hashirama's heart, he believed he had not truly triumphed in that battle, nor had Uchiha Madara been defeated. Deidara exclaimed, What? Holding back was actually correct? This does not align with Scorpion's character of exacting revenge for any slight. Scorpion, care to explain? Kairashi no Sasori. Who can fathom the thoughts of my future self? However, here, I must convey to that old coot Chio, should we cross paths again, rest assured, I shall show no mercy. Chio, very well. I await your challenge. Deidara, haha. If the future is indeed immutable, then I dare say I shall surpass Sasori by far. For my existence has spanned longer than his. Haha. It appears that my explosions are indeed more artistic, not only illuminating the surroundings, but also ensuring my survival. Kairashi no Sasori, Deidara, given your age, you might not have lived as long as I have. Deidara, not necessarily. I could very well live for several centuries. Ha ha ha. In that case, my art shall undoubtedly illuminate the entire shinobi world. At that moment, the celestial broadcast unexpectedly posed a question. May I inquire how the Akatsuki's Deidara meets his demise in the future? Upon the utterance of this query, laughter erupted throughout the shinobi realm. Did he not claim he would never die, that he would live for centuries? Was this celestial broadcast not a slap in his face? How absurd. If someone like him were to live for hundreds of years, it would surely be a tragedy for the shinobi world. Not to mention his so-called brilliance would likely level everything around him. Upon hearing this, Deidara, rather than becoming incensed, responded within the group chat. Thank you all for your kind words. My intention is indeed to level everything. I aspire to be a calamity. What can you do about it? Ha ha ha. He laughed with audacity, and beneath him, Kairashi no Sasori wholeheartedly agreed with his words. Indeed, why should he perish? Why should he relinquish the gift of life to that wretched old woman? Was it because he was stirred by the puppets of his parents, igniting a heart that was already destined to wither? If there were familial bonds and warmth in this world, he would never have left Suna village. No one would remain by his side eternally, not even his father or mother. Only puppets, only those transformed into lifeless marionettes through his artistry would endure forever. Fortunately, this celestial broadcast revealed the cause of his demise, allowing him to brace himself. Should he face it again, he would not succumb. In this world, he shall thrive. For those who perish shall always be others. Haruno Sakura. But Deidara, since the celestial realm can pose such a question, it proves that you will indeed die in the future. Deidara, Haruno Sakura, is it? Ha. I shall remember you, the one who vanquished Sasori. Just then, someone hastily pressed the buzzer, and it was none other than the young Konoha Kunoichi, Momo H. It is noteworthy that she is merely 7 or 8 years old, a classmate of Konohamaru and Udon, often seen in their company. Today, due to her grandfather's passing, Konohamaru was in low spirits and did not show up, leaving her and Udon to train their jutsu while watching the celestial broadcast. Though she is quite young, she possesses remarkable attentiveness, not only observing the ongoing battles, but also mentally summarizing the experiences of both sides, hoping that one day she too can protect her comrades through her own strength. When the celestial inquiry about Deidara's demise arose, she pondered, how might a person who frequently plays with explosives meet their end? The answer was all too evident. Ding. My response is, he blew himself up. The little, innocent Meng Huang was earnestly writing, albeit slowly, yet the content was exquisite. Noki, he blew himself up? As Deidara's mentor. Noki had never anticipated such an occurrence, especially since he had never witnessed such a blunder during his tutelage of Deidara. Haiden, Deidara, your demise was rather artistic. Fitting your character. Speaking of immortality, no one understands it better than I do. Unable to contain himself, Haiden chuckled in the group chat. Sasori, aren't you dead yet? Didn't the Ten Tails take your life last time? Haiden, haha, even if the Ten Tails were to kill me 100 times, I'd still come back to life, ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Deidara, who was soaring through the sky in pursuit of Gaara and others, shook his head vigorously. Impossible. How could I possibly blow myself up? I refuse to believe it. Absolutely refuse. Ding. The Konoha Jin and Meng Huang answered correctly, earning a reward of basic would-release chakra. Following the Ten Tails Live evaluation, this reward stirred envy not only among Konoha, but also among ninjas from other villages. Would-release chakra. How could such a young child acquire would-release chakra? Incredible! I too desire such chakra. The first Hokage was renowned solely for possessing would-release chakra, even in death. His prowess was unmatched. In the group, when he spoke, we mere minnows dared not utter a word. I longed to possess would-release chakra. Simultaneously, Tsunade observed the outcome with a smile and nodded. Quite impressive. The younger generation is formidable. It seems I need to find Meng Huang a suitable teacher. I've heard that the Umbu has a would-release ninja named Tenzo. Let's have him instruct Meng Huang for a while. Yes. Narashikako bowed and exited the office. However, Deidara remained incredulous. In the future, he was destined to perish by his own explosion, a truth he found hard to accept. Yet it was evident that the Ten Tails broadcasted events that would indeed transpire. Sasori gazed at the sky and remarked, in the future, refrain from boasting. Hubris invites calamity. One moment you proclaim you could live for centuries, and the next, you face a harsh reality, right? You too shall perish, so strive to survive. Deidara sighed softly. At least you know how you will meet your end, whereas I only know I will die by my own explosion. How can one prepare for such a fate? Alas, I cannot abandon my explosive art, can I? Sasori, you may relinquish it, for I deem it not art at all. Sasori. Enraged, Deidara charged downwards, but upon seeing Sasori's tail poised to unleash a barrage of poison needles, he swiftly spun and soared back into the sky, suddenly exclaiming, I've spotted a target. People from the Sand Village. Concurrently, a series of yellow warnings flashed across the large screen. Current live broadcast. Deidara and Sasori intercepting Gaara. Commencing playback. This is the Ten Tails Live capture of the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, depicting events currently unfolding. The emergence of the Celestial Curtain has transformed many circumstances. Originally, the Akatsuki organization intended to initiate their plans in 2 years. However, upon the revelation that they were merely a subordinate group of the Otsutsuki, they resolved to act immediately. Thus, the scene unfolded with Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand pursuing Gaara. The celestial display shifted. In the midst of a dense forest, Deidara soared through the skies while Sasori intercepted on the ground, encircling a group of 9 from the Sand Village. These 5 individuals were none other than the ninjas from the Sand Village who had executed the leaf destruction plan the previous day: Maki, Kankuro, Temari, Gaara, along with 5 other members of the Sand Village's Umbu. The 9 had previously witnessed the live broadcast from the Celestial Curtain and were aware that Deidara and Sasori would soon confront Gaara in the Sand Village. Yet, they never anticipated that the confrontation would occur so swiftly, right after the Celestial Curtain showcased their deeds. Huh, did you ever think we would race against time with the Celestial Curtain? Deidara exclaimed, perched atop his clay bird, gazing down with a hearty laugh. At this moment, he was of similar age to Gaara, yet his eyes sparkled with mischief and mirth, while Gaara below displayed an expressionless, frigid demeanor. Noticing this, Deidara chuckled. I am about to become famous again. Rejoice, people of the ninja world. You will once again witness the artistic performance of Deidara. Sasori let out a disdainful snort and, with a flick of his fingers, unleashed several puppets that encircled the forest around the 9. The odds had shifted from 2 against 9 to an unexpected 10 against 9. Kankuro stepped forward, extending his fingers to summon the crow puppet. His heart raced with fear and anxiety. Was this truly the renowned puppet genius, Sasori of the Red Sand? The barrier was likely his protective puppet, the Hiriko, and the previous broadcast featured the battle between Chiyo and Sakura against him. Sasori's abilities far surpassed his, and his true form resided within Hiriko. Although Kankuro and the Sand Ninjas were aware of this, who among them possessed the strength to force Sasori out of his puppet? As the crow puppet emerged, Sasori smirked, his voice a raspy echo reminiscent of a ghostly summons from the underworld. Using my discarded creations reveals your lack of skill. No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of Saban needles launched the first assault. Be careful, Maki shouted, prompting the group to brace for battle. The cacophony of clashing echoed through the forest, heightening the tension among them. In a few years, Deidara alone would be capable of defeating Gaara, yet at this moment, Gaara was still a mere genin. And with Sasori present, did they even stand a chance of escape? Meanwhile, in the Sand Village, Chiyo, Ebizo, and a dozen elite ninjas were en route. At that moment, they yearned for wings to swiftly appear by Gaara's side. In the past, Gaara's reputation within the Sand Village was rather dismal, instilling fear in those who encountered him. However, following the revelation of future events displayed upon the celestial canvas, and his ascension to the position of the fifth Kazekage, public perception has dramatically shifted. He is now seen as the most devoted Kazekage, willing to sacrifice everything for the village he cherishes, if he can lay down his life to protect it. Why should the ninjas of the village not invest their utmost efforts to safeguard him? With a sense of urgency, the crowd hastens, eager to reach the scene and rescue their fifth Kazekage at the earliest opportunity. The broadcast from the celestial screen reveals that battle has already commenced. Deidara's explosions echo through the surroundings, while the red sand scorpion swiftly dispatches his foes. Kankuro's crow puppet proves to be insignificant against the scorpion, shattering upon the initial confrontation with the powerful Hiryu. He, too, suffers injury from his own puppet and loses consciousness. Temari employs her enormous fan to unleash wind release, creating a whirlwind to counter the relentless onslaught of puppets. Yet, her efforts fall short against the cunning of her adversary. The red sand scorpion deftly maneuvers 8 puppets, soaring into the sky, diving underground, unleashing poison needles, and launching hidden weapons in a mesmerizing dance. The 9 individuals facing him are akin to trapped chicks, utterly devoid of the opportunity to retaliate. Gaara, now incensed, struggles to maintain consciousness amidst the protective efforts of those around him, fighting against the tailed beast's influence. Yet he succumbs to its transformation. They are merely genin. After all, Maki leaps and tumbles, employing both physical and ninjutsu techniques, yet finds himself only able to contend with 2 puppets. It appears that the enemy is purposefully delaying their capture of Gaara, opting instead to eliminate 5 other Umbu before encircling him in the central area. Beneath the celestial expanse, in the Rain Village, Pain contemplates the unfolding scene, murmuring, "What are those 2 dilly-dallying for? Will they not make a move?" Indeed, from the perspective of some seasoned warriors, the moment for Deidara and the Scorpion to strike is ripe. If they act now, the one-tailed Jinchuriki could easily fall into their grasp. Yet, they hesitate, akin to an eagle toying with its prey. At this juncture, Gaara has fully transformed into his tailed beast form. If the situation continues to escalate, it may require a devastating explosion to compel him into compliance. The human path, with his Rinnegan eyes, observes this spectacle and muses, perhaps they wish to prolong their theatrics. As the entire ninja world is watching this live broadcast, should it end abruptly, they would miss their moment in the spotlight. The beast path interjects, "You too. Is it amusing to converse with yourselves?" It is evident that Nagato is orchestrating the scene, yet he engages in discourse as if separated from his other identities. The Deva Path's expression hardens. "We too wish to converse within this live stream. Alas, to maintain an air of mystery, our heads must remain concealed." Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Nagato furrows his brow. If Deidara and the Scorpion do not act soon, he will dispatch Zetsu to hasten their movements. As his furrowed brow deepens, finally, the 2 begin to conclude their preparations. At this moment, amidst the fierce battle, Maki lay gravely wounded, while Shinji and Kankuro were sprawled nearby, their fates uncertain. Gaara had fully transformed into his tailed beast form and charged towards the 2. Explosions of clay cascaded from the heavens, shaking the earth with thunderous roars. The one-tailed beast grew increasingly agitated, its powerful claws sweeping violently in all directions, obliterating any puppets caught in its path. As it opened its maw to gather tailed beast chakra for a counterattack, it was suddenly engulfed by a tempest of explosions surrounding it. The cacophony of detonations reverberated. Boom, boom, Crackle, crackle. Deidara's explosive spiders rained down densely, and perched atop his clay bird, he laughed heartily. Let the world behold this grand masterpiece. The art of explosions. His deranged yet arrogant voice echoed throughout the valley, his face alight with triumph. The scene was also broadcasted live. The entire ninja world bore witness to this spectacle. Even the mightiest tailed beasts could be subdued by ninjas. Otherwise, how could Hashirama Senju have acquired 9-tailed beasts? Or how could Uchiha Madara have controlled them with his Sharingan? Moreover, how could the 5 great ninja villages seal tailed beast chakra within Jinchuriki? The one-tailed beast, dazzled and hissing wildly, launched a relatively small tailed beast sphere in retaliation. The colossal sound was deafening as a distant mountain was reduced to rubble. Deidara nearly toppled from his clay bird, astonished at the magnitude of the explosion. Was the power of that black-tailed beast sphere truly so immense? Excitement surged within him. His voice tinged with a hoarse thrill. This guy is formidable. In Deidara's eyes, only explosions constituted art. Thus, the tailed beast sphere was a manifestation of his artistic vision. Suddenly, he exclaimed again, as the mouth on his palm began to chew the clay, ultimately transforming it into a colossal clay dragon. The dragon slithered downward, diving toward the ground, while the gigantic one-tailed Shikaku unleashed a chakra wave attack, attempting to repel the clay dragon with a massive burst of chakra. However, the dragon proved to be exceedingly cunning, twisting and turning to ensnare the one-tailed beast within its grasp. Not good. The one-tailed beast must evade. Senju Hashirama could not help but exclaim in the live chat. Boom! An explosion erupted suddenly. Boom, boom. Waves of explosive force followed in succession, layer upon layer. If the earlier small-tailed beast sphere could flatten a mountain, this explosion could surely rend the sea asunder. A blinding light enveloped the entire live broadcast screen. In the Rain Village, Nagato and Conan exchanged faint smiles, while the late Uchiha Madara nodded slightly in approval. Nagato was indeed worthy of trust. He had initially thought the live broadcast was intended to assist the 5 great ninja villages, but it was clear that, if utilized effectively, it could serve their interests as well. Had the broadcast not exposed the Akatsuki organization as mere pawns of the Tsutsuki clan, Nagato might not have swiftly ordered the capture of Jinchuriki. It seemed that striking when the Jinchuriki's powers were weak would yield the highest chances of success. In the live chat group, Naruto Uzumaki called out loudly. He had previously interacted with the one-tailed Jinchuriki and felt deep sympathy for him. They shared a common bond. He hoped that through his own efforts, this individual could earn the recognition of others, although they had briefly been adversaries. And the 3rd Hokage had sacrificed himself under Orochimaru's threat. At this moment, seeing Gaara, another Jinchuriki, in such dire straits filled Naruto with sorrow and anxiety. Unfortunately, being far away in the Sound Ninja village, engaged in battle against the 4 Sound Ninja, he was unable to assist Gaara. However, unable to contain himself while watching the live broadcast, he typed a few words in the group chat. Hang in there, 5th Kazekage. We are on our way. In an instant, numerous ninjas from Tsunade began to echo his sentiments in the chat. Observing this unfolding scene, the ninjas from other villages understood the gravity of the situation. If the one-tail were captured, it could very well lead to the subsequent capture of the 2 tails, 3 tails, and other tailed beasts. The implications of the enemy acquiring all the tailed beast chakra were unfathomable. Originally, Senju Hashirama had distributed the tailed beasts among the 5 great ninja villages to prevent any single entity from gaining overwhelming power. Yet now, this balance was being threatened. As the explosion subsided and the smoke cleared, silence enveloped the scene. On the edge of the crater, Maki was cradling Kankuro and Temari, while Gaara was nowhere to be found. Even the likes of Sasori and Deidara had vanished. Where are the people? Someone called out in the group. An ominous feeling washing over everyone. Could it be that Gaara had been captured? The live broadcast concluded, leaving all in a somber silence, unable to breathe. Chiyo, who was on her way, clenched her fists in anger upon witnessing the scene. Is anyone still there? She inquired in the chat. Maki responded, Chiyo, I am still here. Kankuro is poisoned, Temari is unconscious, and Gaara is missing. Is there any clue left behind? Chiyo pressed. I did notice some footprints on the ground. They should belong to Sasori. All right, wait for me. Meanwhile, Chiyo and the others were still en route. On the other side, within the valley, the members of the Akatsuki had gathered, and Pain utilized a summoning technique to call forth the Outer Path Golem. Though the live broadcast was somewhat bothersome, it could be advantageous with proper utilization. I didn't expect we would capture the one-tail so swiftly. Haiden couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, they had been executing their respective missions. with him and Kakuza seeking funds. However, the sudden appearance of the live broadcast had forced the Akatsuki to expedite their plans. Now, they were fully prepared to capture the tailed beasts, laying the groundwork for the Moon Eye plan. Prepare yourselves, Pain whispered before commencing the sealing technique to extract the tailed beast. On the other side of the valley, atop a towering mountain, a figure emerged at the summit. Clad in a black cloak and dressed in white, the man bore the Mark IV beneath his left eye and wore a red neckpiece. This was the very Otsutsuki Ishiki whom Yi had been fervently searching for. Tsubaki. He gazed in the direction of the valley, a chilling expression gracing his lips. Kaguya, I await your arrival, he uttered silently within, followed by a disdainful snort before he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the live broadcast continued, shifting its focus to Chiyo and her companions. Chiyo first appeared amidst the dense forest at the border of the Land of Rivers, accompanied by a dozen ninjas, including Suki. She leapt from the trees, hastily surveying the scene and promptly offering an apology in the live chat. Lord Tsunade, 5th Hokage of Konoha. I sincerely apologize for the events that transpired yesterday. I stake my life on the fact that our Tsunade was also deceived by Orochimaru. Regarding whether the 4th Hokage was aware of anything, I shall refrain from speculation. However, from my understanding, I can assure you that Tsunade harbors no intentions of enmity towards Konoha. I implore you to extend your assistance. Only you, as the 5th Hokage, possess the means to cure Scorpion's poison. Please, I beg you to save him. Upon concluding her statement, Chiyo sent a flurry of bowing emojis in the chat, lowering herself to the utmost humility. Observing this, Tsunade, after weighing the pros and cons, recognized the necessity for the 5 great ninja villages to unite amidst the current turmoil. Given that Konoha had just endured a battle and Tsunade had lost its tailed beast, continued hostilities between the two would only serve to provide opportunities for enemies and those with ulterior motives. They had to join forces. Very well, I shall save him. You must escort him to the borders of the Land of Fire. I will dispatch someone immediately. The reason for sending someone was that Tsunade could not leave Konoha. Her village required her presence. Thus, she assigned Shizen to head to the border with a slug clone. Once Chiyo received the reply, she expressed her gratitude once more and pursued the direction in which Sasori and Deidara had vanished. Beneath the celestial canopy, tension permeated the atmosphere as all eyes were riveted on the unfolding scene, particularly those from villages harboring Jinchuriki. With the capture of Shikaku from Tsunade, which village would be next? This time, the Akatsuki's capture of Shikaku occurred within the dense forest, and the resulting explosions had only wreaked havoc in the wild. What if such devastation occurred within a village? Would it lead to the annihilation of an entire settlement? Meitarumi, all guards of Kirigakure, enhance your patrols and strengthen the barriers. Anoki, the Wagakure will also bolster patrols. The Jinchuriki of Yanbi and Gobi must vacate the village immediately and maintain a low profile. Observing the events unfold, Meitarumi couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. It is true that having a Jinchuriki within the village is no longer safe. Fortunately, our village's Jinchuriki had already departed. Even if the Akatsuki were to come, they would be unable to find them. The 4th Hokage, despite his fiery and straightforward temperament, has come to understand why they chose to discuss this topic in the public live broadcast group. Their intention was clear, to convey to the members of the Akatsuki that they should refrain from coming to their ninja village. If they did, there would be no Jinchuriki to capture, rendering their efforts futile and risking unnecessary damage to their village. Indeed, at such a moment, a Jinchuriki is not suitable for the village, especially since their own Jinchuriki is left. However, they will dispatch individuals to protect them. Even if the Akatsuki members arrive, they have no fear. Meanwhile, the other 3 major ninja villages have already begun to share information about their own circumstances in the live broadcast group to prevent the Akatsuki from causing trouble. In Konoha, Tsunade anxiously gazes at the sky, her eyes filled with concern. The fate of Gaara is of utmost importance. If the tailed beast within him is extracted, he will surely perish. Who, then, will become the Kazekage of Tsunade? It is crucial to note that after Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage, took office, Gaara faced skepticism from the 5 Kage. If he were to die now, what would become of Tsunade? Furthermore, if the Akatsuki succeeds this time, the ensuing complications would be even more troublesome. The group buzzes with excitement as everyone expresses their opinions regarding Gaara's situation, while some Umbu are hastening to the origin point, hoping for close contact with the Akatsuki to glean more information about them. As time passes, not only does the live broadcast continue without raising any questions, but the entire ninja world watches with bated breath. Is their speed truly this slow? If only the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, were here, he would undoubtedly rescue Gaara. One voice exclaimed. Seeing this, Tobirama Senju directly inquired in the group, Minato Namikaze, where are you now? Can you see the live broadcast and the chat records in the group? If so, please respond. Minato Namikaze replied, I'm here. Second Hokage, what is your command? Gaara has been captured by the Akatsuki. They plan to extract the One Tail from him to resurrect the Hokage. Will you not intervene? Minato responded, Lord, it is not that I do not care, but I am truly unable to leave. I am currently on a mission. Kushina Uzumaki interjected, Darling, what mission are you on? Did you not just return 2 days ago? How can you already have a mission? Minato replied, Dear, you will understand once you are revived. The mission I am undertaking is of greater significance. With that, Minato fell silent and resumed his duties. As time dragged on, the tension among everyone heightened. If Tsunade were to lose the One Tail, what would they use to deter the other villages? What if the other villages took the opportunity to attack Tsunade? Moreover, Gaara is the fourth Kazekage. If he were to die like this, who would then guide the future? Though the crisis has not yet reached the other 4 great ninja villages, the higher-ups in those villages are equally anxious. The matter of the tailed beasts is extraordinary, affecting the entire ninja world. If they simply remain idle, the consequences could be dire. Fourth Reappearance, from the previously revealed photographs of the Akatsuki organization, it is evident that those individuals are all rogue ninjas. The leader among them is named Pain, a defector from the Rain Village. Perhaps we should dispatch our Umbu from the 5 great ninja villages to investigate Rain Village. We might uncover something significant. Tsunade, I concur. Anoki, we too shall send personnel. Tsunade, such matters are best handled through discreet operations. Let us refrain from excessive discussion and change the subject, shall we? A suggestion raises a concern. If the Akatsuki's base truly lies within Rain Village, we may have already alerted them. In the Hokage's office, Jeriah gazes intently at the live broadcast, his demeanor contemplative. After a lengthy silence, he finally addresses Tsunade. I am acquainted with Conan and Pain. Send me. What? Unlocking the memories of the past. He recalls 3 children who clung to one another amidst the ravages of war. Their encounter with Jeriah was both fortuitous and fateful. Yet his departure became the precursor to their inevitable separation. Many years have elapsed, and it seems they have forgotten their mentor's existence. Jeriah, too, never anticipated that they would become members of Akatsuki. Pain bears a striking resemblance to Yahiko from their youth, albeit now adorned with the Rinnegan, while Conan remains almost unchanged. There is also a child named Nagato, whose whereabouts are unknown. All these matters require his resolution. Tsunade rubs her temples and gazes skyward. Finally speaking after a prolonged pause, you wish to go to Rain Village? After your extensive investigation of the Akatsuki, do you believe you possess more knowledge than they do? As she speaks, she gestures towards the sky, where the live broadcast continues to showcase Chiyo and her brother, Chiyo's efforts to locate Gaara based on ground clues. Previously, Jiraiya had conducted inquiries into Akatsuki, yet the leads he obtained were scant. I sense that all answers may lie within Rain Village. Since someone must go, I believe I am the most suitable candidate, Jeriah asserts. Tsunade's gaze sharpens, her voice soft yet earnest. Can I trust that you will return safely? Let us take a gamble. I feel confident in my safe return. You can wager that I shall perish. After all, you've never won a bet. Jeriah grins widely, his smile illuminating his face. Tsunade's eyes glisten with unshed tears, yet she manages a smile. Indeed, I am known as the infamous easy target. I often lose any wager. Though she smiles, tears betray her resolve. If I return alive, we shall. Jeriah gazes at her, words poised on his lips but unspoken. What if he were to die? Would he cause her anguish once more, akin to the sorrow she endured with the loss of Kakashi? He deflects the tension with a hearty laugh, jesting, just await my good news. With that, he leaps into the crimson embrace of the setting sun, vanishing from sight. The live broadcast shifts, revealing a valley bathed in the warm glow of the westward sun, casting a resplendent light upon the forest. Suddenly, several figures leaped and vanished without a trace, leaving only the scorpion of the red sand standing in the clearing, with the lifeless body of Gaara at his feet. He gazed at the approaching figures and declared, Chiyo, as the heavens project the images of the future, I shall meet my demise at your hands. Alas, the visions of the future shall not come to pass today. I shall end your life here and demonstrate to the entire ninja world that the future is not set in stone. With that proclamation, he kicked Gaara's body aside. Chiyo's ally, Eyes, leaped forward to catch Gaara, exclaiming, "It's too late." Upon hearing this, Chiyo furrowed her brow. She possessed the means to revive Gaara, but only if she could survive until the end. In the future, it was alongside Sakura of Konoha that she had defeated the Scorpion, yet today, it was merely she, her brother, and a handful of ninjas. The battle commenced, starting with the third Kazekage's puppet and the formidable Jiraiya's toxic needles engaging in a deadly dance. It was evident that the Scorpion sought to eliminate Chiyo, who decreed that my future must end in death. I shall endure, and I intend to live on. While all of you perish, I, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, shall remain, transforming you all into puppets to adorn my collection. I will ensure that everyone knows my art is eternal, as if the earlier broadcast had invigorated him at this moment. His singular thought was survival. He would not accept his fate. Old Chiyo charged forward with her puppets, while Eyes carefully positioned Gaara's body and joined the fray, wielding an array of puppets that soared through the sky like birds and swam through the water like fish. Hidden weapons danced through the air, clashing and clanging with a cacophony of combat. Several accompanying ninjas suffered casualties. The third Kazekage displayed exceptional ninjutsu prowess, unleashing wave after wave of magnetic techniques. While Chiyo and Eyes, despite their advanced age, moved with remarkable agility, channeling their chakra through their puppets to mount relentless assaults. However, after exchanging blows more than a dozen times, the Hirita remained an impenetrable fortress. Chiyo's puppets charged repeatedly, yet their advances were thwarted by the Hiryu's formidable exterior. Absent were Sakura's extraordinary strength and the might of her punches that could shatter the Hiryu and force the Scorpion from his lair. The two aging warriors realized that prolonging the battle offered them no advantage. Iron Sand World Technique. The Scorpion of the Red Sand bellowed, as the third Kazekage's puppet unleashed its secret arts. "Will you withstand the same method of combat?" he challenged, his eyes glinting with malice. A torrent of iron sand descended upon the two, sharp as spears and falling swiftly, shattering their puppets and forcing them to retreat step by step. Chiyo, the elderly woman, evaded left and right, only to find iron sand surging from beneath her feet, piercing through one of her legs, with blood gushing forth like a spring. She was injured, and upon witnessing this, Hizo was taken aback and rushed forward. Yet, he failed to notice the severed puppet arm he had just destroyed suddenly twitching, and the remnants of the shattered puppet launched a fierce attack, delivering a sharp blow to his shoulder. He collapsed with a cry, glancing back to see countless iron sand spikes descending from the heavens, threatening to turn both him and Chiyo into mere skewers. Under the vast sky, the onlookers gasped in horror at the scene, some shielding their children's eyes, others unable to bear the sight, while a few shouted warnings, and some nearly succumbed to anxiety-induced ailments. Although they were strangers to Chiyo and Hizo, their hearts brimmed with a sense of justice. Aware of the ruthless methods employed by the Red Sand Scorpion in creating puppets through the slaughter of the innocent, in this moment, any person of sound mind would naturally worry for Chiyo and Hizo. Yet, despite their concern, they remained powerless to intervene. The battle was theirs to fight. All that the bystanders could do was watch as mere spectators. Within the valley, iron sand enveloped the sky, and countless sharp spikes descended mercilessly. Both Granny Chiyo and Elder Hai were grievously injured, their movements impeded. Just as it seemed inevitable that they would be skewered, an unexpected tremor shook the ground beneath them. A vast chasm suddenly opened at their feet, and as they fell, a wooden barrier emerged below, catching them securely and enveloping them completely. The enormous magnetic spikes descended, producing a cacophonous clatter. Magnetic release penetrated the wood release instantaneously, only to reveal layer upon layer of wooden barriers, resembling countless fortresses stacked together. Simultaneously, numerous wooden trees surged forth from the earth, directly contending with the iron sand spikes cascading from the heavens. The sound of explosions echoed as the wooden trees were pierced by the spikes, while a wood release technique detonated within the body of the third Kazekage's puppet. The puppet was utterly shattered, and the iron sand technique lost its chakra control, scattering downwards. What transpired? What has happened? Beneath the celestial canopy, all spectators gazing upon this scene were rendered incredulous, some gasping in astonishment, others overwhelmed with joy, while yet others scrutinized the grand screen meticulously, fearful of missing any subtle detail. As a swirling black mist dissipated, iron sand fell to the ground. At last, the celestial screen became clear. A young lad stood atop a grand tree, his fingers still poised in a gesture of incantation. He possessed striking features and a tall, statuesque frame. Draped in a short cloak that billowed behind him, with a stalk of grass clenched between his teeth. He gazed at the scene before him in astonishment. The wooden barrier had been breached, and Chiyo Baba and Omiyozu leapt forth from within. "Who are you?" The scorpion of the Crimson Sands gazed with cold eyes, its voice hoarse as it inquired. Passers-by. Yin glanced around, failing to spot the figure of Cicn. Logically, he should have appeared in this generation. Could it be that he arrived too late? Upon witnessing the lifeless form of Gaara, he furrowed his brow slightly. Above, the celestial screen displayed the scene, magnifying his expression, revealing that he seemed to have stumbled into this battle by mistake. In reality, Yin had arrived here mere moments earlier, driven by one singular purpose: to locate the enigmatic Cicn of the Shell organization. After observing Cicn's responses in the celestial chat group from the southern region of the Land of Rivers, he had the celestial platform pinpoint Cicn's location and had pursued him relentlessly. However, upon his arrival, the members of the Akatsuki had already extracted the one tail and Cicn had vanished without a trace. To re-establish his location, Cicn would need to speak again in the celestial livestream, but since his last answer, he had remained silent, leaving Yin at a loss for his whereabouts. Though he had no intention of participating in the fierce battle between Chiyo and Deidara, just as he was about to depart, he caught sight of Gaara's body on the ground. This individual could play a significant role in his future quest for the Akatsuki and could prove beneficial in his endeavors. Thus, he intervened. "The Sand Village, is it? That is the future 5th Kazekage, Gaara. Let me ask you, if I choose to save you, what will you offer me in return?" Yin inquired. Despite his vast resources and dominion over the celestial realm, including all forbidden jutsu, wealth, chakra, and martial techniques, he was not inclined to engage in transactions without reciprocity. Chiyo and Daibutsu, upon hearing his words, leaped to stand beneath the tree where he was stationed. They recognized that someone with such formidable wood-release abilities might indeed be their savior. "If this young man is willing to rescue us, we pledge our lives in return," Chiyo declared. "Your lives are not of great value to me. I do not desire them." Yin replied indifferently, his gaze shifting to Gaara's body. He looked up at the sky and asked, "I know you can all see me. I wish to inquire, if I were to rescue the already deceased Gaara, would the Sand Village be willing to follow me?" Upon hearing this, shock reverberated through the surroundings. What? He wants the Sand Village to follow him? Am I mishearing this? Is there truly someone like this in the ninja world? I thought the Akatsuki were arrogant enough, but this individual is even more audacious. Who does he think he is? Such grand ambitions. The celestial chat group erupted in a chorus of outrage and disbelief. Meanwhile, Gaara, utterly lifeless, found his soul in a state of bewilderment. Yet, he could not deny that upon witnessing the celestial broadcast and seeing his own lifeless form, he felt a tumultuous mixture of anger and a strange sense of liberation. So this is what it feels like to be without a tailed beast within him. But has he truly perished in this manner? In the past, many sought to take his life, yet he survived. Would he truly abandon everything now? He is but a mere teenager. With youthful fervor, he gazes upon the image of his own lifeless body, gritting his teeth ever so slightly. He has yet to earn the recognition of others. His journey has just begun. Having recently found his motivation and realizing his future role as the Wind Shadow, he yearned to strive diligently for the sake of Tsunade and those around him. Just as he began to cultivate that determination, he faced death, and he could not accept it. However, his individual desires do not reflect the will of the entire Tsunade populace. Initially, he could have disregarded everything and acquiesced to the demands of others. But ever since he learned of his destined role as Wind Shadow and witnessed visions of himself sacrificing everything to save his village, he understood that he could not act impulsively. As he pondered, suddenly a message appeared in the live chat group. "I am Temari of Tsunade. I am willing to follow this ninja, provided he can save Gaara and the other 2 seniors present." Temari had awakened and was the first to express her stance. "I am Kankuro of Tsunade. I am willing to follow this ninja, as long as he can revive Gaara and the other 2 seniors. Kankuro then chimed in. "I am Yashimaru, Gaara's uncle from Tsunade. I am willing to follow this ninja, provided he can bring Gaara back." The deceased Yashimaru also voiced his support. Following this, the chat group erupted, with hundreds of Tsunade ninjas declaring their allegiance. "I am Maki of Tsunade. I am willing to follow this ninja. I am a villager named Rain. I am willing to follow this. I am." What an astonishing scene it was. The entire group, comprising all the villagers and ninjas of Tsunade, united in their stance to save Gaara. Though a few dissenting voices emerged, they were drowned out by the overwhelming majority. "Have you all lost your minds?" Anoki exclaimed. "Do you even know who this person is? What if he is affiliated with the Akatsuki? Members of the Akatsuki have distinct characteristics, typically donning red, cloud-patterned black cloaks. This individual does not fit that description. Terumi May interjected. That does not mean we should simply agree. Inoki retorted. Are you willing to jeopardize the safety of the ninja world? The Akatsuki is already a significant threat. If Tsunade aligns with an unidentified individual, who would dare to collaborate with you in the future? The fourth Reikage, added, Indeed, I concur with the third Tsuchikage. This matter requires careful deliberation. Do not act impulsively. Leaders from other villages began to voice their concerns in the group. We cannot agree to this. His identity remains unclear. What if he is here to exploit the situation? Moreover, does he possess the capability? Gaara is already deceased. Tsunade should look to the future and elect a new Wind Shadow. Why risk the entire village? The daimyo of the Wind Country quickly stepped forward to express his opinion. We cannot allow the people of Tsunade to act recklessly. This is a matter of great significance for the ninja world, not just for your village. Yes, indeed. This is unacceptable. If that individual turns out to be malevolent, the future of Tsunade could descend into chaos. You must think this through carefully. I was utterly unaware of the recklessness exhibited by the villagers of Tsunade. Their Wind Shadow is willing to sacrifice his life for their sake. Yet they display such childish impulsiveness over an unascended Wind Shadow. The ninjas from other villages have voiced their dissent regarding this matter, analyzing its drawbacks from various perspectives. However, the more opposition arose, the more unwilling Gaara seemed to accept it. Suddenly, he spoke up in the group. I, Gaara, am willing to follow this ninja, provided he can save me, Granny Chio, and Elder Hiruzen. If he rescues us, I shall heed his command. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The fourth Wind Shadow, Raza, questioned with reluctance, Gaara, are you truly dead? Gaara replied, completely dead, father. Are you pleased now? You no longer need to send people to kill me. Raza had initially intended to counsel the villagers of Tsunade and Gaara to deliberate carefully upon this matter. Yet, Gaara's words struck him like a death sentence. In his heart, he had always been such a father. The trust he bestowed upon Gaara paled in comparison to that given by a mere villager of Tsunade. If only the curtain of destiny had descended a day earlier, he could have truly understood the future Gaara before his demise. The trust the villagers placed in him stemmed from that very curtain. They had witnessed Gaara's self-sacrifice to protect the village. In that moment, he was no longer the monster in their eyes, but rather the savior of their village. Without the tailed beasts, if they were to lose their Wind Shadow as well, what right would they have to stand amongst the 5 great ninja villages? The youth depicted in the curtain, should he possess the capability to vanquish the formidable Sasori and revive Gaara, might indeed become the future bulwark of Tsunade. The sole uncertainty lay in the ambiguity of his character. If he were virtuous, the future of Tsunade would be bright, but if malevolent, it would plunge into chaos. The reasoning was as simple as that. Within the borders of the Land of Rivers, after hearing Gaara's proclamation, Hyan broke into laughter. His subsequent remark nearly incited the ire of the audience. Perhaps I might not be able to defeat him? Hyan gestured towards the distant Sasori. Elder Hiruzen nearly stumbled, exclaiming, You are unable to defeat him, yet you urge us to pledge our loyalty? Granny Chio tugged at her brother, urging him to speak less. Meanwhile, the crowd was engulfed in lamentation. How could this person say such things? We had high hopes for you, yet you utter this. I retract my previous statement. A ninja from Tsunade could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Heavens! Were the villagers of Tsunade being played for fools? Ha ha ha! What a jest! Just as everyone began to voice their derision, a flash of lightning pierced the sky, and countless shurikens rained down from the opposite side. Sasori's puppet, Hiriko, unleashed the hidden weapons upon Hyan. Do you regard me as mere air? Is this a confessional gathering? He bellowed, summoning 2 puppets to his side. The very earth trembled, reverberating with the intensity of the confrontation. Explosions, concealed weapons, and toxic gas enveloped the surroundings. Yinya leapt into the air. Evading the noxious fumes and hidden projectiles, his fingers deftly forming hand seals. The wood release erupted from the ground like a monstrous awakening, its vast expanse instantly encircling the scorpion of the red sand within a colossal wooden enclosure. Following this was the technique of grafting. Puffed, 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 puffed. The grafted would burst forth from the earth like thorn blossoms, one after another, regardless of the toxic gas and lethal projectiles below. Suddenly, the mechanical puppet, the Tori Ryuhu, was caught off guard. The entire figure exploded from within. The scorpion of the red sand emerged, revealing a strikingly handsome youth, who, astonishingly, had already surpassed 30 years of age. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, while the leaping youth had yet to touch the ground. The Tori Ryu, who had already been shattered by the grafting technique. Yinya landed atop a tree resembling a city wall, observing the encircled scorpion of the red sand with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Beneath the vast sky, onlookers marveled at the sight. Such a massive wood release must require an immense amount of chakra, someone inquired. Who is this individual, so formidable? Senju Hashirama responded directly, indeed. Such a wood release necessitates a chakra reserve at least comparable to mine, and this individual's speed in forming hand seals is remarkable. Although only 2 wood release techniques have been employed thus far, it is evident that he is a master. Young brother, what is your name? Senju Hashirama, with a penchant for talent, posed the question to the group. Yet Yinya chose not to respond. Before the Akatsuki clan revealed themselves, he preferred to remain incognito. He continued to gaze at the scorpion below, remarking, I find your heart rather appealing, so I shall take it. With that, he lunged downward. Chiyo and Chiyo's elders swiftly hoisted Gaara's lifeless body onto their backs, leaping up to the wooden barricade, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. But where had that youth gone? Hadn't he just leaped down? Why was there no one now? This sentiment was shared by many. All were bewildered by the sight. Just moments ago, that figure had descended. Why had he vanished in an instant? Bang! Just as the crowd pondered. A resounding explosion erupted from within the scorpion of the red sand's body. Its heart leaped forth, and in that fleeting moment, an iron box suddenly materialized, swiftly enclosing the heart within. Haraha! Yinya emerged, revealing that the figure who had charged forth was merely a shadow clone, which had dissipated in a puff of smoke upon descent, deliberately drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, the true Yinya had been concealed in the dense forest. At the moment his shadow clone had shouted and dashed out, a grafting technique had been unleashed, shattering the scorpion's puppet exterior, allowing him to reclaim the heart with utmost speed. It was over. All battles had come to an end. Only a vast circle of ancient trees remained at the scene. A heart thudded fervently within an iron box adorned with seals. Granny Chiyo's eyes glistened with emotion as she descended from the treetops to stand before Gaara. Thank you, she murmured, bowing slightly, her heart awash with unspoken sentiments. Chiyo took Gaara's lifeless body from Ebizo's arms, saying, Allow me. This is my duty. With that, she enveloped herself in chakra, preparing to employ the forbidden technique of life transfer. This arcane art could substitute her own life for that of the deceased, thereby resurrecting Gaara. She was the sole practitioner of this technique in the entire Tsunade. Yahiko, witnessing this, stepped forward, inserting a pill into Gaara's body. Then he stood tall and proclaimed, Do not forget your promise, Tsunade. With that, he turned and vanished from sight. Under the vast sky, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. In the chat group, confusion reigned. Suddenly, Gaara stirred slightly, miraculously alive. He scanned his surroundings, searching for Yahiko, but the latter had already disappeared. He understood that he had consumed the resurrection pill. Aware that anyone revived by such a potion would be bound to obey the commands of the host of the celestial broadcast, an irreversible fate, it dawned on him that the mysterious figure was indeed the host behind the scenes. Gaara coughed gently, rising to his feet, gazing into the distance, and then bowed deeply. Some sentiments need no articulation. They penetrate the very soul. Overjoyed, Granny Chiyo rushed forward and embraced Gaara. One tale is lost, he exclaimed. If it is lost, so be it. As long as you live, that is all that matters, Chiyo replied, a comforting smile gracing her lips. The trio set forth back to the village. While beneath the celestial broadcast, the people of Tsunade erupted into jubilant cheers, as if Gaara's safe return was the greatest joy they could ever experience. However, the chat group fell into an eerie silence, lingering for what felt like an eternity. Uchiha Madara broke the silence, questioning, what transpired? How is it that Gaara has returned to life? What did that person feed him? Naturally, he was unaware of Chiyo's failure to execute the life transfer technique. Yet the vivid image of the pill being inserted into Gaara's mouth during the celestial broadcast intrigued him. The matter of resurrection had become his obsession, the focal point of his thoughts. Senju Hashirama interjected, could it be the resurrection pill? His words awakened the group. Tsunade then inquired, is Naruto Uzumaki present? Did you witness the live broadcast? Was that person holding the resurrection pill? Since the celestial rewards of the resurrection pill had been bestowed, only 2 individuals had ever received such a potion, witnessed by 3, Naruto Uzumaki, the wandering ninja Yahiko, and Hinata Hyuga, who had once possessed the pill and later passed it to Naruto. After Tsunade's inquiry, Naruto remained silent, preoccupied with his own matters. Hinata answered on his behalf. In response to Lord 5th Hokage, yes. Oh my, it's the precious resurrection pill, Tsunade gasped. Did that person truly use it on someone else? That is a resurrection potion. That individual truly possesses a remarkable generosity. Were I in their position, I would be loath to part with even a single resurrection elixir. Regardless of the price, for such a precious item holds the power to save lives. Within the group, astonishment reigned. The ninjas of the Sand Village suddenly comprehended the immense difficulty of resurrecting Gaara. No wonder such a sacrifice was made in exchange for the obedience of an entire village. Uchiha Madara, consumed by envy, remarked, "Thus, this person must be the wandering ninja Hanyaru." Upon this declaration, the crowd nodded in agreement. Senju Hashirama expressed admiration with a series of emoticons. Madara, how astute you are to have deduced this. Senju Tobirama interjected, "Brother, mind your image. Such inquiries are merely indicative of your own ignorance, not his brilliance." Uzumaki Mito mused. I have always harbored a question. How could someone of Hashirama's intellect become friends with Madara? It is truly unfathomable. Uchiha Madara retorted, Are we even friends? How absurd. Senju Hashirama pressed, Aren't we? Dare you deny it? Madara remained silent. The second Mizukage, Kagaya Suigetsu, implored, Hanyaru. Why did you bestow that resurrection elixir upon that young child? Grant it to me, and I shall pledge my undying loyalty. The members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist echoed his sentiments. Give it to us. We shall serve you faithfully. Bestow it upon me, and I will traverse mountains and seas for you. Do not covet. It is mine. I shall clear any obstacles for you. Whatever you ask, I shall do. Revive me, and I will establish a village in your honor. The group continued, though it may sound grandiose. We are capable of even founding a nation. The second Mizukage quipped, Are you aware of your own exaggerations? Do you not fear the winds of fate may catch your tongue? Meanwhile, a leaf ninja, Might Die, proclaimed, Revive me, and I shall unleash the 8 gates, vanquishing them all. The room fell silent, struck by his boldness. Might Guy added, Regardless, you have not faced my father. Son, a high five. High five. Just then, the images on the celestial screen repeated, abruptly halting. All eyes were drawn back to the screen. What was happening? What would be revealed? The previous broadcast had posed no questions. Anticipation filled the air, for the recent broadcast had already shocked the ninja world and altered many circumstances. With twilight approaching and only half an hour until 8, what could the celestial screen possibly unveil next? Would it pertain to the future or the present? As the crowd gazed expectantly at the screen, a line of text flashed across it. The selection for the top 3 B-Kings of the ninja world commences. Please choose who you believe to be the strongest B-King. Those deemed successful by the celestial screen will receive rewards of 500, 1,000, or even 2,000 points. A problem arises, and the scene shifts to reveal 10 split screens, each displaying a different video. The first features the 4th Raikage, A, gritting his teeth while unleashing his lightning release, the lightning cutter. The second showcases the 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki, engaging in battle alongside Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, while casually observing a scene from Paradise. The third depicts the Akatsuki member, Deidara, erupting with chakra threads, feigning sorrow, yet wearing a smile. The fourth presents the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, arriving on the scene with one arm outstretched, striking a deliberately posed stance. The 5th screen shows Might Guy walking on his hands, passionately shouting about youthful vigor. The 6th features Haiden from the Akatsuki, grinning sinisterly with his bloody scythe. The 7th portrays Deidara proclaiming the essence of art. The 8th is absent. The 9th captures Killer Bee strolling while rapping. The 10th displays Sasuke Uchiha, his gaze cold and piercing as he stares at the screen. The emergence of these 10 scenes incites an uproar. Wow, I can't believe I made the list. I always knew Deidara was the best, he exclaims with glee. At that moment, the previously missing Deidara suddenly speaks up in the group chat. Anoki, noticing his presence, inquires, Aren't you concerned about your captured comrades? Deidara replies without hesitation, What is there to be concerned about? In the Akatsuki, the capable rise to the top. Those who remain are the elite, like myself. While the failures possess no voice, nor any right to demand a rescue. So, Anoki, if you wish to join our ranks, we have yet to see your worth. However, we might consider that individual named Hikari. Upon hearing this, Conan chimes in. Indeed, Hikari, I hope you see my invitation. I wish for you to join the Akatsuki and contribute to the peace of the ninja world. We await your arrival, Kisame retorts. Shameful. An organization serving extraterrestrials dares to claim they stand for peace, distorting the truth. The 4th Raikage, A, interjects angrily, Damn it, Conan. Reveal the location. Let us settle this. Killer Bee laughs. Yagura, let us go, huh? Who would have thought, brother, that we both made it to the preliminaries for the title of Bee King? When it comes to being Bee King, who is stronger than I? I've decided to hold a concert tonight. Everyone is welcome to attend. Tickets are 500, 300 is fine. If all else fails, just 10. Samui chuckles. Pfef Omoy adds, Master, are you planning to make us sell tickets again? We refuse. Karui remarks, Master, no wonder you're on the top 10 Bee King contenders. You certainly have a flair for showmanship. Killer Bee retorts. What do you mean a flair? I'm entirely committed to the performance. This time, the title of Bee King is rightfully mine, Naruto Uzumaki declares. When it comes to Bee King, I only acknowledge what it means to be a true champion. Haiden asserts, the Bee King title must be mine. When it comes to showboating, no one understands it better than I. But truth be told, I'm not just show, I possess real strength. Deidara chimes in. You speak as if no one else has strength. Your little tricks would crumble into dust under my explosive prowess. Mike Guy, I believe the title of King Bee rightfully belongs to me. With the 8 gates released, I am invincible. Rock Lee, haha, Mike Guy is my teacher. Teacher, you are the strongest, the best, and the brightest. Passion should be expressed like this. Gamabunta, Ribbit. Is rib biting our unique privilege? Are we to be deemed unworthy? Not even making it into the top 10? Tianshin Shinji, what worth do you frogs possess, merely rib biting? We snake spirits are so beautiful, yet remain unnoticed. It seems this so-called King Bee is nothing extraordinary. Snail clone. In terms of beauty, I believe the snail is the most appealing. As for King Bee, I have no fondness for it. Gamabunta, who cares about your preferences? You are nothing but cowards. Don't even pretend to be bold, even when facing others. You tread cautiously, timid and incompetent. Snail, do you want to fight? Gamabunta, who is afraid of whom? Tianshin Shinji, I think that young man from Paradise is quite impressive. Is it Kakashi? I await you in the Dragon Cave, hoping for a chance to discuss our fates. Kakashi. Kaze Fumamori, if you truly intend to remain single for life, then find yourself a snake. I am willing. Kakashi, father. This is the time for electing the King Bee, not for matchmaking. Kaze Fumamori, then I choose you. You are the best at pretense. Kakashi. Senju Hashirama. Actually, I wish to nominate Uchiha Madara, for in my heart, no one embodies the essence of pretense like he does. But why is he absent from the top 10 preliminary list? Live from the grand screen, I nominate Uchiha Madara. Please give him a chance to join the ranks of the top 10 Kings Bee. I propose we remove Namikaze Minato. His stature is insufficient. How can he ascend to the top merely by virtue of a staged image? Uchiha Madara, Pfef, Hachimama, do you wish to dance? Who cares about this so-called list? Namikaze Minato, feeling ashamed, finally seizes the opportunity to withdraw his image from the grand screen. The first Hokage speaks wisely. I do not wish to be King Bee. I am unworthy. Please remove me. At this moment, the grand screen seemingly caught their dialogue, promptly replacing Minato's image with that of Uchiha Madara. In the visual, he wields the Uchiha fan, chains swirling with sides behind him, his gaze contemptuous, exuding an aura of menace, as he declares, do you wish to dance? Senju Hashirama gazes in awe at this scene. I choose Madara as King Bee. Uchiha Madara, Hachimama, perish? Senju Hashirama, I also choose Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Mido, I too choose Uchiha Madara. No. The King Bee of the ninja world must undoubtedly be me. Killer Bee refuses to concede. It is I. You have yet to witness my ultimate technique. If you had, you would surely choose me. Haiden proclaims. Naruto Uzumaki, I choose Sasuke Uchiha. Aside from the notion of being gay, I do not acknowledge anyone else. Niji Hyuga, likewise. Kiba Inazuka, same here. Sakura, agreed. Shikamaru Nara, although it's somewhat troublesome, I concur. Tenten, I too align with that. Rock Lee, no, I believe my mentor, Mike Guy, is more impressive. Tenten, it's not about being impressive, but rather about who can put on a show. Rock Lee, then I shall also choose Mike Guy. Hashirama Senju, the younger generation is formidable. They simply have not witnessed Madara's grand displays. Otherwise, I am certain they would choose him. The group erupted in lively debate, each contemplating the 10 screens before them. They deliberated on who would be crowned the Bee King in today's live broadcast. Ding, ding, ding. Everyone pressed the buzzer, each screen presenting a different choice. Some had more supporters than others, yet the number of supporters did not influence the judgment of the broadcast. Ding. At last, the screen revealed the verdict. The third place in this Bee King competition goes to Killer Bee. Congratulations to Killer Bee. For selecting himself as the Bee King, you shall receive a reward of 500 points from the broadcast. Hakagata, Senjalu wow wow wow. I am the Bee King in third place? Ha ha ha. I am third. Do you see my prowess? I am indeed exceptional and powerful, Hakagata, Senjalu. Killer Bee began to exuberantly promote himself in the chat. Though it was merely a group, everyone could sense his overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, the fourth Reappearance, wore a solemn expression. Brother, is this truly a cause for celebration? Killer Bee. Of course, in this moment, I feel inspired to sing a song. Hakagata, Senjalu. Who would have anticipated that I could be crowned Bee King? The world is so wondrous. Thank you, Hakagata. Hashirama Senju. I considered myself quite remarkable. Yet it seems there are those in the ninja world who surpass me. Tobarama Senju. The Yangtze River's back waves drive the front waves. The former perish on the beach. Brother, this time, you have lost. Hashirama Senju. Indeed, I did not even make it onto the preliminary list for the Bee King. This illustrates how thoroughly I have been defeated. At this moment, the broadcast showcased numerous clips of Killer Bee's ostentatious displays, fighting with 7 swords while rapping, traveling with a notebook to learn and practice rap, hosting a concert with only 3 disciples present. A succession of clips, all highlighting his flamboyance. The crowd's expectations were met, and laughter erupted as Killer Bee reveled in the live broadcast's promotion of him. Finally, as his clips concluded, the broadcast transitioned, once again displaying 10 selection images. A beam of light danced among the images. Now, who would be the second-place contender for the Ninja World's Bee King? This time, the broadcast tantalizingly withheld the answer. As the beams of light danced across the live broadcast, a voice emerged, imbued with a sense of urgency and tension, heightening the curiosity of the onlookers. The second place was taken by the illustrious Madara Uchiha, known as the Banyi, with Senju Hashirama being the first to answer. The scene shifted, showcasing images of Madara in his grandeur, employing Susanoo, engaging in battle against multiple foes, striking poses in silence, and a girl presenting flowers without a care. Madara nearly choked with frustration. Is the sky so mundane? What is the purpose of this selection? If it were possible, he would have relished the chance to strike down this celestial screen, yet he found himself powerless. I knew it was you. It had to be you, laughed Hashirama, nearly shedding tears from his mirth. Meanwhile, Tobarama nodded incessantly, the departed ninja of the elder generation agreeing. Indeed, Madara possesses such prowess. Congratulations, Banyi. Congratulations, Banyi. Yet the following announcement nearly pushed Madara into despair. Congratulations to Senju Hashirama for the correct answer. Earning 1,000 points, the announcement of the second-place reward left Madara seething. What is this? I, the second-place king, receive nothing while the one who answered gains 1,000 points? Unable to contain his frustration, he felt his spirit wane, resorting to various jutsu in an attempt to attack the celestial screen. Yet no matter how he struck, it remained unscathed in the sky. Madara, stay calm. You should have faith in yourself. Responding sooner is the key. If these points could be gifted, I would gladly bestow them upon you. But alas, they cannot be transferred. Tobarama chuckled. Get lost. Madara retorted. Very well. Next came the moment of tension. Who would be crowned the ultimate king of Bee in the ninja world? Let us gaze upon the grand screen. The resonant voice of the celestial broadcast echoed throughout the realm. Everyone anxiously stared at the screen as a kaleidoscope of colors swirled above, spinning. Might Guy fervently prayed, "It is I, it is I, it is I." Haydn implored, "It is I, it is I." Deidara beseeched, "It must be me." Suddenly, the vibrant colors ceased their motion, and all brilliance converged upon a single image. The candidates who were pre-selected felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. It was not themselves, but him. The celestial screen announced, "Congratulations to Sasuke Uchiha, honored with the title of the ultimate Bee King of the ninja world." Additionally, congratulations to the first responder, Naruto Uzumaki, for earning 2,000 points. Following this, the screen displayed numerous scenes of Sasuke in his glory, all compelling evidence of his merit. To think it was him. Truly unforeseen, exclaimed Kushina Uzumaki in disbelief. Congratulations, Mikoto, your son has been awarded the title of Bee King. Mikoto Uchiha remarked, "Oh, how curious. Why has Sasuke spoken in the group today?" Fugaku Uchiha reassured, "Do not fret. Sasuke is no longer a child. He must be preoccupied with something." No one has addressed their inquiries. They remain unaware of Sasuke Uchiha's departure from Konoha, nor do they know that Naruto Uzumaki and the others have set out in pursuit. Their previous responses were merely given in a moment of leisure. At this juncture, the four sound ninja have been defeated, and Kaguya Otsutsuki has also succumbed to the combined efforts of Rock Lee and Kakashi, who had come to provide aid. Meanwhile, Naruto stands within the Valley of the End. Gazing across at Sasuke Uchiha, he raises his voice, proclaiming to the heavens, "Do you see? Your parents would not wish for you to leave Konoha. Return with me. Will you go back to being the B rank?" Uchiha Sasuke inquired with a mocking tone, "No matter what you do, I will not allow you to leave. We shall see what you are capable of." As the two individuals charged towards one another, the great battle commenced. Within the Tiemu live streaming group, the onlookers remained oblivious to the conflict at the Valley of the End, as the event was not broadcasted by Tiemu. Senju Hashirama remarked, "I never anticipated that the young Uchiha Sasuke would ascend to the title of B-rank king at such a tender age." Anoki observed, "It seems that the origin of this title is not assessed solely based on present circumstances, but rather synthesized from a confluence of the past, present, and future." Terumi May affirmed, "Indeed, it is evident that these younger generations are diligently striving for greatness in the times to come. Quite commendable." Fourth Reikage A. Striving to be the king of B? It would be far more exhilarating to engage in a battle. Kairabi, 8 grids and teeth, Forest Deer. Who is stronger than me? Who excels above me? I am the king of the third B. Ah, brother, why do you strike me again? As time progressed, the celestial broadcast came to a conclusion. On this day of live streaming, each village garnered a wealth of valuable information. In the northern region of the Land of Fire, a torrential downpour persisted through the night. Amidst the rain-soaked darkness, a figure darted swiftly northward. It was Jeriah. Meanwhile, atop a certain hillside, a young boy adorned with a conical hat observed the swiftly advancing individual with eyes resembling the Sharingan. Is it truly him? Is he heading to the Land of Rain? This road is the essential path leading to the Land of Rain. Jeriah, traveling at such a late hour, must be in a great hurry. Since the emergence of the live broadcast from the heavens, the dynamics of the ninja world have undergone significant transformations, with certain events unfolding ahead of schedule. It is likely that the individuals from the 5 great ninja villages, upon witnessing the capture of the One Tail, have each formed their own conclusions. Their Umbu must surely be diligently seeking clues about the Akatsuki organization from all directions to avoid being overly passive. Moreover, Jiraiya's acquaintance with Conan and Yahiko, who has transformed into pain, undoubtedly raises his suspicions regarding the Hidden Rain village. However, can he truly return alive from this endeavor? Yin did not hinder Jiraiya's journey. Instead, he turned away, seeking shelter from the rain. The distance was great, and even if he were to reach his destination, it would be by dawn. There was ample time, and what choices he would make then would be his own affair. If he insisted on embracing death, Yin Yi would not be able to prevent it. After a restful night's slumber, the following morning dawned with a flurry of activity. Beneath the vast canopy of the sky, many individuals gazed upwards, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the video. Meanwhile, some, having acclimated to the live broadcasts over the past 3 days, began to find comfort in the routine. Life must go on. Those who work will continue to toil, and those who study will persist in their education. While businesses remain operational, on the surface, everything appears tranquil, yet beneath this calm, certain events are quietly unfolding. The sky flickers, the celestial screen manifests. Simultaneously, the chat group for the celestial screen reopens. Ha ha ha, at last, I can speak. I have been stifled. The first to emerge is the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yesterday, he watched the live broadcast from the celestial screen, yearning to voice many thoughts, yet he was muted. Today, however, his silence has been lifted. Tsunade, how goes the management of the Leaf Village? Is everything still well in Konoha? I was quite startled to hear that Danzo is an accomplice of Orochimaru. Has he fled? Alas, it is a fault of mine to misjudge character, yet I still believe he has made significant contributions to Konoha. After all, I have borne quite a bit of blame for you, Haven Ti. If you are the Hokage, I must be the scapegoat, correct? Suddenly, Shimura Danzo speaks up in the group. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Wow, Danzo, there you are. It has been quite a while. Danzo, why do I feel as if you have transformed into a completely different person since your death? You have so much to say now. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Only those who have tasted death truly understand my current sentiments. Danzo. Uchiha Makoto. Sasuke, where are you? You didn't speak a word yesterday. Please, say something? Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto, do not fret. There shall be no trouble. Our son is all grown up now. Sasuke. Indeed, father, mother, please do not worry. I have my own thoughts. Danzo, Itachi, one day, I shall make you pay for your deeds. Danzo, a mere child dares to speak so boldly. Having witnessed our battles, I am prepared. I await you, though I fear you may lack the courage to confront me. Uchiha Makoto, though he is but a child. Let us not forget how certain individuals met their demise at his hands. Danzo, one day, Sasuke will avenge us. Anoki, good morning, everyone. Who would have thought the atmosphere would be so charged this early? Fourth Reappearance, those who are dead, and those who live continue on. There is no use in shouting across the divide. If you have the courage, act. Does all this chatter serve any purpose? Akatsuki, good morning, everyone. Have you all eaten? Tsunade, I just finished. Another day as Hokage awaits me, filled with countless documents and endless materials to review. I tire of this role, Jeriah. This position should rightfully be yours. Hurry back and take over. Jeriah, hang in there. Tsunade, darling, I am quite busy at the moment. Tsunade, are you starting? Have you arrived? Jeriah, yes, I am preparing to infiltrate. Akatsuki, what are the two of you discussing? What darling, what infiltration? Am I the only one who finds this nauseating? It is early in the morning, and you are already indulging in such conversations. Is it truly appropriate? Tsunade, Akatsuki, have you been single for too long, leading to delusions? If so, I suggest you consult a doctor, and spare the rest of us your discomfort. Zhong Mei Ming. Humph, Tsunade, should you dare to speak recklessly again, beware that I shall summon Hashirama to make you his second wife. Tsunade, despicable. Vortex Mito, who wishes to be my Hashirama's mistress? Step forward and reveal your identity. Zhong Mei Ming. I misspoke. I meant Tobarama. Senju Tobarama, Sister Ming, I have arrived. Zhong Mei Ming. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the sky suddenly transformed, and a bold text materialized on the screen. Jiraiya vs. Pain's 6 Paths, discussing how Jiraiya met his demise. This particular video was intentionally placed on the screen by Yin Yi. Throughout the last 3 days, the broadcast had been random, but today was a deliberate act by the host. This was his reminder to Jiraiya. If, after viewing this, he persisted in his obstinacy, there would be no recourse. As the large characters appeared, Jiraiya, who was about to enter the Rain Village, was momentarily stunned. He was no fool and comprehended the gravity of the message. Am I to perish? He mused, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sky. Being a ninja, he understood the importance of discretion and recognized that he could not advance recklessly at this juncture. Thus, he sought a concealed spot to hide, intending to observe what the screen would display before deciding on his next course of action. Within the live broadcast, a faint red hue emerged, and the onlookers deduced that if the video commenced with red, it indicated a future event, while green signified an occurrence in the present. The reappearance of red prior to the broadcast confirmed that, in the unfolding narrative, Jiraiya would indeed engage in battle with the Akatsuki's pain, a confrontation that might very well lead to his demise. The scene dimmed momentarily before gradually brightening, revealing Jiraiya within the live video, his expression grave as he surveyed his surroundings. Encircling him were iron pipes, indicating he was positioned at some underground drainage outlet. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged from above, accompanied by the feral roars of beasts. This being, possessing a single body and 3 heads, was as fearsome as a hunting dog. Sporting a black rod embedded in its head, swiftly lunging toward Jiraiya. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya shouted, "Frog Sage." A massive toad surged forward, exclaiming, "Though I may be clumsy, I shall strive to battle valiantly." With that, the Frog Sage leaped toward the 3-headed hellhound, brandishing a harpoon with agility and speed, performing a dynamic leap that drove the harpoon into the snarling creature, pinning it against the wall. "Quite capable, are you, Frog Sage?" Jeriah exclaimed joyfully. Just then, the pinned hellhound unexpectedly split into 3, successfully freeing itself from the harpoon and rapidly encircled Frog Sage from all directions. Their teeth gleamed menacingly, each beast possessing a pair of Rinnegan eyes. The 2 combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, with one employing a flanking tactic. The Toad Sage sustained injuries, yet managed to defeat his opponent twice. However, to his astonishment, each time his fist struck the hellhound, it fragmented into 2, 3, 6, until an overwhelming number of hellhounds surrounded him. Above their fierce confrontation lay an exit, from which a radiant white light streamed in. After a series of intense exchanges, amidst a cacophony of explosions, the Toad Sage finally emerged with Jeriah to the surface. Surrounding them were towering edifices, while a gentle drizzle fell from the heavens. An endless patter of rain. "How are you holding up, Toad Sage? I hope you take better care of yourself." Jiraiya inquired. The Toad Sage, covered in wounds and clutching a nearby iron pillar with bloodied hands, replied, because I am rather clumsy. Injuries are unavoidable. This monstrous horde seems to multiply with each encounter. Jeriah lamented as he gazed at the multitude of multi-headed hellhounds before them. They resolved to alter their strategy, seeking a confined space to eliminate these creatures one by one. The Toad Sage leapt into action, but Jeriah felt a chill creeping down his spine, as if several eyes were watching him simultaneously. Upon entering the cramped battlefield, the multi-headed hellhounds once again began to divide. The clash resumed, and after several exchanges, Jeriah charged forward, kicking several hellhounds away. However, upon turning back, he discovered the severely injured Toad Sage had been ensnared by 7 or 8 of the beasts. With a pained expression, he murmured, "Indeed, I remain quite clumsy." Realizing the dire situation, Jeriah released the summoning technique and attempted to reverse summon all the hellhounds to Mount Mayaboku, confident that the elder toads there would handle them. Yet unexpectedly, it seemed the enemy had anticipated his intentions, and with a series of popping sounds, the hellhounds vanished without a trace. The scene fell silent as a chameleon appeared against the backdrop of the sky. "Nagato, you are still too inexperienced, leaving your back exposed," Jiraiya shouted, charging towards the beast below. However, to his dismay, after striking, he discovered it was merely a shadow clone, dissipating in a puff of smoke. Not only was it a clone, but it also possessed summoning techniques. Behind him, the beast spoke coldly as a massive 8-foot bird materialized, lunging toward Jeriah. The Toad Sage defended the rear, but was still pierced by the bird's beak, severely injuring him. It became clear that the earlier summoning dismissal had been but an illusion, for the Toad Sage had never truly departed. Now, he lay gravely wounded. In the wake of the pursuing 8-foot bird, it released explosive projectiles resembling bird eggs, causing a series of devastating blasts. Nevertheless, Jeriah maintained his hands in a prayer position, unwavering. Utilizing a diversionary tactic, he managed to vanquish the 8-foot bird. But just as he celebrated his victory, another summoned rhinoceros appeared. Finally, Jeriah transformed into Sage mode, opening his previously clasped hands, revealing 2 toads upon his shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima. At the same moment, a colossal rhinoceros charged forward, and Jeriah, in a dazzling display, unleashed his Sage mode, effortlessly vanquishing the summoned beast. "Wow, that's incredible!" exclaimed Naruto, who was still recuperating in the ninja hospital, as he gazed out the window at the unfolding spectacle. Last night, he had fought against Sasuke Uchiha at the Valley of the End, and both had sustained injuries. He had employed the sage techniques granted to him by the heavenly reward, believing that his powers would surely allow him to bring Sasuke back. However, to his astonishment, that very individual had also received rewards during the heavenly live QA, acquiring the Manjiki Sharingan and an intensified burst of power. Although he could not yet utilize Susanoo, their strengths were evenly matched, resulting in a mutual defeat. Last night, the villagers of Konoha had brought him back to the hospital, where he remained in recovery. This morning, he had been closely following the heavenly live broadcast. As he watched Jeriah being pursued by the summoned monstrosity, he felt an undeniable tension until Jeriah successfully completed his sage technique, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Go for it, perverted sage. You must defeat them." Naruto was oblivious to the reasons behind Jiraiya's confrontation with Pain, but he understood that Pain was a villain intent on capturing the Jinchuriki, and he simply wished for Jeriah to emerge victorious. Tsunade, observing the scene, felt a heavy weight in her heart, concerned about whether Jeriah had already entered the Rain Village. If so, would he be in grave danger? Watching the screen, she noted Pain's formidable power. Even a single summoning technique had put Jeriah in such a precarious position, indicating the extent of their strength. Clenching her fist subtly, she typed a message in the live chat. "Zai, as long as you return alive, we shall marry." Gasps echoed. What was happening? Everyone was anxiously watching the broadcast when such a statement erupted in the chat, causing a flurry of confusion and a cascade of question marks. Hashirama Senju, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Granddaughter, what is going on? Have you finally decided to marry? How old are you this year?" Tsunade replied, "What do you mean, Grandpa?" Hashirama responded, "I want to prepare your dowry. I've decided 10 gold pieces for each year of age." Kushina added, "Me too. My granddaughter is getting married, and I must accompany her with a gift." "How old are you now, dear? I must decide what to give you." Tobarama chimed in, "Count me in." Tsunade retorted, "Is it 10 gold pieces multiplied by your age?" "Indeed," answered Hashirama. 39. She declared, "Oh no, you are 53 this year. We are all of similar age." "Have you forgotten?" remarked Orochimaru. Tsunade burst into laughter. Hashirama chuckled. Tobirama joined in. Kushina exclaimed, "Oh, my granddaughter. Have you reached that age?" Hashirama continued, "Increase your dowry. 20 gold pieces for each year. 53 means a total of 1,060 gold pieces. Not to mention the contributions from Tobirama and Kushina. Jeriah, isn't that quite a sum? With such a proactive young lady, why are you still silent?" Outside the rain-hidden village, Jeriah witnessed the scene unfolding before him, unable to contain his amusement. Agreed. "I shall return at once, Tsunade. No backing out." Tsunade replied, "I was merely speaking in jest. I have yet to make up my mind." Hashirama Senju interjected, "If you ponder any longer, you shall find yourself buried alongside us." It is settled. Little did they know, without their parental figures, Tsunade had inadvertently transformed into a woman in her 50s. Remaining single was one thing, but to possess feelings for someone without taking action was perplexing. Meanwhile, the Senju clan had already arranged Tsunade's marriage, while above, Jeriah fought valiantly. Suddenly, pain appeared, manifesting in triplicate. The Azura path, the Animal path, and the Naraka path stood on the celestial bridge, resembling deities descending from the heavens, gazing at Jeriah. Their eyes were identical, each possessing the Rinnegan, their golden locks framing faces marred by black marks and iron spikes. The onlookers below were astounded. Previously, Pain had been depicted as a solitary figure in the Akatsuki, yet now, three stood before them. The trio Hachibi, Sankyalu, presented a striking appearance, aligning with my aesthetic preferences. The atmosphere was charged with tension as Killer B was the first to break the silence. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, imbued with an oppressive sense of impending doom. The battle resumed, with Jiraiya tackling two foes, aided by Fukasaku and Shima, as they dispatched two summoned beasts. Oil. Wind release, Sage Art. 5 right gate. Jiraiya unleashed his Sage technique, igniting a conflagration of wind and oil as he charged forth. The flames surged like a tidal wave, yet halted before the trio, as the hungry ghost path extended its palm, shrouding the area in a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya gazed in astonishment. Did it succeed? As the smoke dissipated, not only had the flames failed to engulf the three, but the inferno that resembled a sea had vanished entirely. What transpired? Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima were equally bewildered. The multitude watching the live broadcast were equally mystified. The common folk, unversed in ninjutsu, merely observed the spectacle. However, the seasoned ninjas comprehended the gravity of the situation. Kahakume remarked, "Third Hokage, renowned for your mastery of ninjutsu, have you ever encountered such a technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly. "Never have I seen such a thing." Not even Hashirama Senju had witnessed this phenomenon. Yet Uchiha Madara wore an expression of exhilaration. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It appears Pain is invincible. With him, our Akatsuki shall surely attain ultimate victory. The battle raged on. Next came the close-quarters combat, as Jiraiya charged forward, summoning a colossal Rasengan. Naruto Uzumaki watched in awe, exclaiming with excitement, "Wow, what a massive Rasengan. The lecherous sage, upon your return, please teach me the grandiose Rasengan. I implore you. It is truly magnificent and formidable." Such a level of assault, even against a master, would surely lead to severe consequences if one did not evade, yet astonishingly. The hungry ghost path was gradually absorbing the entire Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth fell agape in disbelief. All present were unable to trust their own eyes. The previous flames were too intense for clarity, yet now the spectacle was unmistakable. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Is he truly absorbing it? The onlookers anxiously gazed at the unfolding scene in the sky. If even Jiraiya's grand Rasengan could be absorbed, who among them could possibly prevail against such foes? Anxiety gripped their hearts. No wonder the title of this confrontation was, How Jeriah Met His Demise. It was evidently a case of being overwhelmed and extinguished. Seizing the moment, the Hell Path appeared behind Jeriah, poised for an ambush. Fukasaku utilized a smoke bomb to obscure the enemy's vision, allowing Jeriah to pivot and deliver a powerful punch. Yet, astonishingly, the adversary seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, blocking the strike with ease. Sage Art, Thousand Needle Jizo. Countless strands of hair shot forth, completely thwarted by the summoned bear fur. Toad Fireball. A colossal flame erupted. Simultaneously, Jeriah analyzed the entire battlefield, gleaning vital information. Beneath the celestial canopy, the Umbu and Intelligence divisions of the 5 great ninja villages engaged in a comprehensive analysis of Pain's combat prowess through this live broadcast. That slightly rotund individual can absorb ninjutsu. while the other employs summoning techniques. They all possess the Rinnegan, and even the summoned beasts do. How could there be such an abundance of Rinnegan? It is truly perplexing. The toads can utilize genjutsu, and Jiraiya's sage techniques are remarkably powerful. Yet in the face of pain, he still finds himself somewhat at a loss. The intelligence personnel from the major and minor ninja villages are diligently compiling all battle information. The clash continues, and pain reappears. One among them remarks, "Never turn your back on the enemy, a lesson you imparted to me, Jiraiya-sensei." Indeed. They are the very 3 children from Amigakure whom Jiraiya once taught. Yet it is astonishing that after all these years, they have become the leaders of the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya, caught off guard, found one of his arms severed. At that moment, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and once more, 6 figures materialized. Jiraiya stared in astonishment at the 6 before him. This. The 3 he had just encountered had already posed considerable trouble. Yet now 6 more pains had emerged. Upon witnessing this, Nagato and Amigakure clenched his fists in fury. If only I could obliterate this celestial broadcast. It has laid bare all my secrets, and from this moment forth, Amigakure shall face even greater peril. Conan remained silent. They had attempted various methods. Yet the celestial broadcast persisted. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, gazing at the live feed. What shall we do? No matter the circumstances. We shall confront every challenge that arises. We shall employ guerrilla tactics, for I am determined to make the inhabitants of this world endure punishment. Only through experiencing the pangs of suffering will they come to cherish the hard-earned peace. For the sake of tranquility, let us strike down any adversary. Indeed, Xiao Nan nodded in agreement. I will continue to recruit soldiers. This time, regardless of their abilities, anyone who joins our Akatsuki organization will be welcomed with open arms. She seeks to strengthen the power of her village, to safeguard the Hidden Rain Village. The revelations from the live broadcast have exposed their hidden cards, compelling them to devise a response to confront the looming dangers of the future. Yet, nothing shall deter their relentless advance. For the sake of the shinobi world and the aspirations that dwell within their hearts, they shall not falter. The 6 paths of pain, Deva Path, Asura Path, Human Path, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Hell Path have all made their presence known. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with many children gazing on with envious eyes. Could it truly be 6 individuals? Such an impressive display. How magnificent and formidable they are. Some individuals gazed in awe, seemingly captivated by a figure who appeared to embody villainy. Yet, the peaceful slogans they shouted resonated deeply within many hearts. Who are you truly? Jeriah exclaimed. It was evident that, without the live broadcast from the celestial screen, Jeriah would remain oblivious to the specifics of the Akatsuki members in the future. Not only Jeriah, but even just 3 days prior, the populace knew nothing of the Akatsuki name, with only a select few, such as Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the upper echelons of Konoha, aware of their existence, albeit with limited knowledge. Now, however, the entirety of the ninja world had become acquainted with the Akatsuki and their names, all due to the revelations from the celestial broadcast. We are gods. Declared pain of the Deva Path, and 6 figures surged forward. 3 pains were already challenging enough. What hope did they have against 6? The Deva Path pain advanced and seized Jeriah, flinging him aside. The Asura Path unleashed an onslaught with firearms, the explosions echoing throughout the surroundings. As the 6 descended upon him, Jeriah was struck in the abdomen, blood spewing forth. Although he managed to eliminate one with his toad stomach acid, escape eluded him. The 6 attacked in unison, their black rods piercing his body. His consciousness began to fade, and in his final moments, he still yearned to relay information back to Konoha. Yet, it was too late. He could only inscribe a coded message on the back of Fukasaku before he drew his last breath. Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing this scene, dashed out of the ninja hospital, heading straight for the celestial screen. Naruto. Sakura shouted in alarm, but Naruto's eyes were brimming with tears. He pointed at the still image on the screen, crying, "Perverted sage, perverted." Bang. Sakura struck him on the head. What are you talking about? That is a vision of the future. Jiraiya-sensei is still alive. Huh? What did you say? Naruto sniffled, tears streaming down his face. I said Jiraiya-sensei is still alive. Look at the chat group. Sakura urged, pointing at the live broadcast chat content. In that moment, Naruto realized that Jiraiya-sensei had indeed spoken in the group. Ha ha, Tsunade. Don't go back on your word. You promised that if I returned alive, you would marry me. For you, I would dissolve my harem. Tsunade replied. I retract my previous statement. Do as you wish. Jiraiya chimed in, Tsunade, it can't be like this. Our grandparents have prepared the dowry for us. Ha ha, I'm so happy. I'm getting married. Naruto interjected, what does this mean? Is the perverted sage getting married? Tsunade, you must think carefully. He is not a good person. He peeks at women bathing, frequents taverns for drinks, and enjoys writing those kinds of books. Are you sure you want to marry him? Jiraiya retorted, Naruto, be quiet. Tsunade lamented, I regret it. I no longer wish to marry. Hashirama Senju remarked, this simply cannot stand. However, it seems that Jeriah is not quite the ideal choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, apart from being a bit lecherous, he is quite decent. My 3 disciples embody the essence of yellow. Gambling and poison. Senju Hashirama. Yellow refers to Jeriah, poison to Orochimaru. But what about gambling? Sarutobi Hiruzen, your granddaughter. Senju Hashirama, huh? She has adored card games since childhood. Who would have thought she would carry on this passion into adulthood? Uzumaki Mido, ahem, it's not adulthood, it's old age. Senju Tobarama, sigh. I am at a loss for words. Jiraiya journeyed southward, laughing heartily. This way, he could glean information about pain without risking his life. Judging from the celestial screen, he could surmise the nature of Pain's situation. However, he remained uncertain about the abilities of all involved, yet he felt that finding Nagato might unveil the answers he sought. As Jiraiya traveled, he engaged in lively banter within the chat group, relishing the thrill of being alive. He sensed that had the celestial screen not displayed this video today, next year's anniversary might very well mark his demise. Observing his own capabilities on the screen, he had to concede that even if he were to confront those 6 once more, he would inevitably be outmatched. The one resembling Yahiko had not even employed ninjutsu against him, having only engaged in taijutsu. Alas, he lamented his age, but then a broad smile illuminated his face. Regardless, he was alive, and life held infinite possibilities. Perhaps in the future, he would encounter Pain again, and at that moment, he would demonstrate his greater prowess, proving that his role as a teacher was not in vain. The celestial screen froze, followed by a line of text. The next question would reveal the greatest secret of the ninja world, one that had remained unknown from the beginning. The query arose, in Konoha, who do Pain and his associates fear the most? What is this person's relation to Pain? Upon the emergence of this question, everyone was utterly bewildered. Not only the shinobi from the 5 great villages, but also Nagato and Conan. What does this mean? Conan exclaimed, pointing at the sky and glancing back at Nagato. Moments ago, the 6 paths had stood beneath the rain, witnessing the battle with Jeriah, aware that certain secrets had undoubtedly been unveiled. The shinobi from the 5 great villages were astute. It was only a matter of time before their ninjutsu capabilities were thoroughly analyzed. However, it was unexpected that the celestial screen would deviate from convention, posing an inexplicable question rather than inquiring about the recent battle. I don't know. Pain replied. Do you have any relatives in Konoha? Or is there something in the future we are unaware of? Conan questioned the celestial screen once more. Pain shook his head. He too was uncertain. Who did he truly fear in Konoha? That was a thought he had never entertained. He had never heard anyone mention any acquaintances in Konoha. If it were Uchiha Madara, it was not fear but respect. They merely shared a cooperative relationship. So, who could that person be? Pain was astonished. And the others in the group were equally perplexed. Ding. Could it be Jeriah? I just watched a video, and among those individuals, one was named Jeriah Sensei. Is it possible that this connection instills fear in them? Someone seized upon this detail and responded eagerly. Observing this quick reply, the others nodded in agreement, envious of the reasoning presented. However, it wasn't long before dissent arose in the group. Could it truly be Jeriah? If it were him, could he still be killed? At this, many nodded in agreement. It was evident that the individual who had hastily answered was not a ninja, and their perspective was rather narrow. Indeed, after the review by the celestial screen, a notification chimed. Someone's answer is incorrect. Half of their deposit shall be forfeited. Oh no. My money. The person lamented in the group. Senju Hashirama consoled. Do not be disheartened. Do not shed tears. The thrill is in the challenge. You have great courage. Keep striving. Upon hearing this, the individual nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Lord Hashirama, for your encouragement. I am truly grateful. Next time, I shall be more cautious. Oh, my money. The citizens of Konoha observed this discourse with curiosity. Who in the village could possibly be related to Pain? Furthermore, this remained one of the greatest secrets of the ninja world, unknown even to those in the Akatsuki. The villagers began to speculate among themselves. Ino, could it be you? Sakura inquired with a hint of gossip in her expression. Look at your hair, it's yellow. Although the six pain's hair is orange, yours is a lighter shade. Still in the yellow spectrum. It might very well be linked to family genetics. Perhaps you are relatives. Sakura, I think you might be the one who's more plausible. Does your broad forehead not resemble that Baldy? Ino retorted defiantly. Referring to Baldy, she meant the bald figure of the Azura path, whose forehead was indeed quite prominent. Sakura gritted her teeth in frustration. Ino pig. Broad forehead. Ino was equally unyielding, and soon they were entangled in a playful scuffle. You too. Cease your bickering. Did you not read the question? Pain fears this person, refraining from engaging him casually. Therefore, do you truly believe that Pain, who cannot even contend with the lecherous sage, would fear you? Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki, who was peering out the hospital window at the celestial screen, interjected. The two fighting girls paused at his words. So, Pain has no relation to us? What a disappointment. Seeing how handsome Pain is, I thought perhaps he was a relative. But it seems unlikely now. Ino reflected on her father, shaking her head slightly. Sakura nodded in agreement. Indeed, my parents could not possibly be related to Pain. Hearing this, Naruto grinned widely and began typing in the group. Hey mom, hey dad, do we have any connection to Pain? Kushina Izumaki replied, as far as I know, none whatsoever. But that doesn't mean I'm aware of everything. Minato Namikaze added, trust me, our family has no relations with them. Meanwhile, the entire village of Konoha appeared to be engaged in a familial inquiry, with everyone asking questions. Asma, are you perhaps a relative of Pain? Or is there a connection between the third Hokage and them? Hyuga clan leader, does the Hyuga family have any ties to Pain? Their Rinnegan bears a resemblance to our Byakugan. Could there be any correlation? Does this matter involve the Taian family from the blacksmith shop in the west of the village? The iron nails on the faces of the six Pains closely resemble those produced by their family. It might well be he who affixed them. We should inquire with him. No, absolutely not. In an instant, the village's intelligence department, and all the villagers young and old began their search for Pain's feared relatives. The live broadcast group buzzed with excitement. Uchiha Izuna, who does Pain fear? What is this person's relation to him? Moreover, is this matter the greatest secret in the ninja world? Who could it possibly be? I am so curious, brother. Do you know? Uchiha Madara. Oh dear. I do not know, brother. This is quite perplexing to me as well. Senju Hashirama. Could it be me? I believe I deserve the honor of instilling fear in Pain and his companions. Uchiha Madara. You are deceased. Senju Tobarama. It could also be me, after all. I am particularly skilled at inventing ninjutsu. Who knows? One day I might create a technique to counter Pain. Uchiha Izuna. You are already dead. How could Pain possibly fear a corpse? Senju Tobarama. Might Guy, Kakashi, could it be you? Kakashi. Absolutely not. Might Guy. Ding. I can't wait any longer, and no one is answering. I am too anxious to know the answer, so I jumped in. Kakashi. Speechless. And what is your answer? Might Guy. I haven't thought it through yet, but since I pressed the buzzer, I'll answer. Could it be me, the passionate one? I am Pain's relative. The one he fears the most. Haha. Regardless of whether the answer is indeed him. The mere thought of such a possibility sends a rush of excitement coursing through Might Guy's veins. Rockley, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of exhilaration. Teacher. I believe it must be you. Who else could possibly rival Pain? Might Guy. Haha. Yes, with my determination, I am confident that if I encounter Pain, I would surely make him regret it. Uchiha Madara. You, an unknown youth from Konoha, ought to realize that sometimes boasting comes with a cost. Moreover, with so many esteemed figures in this group, do you dare to speak so boldly? Are you overestimating yourself? Might Guy, Uchiha Madara, have you underestimated me? Ha. Care for a challenge? Senju Hashirama, Madara, do not forget, you are deceased. A stream of dark lines appeared on Uchiha Madara's forehead, and ultimately he fell silent. Indeed. He was dead. How could he challenge anyone? A mere unknown youth could brazenly boast in the group. Had his reputation truly faded into obscurity? One day, he would ensure that the entire shinobi world recognized his prowess. Ding, Might Guy answered incorrectly, resulting in a 10-point penalty. The Tianmu system has rendered its judgment. As my Teikai glanced at his back end, he discovered that he had less than 100 points remaining. He exclaimed in distress, my points, my points. Meanwhile, a commoner who had previously been penalized with a deduction of half their savings cried out, I answered incorrectly and was penalized with half of my savings. Yet he was only penalized 10 points. This is utterly unfair. Oh, Sky. Grant me an explanation for why I face such a severe penalty while this individual suffered merely a 10-point deduction. I would gladly trade my points for my lost savings. At that moment, a screenshot-like image abruptly appeared in the Sky live chat group, displaying a commoner's points, 0. A meager savings of 0. 56 yuan after 30 years of life. Nara Shikamaru remarked, why does that amount resemble mine so closely? How troubling. I've lived for over a decade and have less than $1 in savings. How terrifying. I hope I won't end up like this when I reach 30. Akimichi Choji replied, that is still better than my situation. I still owe my dad $300, all of which I spent on food. By the way, I heard a new barbecue restaurant opened. Who wants to join me? We can split the bill. Yamanaka Ino commented. Why hasn't that guy made a fuss? Was he the one who disagreed with the Sky's punishment? You need points for that, and he has none. His situation is even worse than mine. Sakura added, indeed. After living for 30 years, having only 0. 56 in savings is quite the fortune. Naruto Uzumaki chuckled. Haha, I found $1 in the corner of the hospital. Overjoyed, he quickly shared his excitement in the group, including the money in my frog wallet. I now have a few more bucks than someone who has lived for 30 years. Haha, I feel so lucky. I'm going to feast on Ichiraka ramen soon. Kushina Izumaki sighed. Meanwhile, the unfortunate individual fell silent, rendered speechless. Being a loner with nothing to his name, he had only attempted to answer questions, never anticipating that the Sky would expose his meager savings. He couldn't even recall having 0. 56, and now everyone in the ninja world knew he was destitute. What leverage did he have left to boast? After a round of laughter at his expense, the live chat group swiftly moved on, forgetting his existence. Orochimaru mused. Though the penalty may seem minor, the question itself is quite challenging. After all, it pertains to a secret unknown in the ninja realm. Perhaps even Pain of the Akatsuki is unaware? He tagged Pain in the group, hoping for further insights. As expected, the Devapath of Pain responded, unknown. Jeriah then inquired, who do you know in Konoha? On the surface, it appeared to be a mere question for clarification. But upon closer examination, it became evident that Jeriah was subtly probing into Pain's connections with Konoha. Pain replied, you. Jeriah chuckled. Well then, ding. At that moment, an announcement appeared in the Sky. Due to the excessive difficulty of this question, the system has increased the reward for those who answer correctly. Previously, the reward for a correct answer was a ninjutsu. From now on, a 10-point deduction will be imposed for incorrect answers, while a correct answer will yield a resurrection elixir. Upon the emergence of the resurrection rebirth pill, the entire ninja realm erupted once more. This marked the third instance of such a pill. The first was utilized by Minato Namikaze, and the second, bestowed upon Gaara by the recipient, Yenwei. And now, here lay the third. I desire to subscribe. Suddenly, Conan from the Akatsuki pressed the buzzer, followed by a cascade of similar sounds as others joined in. After all, an incorrect answer merely costs 10 points. Even if one exhausts their points, acquiring the resurrection rebirth pill is still a worthy endeavor. My answer is from the Uchiha clan, Conan declared, her enthusiasm palpable. Though I am uncertain who exactly, the Uchiha family is formidable. Surely they would be a rival that Pain fears? Nagato turned to her, a hint of concern in his gaze. Are you not being overly hasty? If I were to obtain the resurrection rebirth pill, I would give it to Yahiko. I long to resurrect him, so he may witness our plans and help forge the future together. Would that not be splendid? Conan expressed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying her hopes. Nagato nodded slightly. If it meant Yahiko could be revived, he, too, would be inclined to assist. As the number of participants surged, the adjudication by the celestial screen hastened. Ding. Incorrect answer, deducting 10 points. Ding. Uchiha Obito buzzed in second. I believe it must be the Sage of the Six Paths. Although he resides in Mount Mayaboku, he protects Konoha and is considered an ally to its people. Thus, it must be the Sage. Ding. Incorrect answer, deducting 10 points. Ding. Tsunade buzzed in third. I have faith it is I. My unparalleled medical ninjutsu is unmatched. If Pain were to face me, he would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Hence his fear of me. Incorrect answer, deducting 10 points. It is I, Kiba. My dog is exceedingly formidable. Should Pain appear, he would be sure to bite his rear, leaving him nowhere to hide. Incorrect answer. The gathering buzzed with excitement once more, as wave after wave of responses flooded in, all yielding incorrect answers. Kakashi, Guy, Lee, Hinata. Naruto Uzumaki, the third Hokage, Choji Akimichi, Ibiki, Shikamaru Nara, and many others. Nearly every conceivable ninja was mentioned, yet all were wrong. Meanwhile, Naruto, racing joyfully through the streets of Konoha, was nearly leaping with delight. Since the advent of this celestial screen, his reputation in the village had greatly improved. And he had even stumbled upon a coin in the hospital ward. Most importantly, someone had gifted him 2 discount coupons for Ichiraku ramen, allowing him to indulge in his favorite flavors for merely the cost of 1 additional coin. This meant he could enjoy a complimentary bowl of ramen today. What bliss! He jumped and danced, entirely forgetting he was a patient. My grandfather, my grandmother, my father, my mother. Surely it cannot be my newborn brother? Even the children playing by the roadside began to chime in with their answers, recounting their ancestors, yet all were incorrect. The ninja from other villages, unfamiliar with Konoha's affairs, merely observed the spectacle. Ha ha, I am utterly amused. That child even managed to lift his brother. Can Pain truly be intimidated by a mere newborn? Moreover, there was that individual who claimed that Pain feared his dog. How ludicrous. Surely, his dog is not even sufficient to fill the gaps between one's teeth. It is truly delightful. While some onlookers revel in the spectacle, the villagers of Konoha are fraught with anxiety in search of answers. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Uncle Ichiraku is busy attending to customers. At this moment, Kakashi is seated in the establishment, and upon seeing Naruto's arrival, he waves and gestures towards the sky. Haven't seen you respond to the questions yet? As Naruto steps into the shop, his eyes widen in excitement as he inhales the familiar aroma, exclaiming, "For me, ramen is of utmost importance. Ramen, ramen, ramen." He slams a menu onto the table and eagerly awaits with chopsticks in hand. Kakashi chuckles at this scene and slowly begins to enjoy his own bowl of noodles. Uncle Ichiraku, why is your ramen so delectable? Every time I finish a bowl, I feel a surge of chakra returning. Ichiraku ramen is the very essence of my existence. Seizing a moment of leisure, Naruto begins to flatter Uncle Ichiraku. The old man's eyes narrow in delight as he responds with such flattery. I might just add a few extra fish balls to your order. Thank you, Uncle. Naruto replies joyfully. Suddenly, he looks up towards the sky, stepping outside the shop. At this moment, in the chatting group above, everyone is fervently competing to answer questions about the summoning bird, the deceased husband from 3 years ago, my girlfriend, and so forth, all emerging in a flurry. Some individuals, having answered too frequently, find themselves muted due to insufficient points. Yet, despite this, spirits remain high. For the reward for this quiz is none other than a resurrection potion, an item that not only holds the power to save lives, but could also fetch a handsome sum if sold. Across the entirety of Konoha, the names of all ninjas have been mentioned, with many citizens also appearing in the rapid-fire responses. Nearly every name in the village has been spoken. Just then, Naruto presses the buzzer, though several contestants are ahead of him. Unrushed, he waits for his turn, adopting a trial-and-error mindset as he types, I believe it's Uncle Ichiraku. His ramen is the best. Holding on to this tentative belief, he submits his answer. In the ramen shop, Uncle Ichiraku is bustling about when suddenly Kakashi exclaims from behind him. Turning around, he inquires what is amiss. Naruto busts in, claiming you are the one Pain fears, though he did not specify your relationship to Pain. Furthermore, the sky above has not directly assessed the answer. Could it be correct? Indeed. Previous answers from others were swiftly deemed incorrect, yet Naruto's response has not been immediately judged. Oh heavens! Naruto clenches his fists in nervous anticipation. At this moment, Uncle Ichiraku, who has been preoccupied, emerges from the shop to gaze at the sky. His eyes narrow slightly before he shakes his head. Impossible. He appeared utterly indifferent, continuing his busy work upon entering the shop. Indeed, mere seconds later, as the group held their breath in anticipation of the answer, the announcement chimed, indicating the review was complete. Congratulations, Naruto Uzumaki, your answer is correct. This person is none other than Uncle Ichiraku. Pray tell, Naruto Uzumaki, what is his relation to Pain? This question can only be answered by you, so please respond. What relation? Naruto never expected this. He dashed into Ichiraku's shop, exclaiming, Uncle, what is your relation to Pain? How would I know? I'm just a ramen chef. I don't know anyone named Pain. Naruto scrutinized Uncle Ichiraku, unable to discern any resemblance between him and the 6 paths of Pain. He casually replied, I suppose he must be either an uncle or a maternal uncle. There must be some connection. No sooner had he uttered these words than the announcement rang out again, congratulating Naruto for his correct answer, awarding him a resurrection elixir. Under the scrutiny of countless netizens, it was confirmed that Uncle Ichiraku was indeed Pain's maternal uncle. Pain, cough, blood. Conan, who is Ichiraku? Uncle Ichiraku emerged, gazing skyward. I don't even have a sister. How could I possibly be an uncle? This is nothing but a jest from the heavens. This scene was broadcast for all in the ninja world to witness. Koyuki, is this the uncle that strikes fear into pain? I never imagined Konoha harbored such a formidable expert. Tsunade, I too have just learned of this. In my memory, he has always been merely a ramen chef. Hashirama Senju, a ramen chef? Is he not the one running that small wooden shop adorned with lanterns at the street corner, bearing the name Ichiraku? Tobarama Senju. In that case, I think I'm beginning to recall. He must have survived the Second Great Ninja War. Minato Namikaze. During the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine Tails Incident, Ichiraku Ramen remained unscathed. Anoki, wow, impressive. This person is a hidden master. Koyuki. This gentleman is undoubtedly an enigmatic figure. Look into his eyes, so wise and profound, clearly a master among masters. Naruto Uzumaki, wise? Profound? Uncle Ichiraku, please open your eyes. Since I've known you, I still don't know the color of your pupils. Uncle Ichiraku, you little brat, I'm off to make ramen. This QA is so tedious. What uncle? What master? I have no idea. With that, a fleeting glimmer sparked in his small eyes before he retreated back into the shop to continue his ramen making. At that moment, it seemed nothing was more important than Uncle Ichiraku's ramen. Third Hokage, Naruto, for the sake of Konoha, why not hand over that resurrection elixir to me? I promise to manage Konoha well in my lifetime. Koyuki, you shameless old man. Hashirama Senju, do not claim him as the Hokage of Konoha. It's too embarrassing. Madara Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, have you considered defecting from Konoha? This place holds no promise for the future. You would be better off following me and becoming my disciple. I will undoubtedly make you the mightiest hero in the realm of shinobi. What do you say? Senju Hashirama, Madara, you have changed. I scarcely recognize you anymore. Uzumaki Naruto, mother, continue. As he spoke, Naruto executed a throw, causing the resurrection potion in his hand to vanish into thin air. This moment was captured as it had been previously broadcast during the scene with Uncle Irika, who stood beside him, and was now displayed across the sky. The entire shinobi world witnessed this, and everyone's hearts raced with trepidation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what a pity. Uchiha Madara, why not give it to me? Naruto, do you not wish to grow stronger? Second Mizukage, Yagura, I too wish to be resurrected. Second Suchikage, Anoki, you cannot be revived, they have already claimed him. The numerous departed predecessors sighed in unison. Upon receiving the resurrection potion, Uzumaki Kushina did not hesitate. She consumed the elixir and, like Minato, was prompted to confirm whether she would obey the will of the host of the sky. Only those who consented would benefit from the potion's effects. After her swift agreement, she reconstituted her physical form, her soul returning to its rightful place. Reappearing, she chose to manifest in Konoha. Upon seeing Naruto standing at the street corner, gazing up at the sky with misty eyes, she rushed towards him without hesitation, enveloping him in a warm embrace. My Naruto. Kakashi, standing at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, was astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The passers-by cast curious glances. Is that not the wife of the fourth Hokage? Uzumaki Kushina? Indeed, she has returned. Naruto was rendered speechless, held tightly in her embrace, lost in a daze for what felt like an eternity. Until her voice finally registered in his ears. He looked up at her. She was so beautiful. He had envisioned his mother countless times in dreams, but never did he imagine she would appear thus. Mother? He uttered. Tears streamed down Kushina's face as she nodded fervently. I knew the moment I saw you that you were Naruto. You look so well and healthy. Naruto, my Naruto. Thank goodness you are all right. The sky continued to broadcast this scene, which spread throughout the shinobi world, touching every heart. How wonderful it is that the fourth Hokage's wife has finally reunited with her son. Third Hokage, do you not feel as though you have been soundly slapped in the face? If I were Naruto, I would not bestow the resurrection potion upon you. Tsunade seized the moment to taunt. Anoki, I too would not give it. It is mere pretense. Shimura Danzo, I would offer it. For I have realized that your existence benefits me most, so, Sarutobi, await my rescue. When you become Hokage again, you must clear my name. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I shall remain in the shadows. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, positioned outside Orochimaru's base, clenched his fist slightly. Did he truly bring back his parents? He gazed skyward, where he too could see his own parents. And what had he done? Engrossed in the pursuit of vengeance, is it truly impossible to save one's parents? Yet, if he refrains from exacting his retribution and instead gazes at the heavens each day, he feels as though he is squandering his existence. Uchiha Sasuke struck the nearby tree with considerable force, causing leaves to cascade to the ground. He closed his eyes. his mind inundated with images of the massacre that obliterated his entire family. That fateful night is forever etched in his memory. Uchiha Itachi, await your reckoning. I shall offer your blood as a tribute to my parents in the skies, so that the entire clan may witness my vengeance fulfilled. Simultaneously, in the village of Amigakure, Nagato and Conan were equally perplexed. Who is this person, IRU? How did he suddenly transform into their uncle? Conan turned to Nagato. Do you know him? Nagato shook his head. I do not. Could he be Yahiko's uncle? Yet, he never mentioned him. This uncle appeared rather ordinary, but the heavens spoke of his formidable prowess. Nagato, you wouldn't truly hesitate to act, would you? In Conan's eyes, Nagato was the strongest ninja in the world. He could annihilate nations single-handedly, acquire whatever he desired, and harbored ideals of profound significance. His vision was to create a world devoid of war, which inspired her admiration and trust. Upon hearing her words, Nagato replied in a hushed tone, I would not spare even my teacher. Do you believe I would show mercy to an unfamiliar uncle? He is merely IRU, after all. I shall set out to discern the true nature of this individual. Furthermore, isn't the Ninetales still residing in Konoha? Perfect. I will also harvest the Ninetales. Conan nodded slightly. Very well. I will prepare. Just as they were about to embark, a sudden downpour ensued, accompanied by the emergence of an unfamiliar chakra within Amigakure. Before Nagato could summon the black rods to command the 6 paths of pain, the figure had already materialized before them, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform. With a black apron emblazoned with the bold blue characters IRU, he wielded an iron rod embedded with a metal bowl. A chef's had adorned his head, and his eyes were squinted into mere slits as if they had not opened at all. I hear you are seeking your uncle? IRU squinted at the 8 individuals surrounding him, Nagato, Conan, and the 6 paths of pain. Sweat beaded on Conan's forehead. Just a moment ago, this individual was in Konoha. How did he arrive here so swiftly? You? How did you come here? Even the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, would not be able to arrive this quickly. He. I understand why you seek me. You wish to ascertain whether I meet the criteria of you wouldn't dare act as proclaimed by the heavens, am I correct? Uncle IRU's eyes narrowed, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of authority so dense it was nearly suffocating. However, let me tell you, this is a secret. With that, 6 iron orbs appeared beside Uncle IRU, hurtling toward the 6 members of pain. He declared, he may be my second uncle, and he may be my third uncle. Yet if you refuse to spare me, do you truly believe I will show you mercy? He laughed heartily. Care for a bowl of ramen? There are no discounts, only surcharges. As he spoke, Uncle Yao transformed and vanished without a trace, while the 6 iron spheres around him seemed to possess life, launching attacks with extraordinary finesse, striking the arms of the Deva path and the abdomen of the human path intermittently. Nagato's control over the 6 paths of pain was indeed remarkable, yet he could not perceive the presence of Uncle Yao. Only the 6 spheres engaged in battle remained visible. Moreover, these spheres appeared to be acutely aware of Nagato's secrets, relentlessly assaulting him. Shinra Tensei, the Deva path called out softly, and with him at the center, all nearby attacks rebounded, sending the 6 black spheres flying away. Simultaneously, the 6 spheres suddenly shifted and vanished amidst the rain. Where are the spheres? Where is Uncle? Xiaonan anxiously glanced at the rain, then turned back to Nagato, only to see Nagato's eyes widen in shock. Behind him stood Uncle Yao, still squinting with a habitual smirk, a black rod seemingly materializing in his hand, aimed directly at Nagato's throat, resembling the black rods on Pain's face as if composed of the same material. Who are you? Xiaonan asked nervously. Please, call me Akatsuki Yao. Uncle Yao replied coldly, enunciating each word. What? You are the ultimate boss? Xiaonan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The celestial tapestry had depicted the Akatsuki clan's battle against the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. In the future, they had witnessed it all. Was this Yao an extraterrestrial? Do not compare me to those soulless creatures. I am not like them, nor are they like me. I cherish peace and have a fondness for ramen. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. It was evident that Uncle Yao was reluctant to mention those beings. However, Uncle, we have not wronged you. Nagato inquired anxiously, realizing that he could not even detect the movements of his opponent with the 6 paths of pain before him, illustrating just how formidable this Akatsuki uncle was. Moreover, he had yet to open his eyes. Should he do so, it would likely be even more challenging. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yao's expression shifted slightly. He lowered the iron rod in his hand and asked, You haven't sought trouble with me? No, uncle. I just remembered that I once had ramen at your establishment, and the Deva path even smoked outside your shop when Naruto was a child. At that time, I sensed you were extraordinary, which is why I refrained from making a move in front of your shop. In truth, it was the perfect opportunity to capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but out of respect for you, I held back. So, uncle, please rest assured. We will not trouble you in any way. Nagato suddenly declared with an air of sophistication, a faint smile appearing on his gaunt face, prompting the other 6 paths of pain to nod in agreement. Their gestures were so vigorous that they nearly dislodged the black studs on their faces. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yao realized. It seemed he had misheard. He had thought they intended to attack him, which prompted his proactive approach. Since it was all a misunderstanding, he decided not to intrude further. After all, Naruto was eagerly waiting for his ramen, and it would be unkind to keep him waiting. Uncle Yao released Nagato, and then carefully regarded the 2 individuals before him, inquiring, "The sky screen mentioned that you were my nephews. May I ask how this kinship is established?" The 2 were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the answer, yet eager to see him depart swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, they suggested, "Could it be due to working for the Akatsuki clan?" Yao nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. Then you may carry on." Nagato and Conan nodded vigorously, "Yes. Uncle, you 2 should be busy." With that, Yao vanished, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Conan turned in astonishment to gaze at the 6 members of Pain, then glanced at Nagato, who bore a look of despair. "It appears we have a long journey ahead. We couldn't even overcome a mere ramen vendor, let alone the others from Konoha," Nagato remarked. Conan slightly nodded. "Then perhaps we should begin with capturing the tailed beasts?" Indeed, within less than 10 minutes, Yao had made a trip to the rain-hidden village and returned to Konoha, where his daughter SHBU had prepared ramen for Naruto Uzumaki. He sat down at the shop entrance, savoring his meal while keeping an eye on the news displayed on the sky screen, once more embodying the unassuming figure of Uncle Yao, the ramen vendor. At that moment, the sky screen live broadcast was on a break. Yet the chat group buzzed with activity. Jeriah was on his way back to Konoha, boldly proclaiming in the group that he would marry Tsunade upon his return. Some joined in the revelry, while others expressed concerns regarding the Akatsuki organization. What shall we do about the Akatsuki's formidable capabilities? A worried voice from the leadership of the Mist Village questioned. With just 2 of them utilizing ninjutsu, they defeated Jiraiya. What terror would it be if all 6 employed their abilities? The 4th Reappearance, interjected, "Why fret about such matters? We all witnessed the video from the recent sky screen broadcast. Regardless of the Akatsuki, we should take action." Pain, adorned with the Rain Village headband, despite a mark on it, clearly represents the Rain Village now. Thus, why not unite the 5 great ninja villages to storm the Rain Village and capture Pain alive? What say you? Suddenly, the 4th Reappearance's fervent invitation stirred an air of enthusiasm, as if his mere gesture would rally many followers. Following the viewing of Jiraiya's battle against Pain, the various ninja villages had conducted thorough analyses of the depicted conflict, including assessments of the battle's location. They were contemplating the feasibility of attacking that area, yet had not reached a definitive conclusion. At this moment, the 4th Reappearance's declaration drew the attention of the other 4 ninja villages. Terumi pondered. "It has only been a few years since our Mist Village emerged from the blood mist policy of the 4th Mizukage, and I have only recently assumed my position. Is it wise to instigate war now? Though it seems an inevitable confrontation with the Akatsuki looms ahead, it is not an opportune moment for the Mist Village to provoke war." Meanwhile, Konoha's Tsunade and the Sand Village harbored their own reservations, particularly given that Konoha had just endured the collapse plan and had yet to recover. One has already lost the strongest weapon in the village, a tailed beast, and the 4th Kazekage has passed away. Furthermore, the abilities of the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, have significantly diminished. If they act recklessly, can we ensure the safety of our village even if we emerge victorious in battle? As for Inoki of Iwagakure, he is a prudent individual who understands that certain matters cannot be discussed openly in the group. Yet, the 4th Reappearance, that brash fellow, has dared to bring it up. He must be supported in terms of momentum. Let us convene and discuss this matter thoroughly. Is it not just about the Rain Village? We can easily dispatch some ninjas to handle it, Inoki stated in the group. The leaders of Konoha, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure, each with their own considerations, remained silent. Observing this, Pain thought to himself, "If I cannot defeat my uncle, how could I possibly be outmatched by you all?" He let out a cold snort and wrote a single line. "All members of the Akatsuki, heed my command." Based on the information from within the curtain of the Akatsuki, should the Rain Village be attacked, retaliate against the village from which the assault originated. Deidara, I recall you possess the shadow clone technique. Unleash your explosions with fervor. The same applies to the rest of you. Deidara of the Akatsuki acknowledges the command. Ha ha ha, explosions are art. Who wishes to initiate an attack? Speak your name, and behold the artistry of detonation. Haiden of the Akatsuki responds. You may not yet know my abilities should anyone attack the Rain Village. I will show you what true prowess entails. Kisame of the Akatsuki responds. When it comes to abilities, the first Hokage should surely remember me. Hashirama, who is this? I do not recall ever encountering you. Kisame, I once attempted to assassinate you. Have you forgotten? Hashirama, when and where did this occur? What transpired? Kisame, the members of the Akatsuki, including Itachi and Zetsu, all reported in turn, while the previously boisterous Fourth Raikage, fell silent. What is happening? Fourth Raikage, you must speak. Begin with your village and send out your men. Suddenly, Deidara called out, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase his explosive artistry. The Fourth Raikage, gritting his teeth in frustration, retorted, Do you think I lack the courage? At my command, the Rain Village will be obliterated in an instant. His female secretary, observing his agitation, frowned and softly cautioned, Sir, please do not act impulsively. What I have to fear? If they resist, let them face the consequences. The Fourth Raikage had lost the ability to think rationally. Meanwhile, the deceased Raikages, at this moment, found themselves unable to interject with words of restraint. For they hailed from a lineage of strong men. How could they endure the taunts from the Akatsuki? The Fourth Raikage declared, I have already prepared my forces. Konoha. What of you? Anoki, what is your status? And what about Kirigakure and Tsunade? We shall also deploy our personnel. Anoki replied. The other 3 ninja villages remained silent, for they understood that initiating war at this juncture would be of no benefit to them. At that moment, Deidara from the group spoke up. Lord Pain. I am close to the rock village of the Land of Earth. Since Anoki has already mentioned sending someone, allow me to venture to the rock village first. Rest assured, I will safeguard myself. Ever since the last inquiry from the sky regarding how to defeat me, I have devised several methods for self-protection. Ha ha ha. Rock village, I am near. Let me take the first strike and showcase my art. Haiden chimed in. Lord Pain, I am nearer to the Cloud Village. I shall accompany Kakuza to the Cloud Village. Zetsu declared. I will go to the Sand Village. The opposing side was also preparing their strategies. Observing this, Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh. Indeed. They are all formidable players. It seems we shall soon witness your performance. I hope the sky will broadcast these battles live. In the current ninja world, the greater the chaos, the more advantageous it became for the Akatsuki organization's plan to capture the tailed beasts. As for the Rain Village, its existence or demise bore no relation to Uchiha Madara. If it were to perish, all the better. Pain would harbor even greater animosity towards the 5 great ninja villages, which would ultimately benefit their future endeavors. Who will go to Konoha? Deidara inquired. Uchiha Itachi perhaps? He noticed that Itachi had yet to speak today. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi responded directly. Some individuals should not forget our agreement. He had made a pact with Madara that during his lifetime, he would never again lay a hand on Konoha. Now that he was still alive, they sought to act against it? His statement served as a reminder to the Akatsuki members that if given the choice between Konoha and the Akatsuki, he would choose to protect Konoha. Even as a rogue ninja, when faced with the choice between Konoha and the Akatsuki, he would always stand with Konoha. Uchiha Obito and Pain sighed softly upon hearing his words. Though Pain was extreme, he was a man of his word. He declared, Konoha has my most dreaded uncle. Therefore, we shall abandon the attack on Konoha and redirect all our efforts towards the other 4 great ninja villages. With Pain's command, the others promptly obeyed. The members of the 4 great ninja villages were astonished at this development. What does this mean? Fourth Kazekage questioned. Is Konoha safe? The Akatsuki is not attacking Konoha? Is it merely because of Pain's relatives? What of his second uncle or third uncle? Kuratsuchi remarked, I suddenly recall that rather than assaulting the Rain Village, we should allocate our forces to protect the Jinchuriki. Besides, the Akatsuki is elusive. Even if we were to obliterate the entire Rain Village, it would not guarantee we could lure them out. After all, they are rogue ninjas from the Rain Village. The forehead protectors of the Akatsuki members bore scars, signifying their status as rogue ninjas. If their own village were to be placed in jeopardy due to rogue ninjas, it would be a futile endeavor. Fourth Kazekage asserted, if that is the case, then our Sand Village shall refrain from participation. Fourth Reikage A responded, "What? You all are not going? Coward. Shall we proceed to the land of rain? You wouldn't falter at the last moment, would you? With our two villages launching a united assault. We shall obliterate the Hidden Rain Village." Little Tion from the Hidden Rain Village retorted, "You, the 5 great ninja villages, what right do you have to annihilate our village? Is it merely because we are smaller? You are the villains, waging war against our humble nation for your own gain. Look at the Akatsuki organization. They have never attacked our small nation. In comparison, it is you who embody cowardice." The proprietress of the steamed bun shop in the Hidden Rain Village lamented, "You 5 great ninja villages have initiated an attack on us due to the actions of a rogue ninja. This is utterly unjust. Let all of the ninja world witness what the 5 great villages have done, waging war, devoid of conscience, acting unreasonably, oppressing the weak. They are the very embodiment of evil." Mr. Tion from the grain shop echoed, "Today it is our Hidden Rain Village. Tomorrow it will be the Hidden Grass Village. And the day after it may be the Hidden Waterfall Village. All the small ninja villages must see the true face of the 5 great ninja villages." In an instant, voices of dissent resounded throughout the ninja world. Aside from the inhabitants of the 5 great nations, every common citizen opposed the war. The level of shock within the backdrop of the sky and the number of participants in the chat group reached unprecedented heights. The fairness of this platform lay in the fact that it granted everyone the right to express their opinions. The screen continuously scrolled with the voices of the citizens of the Hidden Rain Village and the supportive voices from other small nations. "I am also acting for the sake of the ninja world, eradicating dangers in their infancy." Fourth Reikage A reiterated this phrase in the group, time and again. If he were to speak just once, his words would soon be drowned out by the voices of the populace. He needed to ensure that his voice was heard throughout the ninja world. "Is it truly for the people's sake that you annihilate the Hidden Rain Village for the actions of a rogue ninja? Are you not acting for your own interests?" Fourth Reikage A was likened to a ruthless beast, a demon who kills without hesitation. Demon, demon. Once again, the crowd surged with a wave of backlash. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Terumi May hurriedly declared, "Fear not, everyone. Our land of water is quite reasonable. We of the Mist Village shall not partake in this operation." Tsunade swiftly chimed in, "We of the Leaf Village shall also abstain from this operation." Fourth Kazekage Raza stated, "Our Sand Village will not partake in this action either." Gaara, please voice your stance. Gaara, still recuperating, responded directly upon witnessing the scene, "Our Sand Village shall not participate in this operation." With the 3 great ninja villages abstaining, the burden fell squarely upon the shoulders of the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village. On one hand, Inoki sincerely wished to seize this opportunity. Yet it was undeniable that Pain and his cohorts were indeed rogue ninjas, a fact evident to all. Even if they threatened retaliation against any village that dared to wage war on the Hidden Rain Village, it was hardly a justifiable reason for their aggression. At this moment, they found themselves in a precarious predicament. The sky was indeed a double-edged sword. After unveiling the secrets of the Akatsuki organization, it rendered the 5 great ninja villages exceptionally passive. Moreover, the Fourth Reikage A was excessively impulsive. How could such matters be discussed in the group? Look at the public outrage it has incited. It seems this issue requires careful deliberation. Inoki declared, "Our Hidden Stone Village shall also withdraw from this operation." The Fourth Reikage A declared, "You may withdraw. I shall proceed. As the Fourth Reikage, I assure that no harm shall come to innocent civilians. Our targets are solely the members of the Akatsuki organization." This time, he exhibited a measure of wisdom, clearly stating his stance before the multitude rather than stubbornly clinging to his position until the end. Upon observing this scene, Noki chuckled. "If our focus is merely on the Akatsuki, I, Noki, am willing to lend my support. To the citizens of the ninja world, do you have anything to say? Do you serve the Akatsuki as well? Do you wish to become mere fodder for the Tsutsuki clan? Those extraterrestrial beings care not for the safety of our people. They merely seek to transform you into sustenance for the God Tree, ensuring their own immortality. All this information has been revealed by the celestial screen. And it is indeed true. I trust that even the common folk should comprehend these matters." A silence enveloped the crowd as the once vocal citizens of the small nations fell silent. They had witnessed the true nature of the Akatsuki and understood the intentions of the Tsutsuki. If they continued to support the Akatsuki under such circumstances, it would only signify their folly. Yet, Pain remained undeterred, reiterating, "Members of the Akatsuki, heed my command. Regardless of who you are, attack the Hidden Rain Village and annihilate it." This proclamation reignited the tension within the group. Yet this time, The ordinary citizens retreated, realizing that if a powerful nation truly sought war, they would be powerless to intervene. After all, weaker nations wield no diplomacy while the powerful dictate fate. Now, the remaining discussions in the group were solely among the influential figures. Noki suggested, "Fourth Reikage, let us discuss this matter privately. For now, let us observe the celestial screen." Kuratsuchi concurred, "Indeed, let us refrain from discussing certain matters in the group. Focus on the celestial screen." The Fourth Reikage, responded with a string of cryptic symbols, which left the others perplexed, save for the Umbu of the hidden cloud village who understood. These were codes created in response to the celestial screen's emergence over the past few days. The symbols conveyed secret messages. The sudden display of a series of codes by the Fourth Reikage signaled the Umbu of the hidden cloud to prepare for action. His resolve to eliminate the hidden rain village had solidified upon viewing the images of the Akatsuki members and the defector's forehead protector on Pain's brow. Directing his gaze toward the hidden rain village. At that very moment, outside the hidden rain village, several Umbu operatives from the hidden cloud lay concealed in the dense forest. They had set off upon hearing the Fourth Reikage's directive to investigate the hidden rain village, embarking on their journey with haste. However, the arduous trek had taken them considerable time, resulting in their arrival at the outskirts only now. They had not anticipated the village's formidable architecture. With iron towers and intricate piping amidst a perpetual downpour, nor the prowess of Pain, a formidable ninja, as revealed through the celestial screen, concealed outside the village. They awaited the Fourth Reikage's command to surge forth and apprehend the members of the Akatsuki. At that moment, upon hearing the Fourth Reikage's words, they comprehended that this battle was indeed inevitable. The Fourth Reikage, gazed at the sky and suddenly declared in the chat group, "The Akatsuki organization is merely a pawn of the Otsutsuki, a dark force of villains. They have already acquired the One Tail. If we do not take action soon, we will only find ourselves increasingly at a disadvantage. Today, I shall eradicate this menace and eliminate the Akatsuki, so that you all may recognize that our Cloud Village is the true bastion of justice." With that, he shouted fervently and promptly typed 2 words in the group. Action. Outside the Rain Village, the Umbu of the Cloud Village observed this scene and, waving their hands, ordered a full-scale assault. The chat group was abuzz with astonishment. What is happening? Is the Reikage truly on the move? Had he already made preparations? At that moment, a flash of yellow appeared in the sky, revealing a live broadcast in progress. Beneath the rain, over 30 Umbu members had begun their advance toward the Rain Village. The chat group erupted into chaos. "Fourth Reikage, what are you doing? Do you genuinely intend to attack the Rain Village?" Uchiha Madara, filled with fervor, grinned. The Fourth Reikage, sent a string of laughter emojis. "These cowards do not dare to act. I shall take the lead. Today, you shall witness the might of our Cloud Village." As he spoke, he glanced at the live broadcast. "With this stream, it is exceedingly convenient. I can witness the battle unfold in real time." Indeed, the broadcast had commenced. Showcasing the scene, 30 masked Umbu maneuvered through the downpour, swiftly disappearing into the Rain Village. At that moment, a summoning of a hellhound materialized. Identical to the one previously shown in the broadcast, it suddenly split into dozens of copies, vanishing beneath the rain. The live stream instantly transitioned into multiple screens, arranged side by side. On the left, the battle within the Rain Village unfolded, with the Hellhound attacking the Cloud Umbu. The right side displayed a large screen featuring 2 figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. All eyes were drawn to these individuals, Haiden and Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. "Are they outside the Cloud Village?" someone exclaimed in the group. It dawned on them that the Akatsuki members had indeed infiltrated the vicinity of the Cloud Village. Moving with astonishing speed, panic swept through the Cloud Village as the inhabitants watched the unfolding scene, apprehensive of the powers possessed by Haiden and Kakuzu. Standing at the entrance of the Cloud Village, Haiden cackled, "Is this the village we are to annihilate?" Kakuzu, with a frigid countenance, retorted, "The broadcast is live. People from all corners of the shinobi world are watching us. Do not disgrace us." "Very well." Haiden laughed heartily, charging towards the gate's defenders with a swift lunge. His speed was remarkable, wielding a bloodied scythe that danced through the air. Before anyone could react, his weapon cleaved through the bodies of 2 opposing ninjas, blood gushing forth. Haiden's laughter echoed, as if the more blood that flowed, the more exhilarated he became. As I cast my gaze once more upon Kakuzu, he vanished without a trace. It turned out that his earlier appearance at the gates of the hidden Cloud Village alongside Haiden was merely an attempt to bask in the limelight. Yet now, he had inexplicably disappeared. What had transpired? The absence of one individual raised alarms among the upper echelons of the hidden cloud. who were closely monitoring the situation at the village entrance. The celestial screen had predominantly showcased Haiden's battle, neglecting to reveal Kakuzu's departure. Leaving everyone in the dark regarding the timing of his exit, all eyes were fixed on the screen, where the clash of two factions unfolded, a fierce confrontation involving 30 Umbu against the Rain Village, yet not even a shadow of pain was visible, thwarted instead by the Hellhounds. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki's Kakuzu and Haiden were showcasing their prowess in the Hidden Cloud Village. It was a live broadcast, and the tension was palpable. Some individuals trembled as if the battle raged right beside them. How audacious! Were the members of the Akatsuki truly so straightforward in their approach? Their silence spoke volumes, aligning perfectly with the temperament of the Fourth Reikage. Tsunade felt a surge of relief for not deploying forces to the Rain Village, for otherwise it would have been her village facing such peril. The live footage continued uninterrupted, echoing with Haiden's maniacal laughter, his form reminiscent of a ferocious beast in flight. In a fleeting moment, 6 ninjas burst forth from the Hidden Cloud Village, 3 of whom met their demise. Lightning release, thunderstrike. Suddenly, 5 Umbu materialized around them, forming a lightning release formation to collectively assault Haiden, who was brandishing his scythe against the ground. A brilliant flash erupted, followed by a haunting laughter from the scene, only for Haiden to vanish amidst the 5. Where did he go? The Umbu exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, astonishment rippled through the chat group as someone queried, "What just happened? How did that Haiden slip away when he was right there?" Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a chilling scream pierced the air as Haiden appeared behind one of the 5, swiftly severing his head with a scythe. Blood erupted like a fountain. Lightning release. Wind shredder lightning. The remaining 4, witnessing this gruesome scene, charged forward in a frenzy, accompanied by dozens of jonin who surged from the village, some wielding lightning, others brandishing shuriken, all converging upon Haiden with murderous intent. "I will kill you," someone shouted, revealing himself as Darui, who, unnoticed, launched a surprise attack from behind, employing storm release, his technique piercing through Haiden's very being. In that moment, Haiden arched his body back, his expression distorted, revealing a new layer of face paint resembling a skull. He opened his mouth, and a beam of light pierced through him as he slowly turned to regard Darui with a pained expression, uttering, "It hurts. Oh, how it hurts." Once more, he gaped, his countenance twisted in agony as though he were enduring immense suffering. In the live stream, someone exclaimed in bewilderment, "How is he still standing? What is happening?" All eyes were glued to this surreal spectacle, each viewer equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Indeed, why has he not perished? This technique of the lightning release ought to have resulted in immediate demise, should it not? At that very moment, a voice erupted from within the Hidden Cloud Village, exclaiming, "Trouble brews at the Reikage's office." Simultaneously, a cacophony of explosions resonated throughout the village, revealing that Kakuzu had employed explosive tags to commence the devastation of the settlement. Darui glanced at Haiden stationed at the village entrance, then turned to see many ninjas pivoting to rescue the Fourth Reikage. Yet, the figure of Haiden remained eerily smiling. His expression was grotesque and terrifying, a visage of a black and white skeletal face paired with a smile that sent chills down one's spine. "He has not died," a voice shouted as a bolt of lightning surged forth. Just a minute prior, such a lightning strike would have been inconceivable against Haiden, yet at this moment, he stood there, motionless, allowing the J-Nin's lightning technique to strike him. "Ah, ha ha ha." Haiden feigned a scream of agony, only to then erupt into maniacal laughter. Growing ever more joyous, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his countenance radiating triumph. Subsequently, he began to dance and holler, "Come. Let us inflict harm upon one another, all of you, come and slay me." Something felt amiss. Darui gazed at the scene in disbelief, for he realized that Haiden, after enduring 2 attacks, appeared utterly unscathed. At that moment, a siren blared throughout the Hidden Cloud Village. This alarm had not sounded in many years, yet now it rang out incessantly. Darui waved his hand, and a dozen or so ninjas commenced their assault with shuriken aimed at Haiden. Yet, Haiden remained unmoving, boldly declaring, "Let the storm rage fiercer. Who among you possesses the strength to bring this to an end swiftly?" His voice soared to the heavens, and his expression was one of sheer exhilaration. At last, the villagers began to discern the gravity of the situation. Darui hastily gestured for everyone to cease their attacks, fixing their gaze upon Haiden, who was encircled. "Kill him, kill him," someone shouted. However, it was evident that these attacks were extraordinary, yet he bore no wounds. Looking up to the skies, within a mere 5 minutes, all 30 of the Hidden Cloud Village's Umbu had been annihilated. They had scarcely laid eyes on pain before being slaughtered by a few summoned beasts. Meanwhile, within the fourth Raikage's office, chaos reigned supreme. Everyone surrounded Raikage, anxiously watching him as blood seeped from his chest, with injuries to his shoulder and ribs. Despite employing lightning armor for protection, it had proven futile. What on earth is happening? He bellowed, for these wounds appeared to have emerged inexplicably, leaving everyone flabbergasted. At that moment, a message in the chat group overhead caught his attention. Anoki, where is the fourth Raikage? Why do you not speak? Have your men failed? Fourth Raikage? Where are you? Karatsuchi, I am cowardly, too afraid to speak. Oh, Raikage, hero, please, emerge and address us. Tsunade, indeed, in the eyes of Lord Raikage, we are all cowardly. He is brave, audacious to the point of recklessness, always engaged in his foolish endeavors. And what has been the result? He himself has been ensnared. Gaara, is it possible that the fourth Raikage has encountered some misfortune? Given his temperament, he would surely make an appearance to speak at such a time. Why has he vanished? Senju Hashirama, I can only utter two words, buffoonery. First Raikage, how can you describe someone in such a manner? First Hokage, in what way have we shown buffoonery? At the very least, we dare to take this step. Some matters require decisive action, rather than watching the Akatsuki organization grow stronger. It is preferable to eliminate them at their inception. Second Raikage, precisely. In our hidden cloud village, we adhere to a strict and resolute approach. We detest indecisiveness. If one possesses strength, they should act. If not, they should remain silent. Do you think we have been defeated? I assure you, our hidden cloud village is invincible. Third Raikage, the two of you are correct. We are not buffoons, we are invincible. How lonely invincibility can be. Suddenly, the third Raikage began to sing in the group chat. Charge, charge, charge. The other two Raikage joined in the revelry. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, as if in synchrony with the lyrics, blinding white lights flashed across the sky. Everyone turned to gaze at the spectacle, believing the three Raikage were witnessing a counterattack from the hidden cloud's Umbu. To their shock, the explosion originated from within the hidden cloud village. The village was engulfed in cries of despair. Some shouted, others fled. The cloud ninjas searched for their enemies, but found no trace of them. At the entrance, the Akatsuki member Haiden stood his ground, while the others hesitated to strike, realizing they were facing an adversary who could not be killed. What on earth is happening? What is going on? The first Raikage called out in the group. Senju Hashirama, buffoonery. Senju Tobarama, buffoonery indeed. Karatsuchi, I am cowardly and dare not speak. Buffoonery, perhaps? Tsunade, I am even more cowardly and cannot express myself. Buffoonery, fourfold. Anoki, at this critical moment, let us refrain from such trivialities and focus. What has transpired in the hidden cloud village? Why are the ninjas at the entrance paralyzed, while within, chaos reigns? This is not indicative of a hidden cloud's strength. Hasn't only two Akatsuki members arrived? How could it have escalated to this extent? He was genuinely frightened, for previously, Deidara had mentioned he was in the land of Earth. If he were to arrive and unleash devastation, even the hidden stone village would be unable to withstand it. In that moment, he was thankful his forces had not yet reached the rain village. Otherwise, trouble would surely ensue. Even if both sides were to suffer, it could still inflict significant damage on the enemy. At least there would be no loss. Yet, observing the live broadcast, the situation appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. The Umbu from the hidden cloud heading to the rain village were entirely annihilated, while the hidden cloud village itself was under siege from explosions. And what of that Haiden at the entrance? Why could he not be slain? This enigma weighed heavily on all who were watching the live broadcast. Discussions regarding this very topic filled the chat room. Is that person truly immortal? How terrifying. If he is indeed immortal, why does he not flee? Indeed. Why does he neither escape nor retaliate? And what is with that smug smile, as if every injury he sustains is a stroke of luck? The prominent figures fell silent while the other ninjas from various villages began to converse in the chat. Each ninja village has dedicated members within their intelligence and covert divisions, constantly monitoring the live broadcast. At this moment, these discussions caught the attention of the information department in the Cloud Village. I believe I may have discovered the reason behind the Raikage's inexplicable injuries, one ninja exclaimed, glancing at the chat. He rushed towards the Raikage's office. As the Cloud Village had strategically placed the information department next to it for swift communication, the medical ninja hurried forward and inquired, "Do you know the reason?" The other nodded. "I am merely speculating. I observed the chat and wish to examine the Raikage's wounds closely. May I?" The medical ninja nodded repeatedly. The village was in peril. Although only 2 members of the Akatsuki had appeared, They were extraordinarily formidable, one elusive and the other seemingly invulnerable to harm. Akin to an unkillable force. The ninja approached the fourth Reikage, scrutinizing his injuries before rushing to the office window to closely observe the live broadcast. What is happening? Surely I cannot be seen in the live feed. I must not appear. The fourth Reikage, gravely wounded and slightly breathless, was still concerned about his reputation. He had hastily declared the intent to annihilate the Rain Village and had slandered the other 4 major ninja villages, branding them as cowards while proclaiming their heroism. Yet, here he was, having sustained severe injuries without even glimpsing his opponent's visage, a situation that was utterly perplexing and infuriating. While he was preoccupied with preserving his dignity, the live feed abruptly shifted, as if mocking him. The right section of the screen transformed into 2 video feeds, one showcasing his own frantic shouts. Surely I cannot be seen in the live broadcast. I must not appear, he muttered, covering his eyes in dismay. His body was riddled with wounds, blood flowing freely, while several medical ninjas attended to him. Were it not for his formidable chakra and ample stamina, he might have succumbed to his injuries. This very scene was broadcasted on the large screen. Goodness, Madara, look! The fourth Reikage has been injured, exclaimed Senju Hashirama. What transpired? The earlier footage did not reveal this. How did he sustain such injuries? Questioned Senju Tobirama. This war has barely commenced, yet he is already in such a state? It appears the fourth Reikage is not as formidable as he claims, remarked Uchiha Madara. You. The fourth Reikage stammered. If he were to perish today, it would not be by the hand of an enemy, but from sheer indignation. Indeed, you are impressive, we are weak. And you are bold, mocked Terumime, causing him to cough up blood. The fourth Reikage, was acutely aware that the moment his image was broadcast live, he would become the subject of ridicule. Indeed, this was the case. What he failed to realize was that even before the live stream, he had already been the target of mockery. In the harsh reality of survival, the victor reigns while the vanquished are scorned, regardless of the circumstances. He had lost, losing at the cost of his village's safety. One may proclaim lofty ideals of justice and wave the banner of righteousness while obliterating the hidden Rain Village. Yet victory was essential. The truth remained, not only had he lost, but his defeat was widely known. At that moment, a query arose during the live broadcast. Why was the fourth Reikage, injured despite not participating in this battle while being in his office? Please elaborate. What? He didn't fight? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly interjected, staring incredulously at the screen displaying the question. The others in the group shared a look of bewilderment. Karina Yui remarked. He got hurt without fighting? Fourth Reikage, how brave of you. It seems your courage has transcended even the cosmos, injured at home while the calamity descends from the heavens. Inoki questioned, Reikage, please clarify what transpired. The fourth Reikage responded, Karina, I apologize for my previous statements. Please refrain from mocking me. It was my lack of foresight that led to this predicament, and I owe an apology to the citizens of the Cloud Village. His admission, though somewhat embarrassing, reflected a sense of accountability, a hallmark of true manhood. Kurenai ceased her jibes, merely scoffing in silence. Tsunade interjected, regardless, I believe the 5 great ninja villages must unite. The Akatsuki poses a grave threat. Currently, the live feed only reveals that individual known as Haiden, while the other, Kakuzu, is nowhere to be seen. Might this situation be connected to Kakuzu? At that moment, a ninja from the Cloud Village's information department activated the buzzer, suggesting, I believe the injuries sustained by our Reikage are linked to Haiden at the village entrance. If Haiden is injured, our Reikage must inevitably be harmed as well. This assertion elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Hashirama Senju mused, in all my years, I have never encountered such a ninjutsu. Is it truly sinister? Kushina Uzumaki speculated. Could it be a sealing technique? Perhaps a method exists to bind the Reikage soul to Haiden, causing any injury Haiden inflicts upon himself to be mirrored onto the Reikage? While the Uzumaki clan lacks such a sealing technique, it doesn't imply that future generations have not innovated one. It's possible Haiden has developed a seal that inflicts harm upon the fourth Reikage. Tobirama Senju added. Sister S analysis is quite astute, yet the correct answer remains elusive. All eyes turn to the live broadcast, which had just completed its evaluation. Please elaborate. Raijin of the Cloud Village. Raijin, the ninja in question, felt a surge of anxiety. The current situation validated his initial response. However, he had only addressed the first part of the query, and the latter portion required a detailed explanation, a requirement he was uncertain how to fulfill. What method did Fadewan employ to inflict harm upon Reikage while situated outside the village? Perhaps, as the first Hokage's wife once suggested, it involves a sealing technique. He has imprisoned the soul of Lord Reikage, hence the latter's injury. But my soul, I cannot shake the feeling that mine remains intact. Not having departed my body, countered the fourth Reikage, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, when it comes to the sealing of souls, no one comprehends it better than I do. Without a soul, one is either dead or rendered senseless. Yet, I can clearly perceive that the fourth Reikage's thoughts are coherent, and his speech articulate. He is evidently not devoid of a soul. Senju Tobirama concurred, observing, indeed, it appears that Reikage's soul is gathered, not lost. Bastard! How dare someone harm my brother? I stepped away for just a moment, and now my brother is injured. I must return to the village. Suddenly, Killer Bee burst onto the scene. His agitation evident in the chat group. At that moment, the fourth Reikage, truly felt the weight of his poor decision-making. He had never anticipated being so passive. He had even prepared a plan should that explosive ninja, Deidara, arrive, intending to eliminate him with lightning release. However, he was caught off guard by the arrival of Fade One and Kakuzu, whose sinister methods had inexplicably caused him harm. Killer Bee, you stay put. I'm not dead yet. Rest assured, I still wish to attend your concert. I declared in the group chat. What? Bastard, are you really letting me hold a concert, big brother? Haha, that's fantastic. I believe in you. You won't die. Go for it. Killer Bee responded. Feeling exasperated, covered his head, aware of the pain that only he could comprehend. His brother's focus shifted to a concert at a time like this. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Incorrect response. However, as you answered partially correctly, there will be no penalty. And you are rewarded with 300 points. The celestial screen announced the evaluation results. At that moment, all of this unfolded before Fade One's eyes. He clenched his fists in fury as he gazed at the celestial screen. Fortunately, after the organization's roster was revealed, he had made some preparations, such as the blood of certain individuals, and the secret formations hidden within his secret scrolls, and so forth. Ha ha ha, only I can answer this question, but I shan't. I shall let you all guess. Fade One laughed heartily, looking skyward. Suddenly, with a flick of his finger, a spear materialized in his hand. Since someone has guessed part of it, you must already know that whenever I am injured, that lofty individual seated in the Reikage's office, will also be wounded. So, where shall I strike next? He swiftly altered his tone, launching a fierce attack as he plunged the spear into his own heart. Lord Reikage, the cloth-clad attendant, standing at the window, watched the live broadcast in horror, exclaiming in alarm. Brother! In the group chat, Killer Bee could hardly contain his rage. Had it not been for the Reikage's orders preventing his return to the village, he would have rushed back immediately. Previously, the villagers were unaware of the situation, as the celestial screen had not broadcasted it. However, now, through a mere inquiry, everyone comprehends that as long as Fade One is injured outside the village, the Reikage within the hidden cloud village will suffer the same fate. Suddenly, Fade One raised the spear in his hand, pointing it toward his own heart, laughing maniacally. With a sudden thrust, he appeared to be on the verge of self-destruction. Good heavens! Is he truly attempting suicide? No, it is not self-destruction. He intends to slay the Reikage. My word, I have never encountered someone so ruthless. Stop him. In that moment, both in the group and in reality, everyone was engulfed in anxiety. Although this Reikage may seem somewhat foolish and brash, he is nonetheless a man of action. If he were to perish, it would likely spell doom for the hidden cloud village, especially since the celestial screen continues to broadcast the devastation occurring within the village. At the village entrance, several ninjas rushed forward, some wielding long whips, others attempting to restrain him with bare hands, while a few attacked from behind, striving to halt Fade One's self-inflicted harm. He must not die. Capture him. Everyone exerted their utmost to prevent Fade One from succeeding, yet he swung his spear with abandon, retaliating against anyone who dared to counter, allowing their weapons or jutsu to strike him without flinching. After all, he was not the one sustaining injuries. Indeed, within a minute, casualties began to mount outside the hidden cloud village. Moreover, within the Reikage's office, the fourth Reikage suffered 2 additional wounds, though they were not grievous. It was only due to the collective effort of the crowd that Fade One was thwarted from committing suicide, thereby preserving the life of Reikage gazing at the celestial screen. He dragged his injured body forward with determination, bursting from the office and appearing outside the village, shouting loudly, Mabui, gather a team to find that Deidara. We cannot allow him to wreak havoc upon the village. All villagers, save for the ninjas, must evacuate. As he traversed this path, he recognized that the losses incurred by the hidden cloud village were substantial. Nevertheless, the error had already been made. He must minimize the damage. Yes. Mabui shot an angry glance at Fade One on the celestial screen before turning and departing the scene, confident that given time, the Reapage would unravel Fade One's secret. Haha. Has the protagonist arrived? Fade One licked the spear in his hand, whispering with a disdainful expression. The fourth Reapage, standing at the village entrance, wore a face of fury as he glared at Fade One, clenching his fist. Lightning release, lightning blade. He shouted and charged forward. Everyone witnessing this scene cried out, Lord, no. Such a collision would inflict severe injury upon the opponent, potentially rendering them into mere fragments. However, at that moment, it would not be Fade One who was hurt, but rather himself. Until he uncovers Fade One's secret, the Reapage must not act impulsively. Yet, the Reapage is notoriously hot-tempered. He would heed no counsel. Having endured considerable indignities in his office, he could not resist the urge for vengeance at this moment. He charged forward, enveloped in a pale blue chakra. Veins bulging from his skin, his brow furrowed tightly. Despite the impulsive nature of his advance, the wounds on his body were exacerbated. Yet he showed no signs of slowing down. The tremendous force surged forth like a rampaging beast. Upon witnessing this, Haydn let out a boisterous laugh, brandishing his triple-bladed scythe as he called out, Come on, you yak. Brimming with confidence, he hurled the scythe with the intention to assassinate his opponent, only to find it shatter upon striking the Reapage's lightning armor. Oh, so this is lightning armor? Remarkably strong. He did not even attempt to evade. Was he employing his chakra to harden his body? In the chat group, observers felt a surge of tension. Indeed, the Reapage was formidable. He charged forward with blinding speed. Although Haydn's scythe had broken, he continued to laugh, his expression twisted with wicked intent. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as a burst of pale blue chakra erupted, forming a vast halo. Ah! The fourth Reapage, was also thrown back, blood spewing from his mouth. Meanwhile, Haydn had been flung away as well, collapsing by the roadside, blood spilling from his lips. He glared furiously at his opponent, his fingers brushing against his chest, visibly indicating several broken ribs. What was happening? Was he injured? Under the watchful eyes of the live broadcast, some keen observers noted this moment. The other four major ninja villages engaged in fervent discussion. Some were members of the Umbu and intelligence divisions, while others were mere civilians. This seemed to present a breakthrough. Why had Haydn been injured after colliding with the Reapage's lightning-infused attack, while the fourth Reapage had also sustained injuries? Could it be that some seal had been broken, allowing for his possible demise at this moment? A voice inquired. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Nara Shikamaru, seated beneath a large tree and playing chess with himself, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene. He continued to observe the live broadcast. Noting that Haydn had suddenly risen and fled, it appeared he could not best the Reapage in ninjutsu. At that moment, the Umbu from Kumogakure pursued him, and the Reapage also intended to give chase, but another enemy loomed in the village, Kakuzu. Booms of explosions echoed continuously, and suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, bright and shrill, akin to a hawk's cry or a wraith's wail. Haydn sprinted swiftly, soon vanishing into the stone forest. The unique terrain of Kumogakure, shrouded in mist and filled with stone formations, concealed him from sight, prompting numerous ninjas to commence a search. Before long, someone spotted Haydn in the live broadcast. Based on the terrain, it was evident he was heading west, and his toes moved as if drawing something on the ground. The crowd gestured and set off toward the western part of the village. Upon seeing this, Haydn clenched his fist in anger, cursing the live broadcast that had caused him such distress. If it were not for the broadcast, he could have quietly performed his forbidden jutsu. The curse technique, death by blood. However, the arrival of those individuals was inconsequential. He harbored disbelief that anyone could wield the Thunder Blade. As long as the Reapage did not arrive, he believed he could eliminate him. Fade One sneered coldly, and the mask upon his face reappeared, resembling a skull manifesting in the flesh. A blood-red curse seal emerged on the ground, within which a triangle was inscribed. He stood within the triangle, his expression icy. Earlier, outside of the hidden cloud village, none had observed such a curse seal on the ground. What was he planning to do? The ninjas of the hidden cloud village materialized, surrounding him completely. Fade One, you cannot escape. Surrender to your demise. Very well, I shall wait here to see who among you can bring about my end. Fade One bellowed, erupting into laughter. All gazed upon this scene, helpless. For none could discern whether their actions would ultimately harm the heinous Fade One or the Reapage residing in the hidden cloud village. At that moment, a crisp sound resonated from above. Ding. Congratulations to the Konoha ninja Nara Shikamaru for answering correctly. My response is that he is likely performing some ritual. As for the specifics of the ritual, I do not know, but I can assert that the medium involved is not a soul, but rather blood. He must stand within the symbol he has inscribed with blood to complete this ritual, and the medium he currently employs is the Reakage's blood. As long as he remains within the seal, any injuries he sustains will be transferred to the Reakage. That is my answer. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in astonishment. Who is this Nara Shikamaru? He appears quite young. He's the son of Nara Shikahisa, exceedingly clever. Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they pondered whether he had indeed answered correctly. Yet we did not witness any cursed seals on the ground earlier, Darui queried in the chat group. There were, obscured by dirt. You simply did not perceive them. But I examined closely and found them, Shikamaru replied. Upon hearing this, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village rushed forth from the village to the location where Fade One had stood, and indeed, there lay a cursed seal inscribed in blood, concealed beneath dirt. Meanwhile, as Fade One observed this dialogue on the screen, his brows furrowed. He withdrew a spear from his hand, uttering no further words, and plunged it directly into his own chest. Thud. In another scene, the Reakage was commanding the ninjas within the village to capture Kinshiki when suddenly a gash appeared in his chest, blood gushing forth. His eyes glazed over as he tilted his head towards the sky, and indeed, on the screen, Fade One was inflicting harm upon himself, exclaiming, "How delightful." The fourth Reakage swayed, the visions before him growing increasingly blurred. Brother, Lord Reakage. He heard the voices of Killer Bee and the ninjas outside calling for him in the live chat, and slowly, he closed his eyes. Panic ensued among everyone, as the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village surged frantically towards Fade One to avenge Lord Reakage, to slay him. The crowd surged forward, and Haydn leaped into the fray, his three-bladed scythe and spear shimmering with brilliance. Amidst the tempest of thunder and lightning, he resembled a madman, mercilessly striking down all who crossed his path. Though he bore wounds upon his body, he remained unfazed, as if a primal instinct had been ignited within him. Continuing to laugh maniacally, suddenly, a bolt of lightning severed one of his arms. With a swift stroke, another assailant cleaved off one of his legs. Indeed, after departing from the blood seal upon the ground, it was he who suffered the consequences. At this moment, the celestial screen revealed the verdict. Nara Shikamaru from Konoha had answered correctly, earning a reward of chakra thrice his physical capacity. In the western stone forest outside of Kumogakure, Haydn found himself in a pitiful state, yet he still wore a smile. The skull motif upon his visage had vanished, and he bellowed at the heavens. Do you know who I am? I am Haydn, the strongest ninja of the Akatsuki. No sooner had he spoken than Darui's blade severed his head from his body, ending his life within the stone forest, his smile forever erased. The celestial broadcast concluded. Although Kumogakure had not been annihilated, they had failed to locate another member of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu. This battle culminated with Haydn's beheading and the imminent demise of the Reakage, drawing the curtain upon the spectacle above. For a long time, silence reigned in the live chat group, until the fourth Reakage broke the stillness with a proclamation, "I am still alive." The first Reakage, phew. What a relief. The second Reakage, could you not consider your actions for once? If resurrection were possible, I would wish to teach you a lesson. The third Reakage, let us not dwell on anything else, at least Haydn is dead. At that moment, a name appeared in the chat. It was none other than Haydn from the Akatsuki. Ha! Let me tell you, I am still alive. Impossible. I saw you severed. How can you possibly be alive? Darui erupted in fury upon reading the chat messages. I know. You must have perished and are now speaking from some so-called Pure Land. Just like those shadows from our village? No, people like you cannot go to the Pure Land. You are destined for hell. Haydn retorted, not only am I alive, but I also bring you a piece of delightful news. Your village's Two-Tails Jinchuriki has been captured by us. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your gracious offering. After this proclamation, Haydn fell silent, disregarding all inquiries from others. At this moment, it seemed as though everyone had awakened from a dream. Sarutobi Hisashi pondered. Could this merely be a ploy by the Akatsuki? The fourth Reakage, was in the operating room of Kumogakure, on the verge of entering a state of anesthesia. However, upon hearing this news, he bolted upright. What? Haydn and his associates have captured the Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails? Inform the Umbu and quickly contact the Two-Tails. Standing beside him, the medical ninja, clad in a simple garment, gestured for the other medical ninjas to approach, disregarding his objections, and proceeded to administer anesthesia. The pursuit of vanity can lead one to suffer greatly. As the surgical procedure was about to commence, the individual insisted on rushing out, leaving a message in the heavenly chat group that he was still alive. Is this truly the moment to be concerned for the two Jinchuriki when one's own life hangs in the balance? The dissatisfied figure clad in a coarse linen garment shouted towards the already unconscious fourth Reikage. She exited the operating room, gestured with her hand, and the Umbu appeared. Hurry and investigate whether this matter is true. If necessary, utilize the heavenly chat group. Understood, replied the Umbu as they withdrew. In the heavenly chat group, before the Hidden Clouds Umbu could speak, Killer Bee had already interjected. Waimujin, speak up. What on earth is going on? Answer me quickly. Have you truly been captured by the Akatsuki? Hachibi? Although Killer Bee and the two Waimujin were only acquaintances with a moderate relationship as fellow Jinchuriki, he was still greatly concerned upon hearing the news of her capture. Meanwhile, the leaders of other ninja villages bore expressions of anxiety within the span of just 2 days. Had both the One-Tail and Two-Tails been captured? The One-Tail Jinchuriki, Gaara, still had the resurrection potion for Waimujin, but what about the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? It seemed they were left with no escape route. No matter how much Killer Bee called out, the two Waimujin remained silent in the group. At that moment, the screen of the heavenly broadcast abruptly shifted. The strongest Akatsuki battle arc, the Undying Duo. Bold letters appeared on the screen, followed by another change, revealing Kakuzu intercepts the two Waimujin. Finally, the crowd understood why Kakuzu had not appeared during the bombardment of the Hidden Cloud Village. He had never been there. The figure that initially appeared was merely a clone. He had journeyed southward to locate the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki's objective was not the Hidden Cloud Village, but rather the Jinchuriki. From the visuals, it was evident that Haiden had intentionally drawn attention, and the two worked in tandem to capture the Jinchuriki, ultimately achieving success. Haiden had not lied. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki had indeed been captured. At this juncture, the higher-ups of the Hidden Cloud Village fell into profound silence. Their concern was not solely for the village, which had suffered severe damage. If their intentions were solely for the village's sake, what kind of devastation would they have to endure? As the Reikage remained in surgery and various rescue efforts continued within the Hidden Cloud Village, their Jinchuriki had been captured. Did this outcome not signify their defeat, a defeat that was irrevocably thorough? Across the ninja world, anxiety permeated the air. Previously, some had felt detached from this issue. But the Akatsuki's actions had spread from the land of wind to the land of lightning, resulting in numerous casualties, which had significant repercussions. The heavenly broadcast continued to shift. The screen displayed bold text. Haiden Slaughter Arc, the death of Asuma. The sudden appearance of these words detonated shockwaves in the Hidden Leaf Village. While other ninja villages may not recognize Asuma, there was not a single person in Konoha who did not know him. He was the son of the third Hokage, a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, and currently the teacher of Team 10 in the Konoha 12. Asuma? Teacher? Upon witnessing this scene, Ino Yamanaka and Choji Akimichi were taken aback, prompting them to seek out their teammate, Shikamaru Nara. Sarutobi Asuma was equally perplexed. Had they not just captured two members of the Akatsuki? How had the screen shifted to a broadcast of his own demise? Tsunade responded, Sensei, this is a glimpse of the future. The flashing red on the screen signifies events yet to unfold. The one most shaken by the revelation was Asuma himself. Gazing at the screen, he lit a cigarette, memories flooding his mind. In the past, he had constantly opposed his father in an effort to validate his own beliefs, leading to countless sacrifices, deaths, and betrayals. Is death not an inevitable fate for all? He inhaled deeply, then smirked at his own irony. What fear did death hold for him? In the distance, a flash of red caught his eye. It was the enchanting Kurenai Yuhi, the most significant person in his life. Seeing her brought a smile to his lips, subtly altering his previously indifferent attitude towards life and death. Kurenai rushed towards him, her gaze lowered, eyes shimmering. One finger pointing skyward, her lips quivering as she spoke. Asuma? Asuma chuckled softly, replying, It's nothing. Who can predict what the future holds? Kurenai felt a lump in her throat. A myriad of unspoken words reflected in her eyes as she glanced at the screen. Indeed, just this morning. Didn't it show Jiraiya's death? Yet he survived. If this screen is revealing your fate, we will be prepared. Therefore, I believe you will not die. She clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed on the figures of Haiden and Kakuzu on the screen. If they were responsible for Asuma's death in the future, she vowed that such a fate would not come to pass. Simultaneously, the members of Team 10, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru shared this resolve. At that moment, though they had been separated. They quickly regrouped upon witnessing the broadcast. Shikamaru addressed the others. From now on, remember everything I tell you. Choji, keep a close watch on the screen. Don't miss a single detail. If I overlook anything, make sure to remind me, no matter what. At the same time, Naruto Uzumaki arrived. Having been supposed to rest in the hospital, unable to remain idle, he had indulged in a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku, where he acquired a resurrection potion that saved his mother. After spending some time with her, he rushed over upon noticing the alarming title on the screen. Shikamaru, do you need my help? Naruto inquired, his mother having just returned to life, and he was determined to prevent any further sacrifices. He believed that the screen could alter many outcomes, including the ominous fate of being killed by the Akatsuki clan in the future. However, they had only glimpsed a scene where Akatsuki Kinshiki unleashed his power against Naruto in his Kurama mode, resulting in a massive explosion, unaware that it was merely a fragment of a larger narrative. Thus, they mistakenly assumed that Naruto would face a tragic end in the future, oblivious to the fact that it was just a fleeting moment. However, the celestial screen remains silent, and they remain oblivious. Yet, the pressing concern at hand is not whether Naruto will perish in the future, but rather the immediate urgency of the situation, specifically, the death of Asuma. I refuse to allow my teacher's sacrifice to be in vain. Although it presents a challenge, I shall shoulder this burden. Nara Shikamaru spoke with solemnity, his jagged hairline accentuating his determination. Naruto, please inform Lord Hokage that it is imperative to safeguard the blood of every villager. We cannot allow that Haiden to obtain it. Nara Shikamaru continued. Understood. With a swift turn, Naruto vanished from sight. Ino produced a pen and notebook, her focus unwavering as she observed the live broadcast. While Akimichi Choji remained equally engrossed, anxious not to miss any detail. On the celestial screen, Haiden and Kakuzu made their appearance, having initially captured the two Jinchuriki. This scene differed from the previous capture of the two-tailed Jinchuriki, indicating that if the celestial screen had not revealed it, the future capture of the two-tailed Jinchuriki would unfold similarly. The duo journeyed westward toward the land of fire. Along the way, they dispatched numerous ninjas, armed with a black market bounty list, which contained the names of various bountied ninjas. After slaying them, they would take the corpses to the bounty office for reward. Throughout this pursuit, Kakuzu was preoccupied with financial gain. Witnessing this unfold, I found myself perplexed. Does the Akatsuki organization truly lack funds? Senju Hashirama gazed at the celestial screen in astonishment, querying the group. Pain. Indeed, we are in dire need. Could the first Hokage offer some sponsorship? Senju Hashirama. I possess no wealth. I am impoverished. Kakuzu. No, you are wealthy. Your 53-year-old granddaughter's wedding dowry was over 100 taels of gold. Clearly, you have funds. Besides, didn't she declare she wouldn't marry? If that is the case, why not sponsor our Akatsuki organization? Senju Hashirama, how dare you covet my granddaughter's dowry? If my 53-year-old granddaughter remains unmarried, will you take responsibility? Kakuzu, I am of a similar age. Would you truly mind? Uzumaki Kushina, enough with the chatter. Hashirama, eliminate him. Kakuzu, it seems you care more than you let on. I shall withdraw my proposal of marriage, leaving her for Jeriah instead. 53 is far too young for me. Haiden, haha. You peculiar creature, who would ever desire you? Nevertheless, the appearance of these two Jinchuriki is rather appealing. Too bad they are Jinchuriki. Toby, you too. I shall ensure your blood debts are repaid in kind. Kakuzu, who is this individual? Another one has emerged? Haiden, I do not recognize them. Toby, I am the secretary representing the fourth Reikage. My name is Toby. Haiden, where is the fourth Reikage? Is he undergoing surgery? By the way, I believe I still possess some of his blood. Perhaps we should conduct a curse ritual? Toby, you. Following this, the beautiful secretary vanished, no longer making a fuss in the group, fearful that Haiden might indeed act upon his words. Why is it that, despite Haiden's relatively low combat prowess, many still meet their demise at his hands? The answer lies in the blood of the deceased. Regardless of how skilled you may be, once he acquires your blood, your end is inevitable. Moreover, this deadly technique possesses a rather unique advantage. Regardless of the location, the user can initiate an attack at any moment. Even if the adversary is miles away, as long as he has that individual's blood, he can eliminate them. Under the celestial canopy, the two have traversed a path of slaughter, entering the Fire Nation. Suddenly, the celestial screen halts, and a prominent message appears. Fadewan and Kakuzu, having observed the live broadcast, prepare for battle. The question arises, From where did Fade One obtain the blood he is using? No punishment for an incorrect answer, but a correct one grants the right to exchange the blood in Fade One's possession. What? Exchange my blood? Who gives you the right to trade my blood? Fade One exclaimed. His face contorted with dissatisfaction as he pointed at the celestial screen. If you dare, annihilate me and see if I perish, he declared, to exchange my blood. You must possess that capability. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from his dark robe, scrutinizing the various blood samples depicted upon it. A gleeful smile crept upon his lips as he continued to seal and encrypt it, ensuring that no one could casually take what resided within his scroll. He erupted into laughter, his expression brimming with pride. Kakuzu, on the other hand, merely shook his head slightly. Boring. Upon hearing this, Fade One retorted indignantly, I'm boring? You get excited at the sight of Senju Hashirama. Don't you find that tiresome? You hardly utter a word, yet when Hashirama appears, you rush to him, even daring to propose marriage to his granddaughter. How shameless. Kakuzu's green eyes glinted with coldness. He was once my target for assassination. Fade One replied. Throwing shurikens from 800 miles away? I see he is your object of admiration. Kakuzu responded menacingly. Do you wish to die? To die is to die. Who is afraid? The two began to argue, and Kakuzu, a man of few words but fierce determination, discarded the two wooden figures onto the ground and charged forward. Fade One, undeterred, stood his ground, confident in his survival due to possessing the blood of his opponent. Curse ritual, Fade One declared as he was injured, blood spilling onto the ground. He immediately began to draw seals, licking the blood in his hand, which was indeed Kakuzu's. Today, you shall taste my might. This blood has accumulated 5 different types from your body, and I shall make you kneel in submission. Kakuzu regarded him as one would a clown. Speaking with disdain, this time, once you die, I shall not stitch your body back together. I will leave you in pieces. With that, he raised his hands, ready for combat. Upon hearing these words, Fade One's expression shifted abruptly as he recalled an hour prior when Kaku, despite being decapitated, had sewn his body back together. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I was mistaken. I apologize. From now on, when you see Hashirama, say whatever you wish. Your idol? Surely, you must feel a tad giddy. Right? Ha ha ha, let us go. I'll carry this person. With that, he took a step away from the curse ritual, moving toward the 2 wooden figures. Kakuzu snorted dismissively, choosing not to engage further, and the two continued onward. Above them, the question lingered on the live broadcast screen. Unbeknownst to all, the incident involving the Immortal duo remained largely unnoticed, as the celestial screen had not broadcasted that particular segment. Everyone was preoccupied with the questions posed by the celestial screen, especially the high-ranking officials of the 5 great ninja villages. It is worth noting that Haydn had even acquired the blood of the 4th Reappearance, thus, it was entirely plausible that their blood could also be in his possession. But how had he obtained it? This was not solely a question for the celestial screen, but one that lingered in the minds of many. The celestial inquiry revealed that Haydn, upon discovering that the celestial screen had exposed his identity, had made a backup of himself. However, given that the celestial screen had only appeared a few days prior, it raised the question of whom he had interacted with during that brief time. The likelihood of him personally visiting the various ninja villages to procure blood from their leaders was virtually non-existent. From a temporal perspective, it seemed impractical. Yet, what could be the reason behind it? Everyone was left puzzled, unaware of the answer that eluded them. Senju Hashirama mused, Madara, do you suppose your blood might also be in Haydn's possession? Uchiha Madara retorted, impossible. My blood is not so easily acquired. Hashirama replied, regardless. I have been dead for many years and am no longer concerned with such matters. His malice cannot reach me here. Ah, to be a corpse. What a relief. Shimura Danzo interjected. It appears the first Hokage is unaware of this matter. In truth, you have suffered the most. What do you mean? I am utterly deceased. Who could possibly harm me? Let them come to the Pure Land, and I shall engage them in battle for 300 rounds. Hashirama proclaimed. Meanwhile, the live broadcast had ceased, yet the question still hung prominently in the celestial realm. Suddenly, someone pressed the buzzer. It was none other than Jeriah. Aha, how is everyone? I am preparing to return to Konoha to get married, so be ready with your gifts. Tsunade, my darling, wait for me. Tsunade, infuriated, bit her teeth in frustration. If he were before her now, she would certainly like to deliver a punch. I suspect that. Given Haydn's name contains the character for fly, he must possess considerable speed. Therefore, I theorize he utilized the body flicker technique to disguise himself as a ninja from various villages. infiltrating them to obtain blood from the ninja hospitals. Jeriah was exceedingly pleased. After all, a wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. And he felt as though the entire world was aglow with joy at that moment. Senju Hashirama queried, "Is the fourth Reappearance still in surgery? Please, could you address this matter? Prior to this, did your ninja hospital have any of your blood stored?" A figure in a tattered robe responded, "No. The Reappearance's blood is under strict protection. Our ninja hospital does not store the Reappearance's blood in advance." Jiraiya interjected, "Surely there must be some blood information available? Perhaps Haiden used this blood information to create new blood? After all, this fellow is exceedingly sinister. Who knows what he is capable of?" Upon hearing this, Haiden erupted in laughter, directly addressing the group. "Jiraiya, you are nothing but a fool." Haha. This indicated that Haiden did not acknowledge his response. As expected, the system chimed, marking the answer as incorrect. Jiraiya, unfazed, turned and inquired, "Haiden, since your blood was not acquired in a hospital, did you obtain it through some arcane method?" "Indeed. Haha. I employed the secret techniques of the Lord of the Evil Gods to procure their blood." Are you all frightened by this revelation? Terrified? Even from 1,000 miles away, as long as I inscribe a person's name in my palm, their blood will materialize before me. I can eliminate whomever I desire. So, who shall my next target be? Let the guessing commence. Haha. Those who answer correctly shall be spared from death. Haiden relished this moment, basking in the attention of his audience, as if he were a deity wielding dominion over life and death. "The cult of the evil god," someone in the group remarked, recalling previous mentions. At that moment, Noki pressed the buzzer. "I know the answer." He utilizes the secret techniques of the evil god cult. Inscribing a name in his palm allows him to obtain that person's blood. This is how he acquires the blood of numerous high-ranking individuals. Noki felt a surge of joy. At last, he had answered correctly. Fourth Kazekage, Raza, interjected. "Noki, you are not adhering to the rules. You're merely echoing what others have said. Does that not strike you as despicable?" Kisame remarked. Speechless. Tsunade added, "Even a guess made with one's heel would be incorrect." Haiden laughed heartily. Kakaza commented. Second Sachikage, Mu, posed a question. "Noki, have you considered this? If what Haiden claims is true, why does he not answer himself?" Second Mizukage, Kageyama, responded, "You are indeed clever. But tell me, if your answer is correct, wouldn't Haiden be able to inscribe our names and acquire our blood?" Mu retorted, "Your intellect must have been consumed by a dog. Utterly foolish." Akamaru barked. "Woof, woof, woof." Hashirama inquired, "What is happening? Why is there a dog in the group?" Inuzuka Akiba reported, "Lord First, my dog is my battle companion, and when the curtain was drawn, it was pulled into the group as well. It has been observing the curtain and has begun to communicate in its own way, albeit it can only bark." Laughter erupted in the group. "What does it say?" Hashirama asked. Kiba replied, "Akamaru says, dogs do not take the blame." Mu responded, "Well, fine. Regardless. My point is that Kageyama lacks intelligence." Kageyama shot back. "You are the one devoid of intellect. Your intelligence has been devoured by a dog, as has your entire family's." Akamaru barked. "Woof, woof, woof." Kiba added, "My Akamaru says dogs do not consume intelligence. They eat." Well, Kageyama was left speechless. Just then, the curtain announced. Noki answered incorrectly. Haha. Haiden flooded the chat with a barrage of laughter emojis, accompanied by numerous images of faces and fits of laughter. At this moment, Noki and Hzuki Mangitsu finally came to believe that Tsunade and the second Sachikage were correct. Haiden's claims were nothing more than fabrications. He possessed no secret technique that enabled him to obtain blood merely by writing names. Alas, this quiz lacked a punitive mechanism. Otherwise, I would have made you forfeit all your ninjutsu. Given your intellect, you are only fit to serve as my shoe shiners. Haiden boasted in the chat. Noki, brimming with indignation, retorted, Haiden, you scoundrel. Haiden chuckled joyously. Noki, is it my fault that you sought to take advantage? Even the dead know I speak the truth. With your age, how can you not see it? Upon hearing this, Naka's beard trembled with rage, and he was at a loss for words for quite some time. Ding. He had it stored in advance for emergencies, Yuhi Kurenai responded. Incorrect. Ding. He acquired it through black market transactions. Perhaps no ninja village would stockpile high-ranking blood. But surely those in high positions must visit hospitals occasionally. Isn't it possible that someone secretly obtained blood during such visits and sold it on the black market? Kurenai interjected. Incorrect. Ding. He has insiders in every ninja village who assist him. Kurenai answered again. Ding. Incorrect. Why? Why are all the answers wrong? Why? Kurenai exclaimed. having exhausted every conceivable response, yet still failing. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Asuma, standing beneath the heavens, grasped Kurenai's arm, saying, "Enough, no more answers." Fortunately, this was lacked a punitive mechanism. Otherwise, Kurenai's responses would have resulted in considerable losses. No, please help me think. How did they obtain someone else's blood? There was no battle, no personal extraction, and no visits to hospitals. How did they manage it? Kurenai pleaded, her face a portrait of urgency. Asuma enveloped her in his embrace. "It's all right. Nothing will happen. Trust me. I promise that if I encounter those two, I will turn and flee, all right?" Finally, a hint of a smile flickered across Asuma's serious face, his gaze softening significantly. Kurenai, unable to hold back her tears, lamented, "But they possess forbidden techniques. That cursed ritual means that no matter where you run, if they have your blood, you cannot escape." This posed a stark reality. Asuma's demeanor turned grave once more. Indeed, if those two already had his blood, did that not imply that no amount of effort on his part would lead to success? Meanwhile, in the chat group, spurred by Kurenai's urgency, high-ranking officials from all ninja villages began to respond eagerly. They recognized that this time, answering incorrectly would bear no consequences. So even a minuscule chance compelled them to ponder and act. If they answered correctly, they could potentially exchange the blood in Haiden's possession, perhaps offering a chance of salvation. For no one knew whose blood Haiden held. Ding. Is it a forbidden technique? Ding. Was it stolen? Ding. Does he have a spirit beast assisting him? Perhaps something akin to a leech. Ding ding ding. Regardless of how many times it rings, no one provides the correct answer. Senju Hashirama could no longer contain himself, and neither could Uchiha Madara, driven by curiosity. What about Haiden from the Akatsuki? Go ahead, answer yourself. You surely know the answer. Tell us, how did you acquire the blood of others? Haiden burst into laughter. Guess all you want, but you will never figure it out. Ha ha. I am certain that throughout the entire ninja world, no one would ever guess. You shall remain ensnared within this celestial canopy, playing until the end of time. Until our Akatsuki completes all our endeavors and transforms you all into devotees of the evil cult. Athahaha. Anoki, arrogant. Kahakume, utterly shameless. Uzumaki Mido, Hashirama, eliminate him. Senju Hashirama. The representatives of the 5 great ninja villages were incensed by Haiden's words. At that moment, within Konoha Park, the Inoshikacho trio was closely monitoring everything transpiring in the celestial chat group. Shikamaru's gaze was profound, intently observing the notes made by Ino. He picked up a pen and wrote down the names of everyone known to be associated with Haiden, meticulously examining the list. Among the Akatsuki members, who could stealthily obtain blood? Reflecting on the scenes from the celestial broadcast, suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Shikamaru's mind. Though I am uncertain of the correctness of this answer, I wish to give it a try. Yamanaka Ino clenched her fist and spoke. Go ahead. Even if you answer incorrectly, the celestial realm won't punish you, right? Nara Shikamaru nodded gravely and solemnly pressed the buzzer. Ding. Nara Shikamaru successfully buzzed in. My answer is that Haiden acquired the blood at Orochimaru's base. What? At that moment, Orochimaru, who was closely watching the celestial developments, was astonished, nearly dislocating his jaw. Kabuto, hurry to the laboratory, to the blood bank. For the past few days, Orochimaru had been preoccupied with his own treatment while occasionally monitoring the celestial realm, and his physical condition was dire. Lying in bed without checking on his precious blood samples. Had they been lost? Although Nara Shikamaru's answer might not be correct, the Nara clan is quite intelligent. And if he could deduce it, there must be some possibility. Upon hearing this, Kabuto turned and dashed toward the laboratory's blood bank to investigate. Upon arrival, he nearly fainted. All of the blood that Orochimaru had stored over the years was completely gone. He hurried back to report. Upon learning this, Orochimaru nearly fainted, infuriated. He tagged Haiden in the group chat. You bastard, you actually stole from my blood bank. Haiden, do you wish to die? You perverse fiend. Haiden, upon seeing Orochimaru's curses, laughed even more heartily. When it comes to perversion, you are the more twisted one, hoarding the blood of so many people for what purpose? Indeed, I have come across the blood cells of Senju Hashirama in the petri dish, which I have brought along, ha ha ha. Alas, I am infuriated. My Senju Hashirama cells, my blood, I am prepared to confront you with all my might. Senju Tobarama, what do you mean? I have been deceased for so many years. How can there still be remnants of my blood in the ninja world? Orochimaru, second Hokage, do not flatter yourself. I did not take yours, as it holds no value. Senju Tobarama, that strikes deep. Kurenai Yui, Tobarama, do not take it to heart. It cannot get any worse. The pressing question is, why does Orochimaru possess the blood of the higher-ups from various ninja villages? He must provide an explanation. Shimura Danzo, Lord First, did you see? This is precisely why I said you have suffered the most. Just wait and see, one day. You shall be driven to your wits' end. Uchiha Madara, he is already dead. How can he die again? Will his spirit scatter in anger? Haha, you should take pride. For even after so many years, your cells still thrive. This signifies that you shall forever live in our hearts. Senju Hashirama, Madara, what do you mean? Ding. Congratulations to Nara Shikamaru for answering correctly. The Celestial Realm presents the answer. Karina Yuhi. Everyone, let us not digress. Orochimaru. Why have you gathered the blood of so many individuals? You must provide an explanation. Orochimaru, what is there to explain to you? Is not the answer already embedded in your hearts? Haiden, return my blood. As anticipated, he has collected the blood of numerous individuals for research and experimentation. With Hashirama's cells being his most prized possession, unexpectedly pilfered by Haiden. Haiden laughs heartily, brimming with arrogance. Return it? Not a chance. Meanwhile, in Konoha Park, in Azukakiba, Akimichi CHG and the recently returned Uzumaki Naruto have gathered around Nara Shikamaru, for he has answered correctly and earned the right to exchange blood. However, this privilege allows him to open Haiden's scroll only once, meaning he possesses a single opportunity to swap the blood contained within. Of course, how the blood will be exchanged and what it will be transformed into is entirely at his discretion. So many names. Whom shall we exchange? Kiba anxiously inquires. Gazing at the scroll in Shikamaru's hands, CHG grits his teeth and suggests, perhaps we should burn this scroll. That way, Haiden will not acquire this blood? Shikamaru shakes his head. No, this is an opportunity granted by the Celestial Realm. It can perceive the past, present, and future, and undoubtedly has a means to return this scroll to Haiden according to its own rules. We must respect the celestial regulations. How will you decide to exchange? Naruto inquires. The other two also look toward Shikamaru, who, after examining the list, states, the Celestial Realm has yet to finish playing this segment of the video, however. It is certain that if Asuma-sensei is truly in peril, it is undoubtedly connected to these two individuals. Our best course of action is to ensure that during this blood exchange, we can decisively eliminate both of them in one fell swoop. You wish to kill two birds with one stone? Indeed. Nara Shikamaru nodded heavily, expressing his intent to substitute Asuma's blood with that of Kakuzu. After making this decision, he searched for Kakuzu's name, only to find himself astonished upon discovering 5 vials of blood. How could this be? Was the scroll misleading? Shikamaru gazed in disbelief at the list within the scroll, his mind momentarily blank. The other 3 examined it closely, and indeed, there were 5 vials of blood. What could this mean? Were there 5 Kakuzus? Previously, during the live broadcast of Haiden and Kakuzu attacking the Hidden Cloud Village, the footage had focused predominantly on Haiden's combat, with Kakuzu only appearing once at the beginning, and that was merely a clone. The subsequent explosions in the Hidden Cloud Village left them unaware of his true methods of attack. This could explain how Kakuzu managed to capture 2 Jinchuriki while assaulting the village. Was it possible that he was composed of 5 individuals? Uzumaki Naruto remarked. Nara Shikamaru, equally astonished, pondered aloud. It seems we cannot simply exchange the blood this time. I wish to inquire, can I retain this opportunity? By acquiring more information about both individuals before we act, it would be beneficial for us. Certainly, came the response from the celestial screen. Following this, the scroll containing Haiden's information vanished from Shikamaru's hands, unbeknownst to Haiden, the scroll's owner. He was unaware that the celestial screen had revealed all the information contained within his scroll, despite knowing that the exchange of blood was a reward for those who answered correctly. As the celestial screen resolved the issue, the broadcast continued. In the future, the two continued their path of destruction, arriving at the Fire Temple in the Land of Fire, where a fierce battle ensued against Jin. Jin was defeated, and his body was exchanged for a bounty. This event quickly spread through the ninja world, prompting Konoha to launch an investigation. At that time, without the celestial screen, Konoha lacked accurate information about the Akatsuki organization, even being unaware of Haiden and Kakuzu's identities, let alone locating them. Asuma led a team to the Fire Temple, which included Nara Shikamaru, Inazuka, and Nara's companion, Shiranui Gima. Upon their arrival at the Fire Temple, they discovered that all inhabitants had been slain, with Jin's body missing. From their intelligence, they learned that Jin's body had been sent to the exchange center. The group pursued the lead, and a battle erupted outside the exchange center. Under the celestial screen, Asuma watched the confrontation between himself and the immortal duo, finally understanding why he was willing to risk his life to eliminate them in the future. It was for Jin. He had once been one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, and they had been colleagues, advancing towards a shared goal. For his former comrade, he would sacrifice everything. Of course, a significant part of this was due to a lack of information. They were unaware of the immortal duo's secrets, the cursed rituals, or the means by which Haiden executed his killings. Ultimately, Asuma met his demise. His death was both tragic and poignant. This video played for over an hour, illustrating the ferocity of the impending battle. Once all the footage concluded, the reason for Haiden's assassination of Asuma was starkly clear. Akin to his malevolent plot against the fourth Reappearance outside the Hidden Cloud Village, he employed the Death God's blood ritual, followed by the malevolent curse ceremony to eliminate Asuma. Although the truth of Haiden's secret is now laid bare under the celestial veil, it is evident that prior to its revelation, they were completely oblivious. As the video ended, the celestial screen announced a 15-minute intermission. The live chat group fell into an unusual silence. After a prolonged moment, Haiden abruptly appeared in the chat, inquiring, "Was that Asuma really that formidable?" "He is dead now." "So why does the entire scene seem so sorrowful? Killing the fourth Reappearance didn't evoke such sorrow, did it?" Upon hearing his words, a wave of indignation swept through the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "You scoundrel, you will never comprehend what emotions are, will you? You wretched creature. Orochimaru, summon me back from the dead. I shall vanquish this scoundrel." Orochimaru replied, "Let us make a trade. Release my hands, and I shall resurrect you. We shall unite as master and disciple to confront Haiden. From this point forth, I shall cease my assaults on Konoha, and you shall not oppose me. I will reclaim my blood, and you can avenge your son." "What do you say?" Haiden retorted, "Orochimaru, if you continue your incessant chatter, I shall perform the Death God's blood ritual on you right now, for I possess your cellular blood." Orochimaru, beneath the celestial veil, Yuhi Kurenai held Asuma tightly, weeping profusely. In the future scenes, even in death, she had remained resolute, shedding no tears. Yet now, foreknowledge of his demise rendered her unable to contain her sorrow. Asuma embraced her, saying, "Do not cry. Have faith, for this time, with the celestial exposure, I shall eliminate them, and I shall not perish." Kurenai nodded emphatically. At that moment, Nara Shikamura suddenly spoke in the celestial chat, "You are Haiden, are you not?" "I wish to challenge you." "No. I wish to challenge both you and your immortal partner. I wonder if you dare to accept my tactical challenge?" Upon this declaration, an astonished murmur rippled through the crowd, especially among those familiar with Nara Shikamura, for he was but 13 or 14 years old and not even a CH Nin yet. Naturally, had the CH Nin exams not been interrupted, he might have ascended to that rank. "A nameless wretch dares to challenge us, the immortal duo? It seems you are tired of living," Haiden scoffed. He recollected that this boy was the one who had answered correctly previously, possessing the authority to swap his blood. Could it be that he had exchanged his blood? With this thought, Haiden hastily unfurled his scroll, summoning all his blood, meticulously verifying the list to ensure no tampering had occurred before he felt at ease. It appears this celestial veil is not so formidable. He had thought it possessed the ability to exchange his blood. Now it seems, as long as he remains vigilant, the celestial veil cannot seize his scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Orochimaru, have you cowardice? A mere child dares to challenge Haiden. Do you not have the courage?" "Orochimaru, they are referred to as the immortal duo. Yet it seems they have no understanding of what true immortality entails. Haiden, are you not intent on killing me? I await your challenge." Sarutobi Hiruzen to Haiden, "Do you dare to accept my challenge? I, alongside Orochimaru, shall confront you." "Asuma, I, Asuma, also wish to challenge you." Akimichi Choji, from Team 10. Akimichi Choji challenges you. Yamanaka Ino challenges you. In an instant, several individuals emerged, with the latter two being mere genin. Genin have joined the fray. What a sight from Konoha. A ninja in the group could not contain his thoughts. Is there truly no one left in Konoha? Either genin or the deceased third Hokage are challenging the Akatsuki. Are the others too fearful? Sarutobi Hiruzen, what do you understand? Those three are students of Asuma from Team 10. They possess loyalty and compassion, unlike Haiden, who is devoid of humanity and revels in murder. Throughout my life, I have done little for my son and never acknowledged him. I deeply regret this in death. Grateful to the heavens for allowing me a chance to converse with my family and perhaps do something for them. Asuma, I have longed to tell you that you are my beloved son. Observing this scene, Asuma dropped the ash from his cigarette and, after a prolonged moment, typed a few words in the group. Father, you shall forever remain the finest Hokage in my heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with joy, resolved to study the Shinigami's reverse summoning to release Orochimaru's hands, enabling him to reincarnate himself and vanquish Haiden. Haiden, matters of the heart are utterly repugnant. This world knows not of emotions. Only faith is reliable. Believe in the cult of the evil god, and you shall attain immortality. Indeed, I know only murder. I relish in obliterating lives, and so what? Even now, I kill whomever I desire. Why waste breath on trivialities? I ask you, will you accept our challenge from Team 10? Nara Shikamaru inquired once more. Very well, I accept your challenge. Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Namanaka Ino, is it? I am currently occupied. When I am free, we shall arrange a time and place for our battle, including myself and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared. Asuma, witnessing this, proclaimed loudly, Father, I do not require your assistance. I can resolve my own matters. Please trust in me. Moreover, I will never forgive Orochimaru for killing you. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood this sentiment. While he could let go of hatred, his family would not. Very well, I shall refrain from involvement, but my son, you must ensure their demise. Indeed, boastful words. Let us see who shall kill whom. Asuma, is it? I shall remember your name. I will make the heavens aware that even if I prematurely unveil the future's narrative, I can still bring about your end. There are some things you can never alter. Haiden laughed heartily. At that moment, another individual appeared in the group. Damn it. I will kill you, Haiden. Mark my words. Count me in for the decisive battle. I am determined to slay this fiend. Originally, it was the fourth Reappearance who had recently completed his surgery. However, the very first thing he did upon leaving the operating room was to check the chat group on Tianmu. Upon seeing that everyone was eager to seek vengeance against Haiden, he eagerly joined their ranks. Noticing Haiden's silence, the fourth Reappearance called out once more, Cowardly Haiden, if you have the guts, don't run. Release our village's ninjas and wait for me to capture you. I will ensure you experience excruciating pain, pulling your tendons and removing your bones. This so-called immortal Haiden shall find no resting place. Let you understand the might of our Kumobikir. Despite having just undergone heart surgery, the fourth Reappearance appeared anything but a patient, vociferously expressing his wrath in the chat group. It was evident that this setback had deeply unsettled him. He berated Haiden for several minutes, yet Haiden remained silent. Just when he thought Haiden had conceded, Haiden made a statement in the group. Next, please broadcast every one of my actions live on Tianmu. I want the fourth Reappearance to see precisely how he meets his demise. I guarantee that even if you know all my secrets, you will be unable to stop me. With that, he plunged a knife into his own chest once more. And the fourth Reappearance, who had been vehemently cursing Haiden in the live chat, was sent back into the operating room. Initially, it seemed that Tianmu was about to conclude for the day and take a break, but unexpectedly, in the final minutes, the two had stirred up quite a commotion. Under the gaze of Tianmu, everyone was astonished by the scene before them. This was the world of ninjas, where killing was as simple as speaking, and death could be reversed? Senju Hashirama remarked, What can I say? The fourth Reappearance is an absolute fool. The first Reappearance added, I was inclined to oppose. But in this moment, I concede. The third Reappearance chastised. Fourth, are you not ashamed? Can't you use your brain? That secretary of his, was it not? Bind his hands for me, so he doesn't embarrass himself further. To which, Mabu agreed yes. Understood, third lord. To preclude the fourth Reappearance from causing further disturbances in the chat group post-surgery, Maba had his hands and feet bound. Why bind his feet, you ask? The reason was simple. She had heard that Orochimaru could still communicate in the chat group using his feet after his hands were rendered useless. Therefore, to be cautious, she had his feet bound as well. Before long, a day passed, the Tianmu live broadcast concluded, and the chat group was closed. Everyone returned home or resumed their training. Naruto Uzumaki arrived home, pushed open the door, and immediately spotted Kushina Uzumaki in the room. She had prepared dinner, and the room was impeccably tidy. Within, Kakashi Hitaki and the 5 Kage were present, apparently engaged in conversation just moments before. Kushina waved at Naruto upon his return. Son, come here. Naruto blinked in disbelief. As if caught in a dream, feeling a mixture of elation and apprehension. Unable to resist, he pinched himself, and, upon feeling genuine pain, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh, mother. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I prepared these dishes. I hope they suit your taste. As Uzumaki Kushina inquired, Naruto nodded emphatically. while Kakashi Hitaki and Tsunade rose to their feet. We shall take our leave for now. Once Jiraiya returns, we will send Naruto on his journey, they stated before exiting the room. Subsequently, Naruto learned that to prevent the Akatsuki from capturing the Jinchuriki, the higher-ups of Konoha had resolved to wait for Jiraiya's return to take him out for training, thus evading the organization's pursuit. Uzumaki Kushina gently stroked Naruto's head and said, "If your father were here, we could work together to seal the tailed beast chakra within me, ensuring your safety." Naruto chuckled, replying, "Mother, I am destined to be the 7th Hokage, do not underestimate me. Even with Kurama residing within me, I am determined to protect both him and myself." A smile graced Kushina's lips as she nodded earnestly. "However, once I depart, you will be left alone. Will you feel lonely?" Naruto asked. Kushina glanced around cautiously to confirm that no A and B were eavesdropping before whispering, "Mother has a mission as well. I shall be departing tomorrow. I return solely to remind you to take care of yourself. I look forward to seeing you grow up and eventually marry." Naruto nodded in agreement. That midnight, Jiraiya returned to the village, and after a brief conversation with Tsunade, he took Naruto with him. As for their wedding, they both understood that the time was not yet ripe. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina obeyed Hikari's orders and journeyed to the coastal region of the Land of Fire in search of an ancient relic resembling a small turtle, known as the Plow. She was uncertain of its purpose, but since it was Hikari's request, she felt compelled to comply. Simultaneously, the members of Team 10, Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, set off from Konoha with a straightforward objective, to intercept the Immortal duo. Initially, they were unaware of the whereabouts of the two individuals carrying the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. However, in the final moments of the live broadcast, Haiden, seeking revenge on the Fourth Reikage, demanded that the broadcast replay his ritual of the Death God's curse. This footage allowed Nara Shikamaru to deduce their location with remarkable accuracy, enabling them to set off in pursuit swiftly. As the night passed in silence, the following morning, many had grown accustomed to the presence of the live broadcast and resumed their daily activities, unlike the previous days filled with excitement over the ongoing stream. Nonetheless, the broadcast remained visible in the sky, allowing anyone outdoors to view it without hindrance to their tasks. At 8 o'clock, the broadcast commenced punctually, with the chat group opening 10 minutes prior. The Fourth Reikage, was the first to charge in. "Where the hell is Haiden?" At that moment, Maki stood in front of him, saying, "Sir, please remain calm. You've been shouting all night. Thankfully, this chat group has a break time. Or you might have perished countless times. I fear not death, no matter how many times it may come. My thirst for vengeance burns fiercely within me." The Fourth Reikage's temper flared. "Sir, if Faden stabs his heart, we can still operate. But what if he decides to sever his own head? Do you believe we could still perform surgery? Could we save you?" These words were, of course, not spoken in the group chat, for the Fourth Reikage valued his dignity. Yet, Secretary Mabu-e was truly at his wit's end. Serving him was indeed exhausting. "What? He could sever my head?" The Fourth Reikage gazed incredulously at Mabu-e. His curiosity piqued. "Indeed. Did you not witness the live broadcast yesterday? After he inflicted harm upon himself, you were rushed to the hospital, while he managed to escape, only to be intercepted by our village's ninjas. His limbs were severed, and he was even beheaded, yet he still clung to life. When you challenged him, he stood within the live feed, did he not? At that moment, he plunged a spear into his own heart, and you were once again in the operating room." Mabu-e recounted the events of the previous day's broadcast. "So if you provoke him further and he chooses to behead himself, then you—" The words hung heavily in the air, as Mabu-e dared not voice the implications, leaving the Fourth Reikage to ponder the consequences alone. He took a moment to calm himself, gazing at the sky screen before turning back to his companions. Darui stood resolutely by his side, nodding gravely. "Yes, my lord, it was I who personally beheaded Faden. Yet he did not perish. He remains alive." Darui reported the situation at that time. Upon absorbing all this information, the Fourth Reikage felt a sense of disbelief wash over him, followed by a deep sigh. "I am merely defiant. Rest assured, I am a man of intellect. Though I may act impulsively at times, I can discern priorities." No sooner had he spoken than several individuals emerged in the chat group. "Is that you, Fourth Reikage? Have you recovered? Feeling well enough to stir up trouble again?" asked Koyomi Mei. "Good morning, Mei. I'm well, thank you. Shall we converse once I am revived?" replied Senju Tobarama. "Wow, I never imagined the second Hokage was a rap virtuoso. Incredible!" exclaimed Killer Bee. "What eyes? To be honest, second grandfather, I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Whatever happened to the aloof second Hokage? You seem transformed in the presence of Koyomi-me, remarked Tsunade. I have always looked down upon Senju Tobirama. His recent behavior disgusts me further, declared Uchiha Madara. Koyomi-me, you single dog. Why must you prevent others from finding love? She retorted. Whom do you insult? Madara shot back. Whom do you insult? Echoed Uchiha Izuna. Whom do you insult? Inquired Uchiha Shursui. Whom do you insult? Uchiha Bito. Prompted Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha. Suddenly, a realization struck. I have come to understand that the Uchiha clan did not perish due to extermination, but rather due to an abundance of single individuals. Senju Hashirama suddenly made his presence known. Uchiha Madara, in the chat group. The esteemed individuals were engaged in light-hearted banter when, unexpectedly, the sky above shifted, revealing a live broadcast with over 50 divided screens, each showcasing a prominent figure. The sight invoked memories of a quiz competition. Indeed, as the visuals materialized, a line of text appeared above, the top 10 IQ rankings of the ninja world revealed. This question and answer session promised rewards for any ninja ranked within the top 10, whether responder or rank holder, based on the accuracy of their answers. The announcement elicited considerable excitement, as many recognized their own likeness among the 50-plus screens. Figures such as Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Inoki, Terumi-me, Tsunade, Killer Bee, Pain, Deidara, Kagaya, and Nara Shikaku appeared. However, wait a moment, where was my image? Suddenly, the fourth Reappearance exclaimed in the chat group. The silhouettes of the 5 great ninja village leaders were all present, and even some who had passed were included, yet his own image was conspicuously absent. His inquiry left many speechless, not out of reluctance, but simply due to their disinterest in engaging with him. Standing beside him, Mabui sighed heavily and placed the document she held upon the Reappearance desk. I am utterly exhausted. I can no longer tolerate this. Sir, I shall take my leave to rest. With that, she turned to depart, indifferent to his whims and unbothered by his potential outbursts. In recent days, he had been unusually energetic, reveling in the chaos of life and death, while she could no longer endure the tumult. What is the matter, Mabui? Why are you leaving? The fourth Reappearance queried, bewildered. Mabui paused at the door, glancing back slightly. Sir, do you understand why your image is absent from the top 56 of the Ninja World IQ rankings? It is because you have an injury. She pointed to her own head. The fourth Reappearance blinked, perplexed. What injury? I do not recall any harm to my head. Mabui responded, your IQ is the real affliction. With that, she flicked her hair and departed swiftly, quickening her pace to a run. Only when she was beyond the jurisdiction of the Reappearance office did she exhale a sigh of relief, fearful that he might realize her jest and unleash a lightning-infused strike upon her. In the live group, the fourth Reappearance ceased speaking. Despite his somewhat delayed reactions and impulsive nature, he seemed to grasp the situation. He understood why the current broadcast had excluded his image, because his IQ simply could not compare to those displayed above. In that moment, he began to question his own capabilities as Reappearance. Not only him, but the citizens of Kumogakure seemed to share his doubt. Was the Reappearance absent from the rankings? How peculiar. What was so strange about it? Could you not see the actions of Kumogakure for yourselves? What is our predicament? Our status as one of the 5 great ninja villages, willing to challenge the Akatsuki, attests to our formidable strength. Why do you lack the courage to do so? The ability to take action does not necessarily equate to a high intelligence quotient. The current evaluation by the Heavenly Canopy pertains to an intelligence ranking, not a prowess ranking in ninjutsu. Upon reading this, the inhabitants of the Hidden Cloud Village fell into collective silence. At that moment, the Heavenly Canopy announced, we now present the selection for the 10th place in the intelligence ranking. Please commence your rapid responses. The competition for the 10th position was indeed formidable. Sakura glanced at the messages in the chat group and then at the 56 ninja graphics displayed on the Heavenly Canopy, scratching her head slightly. Of course, if we are speaking of the highest intelligence, I would nominate Nara Shikamaru, but for the 10th spot, it becomes rather intricate, remarked Rockley. Ding. The leader of the Hidden Mist Village, C.H. Jur, successfully buzzed in. My response is rather spontaneous. Should I offend anyone here, I beg your forgiveness. I believe the 10th place should be Kakashi Hitaki, as he is quite renowned throughout the ninja world and, in the future, will become the 6th Hokage. I hold him in high esteem, so I think he deserves the 10th position. Tobirama Senju quipped. You little rascal, why did you not select me? I am on the list as well. C.H. Jur replied, Lord 4th Mizukage, your intelligence is undoubtedly superior to Kakashi's, hence my decision not to choose you. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. No. I disagree. I firmly believe that Kakashi-sensei should hold the top spot, the very first place. Sakura interjected, Naruto, is your intelligence also a weak point? It's already commendable for our teacher to make the top 10. There are still the first and second Hokage to consider. Naruto retorted, well, that is true. But my father's intelligence is no small matter either. Kakashi Hatake chimed in, Naruto, did you not just declare me number 1? How quickly you have betrayed me. Naruto laughed, haha, sensei, my intelligence is indeed a weak point. At that moment, the fourth Reappearance, felt a pang of distress each time the phrase weak point appeared in the chat. It felt as though it was directed at him. Concerning the 10th position, everyone seemed hesitant to make a definitive judgment. Even Jir's response was made with a sense of trial and error. Ding. Correct answer. Jir is rewarded with 2 chakra enhancement pills, and the 10th place, Kakashi Hatake, receives 5 complimentary mixed-gender hot spring bath vouchers. Kakashi stared incredulously at the rewards in his hand. It seemed the heavenly canopy truly understood him, bestowing upon him 5 hot spring vouchers, no less for a mixed-gender bath. Meanwhile, Jeriah, who had been traveling and training with Naruto, was taken aback by this development. Mixed-gender hot spring bath? Ah, those vouchers are mine. Kakashi, how about I give you a copy of my new book for those vouchers? I need them. I truly need them. Tsunade responded with a blank stare. Kushina Uzumaki cautioned, Granddaughter, you should think carefully about this person. He is quite troublesome. Tsunade reassured her, we will not be marrying, Grandma. You need not worry. Jiraiya added. I'll pass. Tsunade, rest assured, I will strive to be a good man. Naruto shouted, Pervy Sage, what are you doing? Why are you touching that girl? I'm going to get beaten up again. Run. As he fled, Naruto revealed Jiraiya's antics on the heavenly canopy. Jiraiya, in a fit of anger, struck his hand down, exclaiming, such matters should not be discussed in the group. Tsunade is watching. However, there was little he could do, as speaking would earn points, especially for comments that captured everyone's attention, which garnered even more points. Naruto Uzumaki soon realized that merely participating in the group chat could earn him points. He discovered that answering questions incorrectly would still yield 5 points, while correct answers would not only provide rewards, but also an additional 20 points. Furthermore, if one were to utter something truly astonishing that captivated all, they might even earn 50 points. Is it true? Points can be earned? Then perhaps I could obtain beauty-enhancing elixirs for Tsunade. I shall strive to accumulate points. Jiraiya laughed heartily. The announcement commenced to select the 9th place in the ninja world IQ ranking. Let the rapid responses begin. The sky screen reminded them. Ding. I believe it is the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, replied someone from Awagakure. Ding. Incorrect. A penalty of 10 points. Ding. I believe it is the 4th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Incorrect. A penalty of 10 points. Ding. Could it be the 3rd Hokage? Ding. Incorrect. A penalty of 10 points. The sky screen displayed a total of 56 participants, and Kakashi Hatake had secured the 10th position. With each incorrect answer, a competitor was eliminated. Finally, someone, by sheer luck, guessed correctly. This person was merely an ordinary citizen. Not even a ninja. Ding. My answer is Jiraiya Sensei. I have witnessed his battles, and he possesses remarkable intelligence. I believe he might secure the 9th position in the Ninja World IQ ranking. This answer was merely a shot in the dark, yet unexpectedly. The sky screen chimed, Congratulations to a Quan from the land of Earth for answering correctly. You are rewarded with 10 gold bars. Simultaneously, Jeriah, the 9th place recipient, was awarded the lightning release technique, Raikiri. Wait, did I just hear 10 gold bars? Am I not seeing things? In an instant, the reward of Raikiri for Jeriah failed to evoke envy among the crowd, whereas the 10 gold bars earned by the respondent sent the group into an uproar. How heavy are 10 gold bars? My goodness, that person struck gold. In the current market, a single gold bar weighed at least 10 grams, making it 100 grams in total. Truly a fortune. I envy him. I truly envy him. I want gold bars too. I wish to answer questions. I want to respond as well. Amidst this frenzy, the number of participants speaking in the group peaked, a phenomenon unseen since the commencement of the Sky Screen broadcast. The astonishment value in the background was continually refreshing. At that moment, Yin Yi, situated in the castle of the Fire Country's daimyo, observed the scene with curiosity. The rewards from the Sky Screen were typically tailored to individual needs. The previous rewards of wood release techniques had not incited such astonishment. What was happening? What is the matter with everyone? Hashirama Senju could not help but inquire. Upon witnessing this scene, Tobarama Senju remarked, "It appears that the ninja world is predominantly comprised of ordinary individuals who lack chakra and the ability to perform ninjutsu. They observe the spectacle merely for amusement. In the past, there was little opportunity for them to succeed in the answering game, yet this time, an ordinary person has acquired 10 gold bars, which represents a fortune for them, igniting a glimmer of hope. This must be the reason behind such a significant uproar." At that moment, the fortunate recipient of the gold bars, Alquan, once again spoke in the group. "I truly received them. It's real. Ha ha ha." This proclamation drew forth a wave of envy from the crowd. Everyone expressed their determination to strive for answers and engage actively in the forthcoming questions. Next, they were prompted to answer the question regarding the 8th position in the Ninja World's intelligence ranking. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Karatsuchi, Anoki, how dare you call me that? Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in anger. Aside from Hashirama's mother, who dares to call me that? I shall eliminate his entire family. Upon hearing this, the individual who had uttered the name fell silent, for life was far more valuable than wealth. However, as the names continued to be revealed, they were all incorrect. Some were penalized with point deductions, while those commoners who had never spoken before found their scores reduced to 0, and after receiving punishment, their scores plummeted into the negative, resulting in their ban from the group. Ding, my answer is Nara Shikamaru. The one who spoke was none other than Tintin, one of the 12 young ninjas. Congratulations. Konoha Tintin, your answer is correct. You are rewarded with chakra exceeding twice your physical capacity, in addition to receiving Nara Shikamaru's secret technique, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Wow, it's him. The Nara Shikamaru who answered 2 questions correctly yesterday. Someone recognized the name. No, in my opinion, Shikamaru's IQ is unparalleled in the ninja world. Rock Lee exclaimed again. Kakashi Hitaki nodded slightly. If Shikamaru is ahead of me, I can accept that. Jeriah chimed in. Is Shikamaru truly that intelligent? I refuse to accept it. I must compete with him. Killer Bee added. It seems I shall be among the top 5 in the ninja intelligence ranking. However, may I inquire what compete means? Jeriah replied. You still engage in rap and don't know this? Battle, compete, it means a struggle of strength. Killer Bee exclaimed. Yagura. What a revelation. Jeriah, you are truly impressive for knowing this term. I see now that you are indeed a master in the realm of rap. Jeriah laughed heartily. You flatter me. When I have time, I shall compete with you in rap, but for now, I refuse to accept that my intelligence is beneath Nara Shikamaru's. As a man who has lived for over 50 years, how can I possibly be outsmarted by a mere child? Nara Shikamaru, I shall compete with you. Meanwhile, Asuma, leading the Inoshikacho trio, was in pursuit of the Immortal duo. They had received word that the adversaries had lingered for several hours after leaving the 2 Jinchuriki in the southern part of the Land of Hot Water before heading to the Land of Grass. Reluctantly, the 4 were making their way northward. As for the 2 tails Jinchuriki, it was reported that 90% of the tailed beast had already been extracted, and the wooden man had presumably met his demise as well. A quartet of individuals advanced swiftly, their gazes drawn to the words hovering in the sky. Nara Shikamaru furrowed his brow slightly and muttered, what a hassle. He never anticipated that he would find himself ranked 8th on the intelligence leaderboard of the shinobi world. While he was elated to have acquired a secret technique, the incessant clamor from Jiraiya and the group, demanding a duel, was an unwelcome burden. Let us take a moment to rest. We have not paused since last night, Asuma declared, halting his steps, prompting the others to do the same as they took a brief respite. Indeed, they had been on the move for over 10 hours since the previous evening, only halting to gather information on the whereabouts of the Immortal duo. The 4 paused in the mountains, where Ino produced military rations to distribute among them. CHG shook his head, declaring that he would not partake in such fare as he still had snacks of his own. At this moment, Jiraiya called out to Shikamaru in the group. Shikamaru, Shikamaru? Asuma chuckled. Ever since you learned yesterday that I would meet my demise at the hands of the Immortal duo, you 3 have been rather anxious. It would do you good to relax a bit, Shikamaru, and engage in some friendly competition. Teacher, I do not wish to provoke him. Shikamaru frowned, though deep inside, he was more inclined to explore the newly acquired ninjutsu, shadow mimicry technique. Your reward can wait. Let us have a contest first. Haven't you noticed that the system is also waiting? Asuma continued. If it were earlier, the system would have inquired about the identity of the 7th smartest ninja in the world by now. Since it hasn't uttered a word, it seems it is awaiting your response. Reluctantly, Shikamaru sighed and asked in the group, Jiraiya-sensei, what shall we compete in? in intelligence. All right, shall we each pose a question? One question from each of us, with 10 seconds to answer. Whoever answers incorrectly or fails to respond will lose. System, please act as the judge. If I win, I shall claim the 8th spot on the ninja intelligence ranking, and you shall grant me the shadow mimicry technique, while I grant you my lightning release. Lightning cutter? Naruto exclaimed, perverted sage, you're so idle. Shikamaru is quite busy. I do not care about that. I simply desire a contest. Killer Bee chimed in, let us compete. Let us compete. Let us compete. Shikamaru frowned, yet he secretly relished the idea of the shadow mimicry technique reward. He truly did not want to concede it to anyone else. Very well, let us commence. In that moment, Shikamaru set aside his reservations. For the sake of a new ninjutsu, he was willing to invest some time. Here is a question. There is 1 monkey on the ground and 7 monkeys in the tree. How many monkeys are there in total? Jeriah inquired excitedly. That depends on which 7 you mean. If it's the 7 that means 8, and if one is pregnant, then there are 9. If 2 monkeys are pregnant, it would be 10. If 3 monkeys are pregnant, it would be 12. And if all are pregnant with twins, that makes 15. Shikamaru began to calculate meticulously. Ultimately, if it's not the 7 referring to quantity but rather the writing position, then there are 8. Now, tell me, wintermelon, pumpkin, and watermelon are all edible. What is an edible? 17, 16, 15. North melon. Incorrect, foolish one. Now consider this. A single frog has 4 legs, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth. 2 frogs would then have 8 legs and 3 eyes, and with 29 frogs accompanied by 381 tadpoles, how many legs are there in total? Shikamaru continued. Sweat began to bead on Jiraiya's forehead. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The total is greater than 116 and less than 40 legs. This is because tadpoles may have 1 leg, 3 legs, or eventually transform into frogs and grow 4 legs. Thus, the answer lies within this range. Shikamaru elaborated. Now, let me pose a question. Jeriah interjected urgently. It's my turn to ask. What is 99,984 multiplied by 5841? 10, 9, 8, 7. This is quite difficult. There is no way he can answer it within 10 seconds. Equal to 4628, 609, 3040. Nara Shikamaru responded in nearly 3 seconds. Jiraiya's mouth fell agape. So fast. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. Ha ha ha. The pervy sage has been defeated. So, my 8th place is indeed well-deserved? Shikamaru inquired. Jeriah cleared his throat and eventually nodded. I admit, my IQ is not on par with yours. Comparing myself to you, I believe my intellect surpasses yours. Suddenly, after 2 or 3 hours of silence, the 4th Reikage emerged. Nara Shikamaru, I wish to contest you for the 8th position on the Ninja World IQ ranking. Upon seeing the 4th Reikage, Shikamaru promptly submerged himself in silence. What a hassle. Subsequently, during his break, Shikamaru began to study the shadow personification technique. As he had no time to waste on trivial matters, he aimed to master this jutsu before catching up with the Immortal duo, for it might prove useful. In the chat group, no one paid any heed to the 4th Reikage, and he fell silent. Ding, may I ask? Who is the 7th place on the Ninja World IQ ranking? Please respond quickly. The inquiry continued. Ding, my father, Narashikaku. Shikamaru, engrossed in his studies, replied immediately. The answer was correct, earning him 3 times his chakra capacity, along with an additional reward of chakra from his father, Narashikaku, which was 4 times his own. Previous rewards had been twice as much, but as the rankings ascended, the chakra rewards increased significantly. Senju Hashirama remarked. As expected of the 8th-ranked sage, he answered the 7th place instantly. A father and son connection, no need for DNA testing, it's evident. Senju Tobarama added, Brother, I am beginning to question your IQ. Uchiha Madara interjected, no need for doubt. I often refer to him as the foolish pillar. Senju Hashirama chuckled. The selection for the 6th place followed, with everyone guessing several names without success. Among the 56 viewers of the live stream, excluding the other 4, there remained 52 participants, all having made numerous guesses without hitting the mark. Ding. Could it be me, Yakushi Kabuto? Suddenly, an unfamiliar name appeared before everyone. The screen confirmed. Congratulations, Yakushi Kabuto. You are indeed the 6th place on the Ninja World IQ ranking. Congratulations on receiving the secret medical ninjutsu, as well as the forbidden technique, Impure World Reincarnation. The screen granted Kabuto 2 rewards. The live chat erupted in astonishment. Who is Yakushi Kabuto? How can he be 6th? Does his intellect surpass that of Kakashi Hitaki and Jiraiya? Why am I unfamiliar with this individual? I do not recognize him. I've never heard of him. Shimura Danzo commented. Can a nameless individual truly enter the rankings? In an instant, the live chat expressed skepticism regarding Yakushi Kabuto's inclusion in the rankings. The celestial screen seemed to sense the crowd's inquiries and responded directly. Kabuto Yakushi, a super spy, has held multiple double-agent identities, is well-versed in medical ninjutsu, and is a prized disciple of Orochimaru. In the forthcoming Great War, he possesses an irreplaceable role, having also mastered the arts of the Immortal. He has been ranked 6th on the intelligence leaderboard of the ninja world by numerous netizens. The onlookers marveled at the revelation that this obscure figure wielded such formidable power in the future. Although the prominent figures in the ninja world expressed some dissent regarding this ranking, it was widely acknowledged by the celestial screen, leaving them with little recourse. Who holds the 5th position on the ninja intelligence leaderboard? Please respond. Appeared in bold letters on the celestial broadcast. The scene remained unchanged, yet this time significantly fewer participants engaged in answering. Previously, the chat was abuzz with activity as many commoners, enticed by generous rewards, endeavored to respond. However, after several rounds, many had erred, resulting in negative points and subsequent bans from the chat, leaving only the ninjas from various villages active. Ding. I believe it is the 4th Mizukage, Mei Terumi. I think it's Inoki. No, it must be Lord Hashirama Senju. Kabuto Yakushi. I suspect it is Lord Orochimaru. His abilities surely surpass mine. Ding. Correct answer. Reward. 5 times the chakra of your physical body and 5 beauty-enhancing elixirs for Orochimaru. Orochimaru. What would I do with beauty elixirs? As a man, I desire resurrection pills. I seek transformation pills. I want my hands back. Jeriah. Orochimaru, have faith in yourself. You will surely find a use for them. Haha. Now, who is the 4th on the ninja intelligence leaderboard? Please respond. In the blink of an eye, the selection for the 4th position had arrived. And many prominent figures in the ninja world had not been recognized. A sense of urgency filled the chat. It's me. I believe I deserve the 4th position. Inoki declared. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am known for my doctoral prowess in ninjutsu. This ranking rightfully belongs to me. If only the celestial screen would reward me with a resurrection pill, then Tsunade could step down, and I could return to being Hokage. Shimura Danzo. I once thought I was unparalleled in shamelessness, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, I concede you exceed me. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, you began opposing me the moment you left Konoha. Didn't you? Don't forget, we were classmates. Shimura Danzo. I once regarded you as a friend, a classmate, a kin. How did you perceive me? I too wish to be Hokage. Have you ever allowed me that chance? Namake's Minato could become the 4th Hokage, and Tsunade the 5th. What about me? You were the 3rd, and the 4th perished, yet you still seek a resurrection pill from the celestial screen to reclaim your position? Aren't you ashamed? Senju Hashirama, no? Senju Tobarama. Indeed, that is rather shameless. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you all. I shall retreat into silence. Unable to contend with others, I can only remain silent. Otherwise, it would incite public outrage. No one understands this situation better than he does. Ding. My answer is Senju Tobarama. He developed numerous ninjutsu. I have always held him in great admiration. Suddenly, the usually reticent Minato Namake's interjected eagerly. Senju Tobarama. Thank you, Minato. I believe you two must be an outstanding Hokage. Ding. Congratulations, Minato Namake's, for answering correctly. Buddha-san, where are you now? I have reunited with my mother. Did you see that? Naruto Uzumaki joyfully called out in the group upon witnessing Minato's answer. Minato was deeply moved. It was Naruto's correct answer that had granted him the resurrection elixir, allowing him to revive Kushina Uzumaki, and now their family of 3 finally had a chance to reunite. However, the time was not yet right. I am currently occupied with a mission. Naruto, make sure to train well. Daddy loves you. Minato said kindly. Naruto sent a flurry of nodding emojis followed by a cascade of smiles. He felt that this moment was truly beautiful. His parents were alive, although they were not together. Their bond could not be severed. Mommy and Daddy, I love you too. Naruto's face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed. Jiraiya furrowed his brows and turned to him, saying, It seems you have never said you love me. I treat you so well. Can you not cherish me as family? Naruto, perverted sage, is it my transformation technique that you adore? The seductive technique. Suddenly, a stunning blonde beauty clad in revealing attire appeared before Jeriah, causing him to gasp. Blood spurting from his nose. It must be said, he was utterly defenseless against Naruto's tactics. The 4th place in the Ninja World Intelligence ranking had been secured by Senju Tobarama, And next came the scramble for third place. Kahaku Meiding. According to my calculations, if Brother Tobirama is fourth, then surely I must be third? I possess 2 types of bloodline limits, and as the 5th Mizukage, I feel third place is rightfully mine. Anoki. No, 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 third place should be mine. I wield the bloodline elimination technique and have governed a Wagakure for decades. Under my leadership, the will of the stones has grown ever more resolute, and our future is looking brighter both politically and in character. Hence, I am the rightful candidate for third place in the Ninja World Intelligence ranking. The 2nd Tsuchikage, Anoki, if you assert that, then am I not second? The 2nd Mizukage, Anoki, if that's the case, then I am first. The 2nd Tsuchikage, Little Mustache, are you a sycophant? Every time I surface, you appear. When I remain hidden, you also submerge. I suspect you harbor a grudge against me. The 2nd Mizukage, of course. Have you forgotten how we both perished? We perished together. In life, we were entangled, and in death, how could I possibly let you off the hook? You, Konohamaru, I feel these 2 grandfathers share a love that transcends lifetimes, unyielding and eternal. Whose child is this, daring to cause a ruckus in the group? The 2nd Tsuchikage immediately recognized Konohamaru's visage, instantly discerning him to be a mere child. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, "What is it, my grandson?" To which Sarutobi PPH responded, "What is it, my grandson? Is that not permissible?" Ding. My answer is Minato Namikaze. Suddenly, Konohamaru pressed the buzzer. The onlookers were rendered speechless, engaged in their quarrels. They had entirely forgotten about the competition. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ask, "Konohamaru, why did you not say your grandfather? I am quite clever myself, and I am indeed among the 56 candidates." Konohamaru replied, "Grandfather, I perceive you to lack intelligence, on the contrary. The 4th Hokage is rather taciturn yet managed to sire such a brilliant child as Brother Naruto. Thus, I believe him to be quite astute, which is why I selected him." Kushina Uzumaki chuckled. "Oh, how delightful this child is. He clearly possesses great potential." Despite praising Minato, Konohamaru inadvertently lauded their entire family. "Dear child, do you imply that my offspring lacks intelligence? Your selection method is rather peculiar." Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated further educating his grandson. Yet, unexpectedly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, Konohamaru, your answer is correct. The 3rd highest IQ in the ninja world is indeed Minato Namikaze." The rationale was straightforward. His capacity for learning and developing ninjutsu was exceptionally robust, and it was largely due to his strategic intellect that the Ninja Alliance could breach the defenses of Kagaya's formidable foe, Madara Uchiha. During the latter stages of the Great War, Konohamaru was rewarded with a quintuple enhancement of his chakra, while Minato received 10 beauty and health elixirs. The crowd gazed upon these rewards with envious admiration. Upon receiving the elixirs, Minato's first thought was of Kushina. He decided to share half with her, and the other half with Naruto, instructing him to give some to Hinata, as she was destined to be his future daughter-in-law. After all, charity begins at home. Next came the announcement for the 2nd place in the ninja IQ rankings, prompting a flurry of eager responses. Me, me, me. It has to be me," exclaimed several prominent figures, for only 2 slots remained. The higher the rank, the more lavish the rewards, after all. Minato had just acquired elixirs worth a staggering 100,000 each, and now he possessed 10. This time, even Akatsuki members Haiden and Kakuzu joined the fray. "Ding. I choose Uchiha Madara," declared Haiden. "Ding. I choose Senju Hashirama," Kakuzu replied. Haiden insisted, "Madara is superior." Kakuzu countered, "Hashirama is stronger." Asuma interjected, "Please. This is a ranking of intellect, not strength. Do pay attention." Haiden and Kakuzu responded, "Huh?" Only after realizing their mistake did they exhale heavily in resignation. Haiden remarked, "So, you are Asuma? Ha ha ha, they have come to us willingly, yet they dare to confront us. If it were not for the reward." Who would hastily answer this? Kakuzu, eliminate him. Nara Shikamaru, do you truly believe you can vanquish my mentor? Despite our class comprising 3 adolescents and a solitary teacher, I assure you, you will undoubtedly meet your demise. What kind of heretical cult is this? It appears to be nothing but a farce. How outrageous. Nara Shikamaru, you insolent fool, do you seek death? I shall grant you that wish. Just wait. Do not be deceived by the absence of blood in my hands. I possess the means to annihilate you, to dismember you into minuscule fragments, ensuring you never attain rebirth. Haiden, upon hearing these words, immediately lost his composure. In his mind, the cult was his unwavering faith, his very essence. Anyone who dared to defame it would face his wrath. Meanwhile, Team 10 from Konoha was in pursuit of the Immortal duo, anxiously glancing at the heavens as they traveled. Inuzuka Ino turned to Shikamaru. Do you think he will take the bait? Why is he merely hurling insults and not issuing a challenge? This was Nara Shikamaru's tactic. Patience. Just a moment longer. Haiden, do you not wish to kill me? Let us begin. I await your move. The cult is but a joke. Once again, Shikamaru unleashed his scornful words into the group. Haiden could no longer contain himself. Earlier, he had been on the verge of exploding. Yet his blood reserves contained neither Asuma's nor Nara Shikamaru's essence. Executing them on the spot was impossible. Where are you? Where are you? I will slay you. Initially, they had set out northward to capture the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, but before reaching the land of waterfalls, they stumbled upon this enraging spectacle. Nara Shikamaru was courting death. If he did not defend his Z-cult, he was unworthy of wielding the power of blood. In the northern region of the Land of Fire, at the border with the Land of Ice, there lies a quaint town called Laughing Horse Town. Do you dare to come? Heretical cult? Ah, Adho. As Haiden turned abruptly, he headed southward. You await my arrival. I shall surely slay you. Kakuzu observed this scene and remarked, you have fallen for his ruse. He ranks 8th on the intelligence chart. I am aware, yet I cannot tolerate this. How can I allow such a person to insult my faith and humiliate it before the eyes of the world? Such a thing shall not be permitted. I must kill that Nara Shikamaru. Kakuzu, will you accompany me? Kakuzu halted, retrieving the bounty note from his possession, revealing Asuma's worth of 35 million ryo. For the sake of wealth, let us go. With that, Kakuzu turned and followed suit. At this moment, nothing held greater importance to him than the pursuit of riches. He could afford to let the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, remain elusive for a while longer. Eventually, he would capture her. The confrontation between the two factions would require some time to unfold. This incident swiftly ignited a fervor within the group. What is transpiring? Are Konoha Asuma and his comrades seeking the Immortal duo? It is known that even the 4th Reikage could not defeat him. Can they succeed? I feel that once the two parties converge, it is destined to be a grand battle. Alas, my heart races with excitement as I finally witness the fabled duo of immortality in combat. Truly remarkable. At this moment, Tsunade, noticing the conversations in the chat group, furrows her brow in contemplation. When did they depart from Konoha, and why was no one informed? It is not until this juncture that Shizun discloses to Tsunade that the Inoshikacho trio and Asuma left Konoha last night. They deemed it more prudent to take the initiative rather than await future events, thus embarking on a quest to locate the Immortal duo. Swiftly, she instructs Shizun to alert Kakashi Hitaki to proceed to the designated chat location for support. Fearing for the safety of Team 10, Tsunade issues her orders with urgency. Shizun nods and promptly sets about delivering the notifications. Meanwhile, in the chat group, after a brief explosion of activity, the participants recall the significance of the quiz. This is the election for the 2nd position on the Ninja Intelligence leaderboard. What rewards might await the correct answer? Ding. Once again, a participant chimes in. My answer is Naruto Uzumaki. I believe he is capable of becoming the 7th Hokage, hence his intelligence must be considerable. It is Gaara of Tsunade who responds. After 2 days of recuperation, his condition has markedly improved, and he continues to replenish his chakra, thus joining the fray, hoping to earn an instant vitality pill or a boost to his chakra reserves. Ding, incorrect answer. Sasuke Uchiha? He tries again. Incorrect. After another failed attempt, Gaara has now lost 20 points, his already meager score diminished further. He gazes at the screen, noting that several high-ranking figures have already been mentioned and answered incorrectly. Who then? Could it be? Suddenly, his eyes are drawn to a figure in the farthest corner of the screen, and a spark of realization ignites within him. He decides to take one last chance. Ding, is it Itachi Uchiha? Ding, it is indeed Itachi Uchiha. Simultaneously, another voice chimes in, none other than the deceased Shursui Uchiha. The simultaneous responses astonish all present. Such an occurrence has never transpired since the inception of this quiz. The chat even confirms that both individuals answered at the same time. How could this be? Shimura Danzo expresses his dissatisfaction. He is the one who annihilated his entire clan. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. He repeatedly asserts this in the chat. Ding. The evaluation concludes. Congratulations to Gaara and Shursui Uchiha for their correct answers. The widely acknowledged 2nd place on the Ninja Intelligence leaderboard is awarded to Itachi Uchiha. As a reward, Gaara receives a chakra enhancement of 5-fold, while Shursui is gifted a Sharingan. Both are further awarded 1,000 points. and the second-place recipient, Itachi Uchiha, is bestowed with a resurrection elixir. At this revelation, the group falls into a momentary silence. A resurrection elixir? Indeed, the higher one ranks, the more substantial the rewards for correct answers. To think that the second place would yield such a boon. What might the first place receive? A collective gasp of astonishment sweeps through the participants, while Madara Uchiha, filled with envy, nearly faints from the prospect. He yearns for resurrection, desperately longing for life once more. Although I harbor doubts regarding the results of this selection, I believe the heavens must have evaluated based on the past, present, and future performances of all individuals within the shinobi world, stated Inoki with dissatisfaction. It is already the second place, and he is still unranked. It stands to reason that he is not the first. At that moment, Hashirama Senju also expressed his discontent. Why am I not in second place? If my brother Tobirama is in fourth, I should at least be in third or second. How is it that I am not? Tobirama Senju replied, Brother, why not consider yourself as the first? Do you acknowledge your own folly? Hashirama Senju, I will only recognize Uchiha Madara as the first. Uchiha Madara, haha. Rest assured, the first place belongs solely to me. Looking across the entire shinobi world, whether in the past, present, or future, I, Madara, possess the highest intellect. Sooner or later, you will understand how astute I am for the benefit of the shinobi world. My brilliance will cease the bloodshed and wars, allowing everyone to live in happiness. If the second place is the resurrection of the rebirth elixir, then I shall certainly obtain it. Hashirama Senju, Madara, are you scheming something? Tobirama Senju, malevolent Uchiha, reveal your plan. Is it connected to the Akatsuki organization? Speak. Tobirama Senju, I hold you in utter contempt. If we meet again, I shall ensure your demise is most tragic. I sense a direct correlation between the extermination of the Uchiha clan and you. Uchiha Madara retorted, what does it have to do with me? Did you not witness the scenes the heavens displayed? Shimura Danzo explicitly stated that he forced Uchiha Itachi to annihilate the clan. Do not forget, by the time those events unfolded, I had long since perished. Uchiha Madara scoffed, you may be dead, but the narrative that the Uchiha clan is evil undoubtedly originated from your lips. Pray tell, as a Hokage and a teacher, if you constantly espouse such notions, what do you think your disciples and villagers will conclude? I can well imagine the tribulations the Uchiha clan faced in Konoha after my departure. I can also envision how you ensnared Uchiha Itachi step by step into your machinations. Tobirama Senju. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama, I have long professed that we must approach the world with an open heart. Your refusal to heed this counsel has led to this misfortune, has it not? Shimura Danzo. Teacher, you are not in error. The Uchiha are indeed malevolent. At the time, they sought to rebel, and had they succeeded, Konoha would have perished. Thus we acted out of necessity. Uchiha Sasuke. Shimura Danzo. I shall eventually end your life. Along with Itachi, yes. Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku, do you dare to refute my words? Are you not conspiring against us? Uchiha Fugaku, it is not without cause that you have forced our hand. You have systematically weakened the power of the Uchiha clan and relegated us to the far side of the village, looking down upon us if that were the case. You could have chosen to depart from the village and establish your own domain, yet you did not. Instead, you opted for rebellion. Should your insurrection succeed, I assure you, Konoha would undoubtedly face annihilation. The determination of the Uchiha clan is well documented throughout history, hence I harbor no regrets regarding my initial decision. Shimura Danzo reiterated with fervor. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent, as did the other members of the Uchiha clan. Even at that moment, Uchiha Itachi, gazing at the large screen, let out a faint sigh. Indeed, there had been no alternative. The family's rebellion was already set in motion, and he could not alter it, only engage in slaughter. Perhaps all of this was erroneous. Or perhaps it was all justified, yet regardless of right or wrong, it had transpired. He glanced at the rebirth elixir in his hand, stowing it away in his pocket, thinking it would be better suited for Sasuke, who might find it useful in the future. Uchiha Madara, after a moment of silence in the group, burst into laughter. It matters not. The rise and fall of the Uchiha clan has no bearing on me. What I care about is the entire shinobi world. Come forth. The final choice awaits. Who shall claim the title of the highest intellect in the shinobi realm? Present me with the reward of the rebirth elixir. Below lies the selection for the title of the highest intellect in the shinobi world. A last opportunity. Only those with over 500 points may respond, and this time, a correct answer will yield the bloodline limit. Magnet release techniques. The individual crowned as number 1 will not only receive the rebirth elixir but also the chakra of a tailed beast. Upon the announcement of such rewards, the chat group erupted with excitement. Be it Tailed Beast Chakra, the Rebirth Elixir, or the Magnet Release Bloodline Limit, these were aspirations unattainable by many. Everyone, upon seeing the rewards displayed on the screen, wished fervently to possess 500 points at that very moment, leading to a flurry of point checks, resulting in a mixture of joy and despair. Those lacking sufficient points found themselves silenced in this round of rapid responses. Participants eagerly checked their scores. The members of the Akatsuki organization, excluding Kisame Hoshigaki and the Black and White Zetsu, were all present. The high-ranking officials from the other 5 great shinobi villages had also amassed their points. Additionally, those who had actively participated in discussions over the past few days and received rewards from the screen had their points in order. Ding. My answer is Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama awaited this moment, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he watched the screen, believing that in the next instant, he would hear the gratifying sound of a correct answer. Alas, the first Hokage has answered before me. I too wish to declare it was Madara. How could it be that the first Hokage responded first, when I was the one to press the buzzer? Such a splendid opportunity squandered. In the eyes of the crowd, the title of the highest intellect in the shinobi world could only belong to Uchiha Madara. Moreover, with Uchiha Itachi already in second place, it was only fitting for Madara to claim the top spot. Uchiha Madara, equally thrilled, fixated on the live broadcast, his mind consumed with thoughts of the rebirth elixir. For he was on the brink of resurrection. The entire ninja world shall belong to him. Let the infinite Tsukuyami commence. He felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, as though he had been waiting for a century, despite the brevity of the actual wait. Ding. At last, the evaluation by the celestial screen concluded. Incorrect answer. Senju Hashirama loses over 50 points. What? Impossible. How could this be? In an instant, the entire live chat collapsed in disbelief. Senju Hashirama flooded the chat with crying emojis, while the other ninjas who supported Uchiha Madara as the foremost contender were equally incredulous. The most disheartened of all was Uchiha Madara himself. Why? Why am I not in first place? I should be the victor. Enraged, he unleashed his jutsu upon the celestial screen. Yet, no matter how fervently he tried, he could not inflict even the slightest damage. Ding. Could it be me, Senju Hashirama? In that moment, Hashirama, who had previously been in tears, swiftly buzzed into answer. It was not Madara, but him. Such was his entrenched belief. Ah, I never anticipated you to be this way. A sense of betrayal washed over Uchiha Madara. Ding. Incorrect answer. Oh, Senju Hashirama decided to retreat. Had they truly aged, with the waves of the Yangtze pushing forth the new while the old lay lifeless on the shore? He felt a profound sadness and helplessness. Above the celestial screen, there were 56 candidates, and after eliminating the previous 9, there remained 47. Removing Madara and Hashirama left 45. Noki, Terumi-mei, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Once more, everyone began to buzz in. Yet, errors. A string of 20 individuals answered incorrectly. On the screen, nearly every recognizable face had attempted to answer. Who could it be? I have only one chance left. If I answer incorrectly again, I will not surpass 500 points. And this round will result in a mute. Mike Guy said uneasily. Teacher, don't worry. The fervor of youth lies in relentless effort. Go for it, sensei. Rock Lee encouraged him. Yes, go for it, sensei. Tenten chimed in cheerfully. Just as the third team of Konoha rallied around Mike Guy, 5 more individuals buzzed in. Again, they were incorrect. This indicated that nearly everyone on the list of 56 had answered, yet still no correct response emerged. Ding. The students were right. I must continue to buzz in. The fervor of youth is about relentless effort. The least likely could indeed be the most probable. Could it be that figure cloaked in darkness in the corner? What was the name? Let me take a closer look. Black Zetsu? Could it be him? Mike Guy casually selected an image and proclaimed the name of the figure depicted. What is Black Zetsu? Why does he look so peculiar? Terumi-mei frowned, scrutinizing the celestial screen. In the entire live chat, aside from Yin Yi's avatar, which was not his own but a small deer, no one else appeared on screen wearing a mask. Could this person be unwell? Senju Hashirama couldn't help but laugh heartily. Sarutobi Hiruzen, indeed. Had it not been for Mike Guy revealing his name, I would never have noticed such a dark figure among the 56 images. Mike Guy, this time you have erred. Such a person, at first glance, appears rather lewd. How could he possibly be ranked first in intelligence? Ha ha ha, exactly. This individual seems more like a peculiar creature raised in an odd environment. Korezetsu, upon seeing the remarks in the Tianmu chat group, clenched his fist in anger. He wanted to speak, yet found himself unable to do so, as only those with over 500 points were granted the privilege of speech in this round. Beside him, the other half of his being, Shirazetsu, observed the scene and nearly lost his teeth from laughter. They are not mistaken. You are indeed a strange creature. A being so peculiar that it does not even know how to relieve itself. Athahaha. Kurizetsu frowned, as if you possess any knowledge on the matter. Of course. Obito once told me that it is quite comfortable. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, in the Tianmu live chat, everyone continued to formulate bizarre interpretations regarding Kurizetsu's appearance. At that moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations to Might Guy for answering correctly, awarding him 10,000 points, along with the Kekiai Jinkai of Magnet Release and all ninjutsu. Additionally, the first-place winner, Kurizetsu, receives a Resurrection Rebirth Pill and a small amount of Ninetales chakra. A brilliant light appeared in the chakra of the Ninetales, once housed within the bodies of the Gold and Silver brothers, manifested within Kurizetsu. He squinted in delight, and soon after, a Resurrection Rebirth Pill appeared in his hand. I shall resurrect Kagaya Tsutsuki, he exclaimed joyously upon obtaining the Rebirth Pill. However, at that moment in the ninja world, Kagaya Tsutsuki did not exist. She was akin to the Ten Tails, fragmented and not only separated from her body and chakra but divided into 9 parts. Kurizetsu's attempt ended in failure, clutching the Rebirth Pill. His heart was heavy with sorrow. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was exceptionally exhilarated. He could sense that Kurizetsu would eventually resurrect him, albeit not at this moment, but soon, very soon. Yet, one thing puzzled him. Kurizetsu, being his own consciousness, could achieve the rank of first in the intelligence list of the ninja realm. Why could he not? I have doubts. I question the fairness of this selection by Tianmu. I suspect the intelligence of Tianmu itself. Why is Kurizetsu first? I urge Tianmu to provide us with an explanation. Uchiha Madara posed his inquiry in the live chat, a question echoed by many. We, too, harbor doubts. We implore Tianmu for clarification. I, too, find it strange. Where did this Kurizetsu emerge from? How could such a shadowy figure attain the title of first in intelligence? Let Kurizetsu remove his hood. Let us behold his visage. Remove the hood. Remove the hood. In an instant, after Tianmu lifted the silence imposed on everyone, a multitude began to shout. How could this person possibly be first? Everyone was filled with curiosity. As for the ninja realm's intelligence ranking, I only acknowledge that of the renowned Senju Hashirama. Thus, I refuse to believe that this Kurizetsu possesses high intelligence. Senju Hashirama remarked. Kenshutsu Tobarama wore an expression of intrigue. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara found it peculiar that Kurizetsu, a manifestation of his own consciousness, could secure the top position, while he himself failed to even place in the top 10. Was his intellect truly so lacking? The celestial screen seemed to sense the anticipation of the onlookers and flickered, announcing the host, Yinyi. At that moment, Yinyi had arrived in Konoha, indulging in the renowned hot springs of the region. With his eyes closed, he observed the unfolding events on the celestial screen, nodding slightly. Reveal it. Let Uchiha Madara grasp just how foolish he truly is.